What's up? What's up, everybody? Good morning. How are y'all doing today? Good to see you, Hana Bagel. Hope you're feeling better, man. Morning, Austin. Morning, Ritter in the Storm. Very cool. Hey, Melody. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Man, what a day yesterday. We had some amazing players on and some really cool games. Castellan wants to know what my kitchen arrangements are. I use my stove for making coffee, and otherwise it's turkey sandwiches. And I have a toaster oven for making frozen pizza exclusively. Hey, what's up, Swampy? Good to see you. Hey, Corey. Good morning. Thanks for tuning in, guys. 2 more rounds today. Sadly, only 2. But, man, we're going to start getting into some real crazy matchups today. This one, you guys may not be familiar with the team names, but you're going to be familiar with a lot of the players on these teams. So I'm excited about this. It's going to be a really good match. Other good matches going on this round, of course. There's Tundra Tactics is playing against Death or Glory. That's going to be a really good round as well. Let's see, Rose City Ruffians, which are the guys from Portland, basically all the guys I had on the stream the last 2 weekends, are playing against the Sanctum this round. Team Zero Comp is playing Air Force Gaming. Team Zero Comp is the basically the frontline gaming crew from the West Coast. And my dark horse pick to do well this weekend, the Quebec team, is playing against the U.S. Army team this morning. Both those teams have 1 draw. I told them at the end of the day, I was like, man, sorry. Being in the 1 win, 1 draw bracket is like exactly where you want to be right now, I think. So, yeah, it's not an air fryer, it's just a regular ass toaster oven, but yeah. I'm not bougie enough for an air fryer, Castellan. Actually, John gave me an air fryer once, and it was too big to fit in my RV, so I gave it to my sister. Also, it wasn't big enough to fit a frozen pizza in, which, to me, that's a deal breaker. If I can't fit a frozen pizza in the oven, it's just useless to me, so. Good morning, Mom. Oh, goodness. Yeah, I had a toaster oven as my only oven in my house when I was in New Mexico, and I actually baked my Thanksgiving turkey in that thing. It was great. I love toaster ovens. They're awesome. What's up, Jerry? It's good to see you. Good morning. Good morning, Josh. You cook frozen pizza in the air fryer 1 slice at a time. And then what, do you eat it with a fucking knife and fork too? What the hell is it? 1 slice at a time? You trying to tell me about portion control? If Steve Box pops up, mention a toaster oven idea for a studio. Okay, will do. That's right, Melody. That's right. When I was in college, I used to buy those crappy Totino's pizzas. I don't know if they even still sell them, but they're like the personal sized pizzas. I used to buy those all the time, and I would bake it and then I'd just roll it up like a burrito and eat the thing in a roll. It was pretty good. But that way you can cook a frozen pizza in the air fryer. Villain, that would literally take me like 8 hours to do. Like, why would I want to do that? Now they sell them in 5-packs? Wow, that's funny. So they're like the ramen noodles of frozen pizza now. That's good. Excuse me, guys. I don't know where Jack is. Hopefully he's alive. I'm sure there's a lot of festivities going on behind the scenes here this weekend. A lot of people here who don't normally get to see each other coming together and hanging out. They're late because the captain meeting waited for Brandon. SMH my head. That room has a lot of doors. I think they have a lot of doors because you have to have a certain number of fire exits for every person that's allowed in the room. So by having more exit doors, they can like legally have more people in the room. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. One fire exit per person. I would never, I don't use microwaves. I think they suck. I haven't had a microwave in 10 years and I haven't missed it. What's up, Jeffy? Good morning. Yeah, that's true, Luis. There's no getting out of the building in the other direction. So if the fire starts on that side of the room, we're just screwed. The sad thing is we are in Dallas and it is like 110 degrees outside, so it might actually be cooler if you stayed in the burning building than if you ran out through the fire exits. I don't know. I'm not a scientist, but I think that might be true. Actually, I am a scientist, but that's okay. Or I was at one point. So the other reason we picked this matchup, guys, is because we have officially, in alphabetical order, basically the highest team, Advanced Warfare, although there's one hashtag erect that's above them, but we don't count punctuation, okay? So we have the team that's the highest in alphabetical order and the team that's the lowest in alphabetical order playing each other, and that's just too good to pass up. I mean, what a story, right? So who is Yall Trollin, you might ask yourselves? Well, they're a fusion of Yallhammer and the Denver Mountain Trolls. These teams kind of came together to throw together a team. I think they've actually played together at an event I did up in Canada not too long ago. Thanks, man. It's good to see you. Ben Neal. You guys, we've had Ben on the stream many times. Used to play a lot of Imperial Knights. He's playing Space Marines. Brian Schwinger, Jameis Thane. I'm not familiar with some of these guys. Matt Evans. We had Matt on stream at Charity Hammer. He's playing AdMech for the Yall Trollin team this weekend. He's running the list with all the chickens. Then you got Matthew Alley playing Thousand Sons. Mike Pestilence playing his demons from Warhammer fame. Noah Pope running Guard, and Sam Pope running Tyranids. So some pretty notable names there, people that you are probably familiar with. The ones that jump out to me, of course, Mike Pestilence, Sam Pope, Matt Evans, Ben Neal, players that have won many events and we've had on the stream several times. And then looking over at the Advanced Warfare team, Advanced Warfare is Ben Sherwin's team. So you got Ben Sherwin, one of the best players in the country, kind of based out of the Minneapolis area. Charlie Andre is on the team. You've got James Kelling, Matt Root, Scott Began, Tyler DeVries, Dakota Kramer, and Austin Howald on that team. That they play together a lot as a team, I believe, as well. So should be a pretty good round. Excited to see how it goes. What's up, Zach? Good morning. Ben versus Sam would be great. Yes, I agree. Do I even lose my scientist status villain? Well, I do still have a periodic table of the elements in my wallet at all times, just in case. You never know when you're going to need to know the molecular weight of a transition metal. I mean, of course, I have the molecular weight of all the non-metals memorized because I'm not a fucking scrub over here. But who the hell knows what the atomic weight of ytterbium is? Or even yttrium, for that matter. You don't know. I don't know. It might be important. Maybe I'll go back in time and I'll have to restart civilization from scratch. Having the periodic table of the elements is going to be extremely important. What's up, Robert? Good morning. Good to see you. You know, the funny thing is, Brandon, yttrium and ytterbium are actually two elements that are named after a mine that they were discovered using the ore from, that actually was responsible for finding like 7 or 8 different rare earth metals, all from this one little mine. I think it's in Norway. Can we have a kitchen update on Discord? The weight of unanonium is 111. I think they actually gave that one a name now, so it's not unanonium anymore. Morning. They actually gave it an official name, but I don't remember which one it is. Have I considered blooping the fooge? Oh, you saw the you saw the same. What's up, man? Morning. Good to see you. You watched the same short on Reddit last night that I did. What's up, Siddhartha? Good morning. Oh, nice, Braden. Well, thanks for tuning in, man. I'm glad we're keeping you entertained. Sorry work's been sucking for you. Who were our top teams yesterday, Bird? No one's surprised that the Stat Check team is currently doing very well. They're actually not number one, though. The number one run-ranked team right now is Death or Glory. They're doing really well. Then we have Tundra Tactics in second place. Then Stat Check, Big D Energy, one of the Texas teams here, in fourth, but they are running up against Stat Check this round. So XPZ Zookeepers in fifth. That's not the quote-unquote favorite from XPZ. Their Purple Cobra team was like considered by most people their top team, but they actually took a draw against Team Quebec yesterday, which was a big result for Team Quebec, if I'm honest. Like, drawing that team is really good for them. Then you got the Swamp Fox team, another Houston local Texas team in sixth place. Texas really representing well here this weekend. Advanced Warfare in seventh. That's, again, the team we're going to have on this morning, Ben Sherwin's team. Yall Trollin in eighth. Rose City Ruffians, that is the Lucas Troller, all the guys from, like, the Portland area that we had on at Charity Hammer are playing on that team. They're in ninth place. Sanctum is in 10th. Team Zero Comp is the FLG guys, basically from California, is in 11th right now. Air Force Gaming in 12th. So there's 12 teams right now that have 2 wins, no draws, and no losses. Yeah, no worries. If you guys want details about that stuff, you can check out BCP, of course. The link is in the description. Yeah, Eloise, they told me about that. Yeah, it's pretty nuts. But a good round for them there. You know, sometimes you just get taken to the shed. It happens sometimes. All right, let's see. I don't see Ben yet. They're still in the captain's meeting. Oh, he might be over there, actually. All right, I'm going to go get these guys set up. We're going to be doing a little talk show here in a couple minutes, and then after that, going straight over to the pairings. Morning. So I will be back in just a minute, guys. Thanks for tuning in. Appreciate you guys. What's up, Cody? Good to see you, man. How come you're not here? You're going to tell me some bull crap about, you know, responsibilities. I'm sad. Sad that you couldn't make it, man. What's up, Westy? Good to see you. Morning, Fable. Okay, I'll be back in 1 second, guys. I got to get the players settled in, and we're going to get the pairings underway in just a minute here. Be right back. All right, guys, the teams are here. We are going to get started, but of course, really happy this weekend to have Anthony Cohen and his crew over there doing our talk show segments. So we are going to throw it over to them to get us started with this round. We're going to have Advanced Warfare versus Yall Trollin coming right up, guys. Thanks for being here this morning. Appreciate you.
Good morning, everyone. Here we are, day 2, getting ready to get started with round 3. We just broke from captain's meeting, and we're getting ready for another really great matchup with some great teams. How would you say yesterday went with day 1 of our first inaugural 8-man team event?
Yesterday was excellent. Great games. Everybody was super happy. No sportsmanship stuff, and some really good teams did as expected, and some really good teams didn't, right? Some of the teams that were in the mix, we would say, to win, caught a loss or caught a draw. So really interesting shakeup. I'm interested to see what happens today.
I've had a lot of fun walking around and seeing the really unique pairings. There have been so many games here that I wanted to stay and watch, but there were way too many I enjoyed my 3 hours of getting around watching really complicated and balanced matchups. Some were kind of skewed, some were really balanced. It was really fun, and people seem to be having a blast. So many new friendships are being made, getting a lot of people get to come meet their heroes. It's been amazing. I know that we've got here coming up on the stream, we're going to have Advanced Wargaming and Yall Trolling.
Yeah.
Advanced Warfare and Yall Trolling.
We knew what you meant.
You knew what you meant. I knew what I meant. It's first thing in the morning. But
we
we're
haven't
excited.
even had coffee yet.
No, I have not. But it's been really fun and exciting, especially for someone who's still somewhat new to wargaming, being able to actually get to see the players set up their pairings and how that works out. That's been really exciting for me to be able to see. Well,
right. That's what's going to define your whole round, essentially, right? Because unlike singles, where there's a lot more wiggle room, if there's a team, I always explain, like, if there's a team of the best players and then a team of mid-level players, and the mid-level players pair optimally and the best players pair very incorrectly, the mid-level guys will win. So your whole round comes down to pairings, and your matchups, because that's what's going to do it for the round. So it's so pivotal, and so many people put a lot of effort and energy into that because of how important it is.
I've also seen a lot of people taking advantage of secret missions. I have heard so much about that. Of people who are like, I was really behind, but we really needed to close the gap on the scoring. So they've been really pulling out a lot of secret missions to close that gap.
Well, so secret missions were a thing that in singles, everybody knew it was going to be a problem. Everybody knew it was a terrible idea, especially for tournaments. But however, in this format specifically, it's differential scoring. So you need to widen or close the margin in order to ensure a victory, because it's really difficult. If you have 8 close wins or losses, you're a draw, right? So you need 1 or 2 games with a big gap. And if you have a mechanic that just shuts the door on that big gap, you put everybody in a draw world. So that's why.
That would make sense, because some people really thought, I know I've talked to a couple players who really thought they were not going to score. They were expecting a 0 and 20, and they were able to close in that gap with maybe one was able to score 8 points, and there was a little bit of, not as bad as they thought, so they were quite happy, but really skewy.
Another interesting thing about the secret missions is that it's still a new mechanic. So while it's been around for months, everybody still is getting used to it. So a good example is the stream game against Vanguard Tactics with Stat Check. John was actually able to shut out a secret mission, and that put a huge gap in there. So we're also seeing another wrinkle to gameplay where you have to learn and account for that as both a player that will secret, and if a secret's happened, how you're going to stop it, how to anticipate which one they probably picked and shut it down. So it's a different fold to the game as well that I anticipate will be a little bit less prominent as players learn it more.
Yes, I did know. And when the Pariah Nexus pack came out and they were talking about the secret missions on one of the streams, they were talking about the 4 of them. So as the opponent, if my opponent is taking a secret mission, I don't know it, but I can keep an eye on what they're doing and have a pretty good feel of what 4 they're going for.
Right, because you'll look and okay, 2 of the 4 they probably don't have the stuff to do, and then the other 2, it's you got to coin toss at which one they're going to do. But so secrets are there.
Yeah.
Anyways, we got Advanced Warfare 40K coming up with going up live against
Yall Trolling.
Yall Trollin, a great team. It's a mashup of 2 teams. We're going to go live to the pairings.
This one for sure.
All right, guys. Thank you very much for that awesome intro. This is going to be a great round, guys. I'm excited about. This is the one that Jack went to first when the pairings went up.
To use.
This one's going to be great.
Yeah. If you don't know, in my opinion, the Denver Mountain Trolls team is
No, I think I want to save that.
basically in terms of like the highest quality guys, newest onto the scene. You can't beat them. I mean, look at the results at tournaments all over the world. You got like Cody Giro's like number 3 in the world. He's not here this weekend, but he's way up there in ELO. He's been doing a lot of really great stuff. He's got Zach Herstetter, who's on that team. Or
Really?
maybe he still is. I don't know, because he lives in like Germany or some shit now. And he was one of the coaches for Team USA this year, WTC. They have great players up and down the roster. I guess they couldn't field the full 8 here, though, because they also pulled in some of the Yallhammer guys. So this is kind of a fusion of 2 really good clubs, bringing some of their best players here this year.
Yeah, two clubs that can give any team a run for their money decided to merge their powers together and come up with Yall Trollin, Denver Mountain Trolls, and Yallhammer. So very excited to see what they can do. Yeah. And they're up against Advanced Warfare. It's also kind of an amalgam of Frozen North people up around that area, like Ben Sherwin, Charlie Andre.
Yeah, this is cool to me because this is kind of like a fight between players from different parts of the country who maybe don't get to play each other as often, except at big events like I don't know, like LVO and stuff like that. So I'm excited to see these guys play this out and see whose cuisine reigns supreme here. I'm looking forward to this one. So far we already got the 2 first defenders out. It looks like we have Sisters on the side of Advanced Warfare, and I don't know what this is.
That's AdMech, Belisarius Call.
Okay, AdMech.
Yes. So they said they forgot their actual cards, and they made these custom ones.
They're cool.
They are.
So we have sent forward World Eaters and Guard as our attackers into the Sisters. You guys sent forward Tyranids and Thousand Suns into our...
Correct.
Okay.
Actually, these may not be custom. I think these might be.
They're just the MGD cards, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They're from the Warhammer set.
Warp Spider wants to know, what do they need the laptops for? Jack, can you expand on that a little bit? Why do the teams have these laptops?
So there's a thing called a matrix. A matrix is kind of an Excel document usually, where everybody puts in what scores they expect to get into each of the opponent's teams. So each player will fill in 8 scores, and that makes a 64-page, 64-cell document. Now,
we're doing spreadsheets now, Chad.
We're doing spreadsheets.
This is serious.
It's not that hard to make.
Yeah.
But it's very easy to pull up and edit on a computer as opposed to a physical piece of paper.
Right.
So most teams just bring a laptop, and then as armies get removed from the mix, they can remove them from the sheet to really simplify it down.
Yeah, and it's something that you don't have a lot of time during the actual pairings themselves, so it's one of those things you can put time in. It's actually one of the fun things about teams is you can spend weeks ahead of time before the event strategizing with your team, talking about what your matrix looks like, which matchups are favorable for me, which ones are favorable for you, how are we going to do the pairings thing. It's really a fun mental exercise and a meta game that you can play. And, to some of the top players, this part is the most fun part of the entire weekend, being able to do this whole pairing stuff. It's real mind games going on here.
Okay.
It comes down also to who has the best information going in.
Yeah.
Do we secretly know that this matchup's actually good for us? If so, and our opponents don't, we can blow them out. They don't know.
Open right now.
So it looks like we have AdMech going into Guard. Oh, sorry, Thousand Suns. And Sisters is going into World Eaters.
The guard.
No, I think that's World Eaters. You said World Eaters. It's
The
Severina
Commissar Severina Rain?
Yeah, isn't she a World Eater? No,
that's
Severina
Guard.
is the Guard. You're right. Sorry.
Yeah. There was Karn the Betrayer out
No,
there as
but
well.
what's the name of the captain of the ship that... I thought that was...
Sevatar?
No,
I think that's somebody else.
No, she's like a human.
2 teams.
Lotara Saren?
Lotara Saren, that's who it is. Thank you.
It's like a game of telephone. Yeah. It's a collector's item. Yeah, well, they could be for an extra 200. And the cool thing is that this is like a band.
Yeah, you're right. It's Lotara Saren. Okay. Why do I have 2 copies of the logo?
It's a one-time musical event.
What the hell's going on?
So, the Sisters player, I think, would have had a better matchup into the World Eaters, but probably wanted to take Guard out so the rest of their team didn't have to worry about it,
medium.
which is very nice of them.
And then we were picking
Looks like they got Guard and Sisters on WTC medium terrain.
The only one I haven't yet is what they.
And then we have GW terrain 1 for the Thousand Suns and Admech game.
That's going to be interesting. The Thousand Suns definitely have trouble chewing through that many bodies with an invuln and a lot of guns to pick up all those Rubric Marines, so it'll be interesting.
Yeah, so Longcore wants to know, will they get stomped by T-Suns too much? Usually, your first defender is the army you feel like is not going to get stomped by anybody, right? It's like the one that you can take the most beatings from, like from just about anyone that they want to throw at you, and at least put up some points, right?
Exactly. Also, it's somebody that you feel like might really benefit from being able to choose their table.
Yeah.
So there's plenty of armies out there. I know John on Tyranids did this a bunch, where he felt comfortable into any matchup as long as he could pick the right board for the job.
Yeah.
And that makes a great defender as well.
Yeah, we saw that first round with Mark Perry's Orcs yesterday, for example, right? That Orc list would have gotten demolished on a lot of terrain, but he was able to select the table he wanted, and that gave him a big advantage. It took away the disadvantage of having no transports and basically gave him like 300 free points of more Orcs to play the game with because he was able to pick the terrain.
Yeah, and you can see there how a great game plan going in really tripped up their opponents because they were used to a standard, hey, what happens if I play T-Suns into Orcs?
Yeah.
The Orcs get demolished, no question. Throw me in, the captain. And Mark had a plan specifically tailored for that scenario, and he executed.
This
and
might be a similar
that.
situation. Do you know what GW Table 1, do you know what that layout looks like and off the top of your head?
I do. It is pretty closed, and it has really good staging points in the center. So I think it's going to be difficult for the Thousand Suns to get any kind of differential there, any kind of big score, because there's just so many AdMech models in an AdMech army, and every single one of them has an invuln. It just takes forever to root through them.
Yeah, if you guys didn't see Mike, sorry, it's the AdMech player is the same guy. He played on Charity Hammer a couple weeks ago with the same list, and it's basically maximum possible chicken walkers and then a million Skitarii bodies. It's one of those lists that's just super flood the board kind of army, and honestly, Thousand Suns can struggle into that kind of thing.
They very, very likely will. I actually don't know about that pairing for Advanced Warfare. They must feel pretty confident there.
All right, this is Demons. So we got Be'lakor on one side, and we got Necrons as the defender on the other. So Longship Loft wants to know, do they use the WT maps? Do they use the WTC FAQ? I think the whole event is using WTC FAQ this weekend, I'm pretty sure. Like they're using the WTC charging rules. I don't know if you know for sure, but I'm pretty sure they are.
That's the problem, is I'm like wondering if we just...
Gonna need all the flamers. Yeah.
Let me see what kind of Necron list this is, because this will change a lot.
Yeah. I'm excited to see Demons. This is Mike Pestlin from Warhammer on the Demons. He's a Demons specialist. He pretty much only plays Demons, and he's consistently one of the most innovative and best Demons players in the game.
Wait, let me make sure.
So I'm really interested to see what he has teched into here this weekend as well.
Everyone in. Everyone in. Jameis, how do you feel in the mirror?
Keep in mind, too, guys, the deeper we get into the pairings, we're going to start getting into a place where we have forced pairings because the teams are going to run out of choices, basically. And at some point, one choice you make is going to determine the last 3 tables.
We saw that yesterday with CSM into Eldar.
Yeah.
Eldar player did not want that at all. But unfortunately, later on in the pairings, you lose some control.
Like, is it?
Gullian says, can you explain how attacker and defender works? Is it just pick a random army, or is it trying to figure out which one they might say? No, Gullian, it's not random at all, and that's what makes teams so interesting, and that's what changes the team's meta. The defender you put out is a choice by the teams, and that's why we were saying earlier, your first defender is the one that can possibly face any of the 8 teams from your opponent. So that's why your first defender is usually an indication that we think this army is the best at scoring points into anybody that you guys have, right? So you're typically going to see a more take-all-comers style army, an army that has fewer weak points, maybe less of a skew as your first defender. And then in 8-mans, since there's so many different lists, the deeper we get into the pairings, the more specialized and the more vulnerable you'll see lists, because at that point in the pairings, you've already taken out the lists that are going to be really good into those kind of more specialized armies, and the only things you're left with are playing against stuff that you think you can beat. So the fact that you get to pick who your defender is and the other team picks their 2 attackers is what makes Team 40K fundamentally different from Singles 40K. In my opinion,
I'm wondering if
really exciting, right? Because this whole meta mind game stuff that they're doing right now, this little Yu-Gi-Oh match they're playing right now, is it just changes the game. So
I think I'm strong. I think you know what you're not going to do.
yeah, so Goulian, that's what the 2 ones on the sides you see are their 2 defenders, right? So we have the defender over here from Yall, Trollin, and we have the defender from Advanced Warfare. And then the other team is going to put forward 2 of their armies as attackers into that team. So there's going to be 2 attackers from Yall, Trollin fighting into this Necron list from Advanced Warfare. Then the Advanced Warfare Necrons guy gets to pick which of these 2 armies he wants to play against. So you don't get to pick from all 8 of your opponent's armies. You only get to pick from the 2 that they send out against you.
Ready to reveal?
So both sides have some amount of choice in the pairings. Yeah, no worries.
World Eaters.
Oh, interesting. Eldar into Demons. I believe this is a more elite version of Eldar than we saw last round, which has a much, much better time into the Demons in the MSU version. Grey Knights as well. Grey Knights can be quite solid into Demons because 2-up armor saves, not really what Demons want to have to chew through.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, fluff-wise, too, either one of those matchups would be sick.
For sure, for sure.
Demons and Grey Knights or Demons and Eldar. I'm sort of leaning towards those. We'll see what the price is like, but I think either one of those games could be a lot of fun. And then the other side, we had Necrons. I didn't see what the 2 attackers or the Necrons were.
That was really good. Yeah, don't.
We'll find out here in a second.
All right. Yeah,
Let's see.
Yeah, I know Mr. James Kelling on the Eldar has always kind of been more of an elite Eldar player, which is the kind of Eldar I like to play, so I'm super excited to see that game.
What's up, Jake? Grey Knights and Demons. Yeah, this is Jack Harpster with me from Art of War.
We get to pick first, which means you have to pick table.
Also a Team USA alum.
What do you want?
We have
okay.
Tyranids versus the Necrons and Grey Knights versus Demons. Okay. Interesting.
We are playing Tipping Point, which is farther.
I have mine unopened, so I'm hoping.
And now they got to pick the terrain, and the terrain pick is a huge deal in these games. I think Defender gets to pick terrain, right? Always.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So the Demons here and the Necrons on the opposing side will get to pick their terrain, which is massive. If you're playing into a hyper shooting skew, you pick a very close board, and suddenly that strength is a weakness, and vice versa.
Hey, Colin, congratulations on number 1, by the way, man. I know you were working hard for that, so congratulations. This is Jeff Harpster, yeah. I couldn't afford Jack Harpster, so I just I rented the lower price for
it's not the most
from Wish.com.
Jank Harpster.
Jank Harpster.
This is open. Oh wait, is it?
It's super fun.
One more. The first pick.
Just listening on a one of the teams.
So this is open.
I think we're listening to Yall Hammer right now, doing some strategery.
Okay.
By the way, this picture right here is one of the main reasons why Teams is great. You and your buddies strategizing.
I'm about to buddy.
We're trying to pick the right matches, supporting each other, helping each other out. Colin, thanks for the $5, man.
So you would have to just walk into the middle.
Great value, Harpster.
It's either that, so keeping that in mind, it's between that and you said.
So if Dr. Pepper is the real one and Mr. Pibb is the shitty fake one,
would be able to walk.
Or Dr. Thunder. You guys, you don't know Dr. Thunder is the off-brand Dr. Pepper brand from our local grocery store chain here in Texas. Dr. Thunder. Westy, thanks for the 10 memberships.
So I think it's the
Dr. Soda. Okay, so this Grey Knight list is actually going to be pretty darn good into these greater demons. He's got triple Brotherhood Librarian, and those things can burn demons down at light speed. So definitely something to be careful about.
Oh, they got GW7 on that. That's the layout we saw Mark play on round 1 yesterday.
It is. The demons are an army that teleports, like the Grey Knights, but has very close range shooting. So he's picking a very dense, very line of sight blocking board in order to cut down the long lines of sight that the Grey Knights can get.
That says 7, right? What the fuck is that?
Oh, that one's 7. Yeah.
It's 7, but with the line through,
is
the way
what we
Heathens
wanted.
write it.
One, and that's awesome. Yeah. Cool. I'll believe you.
8? That's an 8?
That's 8?
Are you fucking serious?
You joking with me?
Are y'all trolling right now?
Wait, I'm missing one.
GW8, apparently.
Can you zoom in on that quote-unquote 8 for a second?
I'm okay.
In what universe?
That's barely a C.
That's an 8?
I think.
I'm being trolled right now. Maybe he wrote it in like demonic script.
There too.
Oh, thanks for the invite, Westy. I appreciate it. I can see it. I can't see it. That would have been a minus 10 points. Come see me after class if I saw that on one of my students' tests.
So this is largely what GW8 looks like. If I can just,
These.
you get 2 ruins down there. You get a bunch of little ruins in the middle.
Oh, it's the Thunderdome one with the boxes in the middle.
Yeah, basically that one. Now it's really easy to see into the center and really hard to see out of the center. It's weird.
Yeah.
And then ruins like this. So it's still a fairly closed board and tough for people to properly attack through. Now both sides will be teleporting.
But very mobile in the center for greater demons to walk through, right?
Yes,
There's not
they can
ruins
walk
they need to worry about.
clean over that.
Yeah. That's actually kind of potentially a big deal.
And it's definitely a trap. And you pointed this out. Is like walking actually does matter. Yes, both armies teleport, but you're not teleporting your whole army, and you still need to use your whole army.
Yeah.
So
and you can't teleport during a charge, right? So,
correct.
And then that terrain was chosen by the demons. They were the defender there. So
Okay.
yeah, that's correct, James. This is the picking phase of the teams event.
My thought is.
So right now the teams are deciding who's playing who.
I feel like it's gonna happen.
Good morning,
feel like
RPG.
we're
Good
gonna-
to see you, man. It's kind of really nice that we get to listen in on this process this weekend. It's,
No, but
in my opinion, one of the most fascinating parts.
we're thinking.
Let's listen in on the Advanced Warfare team.
No sacrificial units. Purge more.
What's up, RPG? Good to see you, man. All right. Ben, of course, if you guys don't know Ben Sherwin, he's basically the best player in, like, within 400 miles of Minneapolis. I mean, I can probably safely say that. He's really good. Basically plays whatever is good in the meta at the moment, and does really well.
Also a lovely gentleman. I would want to point that out.
And a chef, by the way. So.
And a chef.
Yeah.
He cooks, food probably.
Instead of.
What is the matchup for this round? We don't know yet, RPG. We're still doing the pairings right now.
It's still not. Like, we're trading.
What price do I think would be fair? I think 70 points a model. Screw 'em.
Trying to push great frame. Can I double check? Yep. All right.
You're just mad that they're better than Custodes.
Whoa. Also, yes. My God, am I mad about that? Yeah, no, I don't know. Another like 20 points I think would be fine.
Defender.
This is Magnus the Red, so Thousand Suns.
Mr. Big T Sons himself.
And Eldar. Okay, Thousand Suns being put forward as the defender for Yall Trollin.
I would be
Eldar for
remiss if I didn't talk a little bit about how cool the Thousand Suns that Kazra Hushadar painted for me. They're so cool.
We got to get him on camera at some point.
We do.
For sure. They look gorgeous. And I love the fact you went with the pre-heresy.
Actually, they
Love red,
so
man.
Good. Yeah, it looks so good.
Okay, so they threw out, in the scrum, they threw out Thousand Suns, and what was the other one?
We attack.
Eldar.
Eldar.
Yeah.
Okay. So they're looking to get Eldar out on a table of their own choosing, which is good because Eldar hate being put on their opponent's table. It's kind of thematic in a way.
Yeah, that's true. They like to see the future and pick the battlefield.
Exactly.
Eldar, yeah, their only defense is hiding, right? Like in this super lethal meta we have, they don't stand out in the open. So if they don't get tabled, that's good for that. They can just get blasted off the table really fast by just about anything. So.
Absolutely.
And by the way, guys, we're going to start seeing here later in the picking process. We're going to start seeing armies that have more weaknesses, like more things that they're afraid to play against, because now they've already removed half of their opponent's armies from contention, so they don't have to worry about, like, this Eldar army doesn't have to worry about playing against Guard or Admech or Demons or, all these things on the other side. So they can kind of predict a little bit more closely what they're going to face at this point. And the best teams, you'll notice, really excel in this phase, right? Like in my opinion, the Polish guys, the Team Poland guys that are here this weekend, Pumba and Typhus, and just Poland in general, they are so good at this part of the game.
Yeah.
Right?
Getting pairings right can make or break a round, and teams will put tons of work in beforehand, making sure their matrix is accurate, because that's the first thing. You got to have accurate information going in, and then they have pairing strategies ready, and then when they see their opponent, they modify those strategies and figure them out on the fly. It's super fun.
So real quick, you notice here, by the way, thank you so much, Bill, for that. You notice these guys put 2 cards here before they looked at these, because these 2 are a forced pairing.
Oh man.
Because they already put these cards down over here.
There's lots of.
So basically, these were the 2 leftovers that they did not pick at all for the attackers in this case, and they have to play each other. So by selecting your 2 attackers here, you're also selecting your defender, I believe, for this last pairing as well, right? Or maybe they roll off for this last one. I'm not sure how that one works.
These are the
Roll off for what?
For the very last pairing, for the forced pairing at the end.
No, it is the player who went first, I believe, who gets to pick. Well, technically it's the player who went second, or the team that went second gets to pick, but there will only be 1 table left, so they can pick that one and no
yeah,
others.
that makes sense. So Tyranids for Advanced Warfare are playing against
World Eaters. That is a very good matchup for the World Eaters. So that seems like a real coup on Yall Trollin's side. I think they've done a fantastic job in this pairing cycle.
Do you have the information? I guess you have to have the information. No. Do you get the information for that last force pairing before you pick these 2 matchups? I guess you have to have it.
You basically already know.
Yeah, never mind.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Because you have 3 of their 4 cards.
Yeah.
Okay, so we got the last flurry of cards.
Black Templars.
We've got
Table pick.
Space Marines.
Yeah, which I think is Black Templars.
Black Templars versus Eldar.
Is that the Horde? Is that the Olivier Weiss Horde Black Templars?
Oh, it better not be for James's sake.
So just for context, guys, Sean Naden, one of the best Eldar players in the history of Warhammer, got beat 0-20 against that Horde Black Templars list.
James was just telling me about 10 minutes ago that he had play tested into the 100 Crusader variant, and he got, in his words, stomped.
Yeah.
So we're going to see what's going on their side. See if that is in fact that archetype.
CSM got Thousand Suns, and then we have, let's see, Silent King Necrons going against whatever this one is.
Black Templars. That's the Black Templars.
Okay, never mind. So the 100, I think it is the Olivier Weiss list.
I saw that. Thank you.
I'll check that in 1 second.
Okay.
It looks like it is the Ultramarines Vanguard on Yall Trollin's side, played by Ben Neal, who is...
Oh, Ben's really good at Space Marines.
He is. He's fantastic.
Ooh, I don't know. So Jack's going to help us pick a game here. I don't know. What I'm personally leaning towards is the Demons game.
7.
Demons Grey Knights seems like a good match. That's another example of maybe a slightly unfavorable matchup that might get flipped based on the terrain.
You're against Ultramarines.
Which is interesting to see. But we just had Vanguard Space Marines on. I don't know.
It is, in fact, 100 Crusaders and 10 Scouts.
It's 100. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
100 Crusaders versus Necrons.
All right.
Interesting.
Let's see what the...
against the Ultramarines.
Yeah, go
take a look at the pairings.
Ask the teams what they think and all that stuff. Yep. All right, guys. I trust Jack to pick us a good game this round. I think he's been spot on with his choices so far. So we'll see what he gets. A lot of interesting games going on here. Tyranids would be great to see too. Sam Pope is running Norn Emissary. Vanguard Nids, I think, is what he told me yesterday.
They're going to have them open, and you can look at those.
Westy, thanks so much for the membership, man. Appreciate that.
Sorry, I need you for terrain pick.
Which one? Yeah.
Jameis.
Oh, it's Nexus. Okay.
I need you for terrain pick. You're playing against Black Templars, so we want as open as possible, but we only have dense ones left. So we got this, and then we've got two. We've got 2 of these.
Are there any ones the objectives in the open?
No.
Oh, okay.
So they're picking their terrain
That's
right
not
now.
good, actually.
Yeah, because you can hide behind here. I think this one.
I mean, the objectives are kind of in the open here, but not really.
Yeah. That's super awkward.
It's actually almost more hidden than the other one, because there's like a corner that you can hide on the objective on.
It's not great for me, but just make sure James gets something. I'll find something.
You're going to take this one, Matt. So Jameis. I think can you play on this? I guess you still get to pick between that. You want to look at this again?
What's that? Yep.
Okay.
Those crates are way bigger than it is on that.
Brian, you're playing on GW7. Games Workshop Layout 7 is what you're playing on.
Oh, yeah.
Feel free to look that up. You're going to set it up with your opponent, but just pick one of the GW tables to play on. There it is, everyone. That's the final everything.
Guy on the left. Yeah.
Oh, wait. I'm missing one of the...
Oh, it's that black little tag right
Oh, right. There we go.
FLG.
You good? You know what to do?
Run straight in and get time up and combat everywhere, and that's pretty much it.
Okay.
So let's make sure he doesn't have the pistol guy, so good to go.
Yeah.
The pistol guy fucking annoying.
Oh, it's just FLG.
Yeah.
So yeah, we get to suggest. They might just pick, but who do we think is going to be the closest?
Meaver's great.
Charlie,
Meaver's
you got
great.
World Leaders again.
I want to be on stream. I was just talking to him about it. It totally depends. Like the reason I think I did so well that first round is because he was sweet.
Let's just let it. If they ask for our opinion, I'm happy for that.
Hey, what's up?
I think
Two people down.
we have two.
Awesome argument, seriously.
You don't.
Hey, have a fun game. Well, maybe, but I've bounced on England before. I bounced on their
You're in GW7, so.
Well, that'll help. I just don't want you guys to think that it's going to be the same score as last time.
No, I don't. But it's also the weakest player, so use that to your advantage. If we say push, push.
Do y'all know who you want?
I know you.
It's really hard to push it.
I think Mike wants to be
just
on
'cause you're
stream,
big
and we're happy
monsters
to
out
have
there.
that. That's a close game, I think.
All right.
It's either that or the Tyranids. I think otherwise it's going to be potentially this, or this. These are the three that I would pick between for y'all. All right. Ben. Oh wait, no. Sorry, we don't want to do that. Ben. This player would prefer not to be on stream if that's okay. So if that's okay, I'd pick.
Guys, these are two great matchups also.
Our Chaos Space
You can talk to him if you
being
want,
really
but-
nice. That'd be cool.
What archetype is this?
ACDC.
Mike does it. Mike's
But
red
I'm
runs.
not like massive board. I'm vehicle.
He just says 3 ACDCs and other stuff.
Let's just send Sam. Let's send Sam.
Well, I'll let them decide, but
It's one of the. It's the Chaos looking one with the purple.
Yeah, that's going to be a very up and down
They haven't decided yet.
this is not going to be on stream. This is going to be GW7, which is a GW layout. I don't remember. Okay, Noah.
Which one do you guys want? Sisters in Guard? Sisters in Guard.
Where is he?
Bringers of Flame, the standard ship.
Noah, you're on
Just
stream.
one less castigator, exorcist instead.
Who's your sister?
Matt Root.
Where is he?
Oh, Root.
Right there.
Hey man, what's up? Here. Thanks. Appreciate it.
I have been blessed. Blessed by the.
All right, good luck, everyone.
Yeah, but it's been a while. I have. I'm one of the judges at LVO, so I'm one of the dudes milling around, acting like he knows what he's doing. So we're on stream apparently.
This is WTC Light.
Do we have the right terrain for this?
This is still live, by the way. Just so you know.
Hello world. Oh, I was gonna say I don't think we have the terrain.
I had to switch to terrain because they have the GW terrain here.
There's a giant orange piece of tape.
We got WTC medium. Can we move this now?
What's up?
I just got to do scoreboard real quick and then I'll let you guys go.
Cool. I have pictures of the pairings.
All right, you can use my dice, and they're color coded.
Okay,
in the box.
cool. That makes that easy.
Y'all Trollin blue on all the laptops, and you guys are red. So use the red dice, you're using blue dice. We're gonna use the scoreboard and roll the box. You guys haven't fucked these dice too at some point. Okay, so you're gonna pick tactical or fixed. You're not gonna pick fixed because you don't suck at Warhammer. So you're gonna go tactical. I think. I don't know. I don't know for teams.
Probably.
Maybe. So you're gonna draw your cards on here. You're going to. So it's the text of the card. The points for the cards go down here at the bottom. Everything's 1 point at a time. If you score 5 points, you hit the button 5 times. Okay.
So if you discard your command phase, you just hit discard and then draw a new one.
Discard's really only there for redrawing, right?
Okay.
If you score something, or you go to the next.
What's up, sexy?
Because when you go to the next turn, it'll refresh.
Exactly right.
Okay.
So,
Pretty good. Are you commenting?
Yeah.
Sorry, I apologize. I'm sorry.
So you put your primary here, command points here. If you ever look at your deck and see what cards you've drawn and what your left.
Oh, that's nice. Okay.
That's helpful.
That will be helpful.
The only thing you can fuck up is don't forget to go to the next battle round before you start drawing new cards. Don't stay in battle round 1 the whole game.
Okay.
Also, there's a whole bunch of cards that you score at the bottom of your opponent's turn. That's not what keep is for. Keep is there just if you want to try to score it on your next turn. Okay.
Okay. What do you do if you need to recycle them?
You discard.
Okay.
And draw a new card.
Okay, so it's one that like gets shuffled back in the deck though, or anything like that.
There
Okay.
are 2 cards that get shuffled back that you can shuffle back in your deck on
Okay.
turn 1. And
Got
if you get one of those, there'll be a new button in here that says return to deck.
Oh,
Got it. Cool.
Okay. So
nicely done.
Brilliant.
Beautiful.
Absolutely incredible.
it's not that incredible. Thank you. So you don't have to discard if you score something. You can just go to the next battle round and it'll clear it out for you. Okay.
Gotcha. Cool.
Again, discard's really only there to redraw.
All right.
And everything's 1 point at a time. So yeah, you guys actually use your brain a little bit.
Sounds good.
Cool.
Okay,
Thank
awesome.
you, Joe.
If you guys want to use other dice for like tracking wounds and
That's
stuff on
fine.
the table, that's fine. I
Okay,
don't
just
care.
do all these ones.
But yeah,
Cool.
Oh, awesome. Thank you guys so much.
Ooh, I'm red. Ooh.
Those are the better dice. So.
Ooh.
All right.
Red goes faster. We have to steal from a table. Should we? Are you guys on a GW train table?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll swap because ours is.
You want me to help that?
I mean, if you guys are discussing where
We
we're
just need to move all the terrain to that table. And the
Sorry.
mats.
Sorry.
All right, guys. So yes, we're gonna have guard and sisters. That is the matchup. We talked to the players. We got Jack's input, and I think this is gonna be the best matchup for the stream.
I want my cards back, though.
Thank you, Willow. Appreciate that.
We are moving it from that, and they're taking this terrain. So yes.
Okay, thanks so much, Willow. I appreciate that.
Feel good? Good. I mean, we'll see. I've been pretty confident about this matchup, and I am,
Thank you so much, Behemoth.
We'll
Can we
see.
move this?
Can't wait to lose.
Can we get rid of this?
Oh, shut up.
All right, I don't know why YouTube's not letting me make a poll.
Can we get rid of this?
What do you mean for?
I'm assuming you guys don't need this anymore,
I think
yeah?
on my matrix, I have
Okay,
it
just
as
want to make sure before I fuck it up.
worst case 8 or 9, but likely 12, 13. It's not going to be a high scoring
No, I
game,
can do it. I wanted
you
to
just
ask
want
before I
their-
fucking moved
Sisters
it. I
gonna
didn't
have a high
ask you to
scoring
move
game,
it,
so
fuckface.
it's important.
You
See?
butt
All right, I'm
head
gonna get this in and get
person.
underway.
This stuff is great.
Hey, I can't talk like that too, okay?
I don't know. You're going to be able to hold on to those?
I'm going to go for a complete and total annihilation victory, definitely. 100. I'm going to go for 25 points.
25 points? That's
25
fucked up,
points.
man.
Yeah, I'm going to be so good.
I love the banter, chat. Like, it's so
Such a
good.
win that my next round will automatically be a win.
Rosa's Cafe. I have not
I don't know, we're
been there,
gonna try.
Stanley. I don't know anything about Dallas. I'm a San Antonio boy.
To get what we do.
What's up, Lou? Good to see you. San Antonio and Austin, Central Texas for life.
The only saves I can make.
Hashtag 210, baby. Let's go.
Thingy. Okay. A goblet.
Yeah, I
That's
heard
way
that
better
these
than
dice
other
are
things.
cursed, and so my goal is to uncurse them with my chalice of something.
The chalice.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
I'll find it.
All right. My good sir, Matt. Shall we set up this terrain? Do you want to just choose a piece and set it up, like measure the measurements at the same time for each
Sure,
one?
that sounds good. I was just starting with kind of the one here in the corner, which is looks like 11 inches in. Cool. All right, so I did the one in the corner here first, and I'll kind of work my way that way.
Sounds like a plan, my man.
I need a L that looks...
Okay. Shit. So the blue are the tall ones, and the red are the small ones, is my understanding?
That looks right.
Okay, so
All right, so we got an interesting game on stream. 2 powerhouses of the current meta. We got Guard with triple Rogel Dorn. Plenty of opportunities to talk about the Dorn hole on this game. And on the other side, we've got Bringers of Flame Sisters. This is a meta powerhouse. The changes here is instead of one of the castigators, there's an exorcist to add in some of that indirect fire that can be very, very strong. So very excited to see this game go down. It's 2 very nasty lists, each trying to take a nasty list off the opponent's side and try and win that game. So both players aiming for whatever points they can get, but both players feel like they can get a win here, and that's going to lead to a very exciting game.
Purge, huh?
Yes, I will put this out for
favorite mission
both of our
game.
references.
Sounds good, man.
Here we go. Or not ritual. Smoke and mirrors. Purge the foe. Tipping point. There we go.
So Purge the Foe is also going to add an extra complication here. Basically, instead of just getting points for holding objectives on primary, you get points for holding objectives and for killing units and for killing more units than your opponent did. So there's like a little extra mini game in there both players will have to keep in their heads, and unlike a lot of mini games, the payoff for this one is quite steep. So you have to be careful not to accidentally give up kill more sometimes when it would be disadvantageous to do so. So both players got to keep that in mind. That one does probably favor the Guard a little bit because they have fewer, tougher units as opposed to the Sisters' more numerous units that can give up kill more quite easily.
Let's see here.
Okay, I'll just had to babysit them.
So you know what it means, Joe, when there's 3 Dorns on the opposing side?
Oh, God. What the
It's a lot of
fuck
guns.
is this? That, yeah. 3 guns and 3 Dorn holes, much like a bowling ball. You might... 3 Dorn holes. I don't know if that's funny or not. It just sounds funny.
I wonder if I can get him to show us his Dorn hole.
I bet if you ask politely.
I bet I can. Here, hit the top down. I'll see if I can...
yeah,
middle.
okay. I'm sort of mad that they messed up my interface with that.
You got the one in the middle?
Working on it. Do you want to get me a 30?
Yes. 30 is right there. Oh, you're close. Look how sexy that is.
There? Where? Yes, sir.
Yeah, I wonder if I could ask a favor from you.
Tell me.
Could you show us your Dorn holes?
My Dorn holes?
Yes.
You want what, the docking?
Yeah, like
what is going on right now?
I thought you were talking about the holes of the door.
No, the underbelly, the undercarriage.
The undercarriage. Show us your undercarriage. You can't just be asking people to show you their undercarriage, Jack.
Now we're good to go back.
You're abusing your position of power as the TV show guy.
It's only weird if you make it weird, Joe. That's what I've found. He has covered up his Dorn hole like some kind of...
Oh my God.
Prude.
Wow.
It's like
there's like a little bit like...
All right, I got to get the list in my thing. I think they got the pairing stuff in.
10 inches up.
Hey, they did it. Look at that.
In the corner, yeah.
All right, Jack, do you want to walk us through who you think got the better of all these things, like an uppy and a downy on each one? Like,
is it like
Absolutely. So that first matchup does not actually look like Space Marines on Space Marines. Which one?
No, I haven't fixed that yet.
That is the main.
That's me. I'm the one who didn't fix that one.
You son of a gun.
I know.
Okay.
I know.
So that one is Sisters on Guard.
Guard, yeah.
In Purge the Foe, that one feels pretty even to me. Sisters can do tremendous damage to Guard tanks. Flat 8 damage multi-meltas do be doing some work.
Yeah.
But on this mission, I think it feels pretty even. Either player could take it, and it's not going to be a big win either way. World Eaters on Tyranids definitely feels World Eater favored. In fact, it could be significantly World Eater favored from what I...
What do you think makes that so World Eaters favored? What's bad about that?
So the World Eaters player, the Tyranids, this was the last match that happened, so the table choice will not be going to the Tyranids. It will be kind of whatever's left.
Yeah.
Tyranids don't have a good way of moving up and dislodging World Eaters from staging positions in the board, but World Eaters can easily cross that gap, dome a big, big bug, and then get into combat and tell them, hey, take a leadership check to fall back. And you know what's funny about Synapse? Synapse is you take 3d6 for battle shock checks, not leadership checks. So that fallback's going to be on 2d6, and they'll need to roll an 8. You hand him enough of those, a lot of things won't be able to fall back. Doesn't have a tremendous answer to Angron either. So that is a quite bad matchup.
And we did see, in a weird way, something sort of similar with the All Dreadnought Custodes versus Tyranids yesterday, where as soon as you get touched, as soon as your shooting bugs get touched by those durable melee units,
stealing all of them,
that unit's dead whether it's dead or not, right? Because it's not going to punch its way out of combat.
Exactly, and they don't really have a lot of ways to prevent themselves from getting touched in that matchup. And even if they're able to fall back, kind of defeats the point because they won't be able to shoot. They'll be falling back. And then, as I said, Angron is just a bowling ball that just gets to run around the table, and it's never worth shooting him because you won't really kill him that quickly.
And then how far up?
And if you put the effort in and don't kill him, he just kills another unit. You didn't shoot the rest of the army. It's quite a good matchup for the Eaters.
Setting up.
Demons into Grey Knights. I think with the triple Librarian and the good armor saves, I think it is mildly favored for the Grey Knights, but like mildly. I think if Mike knows what he's doing, and I know that he does,
Mike knows
he will be able to keep the game close or surprise Ben with some maneuver that he was not expecting, because Mike is a faction, whatever is more expert than a faction expert, he's that. So that one would be very interesting, but I could see it swinging very hard in the Grey Knights' favor if things go wrong. So I'm going to keep a close eye on that game. It is the one closest to us physically, and we can give you some live updates on that. We got Necrons into Black Templars. I think that is quite Black Templars favored, because I don't really see the Necrons chewing through 100 bodies that are all over every objective. That one feels really rough. Maybe he'll kill them by the end of the game, but at that point it's more of a formality than anything else. He'll just have every objective. I know Advanced Warfare feels pretty confident in their Chaos Cult, and that seems fine, but I would call the matchup a draw. I think the Chaos Cult can keep it fairly close.
And then 8?
Admech into Thousand Suns feels slightly favored for the Admech. Lots of bodies and good shooting, not what the Thousand Suns want to deal with. And then Tyranids into Hypercrypt Necrons.
And we got the square.
That one feels pretty close. Tyranids are hard to blow out. And then the Astartes Vanguard versus Eldaris, probably slightly Vanguard favored on this one. I looked at his list. It's not quite as Inceptor heavy as the Vanguard list from the past. I mean, that list was over, by like 240 points after nerfs, so they had to adjust. And those changes mean that the Eldar is going to have a little bit more wiggle room, but I would call it favored for the Vanguard. So looking at this, it's very close, and a lot of these close games, currently a little bit favored for Yall Trollin, I think. A little bit.
Yeah.
But if any of the close games flip, or the direction that those close games take is really going to make the difference. So if Matt here can get a solid win into the guard, it is going to make a huge difference for his round.
All right.
Yeah, and we saw yesterday just how much getting one bad force pairing can screw up your whole round. In that round yesterday with Vanguard Tactics and StatCheck, StatCheck ended up running away with that. But part of the reason for that is because they were able to force some bad pairings.
Okay, so now we're doing which one are we on?
It looks like maybe they were able to force a couple of bad pairings for the Yall Trollin into Advanced Warfare here with that World Leaders Tyranids match, and that maybe the Admech Thousands. Although I was just talking to Matt Evans, and he doesn't feel like that's a good matchup for his Admech, even though he has won that matchup a couple times.
Which guy? This guy here?
I mean, it's Thousand Suns, right? They're tough for anybody. So
yeah, absolutely.
2 inches.
All right, so let me show you guys the lists real quick for this round.
Cool. All right, this guy
I'll pull them up for you. Pretty standard Sisters list, nothing crazy here. The one big standout is only 2 Castigators and an Exorcist. So an Exorcist swapped in for a Castigator. I'm not sure why you would do that, because the Castigators can shoot anything they want anyway.
It's because the
line of sight is an illusion for Bringers of Flame.
That is true.
Yeah.
But sometimes in teams, people just want to actually hide, castle in the back.
Yeah.
And I know what happened in last round was Typhus, who was playing the Sisters, and he had triple Exorcists.
He did, yeah.
He had a massive advantage into the shooting mirror. He was playing into Tau, who also had a lot of guns. And he had a huge advantage there because he could shoot indirect, but the Tau couldn't, So the Tau had to come forward and start making the game happen while they
get
were
within
playing
that
on
12-inch range of +1 strength, which is
exactly.
It's amazing in Sisters how many break points that 1 strength can get you over to go from winning on a 5 to a 4, from a 4 to a 3.
The edge of
can make a big difference.
And Typhus got to they got to be put on a very heavy board, very hard to shoot on. And Typhus just got to shoot all game. And his opponent had to like filter through these little avenues trying to get line of sight, and Typhus got to intercept him and shoot first. A very helpful ability to have in a shootout, and I expect Matt will leverage it as much as possible, especially with the ability to miracle dice in, flat 6 damage on the damage rolls is pretty huge.
So this
finish
is
off wounded Dorns, so that sort of thing.
Yeah, that's the thing about Sisters, right? Is like if they decide it's a priority to kill a target, they can pretty much do it. There's nothing you can the only way you can prevent it is by not getting shot at. Like if they shoot you, they can just flip 6s, miracle dice stuff, and you're toast.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So this is the guard list. The most notable thing to me is, of course, triple Rokal Dorn is kind of bananas, and then we have 12 Bulgarins, so
only
2 squads
12.
of 6.
Only 12. A lot of guard lists are running 3 squads, but he managed to, jam in more tanks.
Yeah.
About.
Yeah, he's got the Exterminator, Lehman Russ. No tank commander.
No tank commander.
Yeah, interesting. A lot of Scions. I think Scions are so good right now. For guard, the thing you do with Scions, I've noticed, is you drop them in somewhere in the backfield, you pick up a secondary, put out a lot of good shooting, they just die, and then you recycle them and do it again the next turn, right? Super strong.
Yeah, a lot of players like that unit.
I believe it. It's fine.
You put out a lot of DACA. And he's got some, random infantry squads sprinkled around, Ursula, Nepo Baby.
It looks like we're flipping like this.
Yep. So interesting stuff.
This one is
to me, this game is going to be about it's going to be the cat and mouse game between the Rokal Dorns and the shooting of the Sisters, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Who's going to get the advantage on who's going to position better in the firing lanes, and we'll see if the Bulgarins can hold up to Morven Vol, because I think that's kind of be the way the Sisters can kind of crack into the tasty, juicy bits of the guards' backfield is moving through those Bulgarin. And
correct. So
for most armies, getting through Bulgarin is really hard. Sisters are probably pretty good at it. We'll see. What's up, Mal? Good morning, man. Good to see you. Chat's thinking this is about an even matchup. That's what we think too.
Sounds about right. Yeah, both players going for the win here.
Yeah.
But not expecting a big one. But both players will pounce on an opportunity if they see it. So we got to be very cognizant of that as the game progresses. Something to know about the Exorcist also is that if you can use it as a finisher tank, where if something lives through, an Immolator and a Castigator, well, now you ignore covering your AP's 4 on the indirect and just go plink a wound through and you're dead.
So it's about...
What's up, Asset? Good to see you. By the way, the mission being Purge the Foe, this is a kill 1, kill more, hold more. Having an Exorcist in this mission, specifically for turn 1, can be really nice against guard, because you can just hang back, not expose anything, use your indirect to pick up a unit, and all of a sudden you've got 4 more primary than they do. Right?
Exactly. Yeah, having 4 primary extra going into a game is a big deal.
Yeah. Let's get cracking.
Okay,
so,
cool.
I feel pretty. Mission rule of smoke and mirrors. Of course, you can put one unit up to 500 points back into student reserves. After.
I can give you an overview of mine.
I like this mission rule a lot, by the way. My 2 favorites are smoke and mirrors and fog of war. They really make the game interesting. Change stuff.
Did you not want a quick overview over here?
Oh, sure. Sounds good.
Okay, so guard orders. You familiar? Plus 1
I might ask a couple one.
Yep. I mean, importantly,
Lord Solar.
He gets 3 unconditionally, 24 inches.
Noah is Sam's brother, by the way, Sam Pope's brother.
Indeed.
Can Bulgar get orders?
So Solar can give orders to anybody, but he's the only one in this list that can give orders to the Bulgarin or any of the tanks.
You paint him?
I did.
He looks good.
Thank you, man. I'm happy with it.
He looks really nice.
So basically, the infantry all have plenty of orders going around, but Solar can only give 3 orders split among all these units.
Yep.
So I'll be very aware, and I have tokens to keep track of it.
I'm not too worried. I'm sure.
Okay, but yeah, importantly, the only tricky order that's not just straightforward is the fact that I give extra 3 inches of movement. So when you ask what my movement is, I'll tell you normal plus potentially 3 inches.
You can add 3, right?
Yeah, I can add 3 to anybody.
And you can detrack and do orders for the Scions
correct,
too. Yep.
Correct. And the second thing,
out transports.
Absolutely. Second thing is OC. I can, before I score primary, give an order to add extra OC. So if you ask me what the OC of something is, I'm going to tell you this is the OC, but it could be this.
Got it.
So you know, I'm not no gotchas there.
Sounds good.
Stratagems of guard are horrible, except for 2 that I will use every game. The first one is reverse armor of contempt. So it's 2
Extra
CP.
AP.
Yeah, everything going against you, extra AP. Same thing as your castigators.
Is it before you shoot or after you shoot one unit at
So here's what I'm going to do. I have a mortar in the command squad. I
Link.
declare
All right.
over here. I don't even have to hit you. I just target.
And then you're like, okay, everything
thing.
else gets +1 AP.
Exactly. Okay.
And he has
That's the
Creed,
first
so it can be 1
strategy.
CP.
Yeah, that's really nice.
Respawn a unit, 2 CP. Only infantry, so only.
And he's going to be getting 2 CP a turn with
2
Lord
CP.
Solar, so
Exactly.
he's going to be sitting on plenty of command points.
That one's good. All the rest of the stratagems, I'm not even telling you about because they're not worth saying. But
Okay.
I do use core.
He is underselling -1 damage here a little bit.
Yeah.
It's 2 CP, so it's brutal. I do have a -1 damage one.
I believe him that he barely uses it because Dorns are tough as is, but it is good to have in a pinch.
I mean, against sisters, like forcing them to use a better miracle die sometimes
Thank you
can
for
be
reminding me
kind
of
of a
the
big deal
damage
too.
one. That is,
so.
if
It's also good in Castigators. Cuts their damage output quite
Solar
significantly because they're not a D6 damage
squad,
unit.
obviously it doesn't matter. They have a couple extra special weapons. I have 2 Catachan squad. They're guardsmen with Scout. And
This is a great explanation by Noah.
1 5-man.
Oh yeah, no, the Yallhammer guys are pretty good.
10-man
Which has
plus
a-
squad
put their
slam
names
bomb.
The things away.
It will
Yep.
kill infantry like crazy. It will put a few random weapons.
I love seeing Noah and Sam at events.
But is a big
That's
squad.
cool.
Notably,
They've been breaking out over the last year or so.
in the squad.
Yeah.
Okay.
And yeah, they're they do fun things.
Okay.
Bulgrin are a weird profile. If you have faced them before,
T6.
T6,
3 wounds, -1 damage,
minus
6
1
up Fennel Pain,
6
4
up
Fimble, I'm
4
assuming.
Fimble, you nailed it.
T
Um,
strength 7, AP 1, 2 damage on their weapons.
Absolutely, 4
Maybe
attack siege,
6 inches?
but could be 9. Yes.
Oh, that's true. Can they
So-
advance and charge anyway?
No. So here's the fun part about guard: no advance in charge, no fallback in charge, no reactive move.
Guard is a very honest army.
Tricks that you're like, no.
They don't do anything tricky.
It's straightforward.
Cool.
They've got stats and guns and lots of them.
Yeah.
It strips cover. Similar.
I guess their one trick is the extra OC in the command phase.
Absolutely, yeah.
It has the same
They give up having extra ballistic skill or move or rapid fire shots. Or
Yeah, no
whatever.
reactive moves is kind of an oof these days.
Yeah,
I guess you have heroic.
You shoot
That's
at
sort
something
of.
with main gun. Everything else shoots at it. Gets
Also,
Okay.
Bulgrin feel like cheating when you when you have to shoot at them. So
Yeah.
It's the same thing. Reverse armor contempt on him as
Okay.
well. And then triple Dorn, data shootability once per game. I can turn the damage and attack to 0.
Now it's when its attack is allocated. So
Absolutely.
it's before I do the fate dice?
Absolutely.
Okay.
You say, here is a wound on you. And I say, do I roll a save or do I blanket?
Oh, you do it before the save.
I have to do it before the save.
That sucks.
ordinarily, yes, but a lot of the time he'll be taking AP5, ignores cover, multi-meltas. So,
Oh,
like,
yeah, that's true.
you know.
That's before Melta.
Yeah,
I'm
you're like, okay.
I think this is Jack Harpster.
All right, everything is that.
Cool. I mean, Jack doesn't need any further introduction, I don't think. But
if there's
from Art of War and a Team USA alum,
We'll probably update it.
knows his way around a team's 40K table pretty intimately. So I'm really happy to have Jack here. this week.
Plus another one.
Glad to be here.
Plus another one, just battle line, right? Or no? Or is it up to
no,
5?
it's any unit.
Okay,
It has to
cool.
be under 500 points, though.
Sweet. So you get to do one too.
Yep. Okay. It sounds like you know my list. Do you have any questions? Do you know about the flamers and the mortal wounds?
You got the enhancement to
reactive
do.
movements. You know.
I will
temps?
probably
Okay.
do some questions like everyone, like these guys have reactive move, right, and whatnot. But
Maybe a small advantage here for Noah that everybody knows this Sisters Army, and everyone's played a bunch of games into it at this point.
that's my dice.
Oh,
No, just kidding. No, it's all good.
Yeah, that Sisters Army is brutal, so you're going to see it all the time in teams, which means you're going to practice against it all the time.
War.
Okay. So if I roll it out here, I'll re-roll it.
Sounds
in
good,
here.
man. No problem.
So you get to pick?
Yeah. If it's like something super quick.
Do you have any
fine,
infiltrates?
but- No infiltrates. Only scout move.
What's up, Mal? Good to see you.
Okay, so
Damn, I love how these guys play 40K.
Yeah, this is great. I mean, it's nice for us too because it's the morning and
tipping zone.
it sounds like we're not going to have to talk as much this game.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Thank God for that.
That's 12.
These are they're just very invested in making sure their opponent knows exactly what is going on at all times, and I love to see that.
This looks like WTC terrain.
It works. It's 20.
Is this WTC
It is.
terrain? Yeah.
This is WTC terrain, yes.
20, yes.
No, sorry. Is this?
I think it is.
No, I don't think this is a set of WTC. I feel like this is the...
Wherever.
Let me see. Unless they changed their maps recently, which they might have.
And that one as well.
Yeah. It looks familiar, but
So, Owen, Melta damage goes after setting the damage to 0. Great question. So if he's in Melta range and he blanks the save, he'll still take 2.
Got the 20.
Because you set your damage to whatever number it is, and then you modify it.
You know.
Yo Boy says I could run a betting house for these matches and make some additional bucks.
I mean, I do as well.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really want to.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anything wrong with betting, but to me, it's a little bit of like a gray area morally to run a business like that. So I don't.
Okay.
will.
I don't want to be the reason that someone like becomes financially destitute because they don't know how to pick winners in Warhammer games.
Yeah, all right. And honestly, I'm gonna just start putting stuff down.
So reserves and stuff like that. So I'm gonna deep strike reserve the Seraphim.
Yeah, I personally would not really like that.
Yeah, with the character. She's got.
Yeah, it also incentivizes cheating.
I am going to
incentivizes cheating, incentivizes collusion, incentivizes throwing.
Squads in reserve. And I will deploy everything else. Okay, so let's do the Exorcist. All right, so I'll put an Exorcist over here.
Oh, I don't think I mentioned this. I've
Yeah, you know what? I think we've had Matt on the stream before, but it's been a long time.
And she has 2 orders to give out to infantry.
Does she have loan op or anything like that? So I'm assuming you know what the Exorcist is.
Hey, John, thanks for the membership.
Within 36 inches of popper. I'm gonna try and deploy her outside of 36, whatever.
Okay, sounds good.
You can use an activation to kill her, basically.
Okay, so I got my first Exorcist there, the Exorcist there. We're gonna put. Do you mind letting me take measures? Is that okay?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I don't want to touch your stuff without asking.
You can at any time touch my models, touch my dice.
Hey, Dickie, what's up, man? Good morning.
Thank you for asking, but not
a very Midwest USA way to play, Emily. Honestly, it's a very people who are good at Warhammer way to play, in my experience. It's pretty easy to tell when someone is a good Warhammer player because they are very open with their opponent and they communicate very well at the table.
The 5-man initiate squad in it, which I'm sure you figured.
Honestly,
there's lots of reasons for that, I think, but one of them is like if you are a good communicator at the table, you'll have better games, and if you have better games, then you will have better practice, and if you have better practice, you get better at the game. Also, if you are a good communicator at the table, your games are more enjoyable, and so you're more likely to play more often. Right? It's easier for you to get opponents to play against. It's more enjoyable for you, so you'll play more often, and you get better at the game. So if you're like thinking about what's one thing I can work on to make my whole 40K experience more enjoyable, just think about how you communicate with your opponents. Definitely the most important thing in 40K.
So Paul's deploying?
Yeah, 40K's culture is really great that way, honestly. And if you have bad games with people, you're going to have trouble finding people to practice against. And without people to practice against and play friendly games and have a good time, you're not going to be very good.
That is the edge right
I'm
there.
going to do it from the corner, like where the closest you can move, basically.
It is Acronomic.
All right, cool.
I would love to see colleges start getting like 40K teams and clubs and whatnot. That would be awesome.
Well, GW has that program where they sponsor high school 40K clubs, or like
all of my tanks have 2-up armor.
School 40K.
There's just
clubs.
different toughness and wound.
That would be cool.
Emulator does too?
The Hellhound does.
I did not know that.
Have like a college team event.
The Russ is toughness 11 with 13 wounds, and the Dorns are 12 with 18.
Gotcha.
Yeah, Dorns are tough. Toughness 12, 2-up save, 18 wounds, blank a save before they take it, access to smoke, access to -1 damage. Really tough to kill.
Okay.
For most armies, but this is Sisters we're talking about.
And you said you're deep striking the flank.
Yeah, Sisters do a hellacious amount of damage. Luckily, if they step out and do their damage wrong, the Guard are more than happy to, to shoot them into the next dimension.
Oh, yeah. This is definitely not like an unwinnable game for the Guard. Like I said earlier, this game is going to be all about positioning and the tank battle dance here. If you're like a big, historical tank battle nerd, this game is going to get you going. We got like a, Eastern Front
girls
battle in the ruins of some city.
8-inch move, 6-inch advance, +2 potentially, +1 potentially, equals a total of.
Is the -1 damage only in shooting? I'm not sure.
It is, yes. It is only in shooting. So Vol's squad, I believe, is damage 2 and damage 3 on Vol, but if that gets into combat with the Dorn, Noah probably has other problems.
Yeah, to me, the Bulgrin are going to be kind of one of the linchpins of this game for the Guard. How long they live, what they can soak, how he can use them to body block.
All right,
this is a very shooting-oriented Sisters army, but it does have a melee component. He doesn't have a Palatine in his army, does he?
I don't believe so, but I'll be honest, the shooting just gets nastier the closer you get.
Yeah, that's true.
And so if you get right up next to them, they just start hitting you with strength 10 multi-meltas that are +2 damage.
All right, so
and then you get shot at close range by Vol, and then you get charged by Vol.
Yeah.
And it's enough.
That's a good point. So, like, the Volgren here may not be absorbing melee charges, but they may be used to screen that 12-inch range to keep the sisters.
So this is tipping point. That is why the Vol squad looks like it's way out there.
Yeah.
They're not playing Crucible Battle. They're playing tipping point. So tipping point, if you want to hit the
is it not on the board yet?
Top down, tipping point looks like that.
Yeah.
And then you can see it outlined on Noah's side as well. So they're very much in his deployment zone.
Yeah, if you guys are ever curious about what the deployment is, you can just look at the bottom left corner of the non-top-down shots that will show it for you. Yeah, you know, in Longhorn, that's why this game is going to be so interesting to me, because these guys are going to be able to... It's going to be a game about playing around that negative space on the table, you know, like positioning yourself to take advantage of firing lanes and not give up your own firing lanes to your opponent.
Exactly. So the lanes we're going to be looking at here, and the lanes the players are going to try and control are going to, they're probably going to be about 3 big ones. There'll be one down here, one down here, and a very short, narrow one looking that way.
A, it does no damage, and B,
those longer ones should favor the guard shooting, and that short, narrow one is exactly where the sisters want to be.
Exactly. As you can see, Noah has put one Dorn so he can start seeing down this direction and really start controlling space.
Yeah.
I anticipate he'll put another Dorn somewhere around here.
Yep.
And then probably another Dorn somewhere either like here or here to poke through, or here so you can control these two.
Yeah, and you can see on the sister side, he's got 2 castigators ready to go through this gap and control this firing lane.
Exactly.
Moving, so.
If you're scared of getting shot, you're not going to be able to control a lot of space. So you have to be able to and willing to give those, you know, give units to shoot at to get units to shoot at.
Yeah. Big question: what do you put in 3 Dorn holes? Well, the Dorn holes are already been filled at this table.
Yes.
Wrong.
There's, I believe, a print you can do where you can fill in the bottom of your Dorns, and now they're holeless, and that is unfortunate.
Jesus. Really pretty sisters army, by the way. Unholy, that's right. I don't even want to think about what the degenerates on the internet are doing with 3D printers and stuff to fill in door holes.
Knockover models, isn't it? Okay, I should probably put them over there.
Oh.
Sorry. The cameras are going to hit them otherwise.
Thanks again so much for joining us this morning, guys. Really appreciate having you here. This is such an exciting event, and it's the first ever Champions Cup. I really do think that this event is going to keep growing from here. It's the energy in the room is great. People are so excited to be here, and honestly, I am too. It's such an awesome meeting of people from all over the North America getting to play together is exciting. So Derek, let me show you real quick. It's a good question. There's a space for them to move out. So you see this little space arrow, I'll zoom in for you. The Castigators should be able, remember, Sisters can advance and shoot in Bringers of Flame, and they have the Triumph of St. Catherine.
These guys yet to be
nearby that gives them +2 inches on their move.
And so +1 on their advance.
Yeah, so these Castigators move 26 inches or something, and then they can still shoot. So he's going to be able to drive up here, and then out here, and do a Tokyo drift, hit the NOS button, and then just power slide his way right into the middle here and have control over the shooting lane.
Yeah,
no
I believe Castigators can move up to 19 inches, and they can do so reliably too, which is buck wild, but that's a different matter. And then Immolators can move 21, and then spend a CP and kick, Dominions out with multi-guns and start shooting. So it's a hyper-mobile army. The army could realistically just be here turn 1 if that were a good idea. It is not, and so I don't expect Matt would go for it because he's just not getting enough resources for it. But the army is incredibly quick, and Noah has to be careful.
One of the things that's really scary about Sisters is that the Triumph of St. Catherine's +2 move aura synergizes so well with Bringers of Flame, right? It makes their threat ranges insane. It's most effective on turn 1 because you can see here, you put the Triumph in the middle, and you just have your whole army within 12 inches of that thing. And everying here is getting the +2 inch move buff and the +1 on it, so it's basically +3 inches.
Exactly, yeah.
And there's no real way to kill the Triumph of St. Catherine efficiently before it's already done enough damage, right? Before it's already given its whole army the turbo boost.
Absolutely not. No, it is incredibly tough to kill, just because it's 18 wounds while there's generally other stuff to shoot at.
18 wounds with a 4-up invuln. It's just really tough to deal with. What's up, Mario? Good morning.
My Dorn's
Good to see
outside
you.
of that.
Okay, so I have to move out line of sight if you don't want to shoot
Yeah,
me.
you want to shoot me. Obviously, you can shoot that. You'll have targets, but.
So I think we're good to deploy.
Alrighty.
Yeah, just like you said, Jack.
I do.
The second Rogaldorn is right here,
Okay.
ready to pounce on that other firing lane.
I'm not confident.
It looks like
No one-
this
two of them there,
Rogaldorn
actually.
can control this firing lane. This one can contribute here or go down and contribute up. And then this Rogaldorn can contribute down that firing lane or move down to triple down on this one.
Yeah, I like this positioning a lot from the guard.
Here's what I'm at.
Deployment looks great. Actually, from the sisters too.
I have 4 redeploys,
Yeah.
and then you can do yours, and then I'll do my other 3.
Sounds good.
And they have redeploys coming now.
Which?
Who's playing from Art of War? John Lennon is here playing for the SatCheck team this weekend, and I think that's the only Art of War. Kazra is here as well.
I'm actually going to...
Scari's here. We had him
Scari's
on...
here, that's right.
We had his team on camera round 1.
Yep. He's playing for Red Dragon from Canada.
So these guys have a scout move, 6?
Who's Kazra playing for?
So you're gonna...
Kazra's playing for Team Aegis.
Team Aegis,
Oh, we
okay.
have- we have-
okay. That's the Seattle guys.
Still be...
By the way, their armies are freaking
these guys
gorgeous.
look
All of their armies are so good. I don't know.
Honestly,
if they don't win Best Painted as a team, I'm going to be shocked because, my God.
He painted drool on my Mutalisks. Like they're actually not this one, the other one.
Oh, did he do like the UV resin with the? Oh, dude, that's
It's gross,
sick.
but in the best way.
That is
Look,
sick.
they're kissing.
This time is up.
They're kissing.
So I'm not worried about it.
I'm going to give this...
Sorry, I'm making my 2 commissioned Mutalith Vortex Beast kiss.
I think I saw that in an anime once.
I do not.
It's true, yeah, a lot of tentacles.
The only reason I like a clock is to pace.
We both have armies that take a lot of time.
So we make sure that we have enough time. So
I'm 100% on board with
we
that.
are going to finish the game, if we're going to finish the game and you run out of time, you can use my time. It's only if we're going to not be able to play out a turn because of time that the actual rules of the clock, whatever's fine.
You know what? Honestly, in my opinion, that's the way I usually like to play or see the clock played. Unless you're playing as someone who's really, really, really slow.
To exploit you, and you're not, going to change much based on me. Can't see me turn 1. Turn 1 is just going to be staging anyways. And so because of that,
okay, I'll get this started. By the way,
I guess I'll do.
I'm assuming you're doing tactical.
Yes.
Okay. So that's round 1. We go up to 1 CP. I'll just start that. You're going to technically go up to 2, so I'm just going to put you 2 to start.
Shit.
Oh, guard got first turn.
Well, just broke ahead. And I'm even leaving these guys here. I'll fix it when I scout them. Okay, yeah, we're going. Let's do it. First turn roll.
Oh, they haven't rolled yet.
I get it.
Good luck, have fun, my man.
3.
Oh,
6.
I'm going first.
Good luck, sir.
Good luck, man. Going first.
Okay, guard is going first. I called it. I'm a farseer.
I guess you get your scouts first.
I will go.
So he doesn't have a ton he can do here. He probably wants to try to pick up a kill on that immolator that he can kind of see down the flank. But going second is a pretty big advantage on this mission because anytime you start your turn, you know exactly how many kills you need to get kill and kill more, and that can be a huge advantage. And you also bottom a turn for turn 5 as well. So unless Noah can press the advantage of having first turn, which usually is advantageous for you on the board, right? You get to control more space than your opponent on turn 1. Unless he can press that advantage, he is going to start falling behind to the information advantage that Matt is going to have.
It's so hard too because sisters with their insane movement are such a good army at reacting to what their opponent does. Like they just have the mobility to get to where they need to get to be able to shoot at you no matter what you do. It's almost like Eldar in that respect. Like they can just react to you. So the sisters being able to see what the guard is doing and then react to that.
So I'm gonna help you out here.
It's a pretty big advantage.
Still a chance that I can get an angle there if I move up.
The advantage of going first is like Jack just said, you have to take the initiative. You can't play passive. As going first, you just can't.
Save over there.
Because you'll just lose at the end of the game if you do that. So I'm interested to see now where he decides to be aggressive.
Okay.
The sisters have a bunch of scout moves, which she's using to keep these immolators safe behind terrain. It looks like Noah really can't see them past this line or past this line, so they're going to be very safe there and ready to be used on future turns.
And they just scout. I put them up here. I just scout behind the wall.
Simulator's looking pretty baitish right now.
It is looking baitish, but he might want to take that just to get things going, right? He pokes a tank out, he moves another tank up, he shoots down, he kills it, or he doesn't, and then Matt jams a bunch of stuff up to kill that Dorn, and then maybe he gets charges going from Bolgren and gets another Dorn shooting and another Dorn shooting, and he might be able to get the game going.
And also, if he pops out a Dorn or two and kills an Immolator, he's going to get kill, and he's probably getting kill more because the Sisters aren't going to kill a Robo Dorn at range on turn 1, probably.
You don't get kill more on turn 1
oh, that's right,
anymore.
But well, then he's definitely
not giving it out. Yeah. But the other thing is, a Dorn can be very, very durable if he goes, he saves his CP on his turn, goes up to 3, and then goes smoke and -1 damage. All of a sudden, Sisters hate smoke, by the way. They do not like it at all. Because -1 to hit is just brutal. They don't have a way to guarantee that, because if you use your Fate dice on your, or Miracle dice on your hit roll, you can't use on your wound or damage, and those rolls are more important.
Put all the tokens, and when I'm done doing orders, I'm like, he's giving
me recover assets and sabotage for Noah here. You got to do an action in each of the 3 zones on the battlefield, your deployment zone, the center, and your opponent's deployment zone. And then sabotage is to do an action with a unit inside a building, and the unit has to be outside your deployment zone. You don't care where the building is, but the unit has to be in the building and outside your deployment zone.
This is not a bad secondary to draw on turn 1, because neither of them are going to be great going forward. He still has a ton of resources. Matt hasn't, left his deployment zone yet, so it's perfectly reasonable that these are actually a really good series of cards for turn 1. Later in the game, may be a lot weaker. Now is a good time to get them out of the way.
Well,
discarding a card won't give him any CP because he has Lord Solar. He's already gained his bonus CP. So not bad. Just start those up and
D6, but his strength.
And then pop out, maybe start some shooting.
Hey, what's up, Grimlock? Will I be at DreamHack? I will not. Jack will be at DreamHack, but I will not be there that weekend.
+1 save.
I'll be playing, but John will be commentating for DreamHack.
Nice.
Anytime.
And it stacks recover then.
It does.
Okay.
Notably, it cannot take my save from better than a 3-up. So it's only relevant on weak infantry.
Are they a 4-up base or 5-up?
5-up.
5-up. Okay.
Oh, they're
their usual guard.
We're the worst of the worst, baby. The worst of the worst.
Oh, battle round. I have to throw my thing. I'm going to do the. We're going to do 6
What's up, Wildfire? Good to see you.
For the movement.
Yeah,
and we're going to do.
Wait. Did he redeploy?
Reroll 1.
Did he put Kathy back into reserves? Where's Kathy?
Okay. So this mission gives you the ability to redeploy?
Yeah, I know, but I'm just shocked that he put.
No. She's here. She's right there.
Just for your reference, I'll put Fate dice on the board.
I can see her on the board right now. Just looking at them.
She was here, and being there, she's in aura range of all this. I guess she can just be moved up here and then be in aura range of all this.
My guess is he's going to want Catherine in about this position right here. Not shootable, but in very good aura range of a lot of his army. Things he'll want to be in, like 6-up Feel No Pain, really good on the tanks. Reroll 1s to wound, really good in shooting. Movement, obviously good. Double use Miracle Dice, very solid, especially if he wants to pass 2 saves and just keep a tank alive. Very good. All those auras are solid, and he'll have to make a turn-by-turn decision of what he wants to do.
Evan, thanks for $20, man. Coming back to the hobby the first time since 5th edition. Well, you picked a great time, man. The game is super fun right now. All the streams have helped me learn the game whilst I sit here paying my Ultimate Elder. Very cool, man. Thank you so much for the support.
With this rain,
I love hearing that stuff, man. I'm super jazzed you're getting back into the game.
Interesting.
And thanks for watching the stream. Has Sieg's been co-hosted at
I
tournament?
think I have.
Not to my knowledge.
Plan. That will work fine.
I think he popped on the stream for a little bit at BFS.
I will tell you all about it.
Nothing too crazy, and I think he hopped on stream at Crucible a little bit.
Orders.
Okay.
But
yeah, he's been on the stream a couple times.
Giving these guys +1 to hit.
Not for a whole weekend.
Solar's
no, not for a whole weekend.
+1 to hit. +1 to hit.
Cool.
The 24-inch range order from here to the infantry order is going to be to these guys for just +1 to their save.
Cool.
And then
Man, I love watching guard on the table. It's such a fun army to film.
I'm assuming your Scions are deep striking?
Yes, sir.
Anything else in reserve?
Nope.
Just the Scions?
Yep. Okay. There's 2 squads of Scions, but yes.
Right, the 5-man and the 10-man?
Correct.
Okay, Arson, thanks, man.
What? You're moving behind the wall? Who could have seen this coming?
Yeah, it's early morning. I'm
certainly not me.
trying not to blow up my vocal cords, but thanks for letting me know.
And they have they have a melted or flamers?
2 flamers.
Okay. Strength 4 AP dash, I'm assuming? Okay.
They could maybe kill Sisters, maybe. Okay, so they're going to do recover assets.
Okay.
And then I'm going to declare recover assets with Ursula Creed over there after I make sure she's not any world where she gets.
It feels like the guard are going to be advantaged in the action economy this game. Like he's got a bunch of like trashy units that he doesn't care about doing actions for him. Sisters have some of those too, I guess.
Sabotage here.
But
there's also the dynamic that each Dorn is kind of a fortress in and of itself, right? Each Dorn is a battleship that can single-handedly win a firefight.
Yeah.
But Sisters tanks aren't like that. They contribute. They're kind of like a wolf pack, and they bring down a target.
Sure.
You know, the first immolator shoots with a heavy bolter and fires the multi-melt to somewhere else, and that turns off your cover. And then a Cascade shoots you and does a little bit of damage, and gives you +1 AP. And then the next Cascade and the next Cascade are brutal and just like wipe you out. So if Noah can ever bring Matt below critical mass of being able to do that wolf pack like 4 tanks jump you and kill you, Matt could be in some serious trouble. And the start of that could be killing this immolator on turn 1.
It would be a nice start for him.
Disembark.
Willis says hard match to win for Sisters. Yeah.
Yep.
27 inches for the Meltas.
Sounds good.
Both armies are kind of trying to do the same thing, except Sisters get to cheat.
33 for the
I don't know.
Legally. We're not allowed to stop them. Yeah. What is this?
I'm also.
If you're talking about the immolator, that is a little different. That's going to be 9 inches, so that's going to be 12 plus 3 is 15 plus 6 is 21 plus 9. That's 30 inches for the immolator.
30 inches?
For the melter from the immolator. Yep.
I will be.
Dorns have a billion guns, and they're all hilariously named.
What I'm trying to do.
If you ever want to get a good chuckle, just read the names of the guns on a Rogal Dorn.
If you
he'll scoot up.
If you want to be sad, by the way, you want to know that Matt isn't talking about the range on his multi-melts. He's talking about melter range.
Yeah.
Melter range is 30 inches. Because he can go 21 and then shoot you at 9.
Yeah, that's okay.
Isn't one of the guns on the Rogal Dorn called the Oppressor Cannon?
It is. And it's not called the Oppress Him Cannon, so it's good in this match.
Get out of here.
Oh my god. Okay, that was funny.
What's the range on his gun? What's the range on his gun? The flame or whatever?
So, were you just waiting all game to bust that one out? Or
no, that just popped in.
Look at that.
A bunch of range.
That's why we pay Jack the big bucks,
As long as it hits, can do the strip cover. Okay.
That's the goal.
Cool.
So we'll get the angle kind of the middle.
It's noticeably quieter in the room this morning, guys. I think everyone in here is feeling it from yesterday a little bit right now.
Yeah, they're through the first 2 rounds. They're locked in. They're ready. They know what they're working for, and they're ready to go.
Oh, Vol was in the middle and went back. Thank you, Jeff. That's smart, actually, from the Sisters. I didn't realize that was Vol up there.
Yeah, I don't have to worry about trying to.
Like, if you get to go first and Vol's standing here, then fucking send it, right?
Yeah.
But then if you're
over here,
actually, when do you decide what to put back into reserves? It's after deployment, not before first.
It is after deployment, so you don't know who's going first.
Yeah.
But the advantage here is that if Vol is here, you know the guard player is very nervous about deploying anywhere in this zone. So you can really let them have to deploy back because they're risk averse, and then just go.
Yeah.
Just redeploy back.
Okay, these guards.
Warhammer, what's up, man? Good to see you.
I'll advance them. They're not doing anything important. 2.
Yeah, that's what I meant, Willow.
8 inches allows them to
8 hours of Warhammer plus socializing. Let's put it that way.
That with 8, they can all fit over here.
Does every team have a Sisters Army? Yes, Westy. I mean, those teams that are at this point undefeated are going to have a Sisters Army. They're the best army in the game
18.
right now.
They are. They're my pick for best army in the game.
Shit.
And unlike one of the other best singles armies in the game, Dark Angel Gladius, it doesn't, you're not competing with multiple different types of Sisters.
Yeah.
Dark Angel Gladius can compete with a bunch of Marine builds that are very specialized. Right. For example, you see here a Vanguard that Ben Neal has some kind of plan with, and he's an incredible player, so he's got something tuned and dialed in.
I think it's a little, he's got some kind of thing cooking over there because he didn't want to be on stream, and he gave me some BS excuse about having a cough.
No world where she.
And I was like, yeah, you probably just don't want people to see what your list is doing.
Whatever the, 36, she moved back.
I mean,
which is fair game. I mean,
yeah, it's possible.
What about if I'm like?
I also think it's possible. People just might not want to,
Yeah, I know. It's fine. I'm just giving bit.
36 for me right now is here.
I really like having been on stream.
Look at my time measure here. There's no way you can.
Listen, if I hadn't completely eroded my sense of self by being on camera for 3 years,
so she'll do the action.
I wouldn't want to be on camera either.
I wouldn't either, to be honest with you. I'm with you. I say that all the time. If some asshole walked up to me and it's like, hey, you want to play on camera this round? I'd be like, nope.
No, I'm good, actually.
I'm good.
Armor contempt stratagem.
So it's extra, everything that shoots me now is +1 AP?
+1 AP, correct.
I've always liked having Sisters on the stream, really.
Armor contempt back?
Armor contempt.
Oh, I should probably
You got it. You and I.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, so 5 mortar shots.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Okay, blue dice. Good start, good start. 5s or 6s?
Yeah!
Oh!
All right, I'm
3s, baby.
Oh, yeah.
All you got to do is complain.
Remember when I said the mortar don't do anything? Wrong.
You lied to me.
So he's setting up the Wombo combo. The Wombo combo is overlapping fields of fire off a mortar.
Yeah.
Sure.
And that's now +1 AP.
Yep.
And then that's a terrible plus, but we're going to work with it. And then
It's not as bad as that 8 earlier.
No, it's not. Then the Exterminator is going to shoot, and that's going to be +2.
Hits.
And then when the Oppressor Cannon shoots, it's going to be AP4.
Yeah.
And that is the point where, you know, even with cover, you're going to be taking your 6-up armor, 6-up invuln, and probably just going to die.
Money, money, money. All right, so yeah, no cover.
Yeah, there's going to be finals on Sunday, Mario.
AP, just no cover right now.
Oh, and no cover also off of the what, the Hellhound like heavy bolter or something?
Everything.
So the Exterminator's +1 AP, the Hellhound ignores cover, the Hellhound must have a heavy bolter and just fires yard.
3 shots in the stubber. I don't get the rapid fire for anything. Okay. Let's do the, I don't know, the main gun first, just for the hell of it. 4 shots.
It's going to be such a fun game to film.
Those are 2 lethals, yeah. All my
Hellhound, heavy bolters. Thanks,
all of my
Squadrons are lethal.
Holy shit!
And monsters.
Warhammer Wallace with $500.
These are now AP 1 ignore cover.
Wallace, good to hear from you, man.
Holy crap, dude.
It's been too long.
Back down to 1.
Thank you so much.
Mr. O'Donnell.
Damn, man. Basically pay for my flight down here. That's incredible. Thank you so much, Wallace.
All right, I'm feeling like stubber, so let's do stubber.
Okay.
1 lethal, and that's it.
That's incredible, man. Thank you so much.
Or 3
Listen, Wallace is an amazing player to play against, and I'm sad I haven't gotten the opportunity more.
4 shots.
Wallace
I've only played him
is
twice.
making that card game money these days, you know.
You're retired?
Lethals.
What?
Yeah.
Now
from
5,
Warhammer.
maybe.
Nobody retires from Warhammer.
He's selling cardboard to teenagers now. That's how he can afford a $500 super chat.
Fair enough.
Love it. Every time, baby.
Oh, is it like you get to roll 2 dice?
Thanks so much, man.
Yeah, there's 2 different guns overcharging, so I have to roll hazardous for each one.
Oh, he took plasma cannon
I did,
spawns.
so I took 3.
Oh, I thought you said you were good.
No,
Okay.
no.
I'm on the same page. Sorry, I misheard you.
It's all good. All right, let's do the last cannon.
Big dick energy.
All right, so now this is
AP high.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna roll it. We'll see. Nope. Goes through. How much?
Money, money, money. Fate dice. No. 4 damage.
3. Down to
Colton, thanks for the $20, man. You guys
Boy,
are incredible. Thanks for
I'm
all the
about to
support.
buddy your brain.
Appreciate that very much. Go Trolls, indeed.
You can see the amazing damage output the guard have. The Exterminator is a setup tank, right? It shoots, does some damage, and sets up the other tanks to do really good damage. Well, it almost killed the Immolator right now. In fact, it might still do it.
It's going to be the stubber shots. You're at 1 wound. Dude, we're shooting the stubbers first.
You don't have a big gun?
So the only things in range, the big gun, the 2-shotgun here, and then the stubbers. But
Why are you shooting the stubbers first? Just because it's funny?
Because they're 1 damage. And
Just because it's funny, yeah.
Hits, AP1 ignore cover.
It'll do psychological damage here if he kills it with the stubbers.
Also, they are ignore cover AP2 right now.
I think it's way cooler when the stubbers kill the tank than the big.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh yeah, baby.
There's 1 auto wound.
I think a lot of players look at the Meltaguns on the tank and think that's what I'm going to take. But the Dorns with the heavy stubbers are nasty. There's 3 of them, and rapid fire range is 18 shots.
Yeah! Yeah!
Not the stubber.
I have thwarted your plans.
Big gun. 5 shots.
It's like D.
Sorry, I should have said. D6 shots plus 3 blast. So, what's the 2 rolling 2 5 shots? 3s, strength 12. These are 4. These are now AP3 ignore cover.
I don't think I live.
I think you're gonna take 9 damage.
I think I might die.
Oh, maybe he didn't overlapping fields.
Do you have anything else I can shoot?
He just shot the mortar. It is 4 points, and that is an ignores cover piece with a multi-melted just dead.
No, he spent a command.
And then I will pass it over to you.
Okay, so he should be AP4 there, but whatever.
I guess I'm just gonna.
I guess
take
it's
here.
points.
I just do it by myself. Okay, so I killed 1.
Yep.
Wait, which is still a thing on Purge, right? There's just kill more.
Yeah.
It's
round
kill
1?
more. It's kill and kill more, I think.
Yep, but I think on round 1 there's no kill more.
There's no kill more on round 1. That's correct.
Yes, that's the only exception. Okay, so I got 4.
Reading the card explains the card.
Yeah, well, sometimes. It is Games Workshop.
Fair. I mean, listen, you can't really say that for Burden of Trust, so whatever.
Yeah. During the shooting phase, Whilst one army will shoot its guns,
Miracle dice?
once you have selected the gun with which to shoot,
You get one every turn,
Miracle
right?
dice, yes. So
but not during the charge phase, thou shalt
and then one for
roll thine dice,
Money.
and then use, please excuse my dear Aunt Sally, to determine the order of
You guys
operations.
are cursed. All I'm seeing is 6s.
and then
So the other part of this that's really nice for Noah is that this unit right here is just stuck back there, right? It doesn't get to drive up, then get out in Melta range and cause all kinds of problems.
I mean, that's half a Dominion squad, right? So he probably, I think, if I'm not mistaken, half the Dominion squads have the guns and the other half doesn't, or do they all have the guns?
and you're up to
half of them have the guns, half of them don't.
Yeah.
Generally, the ones that start in the transports will have the guns, but let me see how many he has.
I'm saying, like, I don't think you'd put the ones with the guns in the emulator that's sitting out in the open, right? Like, if you have an option not to. But maybe.
One more time.
Because he has 2 units of Dominions.
Only 2.
Yeah.
Okay, so,
No.
and that unit, that transport didn't scout.
Yeah.
So it is very likely that's actually not Dominions.
What's up?
Does he have like Battle Sisters or
I have another one in the command squad.
No.
novitiates? I think those are novitiates.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah. So they're not Melta guns, but they are units that want to do things, and they're back there now.
Turn Widdershins
Jordan,
and
like,
spit
11?
in a southward
12.
direction.
12.
Yeah.
So pretty good. 10, 11, 12.
Listen, armor facing was super thematic and also really annoying.
toughness armor.
Oh no, I think this is your side armor. Dude, it's clearly your
Oh,
front
God,
armor.
There's so many little micro arguments in the
11
game of
wins,
40K
2
back then. It was,
2 upset.
I really do think Games Workshop deserves a lot of credit for removing a lot of that social
He's got a
friction
3D6
from the game
for
that's
Overwatch.
made the competitive play environment a more fun place.
Yes, for
Because
sure.
you used to have to have little arguments all the time because you had to stick up for yourself, right? So you had to say, like, no, I think this guy's under the blast template, or no, I think that
Boy,
that scatter dice
I'm
is
about to
pointing
buddy
slightly
your
in this
brain.
direction, or, you know, I'm in this armor facing, or I think this model is the closest model to my unit, so it's going to have to take the wounds first, or, you know, blah, 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 blah.
Scatter dice were the single most awesome and awful part of that. Like, nobody got it right, ever.
Francesco, thanks for the $5. When do we think Data Slate's coming? Do you foresee buff changes and studies? Thanks for the support, and it's a great question. I would like to keep our questions on topic to the game here as much. I know having Jack here is like an awesome resource and opportunity to ask him questions and stuff.
Absolutely.
Luckily, he's got an entire like company that's dedicated to him doing that kind of thing. There you go. You can check him out on Art of War. So we all think that the Data Slate, or the points at least, are coming very soon.
I wouldn't. If they stick to their schedule that they've set, I would anticipate that.
Yeah.
But, you know, who knows? Anything could happen.
Yeah.
Hope Custodies get a buff. I'd really like that. But if you want to get all the information on the data slate when it eventually does drop, you want to head over to the warroom.vhx.tv. There's a free 3-day trial, and you can check out all of our content, all of our videos. We do a lot of different series teaching you how to become a better player. I know Nick has an analysis series about every single mission. I have a theory series where I go over elements of theory like lines of sight down the board, that sort of thing, and how to control them. If you want to check any of that out, you want to go to the warroom.vhx.tv, and there's a free 3-day trial there.
Yeah, I'll be honest, like when a data slate comes out, the podcast that I go to figure out what happened in the data slate is the Art of War one. That's the one I listen to when I'm driving my RV to the next tournament. It's a great resource. But this is not the Art of War stream. We're trying to cover a tournament right now, so I hope you understand. But still, thank you so much for the support, man. All right, let's see. Good turn one for the guard.
Yeah, Noah has definitely put the onus on Matt to do something here.
Dude, 10 points on turn one is fucking great. I mean,
yeah. Both recover assets and sabotage complete at the end of their opponent's turn.
Yeah.
But what has likely happened is Matt has just said, yeah, I can't access
Yeah.
those units this turn.
Yeah.
You can go ahead and put those points in.
Yeah, so nothing dead on the guard side. He did kill that one immolator from downtown. So yeah, we'll see how the sisters respond here. The only thing I worry about a little bit for the guard here is that he didn't really grab any board control, and he is he's in the first player seat. No, I take it back. He's got a good position with these Volgrins here in the middle. He's got a nice little unit up here on the subject. So he did grab some board control without it exposing too much.
If Matt is not careful, those Volgrin will charge in, tie up a bunch of stuff, kill a bunch of stuff, and really open up the ability of the Dorns to move forward and start getting really good firing targets. So Matt has to be very careful here how he navigates
That's the
board.
question.
because he cannot hit those Bulgren without wildly overexposing his army.
Like a damage once per game.
Yes, sir.
All right, guys, just, let's real quick. We can go over, and some stuff has started happening in the other games. We'll do some more updates as the round develops. If you're new to this interface, you can see in the middle there, that shows us what battle round we're in. So in the Demons Grey Knights game, we're already finished with the top of turn 2. And you can also see that the Grey Knights went first in that game because their red triangle is on top. So as these games develop, you'll be able to see who went first, who went second, and where in the battle round we are. Grey Knights scored their top of turn already. Demons look like they haven't scored theirs yet. That one's still pretty close. The only one that's kind of showing some gaps already is the Tyranids Necrons game. Looks like Sam Pope had a good first and second turn
and
already. Getting 24 points is pretty good in the first 2 turns. So
the move and the
Necrons, of course, still have to score their bottom of turn, but
you said
that one's starting to look pretty good for the Tyranids, possibly.
We'll see what Scott can do there. He's definitely a competent player, and he knows he needs to get the points.
Necrons went second as well, and they're playing Hyper Crypt, so but it's only a hold one, hold more mission, so that's not necessarily a huge deal.
I suspect some of these turn counters, especially like that one, are not accurate.
Yeah.
Maybe he got 9 secondary on turn 1. Who knows?
Yeah. Sometimes the players don't go around and update that stuff because they got a game of 40K to play. But oh yeah, sure. You know, just a quick cruise around, get us some updates, but that's what that is. Yes, the Trollin team has Ultramarines Vanguard, yes, being played by Ben Neal this weekend. Kilmore does not count, that is true. Not anymore. Not on the first turn, anyway. What did Sisters get here for their secondaries, by the way? No prisoners in assassination. Oof, yikes, that is not good. Those are not good secondaries to get.
Vortex each hitting on 3s?
Correct. I can make him hit on 2s if I give him an order.
At least Sisters can gain a resource from discarding secondaries, unlike the Guard.
That's all I got.
Guard is already getting an extra command point every turn from Lord Solar. So discarding cards for the Guard is just a straight up pain. Whereas for Sisters, they're generating CP for it at least. Let me check for you, Tim. So Tim, that is the second game here. Brian and Charlie, is that the one you were asking about? Okay. Looks like it's pretty early days still. Top of 1, bottom of 1-ish.
Can you get a character?
Lilithar, I think this is Frontline Gaming's. I don't recognize it either, but I think it's their new WTC style terrain. If I'm not mistaken. It's really cool. I love the color scheme. They have a mat that matches it really nicely as well. Hey, Twisted Nerves. What's up, man?
God damn it.
This is a tough spot for the Sisters. If he goes for that middle objective, the Bulgren are there to punish him for it, and not just the Bulgren, but look at the Rogel Dorns are kind of, you know, prepped to come out and force and contest the middle hard next turn if he wants to. It's a scary spot to be in for the Sisters.
This is the only one that allows you to ignore cover in the army, right?
Correct.
Okay. Well, let's start by moving these guys up.
Touching the point behind the wall.
What's that?
Touching the point behind the wall.
Yeah, they're all on the point.
Already.
But over an inch away from wall for what's worth.
Yes, sir.
Just do your secondaries and go next. Yeah.
Move advance.
I killed the tank, so
Solar sick.
Happy about that.
1-inch, baby. Woo!
Now he has to do all the thinking. I can sit here. Is he gonna go for it or not? I don't know.
What's in the SM Vanguard list? I'm not 100% sure.
Looks like he's going for it.
You can check all the lists in BCP if you have a subscription there. But
my question is, okay, yeah, you got plenty of space to make room for another one?
I know not everyone has a subscription to BCP, but it's a great resource, and I just don't want to get in the habit of answering everyone's who's playing what in their list questions, because that can that stream will very quickly degenerate into just me talking about everyone else's lists. Bjorn, I hope you take that the right way, man. I'm not trying to blow you off or whatever. Just trying to keep the stream focused. What's up, man? Welcome back.
So far, a lot of the games, nothing's going crazy. Basically everyone is happy with how the game's going. Things are still starting to develop. I know that Ben Neal into James Kelling, the Ultramarines Vanguard into the Eldar. I've been told that is going to be a staring contest. So that game looks like it's probably going to be pretty close, as neither player is incentivized to be aggressive towards the other. Maybe as games develop, that might change, and someone has to go for it in that game. So we'll keep track of that. The AdMech into the Thousand Suns, I've been informed that the first Doom Bolt did 8 mortal wounds and required no follow-up Doom Bolt. So we're gonna keep track there. Although I believe that is going to lose him a sorcerer. So we'll see how that goes going forward.
I'm going to swing around the world in order here, so I don't know if you have updates from these other games.
Right there.
Tyranids and Hypercrypt Necrons. Again, Sam jumped out to a pretty early lead here. It looks like he's got a nice position. I bet the Norn is sitting on its nest in the middle of the table there, which is...
We've got one Norn there and one Norn here, and I would expect that they each declared those objectives. This is the matchup I think is going to go really well for Yall Trollin. I think this one is going to be big plus because I just don't see the Hypercrypt dislodging either of these Norns, and they're certainly not out-seeing them, and that is a lot of points that are coming in.
Yeah, and again, the Hypercrypt don't have the big end-of-game scoring bump they can get on missions like Lynchpin we saw yesterday, for example, right? So
exactly, he might be able to go for a secret mission and compensate for some of this, and kill more to compensate for losing hold more. So maybe he can work in that avenue. That would be interesting.
Yeah, Hagen says, have a hard time playing Warhammer and getting games in anymore. Yeah, man, that's just part of getting older and being an adult. I've been there. That's one reason why people love tournaments so much, is because it might be hard to get a weekly game in, but you do a tournament a couple times a year and you get to play 6 games of Warhammer in 2 days.
Oh, advanced. Yeah. Makes sense.
There's the AdMech Thousand Suns game.
They're going to be behind the wall. I'll get them.
There's a sorcerer that's pushed up around this area, and he did a big Doom Bolt, and then dies.
Okay, so
that'll be a good avenue for Matt going into this game.
That's 16. Was that the move that? What was when we take out here? What was?
Sorry guys, we're having technical problems. Okay. Good.
The lines, but this game is a little too early to call, and we'll check in more as things go wild with the Thousand Suns.
That sounds good.
Makes sense?
Thousand Suns and CSM Cultists.
Looks like the Thousand Suns are pushing up, but they're definitely going to be careful of a whole bunch of the scariest cultists in the game stacked up behind these walls. So they have to be careful, or they could just, lose 2 mutalisks here and 1 mutalisk here and just have a million cultists all over them. So that's something they have to be very cognizant of as they move up the board.
Swinging around to the Necrons and Million Templars bodies game. This is going to be tough for the Crons, I think.
I think I said the phrase, "That's a lot of dudes," like 5 times as I circled that table, because it's a lot of dudes. Can we zoom in on the Helbrecht on the left side? He wanted to get me to look at it. He did it in 2 hours, and it looks very nice.
Damn you, Olivier Weiss, for unleashing this list on the world. It's the worst thing to come out of France since insert some joke about France here. Ooh, it looks really nice, actually.
Yeah.
2 hours?
2 hours. I was very jealous.
Fuck this guy.
Right?
All right. Swinging around here.
You shouldn't be able to be good at painting and playing.
Yeah,
that's not fair. That's coming too close.
These guys,
I agree. At least put your shoulder pads on the wrong shoulders or something.
So I talked to John about that actually, and he did it on purpose.
Oh, well, okay.
Because otherwise the chapter logo would be backwards on the other shoulder.
You know what? I had that same problem with my Space Wolves.
And it would be an inverted color scheme instead of the blue on white. It would be white on blue. It does not look good. So. Yeah. And because the symbol would be, a bird facing backwards or a wing facing backwards, he wasn't a fan of that. And so his chapter just does it that way. The chapter logo always on the right, no matter what.
Yeah. Okay. Makes sense. I think these guys are actually
because this one wasn't there when they started that move, right?
Oh, I'm gonna move it here out of the way.
All right, guys. So that's we'll get more updates on these games probably in the 3rd-ish battle round as they develop more. But let's focus back on our chess match here. Jared, thanks for the $20.
I'm about to butter your brain.
Thanks, dude. It's
here.
It's an expensive time when I'm traveling like this because I can't just eat turkey sandwiches and yogurt for breakfast. So I really appreciate the support. I've already spent more on coffee this weekend than I do in 6 months.
Move in advance.
In my normal RV life.
They're gonna go. So. That is going to be plus
Thanks,
3
dude.
is going to be 13-inch. No.
I usually just go to Costco and buy the giant container of Nescafe instant coffee.
Love it.
That lasts me about 3 months.
This is
I'm
regular ass naked squad.
Willow, that would be great. That sounds like a lot of work.
Weird. What would I? Why would you do that?
I'm also not 100% sure if I'm.
I need to keep this in mind. Reactive move, Dominion, Dominion. No reactive move, no reactive
No
move.
reactive move.
Okay.
You got it.
I'm not sure how I feel about the idea of taking all the information from behind BCP's paywall and giving it to people without their permission or whatever. I think it's okay for like one game that I'm streaming. But
Oh, okay. I thought you were with some other team. I was like, okay.
as someone who tries to make a living from asking people to pay them for Warhammer content, it's kind of hard. It's a little hypocritical for me to say I'm just going to take everything from BCP
How
and
many
give
of
it
the
to people
matchups
for free.
went first? Like, that's yeah. I think that's pretty important.
Sorry, what were you going to say, Jack? Before I got to get off my high horse now and my moral,
Because I think in this mission going second.
So
it's just
Matt is attempting to kill something of Noah's without opening up too much.
No, I'm just moving.
So if we look at the top down, he's setting up a little run here at this.
I'm just kind of
at that Hellhound
and
to try to pick it
piece
up.
too, by the way. That's the one that ignores cover, that takes away cover for the army.
And then,
so.
The thing I worry about is he's looking to probably start hitting that threshold of losing too many tanks fairly quickly. If this Dorn moves in here, this Dorn, moves down here, up here, all of a sudden all 3 Dorns are going to fire, and then this tank, and I think even that tank are going to go down.
6.
And, or at least get seriously injured, and that could make life very tough for Matt. So we have to see how he threads the needle here and what kind of damage he can do while staying safe. It is always possible that the long-range multi-melt is here, can pick off the wounded exterminator that overcharged one of its plasma cannons, and Oopsie Daisy took 3 mortals. Could just die to an Immolator long-range firing a Hunter Killer and a Twin-Link multi-melta. Something to be wary of here is that the Sisters Hunter Killers are not the same as other Hunter Killers. With all the buffs, they can get up to AP4 ignores cover, and then you just don't get a save a lot of the time.
They hit on 2s, then you can auto wound them with a miracle dice, or you can save it for the flat 6 damage with them.
Exactly. So a volley of Hunter Killers can very often just be a tank dead.
Because you don't start with
Demons got paired into Grey Knights.
You can't move into it.
Yeah, so if I moved it first, that would have been smarter, but I didn't do that.
It's a cool matchup, but
it's
a potential for a game that's very stalematey, with neither player wanting to expose much if they're playing for a draw, which
basically
in our estimation that's what they were going for.
Yeah, you got it.
Screening.
We'll see. It does look like that game is going to be interesting as well, the Demons on Grey Knights. But a lot of stuff is about to start happening here in this game.
Moved. That leaves the XS2 is going to be right there.
So all the lists for everyone at the event are available in BCP, but you have to have a subscription to see
that.
Unless you're playing at the event.
Turning it.
And the link is in the description.
Okay, you're on.
If you want to see the list for anything that we're playing on the stream here, then you just type this command in.
Let's try it. We'll start with the obvious, which is going to be the Immolator. It's going to go into your Immolator.
Okay, real quick.
Yes.
So declaring Hunter Killer missile.
I am going to. Yeah, I'll blow the Hunter Killer.
Man, I am so impressed with Noah's play
So
so
we have
far.
Heavy Bolter, Multi-Melta, Hunter Killer Missile coming here.
Yep.
And other things that just have the even.
Noah's playing with a level of cleanliness that I typically only see from like WTC team members from different countries.
QCP.
I'm impressed.
Yeah, I'm very happy with both players this game. I think it's great.
AP3 D6 damage.
And that AP3, you can strip my cover, and then the indirect penalty goes away. Like you'll be AP3 ignore cover.
Well, I'll hit on 4s.
You'll hit on 4s for sure, but
it'll AP3
be saving on 5s. And
ignore
then
cover.
this guy can make
that guy can add extra
AP4. AP4, yeah, I mean, make me save on 6s.
You know, Scott, it turns out that if you have a great practice partner who like grew up in the same house as you, then that's probably an advantage, right?
Okay, sure. I'll double check that. Now you
I'm not sure if they played Warhammer against each other growing up, but
I think Matt Mann wanted to get a little bit more kind of greedy here and attempt to go for the kill on the Exterminator. He has indirect and he has Hunter Killers and things like that, and the Exterminator is low. It's not crazy that he can peel both the Exterminator and the Hellhound this turn and leave the Dorns unsupported.
That would basically make the Dorns AP2 less than they are, right? Like going from AP4 to AP2, basically, right? Because they would go from.
I don't ever do that.
And Bringers of Flame have Armor of Contempt, which can further reduce the AP coming in. So I think maybe getting a little greedier, maybe poking this out a little bit more, getting some Hunter Killers downrange, a Twin Multi-Melta in there, and then potentially finishing off with the Exorcist.
But
Yeah, what
I'm just going
this
to do
position for
less
this
investment
caskader
on the pop
feels
smoke.
weird because
You pop smoke?
he's gonna get shots here basically.
Cover doesn't matter, but making you.
But
you know,
he's already getting shots there with
Here's
this,
the 4s for the
and
Melta.
he's giving up this caskader to this Rogel Dorn. I don't know.
I think he's just trying to narrow the line of sight of what can see back, but it'll still be up to 2 Dorns, which is enough for most.
Love it. AP4.
But not going to cover yet.
Emperor protects, baby.
You got it.
No.
I'll just spend a 6.
Love it. Make it an 8er.
Yep, you got it.
Down to 3.
Hunter Killer.
Interesting spending his 6 off the Triumph
not
here.
yet.
I'm pretty sure this Hellhound is dead. I don't know if it needs the 6 on the Miracle Dice to kill it.
I mean, your sisters and you had the Triumph in your army, you have enough 6s.
Not early, right? This is turn 1.
Yeah, that's true.
You love it. What's happening here?
If you guys don't know, the Triumph of St. Catherine gives you a flat 6 Miracle Dice every turn, every one of your turns.
Which one is it, by the way? Is it the battle cannon?
It's the Twin Link.
Twin Link? Okay.
Yeah. All of them are Twin Link guns.
Sounds good, man.
Also, you have Morven Vol, who's great at
the big gun here first.
being a Miracle Die recycler. So if the tech is you spend a Miracle Die on Morven,
Actually, it's a good point.
and if she kills something, she gets you a Miracle Dice back. So what you do is you put your trash Miracle Dice into her, and then you basically get a chance to re-roll them every turn.
And there's plenty of units that have cherubs, which can recycle a bad one. Oftentimes, you know, a unit that's going to die anyway is going to burn a 1, auto fail a save, and then oops, I got a 6. Look at that.
Yeah.
This guy explodes for D6.
Ew.
You don't even have to spend the Miracle Die to get the die pack. That's
She spends the die to go Super Saiyan, and that usually helps you. To get a die
it
back.
kind of guarantees that you'll get the die back. Right.
From the command squad.
He did explode.
No.
The Hellhound exploded. Ouch.
I don't think
there. So you can
yeah, I think the Hellhound would have died almost no matter what Matt rolled on the Multi-Melta. So I feel like he might have been better served here just saving the 6 and using that for an Exorcist, dropping flat 6 damage into something.
And then the tank that already has damage on him.
Does he count up?
Triple ones on the tanks. All right. Well.
Yeah, he's counting
and
up.
Volgren. Yeah, let's get everybody. 6 up, feeling no pain?
No, chat. Sometimes people just show their ass when they get on stream. There's nothing I can do about it.
All right, and then this bad boy's gone.
Let's just let's stop thinking about the horrible depravity of wound cutting up and look at this awesome conversion for his Lord Solar.
Other guns are lost, obviously.
That is sick.
They have a 4-pin.
A little palate cleanser for the disgusting action we just saw on the stream. That's very cool.
Listen, I understand why he doesn't want to put 665 on each of his Dorns, but also honor demands that he does.
Yes, I agree.
And you have cover. You have
or at least buy some little wound dials. You know, like you're running fucking Rogel Dorns. You should have little wound dials.
It's not that hard. Are you counting up? He's also counting down on the Volgren.
Maybe what he's doing is he's counting up until he gets to halfway on the Dorns and then counting back down again.
I've never been so disgusted in my life.
6. So 3's rerolling 1s. Doesn't.
Bullfrog, this is Yall Trollin, which is an amalgamation of Yall Hammer and Denver Mountain Trolls.
So I do a minimum of 3.
And the Advanced Warfare crew, which is a mixture of Frozen North and some other guys from the kind of northern Midwest area of the country.
Yay, battle shock test. Not that it really matters. It makes me feel better though.
Take that.
Yeah, they don't give a shit. And that's my turn.
Get some points.
Okay, so that is his whole turn there. I really do feel like he could have gone after this Exterminator and left himself in a really good spot there.
I am going to...
That would have required maybe poking some Hunter Killers out here, firing being the indirect in range to shoot, and maybe firing the twin multi-melta down this way instead. Really dividing his guns, then using the flat 6 damage to guarantee it goes down.
Yeah, and if you put enough stuff out, like he's not going to kill everything that pokes out. What I don't like about this position is that he's exposing a couple things.
How do I?
And he didn't get a ton of value out of it.
Gotcha. Yeah, the thing told us definitely to do. All right.
Okay,
you're just
screwing
that
with the scoreboard over there.
Nothing
Listen,
to do.
all Noah really needs to do is pick up this immolator and this cascader, which he is very well equipped to do, and then jam these Volgren forward. And all of a sudden, Matt has half the tanks he started with and can't converge fires effectively and can't bring down the Rogel Dorns as well and has to rely on Morven Vol. Now, Morven Vol is a nasty unit and can rapid ingress this turn.
I was going to say, in my experience watching these Sisters games, a lot of the Sisters games feel really fair and close until Morven Vol shows up. And then she just...
Think I can make it so I can't get Overwatch?
She's such a powerful piece. that she can just turn a game on its head all by herself. So you got to be real careful about that.
If Noah leaves a spot for Vol to come in, hit a tank, charge something, it's going to be a flank getting rolled up real fast. So if he can keep on top of that, no problem, all good. But if he makes a mistake, leaves a more of a Vol-sized hole, all of a sudden life gets painful very quickly. So he has to be careful.
What's up, Sangermore? Good to see you, man.
Puts me to here.
Just a quick update on the other games, guys. Looking like Dakota's Templars jumping out to an early lead.
Inside of 15 inches.
Not a surprise. The Necrons and the Tyranids game down there with Sam Pope and Scott have closed the gap in the scoring.
Intriguing.
And Eldar jumping ahead of the Vanguard Space Marines a bit.
Did you take the wounds?
My guess is they've scored their top of turn primary and on turn 3.
Phase, though, they regen D3 guys. That's the Death Corps.
So,
so I'll take 3 guys down.
Yep.
Let's see.
I get another 6 because.
So homers and engage here for the guard. He's got to do an action either in the middle or in his opponent's deployment zone and engage. Honestly, having engage and homers both drawn here might incentivize me to drop my scions in my opponent's backfield.
Time to
with a deep strike.
If he has space to get back there, I think you 100% do.
Screening all game.
It's a grand total of like 6 points for that one unit. It's pretty worth it.
And then you get to recycle him anyway, bring him back to life so you don't lose anything. He looks like he's pretty screened, though.
Yeah, Noah's in a really solid position right here. We'll see what Matt can do. And how Noah wants to try and, force the point and not open himself up for fall.
Yeah, they're brothers, Singapore. They are.
No, they're both popes.
They're actually popes. Like
yes.
Yeah.
Like there's 3, Pope Benedict or whatever. I'm not up on my popes.
Yeah, there was a schism. They split the.
Listen, I know 2 of the 3 popes, and that's all that I need.
I would love it if they just showed up to a tournament wearing the Pope hats one day, have a little orb in one hand and their arm up with the other. Start blessing people at the tables.
Doing I'm going to baptize my opponent.
Yeah. In their own Pope mobiles,
That's the Dorn, man.
I feel like a little Pope mobile would be a pretty cool proxy for the Triumph of St. Catherine, right? Just put a sister inside like a little tiny Pope mobile on the base instead of the. It'd be fun. All right, he's measuring out a possible spot for some scions back there.
Doing math?
Doing math. I know that on average the Castigator does not kill these guys, for sure, but how much of an upswing, is it an easy upswing or a hard upswing? I mean, you got 8 shots, needing 6s on the main gun, you get 1. You want American Dice for 2, whatever. Those maybe kill 2 guys, I get cover. Then the main gun, or the heavy bolters, 9 shots, you're gonna get 1.5, make it 3 shots with sustain, 3 shots wounding, you'll get 2 through, I get a save. It's so skewed.
He's worried about
Noah,
that Overwatch.
And then
Noah is correct. It shouldn't kill him, but 9 heavy bolter shots with sustained hits and miracle dice is definitely scary. And then 8 more shots off the main gun. It's not inconceivable he loses the unit. It's definitely something to be concerned about.
And that allows me to potentially do the screen better. Then the only other thing I have to screen for.
Oh my God, Timothy! Yes, I am going to Rise. I would love that so much.
Okay.
I am also going to Rise.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
That's cool.
We got a team together.
Nice. Yeah, there's a team event happening on the Friday before, right? I love the venue because it's at this college in an atrium, and they have a gigantic LCD TV that's right behind the stage that we play on.
I believe Rise is now just a team event.
That's okay.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
okay.
I think they transitioned.
So
it's going to be me and Quentin.
Inventory order. And then start going.
Trainer Wolf.
So who's doing the orders?
So Kyle McCourt and Chris Adams.
Wow.
It'll be a fun team.
That's a great team.
When I say get started.
Hey, Jared. Rise of the Empire in Houston.
Okay,
Is that the one you're talking about?
Yes. Not
End of December.
Full ballistic skill.
What's up, Matt?
Because I really need the Bullgrin to get the move. I mean, I could get Q by charging this and swinging, but I hope that dies, so that's not the plan. We have Melta ladies there. Melta ladies here and there, right?
Mm-hmm, you got it.
Okay. So
this has already been a really fun game. I gotta say, I'm not normally a big fan of these shooting cat and mouse games, but
it's gonna be hard to get within 9 of you. None of my tanks are.
Stuff is about to start happening. I promise you.
Dorn theoretically. This tank.
Dorns are
that
just
good.
so
I
beefy,
can do
man.
24 super.
They're just mobile fortresses that roll around,
This guy
absolutely
So here's how
blowing people apart.
Solar is
so.
going to go +1 hit, +1 hit, +3 to move.
So Westy, I am.
Creed here is going to give
I
these
believe
guys
so.
+1 to hit.
There's going to be more than one stream at LVO this year, and I think I'm still going. Last I heard.
And then
if I'm going, I haven't asked Jack
here
yet, but
is
I'd
gonna
of
give
course
these
love to
guys
have you there.
as well.
But you don't have to answer on camera. It's fine.
So
you might want to actually play this year. I understand.
And let's pay
I might. I haven't put any thought towards it, honestly. I need to determine what I want to do.
Moving anything relevant, but that's what I'm doing.
But either way, it'll be a good time, whether I play, whether I commentate, whether I watch from home. Either
All this
way.
guy's going to do.
Trying to hide as much as you can, or
Not even. I'm just trying to get as far this way as I can. Which I think is going to be.
The save blink is good, Lilithara, but it's kind of the worst version of that anyone has because you have to decide to blink it before you even do the armor save roll, which sucks.
Yeah, in this matchup, it's pretty fine. You can blank a multi-melta that you know you're probably going to die to, or that you know you're not going to pass the save against, right?
Yeah.
It is definitely possible for Matt to get a multi-melta up to AP 5, ignores cover.
Yeah.
And that one, blanking feels pretty safe.
Yeah.
There's no.
One of the strongest things that Noah has is smoke. We'll see if he uses it.
Go there.
But it does not help at all against Vol's unit because they hit on threes even through the smoke and full rerolls to hit and wound.
That basically.
So that unit he has almost no defense against, so he has to be very careful.
Sorry, it might actually be this guy going here.
You could probably say that exact same sentence about anybody against Morven Vol's units.
No defenses against it, you have to be very careful.
Yes,
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Basically, in chess terms, Morven Vol's unit is the queen.
I have experienced Vol shooting at the Avatar with Fortune, and that does not do a lot of damage.
Okay.
I've had her do like 3 and 4 damage. Not at Melta range, to be clear.
Yeah, Lilithara, Vol got put back into reserves with the mission rule, where you can put one unit back into reserves.
Sure, visible for sure.
Like smoke and mirrors, I think.
Yeah.
6 inch, make an 8 inch move plus an advance, +1, 9 plus 15 inch move. So you can easily throw Melta Girls at me and then Melta this thing. That's all right. This homie is just going to rotate like this.
What I think Noah is trying to do is, as I said, he's trying to pick these two tanks up.
And then
to whittle down Matt's tank ball and his
like I said,
critical mass.
The exact same.
And then if he can throw up screens to keep Vol out as he does that, Matt might find himself A, with only one turn left to bring Vol in profitably, and B, running out of tanks and running out of ability to interact with the board. So I love the way Noah's playing this game right now.
It's great. Why did you think he chose to bring the Dorns up in this firing lane to shoot instead of bringing one of them down this way and shooting up? Is it just because he wants to stay away from all this garbage down here a little bit?
No,
I guess he's kind of overloading this top flank, protecting his exterminator.
To get this line here, his tank has to be so much closer.
Yeah.
To take that line, his tank gets to be here.
Yeah, and he's on the objective too.
And he's on the objective, which matters, I suppose. He's on the objective, but also instead of like if there we go, his tank is here instead of here. And that, as we saw in like our last game, right? Just being that much further back can keep even something as durable as a monolith safe.
Yeah, a couple inches can matter a lot in 40K, as in life.
You can do a lot with just a couple inches.
Good? Yep. Sounds good.
Very exciting reactive move.
Do you
Sisters reactive moves for free on these Dominions. Nice.
It's so good. They can also just get back in a transport if they're near one, which is brutal.
Sure, that's fine. I was like, he could be able to do that regardless and still keep that line there. I appreciate it, man. All right, I rolled a 6 on the advance for these guys. With them, do you mind?
Well, is your assumption that you're going to do that before I do the reactive?
Yeah, and if you want to change that, that's totally fine. The idea is, I think that this angle here, it's going to be hard. Like you'd have to get a pretty high advance there. If that's not the case, that's totally fine.
So with 2 inches moving up, I think I could get out of there.
Okay,
is that?
That's fine. I wanted to.
Do you want to move out a little bit more?
Well, I think that I'm pretty close to. I wanted to be the minimum here while having the maximum sight there. Okay. So I guess maybe I do have like a little bit more, but if it's and within, I don't, dude, it's just it's too late. It's fine.
Are you sure?
I'm fine. You're A-okay. And besides, I honestly think I'd rather be within 9 of this tank anyways for Melta, just because like I think I'm just overthinking it.
No, Noah didn't score his primary yet.
I just remember the start of the movement. I was like, oh yeah, I'm going to stubber them, and then
I think he had hold more because he's got a unit down here. No, the sisters have
these
unit up
guys
here.
with
don't
12
they?
inches.
Yeah, they have
Move
Seraphim
them in a
there.
line.
Or novitiates or something.
12?
Not against the wall, against like the line here.
These guys,
have,
do you mean?
Yeah, they have
Okay.
a 12-inch move.
So you should have gotten 4 for hold.
Does he advance
6 and
3 and?
Oh, you just rolled it. Got it.
Oh no, sorry. He
You want him like up
advanced
against
6 and they
like this?
move.
Yes, please.
They move 12 then. Yeah.
By the way,
Not giving
that
them
last
orders.
like 2 minutes of conversation between the players is a perfect
kinda like
example
up
of the right way to play 40K by quote-unquote by intent.
Farthest guy.
You hear people talk about by intent all the time, but
Let me get that.
these guys are communicating together to try to get the board state in the right thing to match what they want in their brains, right? So they're communicating to make sure that the models are positioned in the spots that they want them to be for their plan to evolve, and communicating that to each other.
Yeah.
You can't be secret about your plan in 40K because you got to, unfortunately, the tabletop itself is imprecise. You're really playing 40K with the mental model of the table that you and your opponent are building by communicating with each other. You're not necessarily playing it with the models themselves, right?
Yeah.
Which is kind of hard for some people to understand at first when they start playing the game. Basically what I'm saying is it doesn't matter where the models are on the table, it matters where you and your opponent agree the models are.
You
on
did
the
check it
table.
over there?
That's what
I'm not
matters.
done. I'm not done.
Okay, sorry.
Just talking out loud.
Bulgren being pretty aggressive here, maybe trying to make a move on that top objective,
over
which is
here.
nice to see. If he can get a cheeky
gonna
charge
do
through the
anything.
wall.
Okay.
I believe he just made a long advance.
Would you rather?
So he's trying to, I believe, screen out more from Vol. Vol is pretty nasty into Bulgren, but that's not really where she wants to be putting her energy.
Yeah.
Especially because she'll just get shellacked by a Dorn walking up. Not really what she wants.
Angles like that.
So he's trying to screen her out and then make it so that if Vol shows up, you know,
guy's gonna go-
here. Well, guess what? Okay, well, he's not doing that. But if Vol shows up there, then Vol can't do anything. And that's what we're looking for.
I appreciate you, man. All right,
I'm
move
not
over here.
stressing it.
6 over here, 4 over here. Just gonna set up for next turn, basically.
Okay.
And help screen. And then obviously these guys are gonna move to screen as well.
Screen out Seraphim and Wall.
You know,
Yes.
one thing I want to do with these guys is stop the Seraphim from. I mean, you're just gonna deep strike, ingress them, and then move them anyway. So there's honestly not much I can do. You know, and so honestly, for that reason,
Let me go ask. I talked to the coach for Advanced Warfare ahead of the round and asked if it would be okay to check in with him as the game went on.
Yeah.
And see how they felt. I'm going to go ask and see how he feels the rounds are going.
Okay, that's great. And also just maybe remind him to have the scoreboards updated.
yeah, I want to make it so you can't just fit Seraphim there, right? And then these guys, I think I actually want them to be like this. I mean, if you go
So you want to
there,
take a couple
can
guys
still
off the
see me.
objective?
Yeah, that's okay.
I mean, you already have OC like a billion anyway, but
Yeah. All right, fine. Just like that. And then these guys here, just 9-inch.
Yeah, the guard do out OC the sisters quite a bit here. The sisters don't really have any battle line
Sort of thing?
in their army, except I guess the novitiates are battle line, but the Dominions aren't. So guard can win pretty much any out OC battle that they want
Now,
in this
screen.
game.
9 inches there, 9 inches here, 9 inches there, screened out. Gotta go fast, gotta go fast. These guys are gonna spread out
Yeah.
like that.
Oh, Gabriel, you missed the big roadmap announcement for 40K at Nova. The earth-shattering 40K roadmap.
Away. Okay. Final check. Chomp, 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 chomp. Chomp, 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 chomp. I actually am gonna bring him on this side. Because your deployment zone over here. Oh, was it 12 over here? I think it was
12.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so I have to go in this hidden spot.
Vicious are not battle line yet. Okay, so they're like scouts.
I want to do the action.
Being sarcastic, Clarion, the battle map, I'm sorry, the roadmap they announced at Nova for 40K was like, there are codexes coming in the future at some point,
there,
and here's an upgrade sprue for shoulder pads. I think.
He's there, not contributing, but next turn will. These guys are here. More involved can only come in from Rapid Reserve.
It was posted on Warhammer community.
There or back here. Your Flamer girls can, of course, come in wherever and then go wherever, but I can't do anything to stop that, and that's just the world we live in.
Hey, Matthew, what's
Final
up, man?
thing. Okay. One other change.
Yes, sir.
We're going to string these guys back.
Matthew, why do you need to use an army builder to take max Sanguinary Guard, max Death Company, max Vanguard, or Assault Jump Pack Intercessors? That's like the easiest list in the world.
Basically.
Okay.
I don't think it matters.
My pleasure. Thanks for being here for me, dude. Seriously. Always look forward to seeing you here, man.
It's an
You
option.
have to be
so
inside the wall to do it, I'm
yeah,
assuming?
let's see it. pages, I think.
Here, we have this thing. Yeah, you can be inside the wall right there, and that'll do it.
I think
Yeah,
it's
you're good there.
I appreciate it, dude. Okay.
Yeah, we know what you're trying to do.
Yeah. All right, so shooting. Let's get going.
Okay,
Bind
so
on
you done with movement?
Yep, go ahead.
So over to you. I'm going to rapid ingress.
Spin a CB.
Yeah, let's see where I can actually fit is the real question. I'm going to move this for a second.
You got it. The goal is, and I think what I was looking at is it has to be on the other side of the crates with Morphe.
For the Rapido Ingresso here. I love meme lists too, man. I'm with you. I'm gonna try playing that all Dreadnoughts Space Wolf list again at some point and try to make it work.
You don't have another one of these anymore.
I do actually.
It seemed bad, but it was really fun to play. Yeah.
Okay.
Here, what's the best way to do this?
Yeah, that's a great question.
Maybe here. It's kind of just like a. I have small.
Kind of like that.
It's like right on the other side of their base.
Basically, yeah.
Measure from here to like over here, so we can figure out.
Westy, I think this is some new Frontline Gaming terrain.
And it's kind of like this.
Almost like.
I mean, I know it's from Frontline
like
Gaming,
that.
but I think it's new stuff.
Yeah.
It's really cool looking.
All right.
It comes pre-painted like this, so it's really nice stuff.
How are you? We'll see if I can even fit.
Let's see, baby.
Trying to fit his rapid ingress in here. Ooh, Morven Vol, if she can fit in there, would be huge for the sisters.
Okay, so the coach of Advanced Warfare was kind enough to share how his team's feeling right now. According to them, they're feeling pretty drawish across the board, pretty close. They feel pretty solid. They feel like things are going all right. But the Tyranids into Sam Pope into Scott Blagan, that one here, they're not feeling quite so happy about, but Scott's pretty confident he can keep it close.
Okay. I mean, Hypercrypt is pretty good at keeping it close, right? Like they have the tools to be annoying and to jump around and get on objectives and stuff.
We know what the charge is here, right?
There's that game, by the way.
5?
Yeah, it was.
Just measure that.
He just doesn't have a tremendous way to get the Norns off the objectives.
Yeah.
Because you can't.
Norns are just a hell of a thing to try to kill sometimes. So
Essentially, like these.
we'll see if he can navigate his way around it. This mission might help him because controlling the objectives is not all of primary.
And their OC like 50 or something on their nest objective, right?
Yeah, 15, and that's going to out OC anything Scott can realistically put on there.
A line.
Nathan, I didn't realize it was next weekend. No, I'm going to be in London next weekend for London GT.
This should be pretty clear.
Sorry, I'm going to miss that, man.
You're about half an inch. You're at like 8.5 inches.
Now I'm going to move this because
I didn't realize it was this weekend.
You're bumping my just a smidge.
Well, I put the dice down, so I'll just make sure not to bump those.
Sure.
I'm going to move this for a second.
Uh-oh.
Can you put your finger on my model so you don't block it?
Absolutely. I'm going to do the same thing with mine.
That would
What's
be
up,
great.
Russ?
They're calling for me over there to see if something wild's going on.
Uh-oh.
The question is, can I do it like this?
Computer fucked up, now it's good. Oh.
Okay. What's up, Russ? Good morning. I think the router shit the bed for a little bit there. It's working now.
They were blaming the computer for their own personal failures.
Is that like right to you?
Okay.
Thanks, Nathan. I'm sorry I'll miss you,
You're
man.
outside of 9 here. Oh, I just want.
Solo in London? No, I'm trying to get David Gaylord to co-cast with me, but he wants to actually play in the tournament for some reason.
What a crazy thing to want.
Here looks good.
So he told me that he's happy to drop after he loses to co-commentate, and I got the same thing out of a couple other guys. So I'm hoping between all the commitments I got, maybe one person will actually be able to cast with me for the weekend.
All right, you got it.
I would love to hear Vic's sultry tones.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Dulcet tones.
Brian Sipe was the other one that.
Oh yeah, he'd be great. He'd be great.
He was talking about co-cast.
He was in chat yesterday.
Yeah.
Quite a bit.
That's how I cornered him into saying yes, that he would do it.
It is unfortunate that he lives so far away because I just do not see him as much as I would like.
Okay, we'll say it just like that. So you're okay getting shot, right?
What's that?
You're okay getting shot, right?
By her, right? That one?
And this Dorn?
Did Morgan Ball fit in there? Oh, man, that's bad.
You have to be.
Yeah, but it's also very risky. He's dropping 9 inches away from Volgren. And what Volgren can do is just go for a 9-inch charge here.
I thought, did you say they advanced and charged?
Oh, they might have
advanced.
If they advance, then yes.
Actually,
but my guess would be,
I think.
Yeah, if they advance, they can't go for that charge.
Yeah, this guy?
I was circling the tables when they moved out. If they did not advance, then they can just try a 9-inch charge and tie him up. But I think you are correct. To get all the way out here, I think they would have had to advance.
Kind of like that. Yeah, he definitely can. I think that one definitely.
Oh, so Morven's actually touching the terrain if she goes
Alrighty.
there.
Sounds good.
You can just be seen by 2 Dorns. And an Exterminator.
Back on me.
That feels like an excellent way to just lose Vol. At the very least, lose a
Now we're on Operation Kill
suit.
Vol.
That feels bad.
What do I do about everything else? Ignore the Castigator. Not charge Vol. Charge the tank if I need to. I can grenade the tank if I need to.
No, those Bolgren did not advance, so they can go for a 9 on Vol.
Okay.
Oh, they got move, move,
So
move.
what happens?
Thank you,
We'll
Snickers.
make the best of it.
And Sisters can't,
step
like,
one
can
is gonna
pop
be-
Armor of Contempt and not going to kill the Bolgren in combat. Their damage 2 goes to damage 1. They just don't have the weight of attacks, even with real hits and wounds.
For the
If he makes that 9-inch charge, he can just lock Vol down for a turn. Vol can't do anything, and he loses 2 tanks, loses like a member of Vol's unit, and gets just absolutely steamrolled here. So
As
this
you
could
guys
be
can
bad.
see, like, you can see this Nundum peeking out right here, and both these Rogel Dorns and this Exterminator can all get line of sight there.
The thing he has to be concerned about is if the Exterminator shoots
I'll find a
and kills a model, there you go. So what he probably wants to do is just fire the Stubber, fire a mortar in and go overlapping fields, not kill a model, and then drop an entire Dorn in, and just see how much damage he can get done.
Right now, I'm AP2 on the main gun, Armor Contempt,
And the worst part is if Noah goes for this, what he can do is he can charge the unit behind the wall and use a much shorter charge to tag Vol's unit. And that would be catastrophic.
You got it.
Yeah, Sisters can't fall back and do much. That's their one kind of big weakness.
What other crazy strats do you have? Not crazy.
What strats?
What other strats do you have? Disembarkment vehicle, Armor Contempt.
I have the move in your turn.
Yeah, like right now, anything I need to worry about? Not really, right?
I don't think I have any other defensive strats. Like Armor Contempt is really the only one.
So
smoke, but
this moment right here is going to be pivotal to the entire round.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of the games are very close. If Matt pulls off a play where he gets to hit Rogel Dorns and whatnot with Vol Squad and power through them, then he can flip this game and really throw a sizable dent in Yallhammer's point score for the entire round. A lot of the games are close, and a big blowout would be a huge deal. Simultaneously, on the reverse, if Noah can do the same thing, deal with Vol, deal with a lot of units, tie them up, really push the pressure, and that puts a lot of pressure back on Advanced Warfare, who are feeling, not crushingly confident, but they're feeling like plan is going all right so far. So we'll see what happens here. This is a pivotal moment for the entire round.
Okay.
So
I have 4 up.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Take it. 2 damage. Okay. And then we'll do the main gun.
Yes, sir.
8 shots.
Is it like an autocannon or something?
It's like almost the same as a Castigator. It's like the guard version of the Castigator. Unfortunately, need those 4s.
Yeah, didn't give it an order.
Strength 9 here, so 3s.
Oh, is he shooting everything at this? I think that could be a mistake. He's going to kill the model that he can see.
But guess what? Armor temp cover, you save on 2s.
Okay. So there's 4
2
2 wounds?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to spend the 1 to kill him.
Nice.
So
get the guy out of here.
Yep.
Yeah, I think what he wanted to do was fire a Stubber that physically couldn't kill him. Get +1 AP,
now we're gonna
fire the mortar, go overlapping fields, and dump an entire Dorn in.
If you guys didn't catch that, the Sisters player used a Miracle Dice on a 1 on purpose to intentionally fail the armor save.
Okay.
And kill that suit.
And then
yeah, I think that was a mistake out of Noah, because he had the option to really dump a Rogel Dorn with +2 AP into Vol's unit and potentially kill several of them. I mean, the Oppressor Cannon is damage 4, I believe.
It's 2 multi.
And once you kill, like, even if he didn't kill Morven, which is probably wouldn't have, but if you kill her squad, she gets way less effective because she loses the rerolls.
Yeah, I think just firing 1 Stubber, firing the rest of it downtown, firing the mortar in, and just going, here's an entire Dorn to the face with +2 AP, that would have been really, really nasty.
Oh, Rev says only the main gun gives the +AP on the Exterminator. It's the Hellhound that
I don't
does
think
the...
that's how that works.
Okay.
I'm actually fairly confident that you can fire a Stubber.
I mean, what the fuck do you know, Jack Hartster?
Nothing.
No lethals? And 6s.
Other people in chat are backing up.
No, you are
Rev.
correct. It is not the same as the Sisters one because Sisters are busted.
You have a big gun going there, or is that it?
Yeah, it has to be the main cannon. Okay, fair point.
How much damage?
1.
I still think what he wanted to do was to try to I think what he wanted to do was fire the +1 AP and then fire the Dorn,
shoot the rest.
rather than trying to
Pick up
give
these
the
3 shots.
second +1 AP, because I think he would have gotten more than 1 kill there.
There's still hope here because he's got the Vulgar in there, right? It's a 9-inch charge.
Strength.
If he can get, I don't know how far does it get around that unit that's in front.
Threes.
No, thank
It
you,
would
Riv.
probably be pretty easy to make a charge in here, and then
just touch the suits.
Yeah, just go like here, 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 and then you put models here, and then they pile in and consolidate and touch the suits. And you would wipe out the Sisters unit.
And we got it.
You would take some pretty nasty damage, but you would live 100%. You'd live that. And then Vol's unit's locked down.
And then the auto
can't do anything.
Little autocannon. This one hits on 2s. Fun fact.
So now that he's cleared that model out, which any damage to Vol's unit is good damage.
It's the twin.
Now he just needs to make sure tank goes down, and he can lock them up, and that'll be a really nasty position for Matt.
Oh, it was twin link. You're just rolling 2 dice.
So I shot the first. It's 2 shots.
Okay.
I hit with both.
Oh, you're not 2s. That's right. You told me. I'm stupid.
Okay, over here.
Yep.
We're gonna do the stubbers into here, and then everything else into the Cassie.
Okay, go for it.
Let's do the. I don't know. Let's do the stubbers first. See if I need to end up spending a CP or not.
1 suit is still a big deal, because a suit that is +1 to hit, +1 wound, reroll hits, reroll wounds, that is a valuable one. So as much damage as he can put in is good damage. Now he needs to pivot, pick up the tanks, and then probably just go in, try and tie them down. If he lets them hit them, that's going to be a problem.
One suit down basically means that unit's not like
AP.
It's a lot harder for it to like 1 kill a lot of the stuff on the guard side. Like 1 hit kills.
I can grenade strat him with Bulgrin. Bulgrin have grenades.
That's pretty funny, actually.
So it's like spending a CP reroll to make me spend a CP essentially.
Yeah, switch it over. Thank you.
It's all good.
Thinking about trying to save this.
No, I'll just die.
Later.
Do I explode?
Yep.
Nope.
No.
Just goes away.
Sounds good.
But I do get a fate dice, which is a 2.
No, the Oppressor Cannon is damage 3. But the Pulverizer Cannon would go to AP4,
Yes, sir.
Okay.
and that's pretty nasty, but he's putting his effort into making sure those tanks just go away. Because after all, it doesn't matter if you kill Morven's unit this turn if Morven's unit is locked up, right? And probably takes a little bit more damage off of some Bulgrin smacking them anyway. Maybe loses an extra suit. Damage to Strength 7 is actually pretty good to them. So potentially here he's just hedging his bets, making sure unit goes down, and then this is all locked up. And that might be safer.
John was here yesterday, Mom. Yeah, he was here.
5s.
5 wounds left on the Cassie.
2 saves.
So this would be a...
AP4.
So AP3, still 6 up?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll roll the first one. Nope. And how much damage? What are the guns you have left?
I can roll the damage here.
Yeah, roll
so
that
you
one.
can see. 6 damage.
6? Are you in 9 inches?
Oh, no, you're so right. I'm sorry. You're so right.
So down to 1?
Only 4. Thank you.
And then you have still another gun going there, which is the...
I have 2 more guns. It's the stubber, or the autocannon, and then the demolisher little cannon.
Demolisher strength.
Torrents have so many goddamn guns. It's kind of great. They're like little mini Bane blades.
Use it.
36.
Yeah,
Fuck it.
you got it.
Oh no, John's not here for the weekend.
So
Mom.
now
Only ways, but we're gonna try. Fuck it. Do you have anything else I can shoot there? I should ask that.
No.
Okay.
No, that'll be it. Yep. All right. So do the autocannon thing. Wound on a 5. Nope. Okay. So 1 save. This one is a AP1, so 3 up.
So good.
Yeah, Dorns have 2 multi-meltas, Oppressor Cannon, hull-mounted battle cannons AP3,
I've got
coaxial autocannon, 3 heavy stubbers.
Here we go. Oh, that's not good.
I think that's it. I think that's all of it. But it feels never-ending when you get shot by it. And it's all lethal hits, and it can all be +1 to hit, and yeah, it's gnarly.
Oh,
what a
nice.
bitch!
Nice. Solid. All right, so we're down to 1 wound.
Yes, sir.
You can grenade that from the Bulgrin, right?
He might not be in range.
What's it, 9 inches for grenades?
8 inches.
Oh.
Yep.
Yeah.
So he lives. I won.
Oh, wow.
He living. All right.
Ooh, that's big.
Shooting there. I'm not
Yeah, every Castigator is a big one. Now, it's going to be hitting on 4s,
good.
which is not ideal, but man, it can still put on some pain.
Let's just go ahead and, all right, run me through more involved combat and stats in combat.
Okay, so the T7, 2 up armor, 4 pinball, 4 wounds each.
I'm more worried about offensively towards me.
Okay, so Morven Vol has an ability where I'll
discard
spend
miracle dice.
So she'll essentially have 8 attacks that are rerolling the hit, rerolling the wound, assuming the squad's alive.
Yep.
Hitting on to strength 8, AP2, devastating. So 8 of
Damage
those
2?
attacks. Damage 3.
Damage 3. Okay,
Yes.
so 8.
The other
hitting on
ones,
2s, wounding on 2s. Because the
Threes.
strength. What's the strength?
8.
Okay.
Or something like that. It's not
Yeah,
winning on
you're right.
twos.
Winning on 3s. But
It might be 12.
Full rerolls,
You're
though.
T6, right?
Correct. Okay.
3s are 2. They are strength 8, AP 2, 2 damage each.
Okay, not damage 3.
Not damage 3.
Thank you. And then homies, girls here.
That's them. That's what I'm talking about. Those are the strength 8, AP 2, 2 damage.
Oh, so she is 3 damage.
She is 3 damage.
They're
That I
2
do know.
damage.
I need to check her strength.
All right, that sounds good. Do you have a crazy combat strat?
No.
No. All right.
Lethal hits, but
No, Noah is looking
gonna
for a
charge
reason to
the,
not go in right now, and he is not
Okay.
seeing one.
It's a 4. I will spend CP.
Okay.
Oh, he's failed the charge. Let's see if he can get on the reroll.
Don't fool me now, dice.
Failed the charge.
I'm looking at you, bud. Let's see what's going on.
love it.
All right,
He
he made it.
made it on the reroll.
Yeah.
Woo.
Getting a CP out of him is always good for Matt. But yeah, Noah was listening to the combat stats of Morven Vol, and
Base.
he did not see a reason to not go in. So he's going in, he's tagging up,
Here.
and he's going to game his charge into that Sisters unit such that he will likely tag, you could probably tag the Castigator, to be honest with you as well.
Yeah,
and just
that
lock
would be
that whole
nice.
flank down.
Yeah.
So the 2 are basic.
Heroic? Yeah, I mean, I'll pile in the well more. But right now, two are basing, yeah. One's not.
They are strength 7, AP 1, 2 damage each.
Correct. What do you think?
4 attacks each.
Heroic in here would save the Castigator.
The Castigator's not going to get attacked,
5.
and I also don't think it's going to get touched.
So he could pile in.
With this guy.
He'd have to go this way, right, with this back guy. I'm thinking maybe if there's some way he could pile in this way and then consolidate that way, maybe he gets there.
I don't think he's aiming to tag. I don't think it gives him much to tag the Castigator. Castigator's already going to hit on 4s. -1
Yeah,
won't
4
matter.
so you don't-
They can already see the Dorn, so because the Dorn shot it.
Yeah. That's true.
So what heroic is Matt deciding here? He might be thinking this heroic, which unfortunately is not a legal thing you can do. I don't see any other heroics here that would keep Vol not being tagged.
Yeah, I don't think you did a heroic with Vol here.
I would imagine Vol wouldn't charge because
-1 damage.
You so Vol doesn't have any buffs that activate when she charges.
No,
so
sir.
There's really no reason to do this.
I think he's just debating his options.
Okay, go ahead. I'm not
Yep.
going to heroic.
Yeah, he didn't see
Sounds good.
anything good there.
So I will
He only has one
indeed
command
pile in
point,
and
so-
engage you.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I can just
Unless that
consolidate
the
into
scoreboard's
you.
wrong.
No, I'll pile in. It doesn't matter. And then this guy.
Well, mission accomplished already. Doesn't matter what this combat does
I
because
assume no other charges.
Vol is
Say-
engaged.
I assume no other charges.
Yeah, Bolgren are
I figured,
super
but-
tough. So Vol I don't think if every attack hits and wounds,
Okay.
which it very well could, with real hits and wounds.
Attack.
I don't think he has enough
All
attacks
the
to
one
punch
guy,
through.
So that's 4 guys because the one guy out of range. So 16 attacks.
Hitting on 3.
Hitting on 3s.
Okay.
And these are novitiates, so I believe they have a 4-up save, which would go to a 5-up.
Yeah,
This squad's probably
they're
toast.
gonna get slapped.
3s, baby.
Bolgren are the real problem in Guardman.
That's pretty good.
Because the tanks behind it are nasty, but the combination of having to deal with the tanks while worrying about the Bolgren, getting tied up by the Bolgren, getting fought by the Bolgren while you're trying to deal with the tanks, that push and pull is what makes guard so good.
Yeah.
That doesn't have the charges.
Because if you focus on the Bolgren, you just get shot to
And
death.
they also have surprisingly great mobility with the Scions. Like their ability to drop in, do good stuff, die, get recycled, drop in again, do good stuff, die. Then the other squad drops in. You know what I mean? Like they always have stuff that's annoying and threatening for your backfield, and they can always score their secondaries. Guard are in a good place right now.
I believe so. I think it's just
Immolator and that one.
Oh, that might have been a very interesting play, Ruben.
Cascade.
If he had heroic
He's swinging on.
and then tried to shoot
No,
while in combat, 'cause they are vehicles.
Oh yeah.
That would have been an interesting play, but I think he just didn't want to get hit by the whole squad while he doesn't have armor of contempt because he only has 1 CP.
I can take these guys out now, right? Yeah.
Pile on me.
Yeah, Vitiate's dead.
Okay, so.
Okay, now he just really needs these Bolgren to survive. It would be pretty nuts if they didn't, but pretty nuts things do happen in Warhammer sometimes.
I think even if Vol hits, wounds, fails save,
Make sure.
No, I would.
and all of the the suits hit wound and they fail to every save, I think there's still Bulgrin left.
Very true.
But -1 damage is brutal into damage.
Yeah, that's.
So crucially here, you see this model is not wholly in the terrain feature.
Yeah.
So they will not be shooting anywhere except into their own combat. So they might deal with the Bulgrin if they hit really hard right now and then just shoot their multi-meltas directly into this combat.
Oh, yeah.
They might be able to deal with the Bulgrin
+1
then.
hitter wound because I'm not a vehicle, right?
Yeah, no, but honestly, the Bulgrin, even if they die on the Sisters next turn, they've already done their job. Like, the Bulgrin's job is to give breathing room to the tanks, right? That's their whole job. And he's already done it.
And now that Matt has touched the terrain here, he will not be able to get out of that terrain feature, even if he kills the Bulgrin next turn. And the tanks will be able to walk up and start firing shots into them. So that is not what Matt wanted. Now, he does have an extra Castigator alive, which is what he wanted, but this is definitely not ideal. Let me get rid of that before they're suggested.
Hey, Shadizo, good to see you, man.
Get extra attacks. You took 1 wound?
Yeah. Oh, no, I took 2. Down to 1. Down to 1.
Oh, okay. You failed both films. So here's ball heading on 2s.
The dice are
And
nice.
then looking for 3s, I think. I'll double check it here in a minute.
You're good. It's going to be 3s.
I think she's strength like 9 or 10 or something.
Maybe she's 6. I don't know.
Strength 8. Yeah, okay.
Here you go.
So rerolling here. Okay. So
No
we got
devs.
2, 4, 6 saves.
2, 4,
3
6.
damage.
All right, Bulgrin failed 4. So the first one.
Yep.
On the wounded guy.
He's got a 6 up, feel no pain, too.
Dies.
Isn't it -1 damage?
You're right.
So it's 2 feel no pains?
Either way, he's dead.
Okay.
It would only be 2, but I failed 2. Thank you. All right, so next one on.
As much as I'd like you to die to it.
Okay, so I'm gonna do the next 2 on the.
Oh, thank you so much, Jason.
He dies.
Okay.
I appreciate that you guys let me do this. It's a great job, and I'm grateful for it every day, man. So thanks for the kind words. Only 2. Not bad.
Okay. Cool. All right.
Man, that Bulgrin squad might lock down Morven for a
I
while.
believe it should be 2 for engage because we got 1 here, 2 here, 3 there.
Mini, yep.
And then establish locus. They're doing your deployment zone back
I would say that was a great turn for the guard. Not as great as he wanted. He didn't kill that one Cassie, but
yep.
There we go.
Can't complain too much.
You get 4.
Objectives.
Look at the score, man.
You've seen 1.
He's doing really well. Air, B, and Brush. Thanks for the 10 memberships. Appreciate you, man. Guard so far I've lost 1 Hellhound only.
I mean, you have the point, but you have to have more.
He killed 2 Immolators. Both Immolators are dead so far, and the Novitiates are dead.
Because I don't know if for stand battle.
Ah, sure.
Castigator lived on 1.
Okay. All right. So
one of the Paragons
I
is
get
dead.
Dice for the turn, which is a 5.
So let's see what the sisters do. Bottom of turn 2 coming up.
I think we are probably at the go turn.
Uh-oh.
Too shocking, right?
Sisters got extend and engage.
He's still in the command squad in reserve.
And it sounds like he's about to put his foot on the gas.
No. Okay.
Do we both go up CP now, right?
Did you get
mine?
I gave you 1, yeah.
You gave me 1? Okay.
Yeah. I was at 1, and I
think
moved
I was
up
also
to 2,
at 1.
because I didn't heroically intervene.
Checking on the other games real quick, guys. Oh my God, look at that Tyranids
Was I
Necron
trying to
score.
beat you with a heroic? Yes.
Oh, you're good. You're good.
Holy crap. That is getting out of hand for the Necrons.
Just the cat a chance.
Cat a chance? Okay.
Yep. These guys just have a dummy.
18 wounds?
Chad, giving up a 20-0 is super painful.
I would have liked you to do more mortals to yourself, but you were rude and decided not to.
I mean, I was like, am I about to get 20-0'd because I deal 6 mortals, 6 mortals, 6 mortals? Like, it could happen.
I can't complain because you still did damage to yourself.
Yeah.
So.
Looks like this Monolith is lined up to put some damage maybe onto this stuff here, but I mean, that Norn Emissary is
Hellhound in the middle of the table.
hard to shift, even for a Monolith going full tilt there. That is brutal.
The 6.
Swinging around this way, by the way.
Alrighty.
This is the Vanguard. Space Marines versus Eldar. Ooh, we got an Avatar of Kane chilling on the center objective. It's kind of hard to tell what the Space Marines board state is because we're not looking at his table edge, and they're also very evasive. They can go up and down a lot.
So I need a 3 in the advance with them.
Yeah, you know what? I love having Nids at tournaments more often. Again, Twist Nerves are such an iconic army for Warhammer. This is the AdMech Thousand Suns game we're going to swing around to here.
4.
Looks like the Thousand Suns are still keeping a small lead.
2. See them.
Oh, that's a lot of dead stuff on the side there for the AdMech guys. Oof. I think that's all dead. I don't think that stuff's... Yeah, he's picking up more chickens. That board state looks rough for the AdMech guys. Holy cow.
Right here. Plus another 3.
This MVB coming around this way. This one's standing in the middle. You got Magnus coming up that flank. That's, I don't know. That's looking bad for...
It's pretty long for both of us.
For Yall Trollin.
It's been a CP for Carry Forth the Faithful on this unit, so they get to advance and still disembark.
Okay, and that's after...
That's $1,000 of dead stuff, yeah.
This is before they advance.
This is Cultist CSM versus Thousand Suns on the next table over.
I can measure again if you want. Right here?
A little curious.
Yep.
Because you were on the other side of that, so I couldn't shoot you down this way. Yep, right there.
So 3 right here. I'm measuring corner to corner.
Okay.
And then I'm going, so that's another
9 inches?
9 inches, yep.
Our table bumped a bit here.
Yeah,
pretty close. There.
I think that's
3. No.
Necrons and Templars. The score's still pretty close, but...
I think that's including that. No, we're counting 14
3
right
plus
now.
9, right?
I think
Does I measure 3? Maybe we're... Okay, so 3 inches right here, right?
Yep.
You know, actually, this is looking better for the Necrons than I thought it would, guys. The Black Tide has not swamped over the Necron side of the board yet.
All right, so 11 puts me right about...
This is the top of 3, or maybe bottom of 3, it looks like. Yeah, I'll go for
We have an additional advance if we so forth.
With the carry.
Next one over.
So
and
I get advance.
Thousand Suns versus $1,000.
What? Because the
Tyranids and World Eaters. Okay. Swinging around.
I'll just spend a 5. Fuck it.
This is the Demons and Grey Knights game, and I'm actually really interested to see how this one goes.
Yeah. I don't want to spend a 5. Can
Got a Great Unclean one and a Nemesis Dread Knight chilling in the middle of the table there.
Because I can't see through the terrain unless I'm fully on it.
Looks like the Grey Knights have already scored their top of 3, and the Demons are working on their bottom of 3 right now.
This is a 5-inch? Yeah, so you're going to move back.
That one's actually still probably pretty close.
1, so it'll be 6. Like this, 6. Sees the corner right there.
Got a corner there.
3 inches right here, it's still being 6. So we'll do it like that so I can see that guy. Disembark. The Chicky Poos, wherever the fuck they went.
So just checked in with the coach of Advanced Warfare, and they're feeling pretty solid about the round. Now, I will say, the game between the Thousand Suns and the AdMech, that one looks to be tilting pretty solidly in the favor of Advanced Warfare's Thousand Suns. There are a lot of dead AdMech chickens on that board, so we'll see if Matt Evans can hold on to that game, because he definitely will need to.
Good.
Yeah, if we want to take a quick look at that AdMech versus Thousand Suns game, it looks like
we were just looking at it. It looks real bad for the AdMech.
It looks really bad. I talked to the coach of Advanced Warfare. They're feeling pretty solid. They want to see how some games develop. The World Eaters and Tyranids games seem to go off to a fairly slow start.
I think I'm going to go for it.
They'll complete in time. They have plenty of time, but they're definitely, you know.
I think
well, the Tyranids jumped out to a huge lead in that game.
You don't have to move that guy, so like threatening Overwatching.
So yeah, here's the AdMech.
So, yeah, I'll spend 1 CP.
Okay.
There's a lot.
The Thousand Suns versus the $1,000, as someone said in the chat. I went over and told that to Matt, and he cracked up. So that was a good line.
Were there some tears in there as well?
Yeah.
Yeah, I bet.
It's my fault.
Yeah, but I mean, just he's getting trapped in this corner of the table, and just all this stuff is dead.
Yeah, that's not good.
4.
Because if he's falling below a critical mass of units, he, like the Sisters, are a critical mass kind of army, and if he falls below critical mass, Thousand Suns don't have to respect him anymore, and they just walk forward and blow him up, and that's kind of what they're in the middle of.
Yeah, here we go. Thanks, PPQ.
Pretty good.
Much better than I could have hoped.
Go babysit again.
Strength 4 or something, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
So 3.
All right, 3 saves.
3 saves here. There's 1.
Let's go.
I'll take the Sergeant probably.
All right, let's do the big gun up top.
Yeah!
9 plus 1 is 10.
This Overwatch could be pretty huge.
Oh!
Never mind.
Excited about the 6.
All right, Demolisher Cannon. 1 shot. Not.
I was expecting that 1 to hit.
Stubber on top. Love it. And finally, money, money, money. Meltas. All right, good talk. One guy.
Okay. That was Overwatch, I guess.
It was, and it killed the Sergeant, unfortunately. So the one that does not have a melt gun, that's the one it killed.
Yeah.
He was really hoping to get through the Sergeant and into a second or third model and really gut the unit, but unfortunately not.
No problem.
So one of the reasons some people like the Lehman Russ with the battle cannon is because that has native rerolls. Now, here it would only reroll ones, but against a lot of targets it would reroll full hits on objectives.
Yeah, as long as you have the 3-inch move, which you guys should have no problem doing.
So good like that. So they're in that tail quarter, that's in that tail quarter.
Looks like it to me.
Okay, good.
Looks good.
Let's see here.
Sisters did say this is their go turn at the start of the turn, so
it's going to be tough to have a go turn while Vol is trapped up with that unit. It's going to be difficult.
I'm assuming they're shitty in close combat.
And Vol's going to only killed like 2 Volgren or something.
I'm not surprised. Their profiles are so bad. The Volgren is -1 damage, just guts it.
Charge, they become.
Yeah, was it 4-up invul, -1 damage, and 6-up feel no pain?
That is correct.
10 guys, hitting on 4s, strength 4, AP 1.
Cute. Again, leave him there.
6-up feel no pains have a habit of really screwing up the math.
I'm really good at this game.
Yeah, Noah might very well have wanted to save those 2 CP for -1 damage, or actually, now that I'm thinking about it, that 1 CP sounds like it has smoke written on it.
Yeah.
So smoke is probably better than -1 damage into Sisters. So if he wants to save that, then that Overwatch is kind of free if you think about it. Because while Creed makes a strat cheaper, she only does that for regiments, so not for the tanks. We had a computer issue on one of the tables. Joe is going to fix. Yeah, Vol will do a decent amount of damage to the Volgren in the shooting phase, but it really does come down to how many 4-up invulns that Noah passes. If Noah just passes most of the 4-up invulns, then Vol's unit ain't going nowhere. And then the Volgren will get to hit first, and that could kill a suit or two.
Kind of shitty in combat.
Not unlikely.
Measure a little carefully, actually. So this is going to be 5.
I think I have 6 attacks sitting on 4, strength 7. So like,
ooh.
You know,
I'm strength 6.
Damn.
Okay. Way to go, all right? These fuckos.
I had a laptop problem. I literally just went over there and touched the mouse and it fixed itself.
That's always how it works. Dude, whenever there's a problem with anything in the house, Seeks walks into the room and does the thing I did 30 seconds ago exactly, and it works. He's probably listening right now, giggling to himself.
That's so funny.
Okay, they can go a maximum of 15 inches.
Sometimes you just got the sauce, you know, you got the magic touch.
21 inches.
He walks in, and the machine spirit knows it's got to be very careful.
That's right.
With like right at the edge though, so maybe. And is that the pistol guy that's the closest to me?
Yes. So I would be in 12 inches, but not the.
Gotta say, the Exorcist has done nothing this game. It seems like so far of value.
So far, but now is the turn where it has to show up.
Yeah.
I need to see if I get the Dominions holding this objective at the end of the turn. Fade dice. It's a 4, so I get a 4. I don't control that one, so it doesn't matter. And you killed those guys over there, so that doesn't matter.
So Dominions also give you miracle dice when you hold an objective?
On a 4-up. So on a 4-up, you get whatever you rolled. So don't worry. If it was going to be a garbage die, you wouldn't get it. Don't worry. But if it's a good die, you keep it.
So they have reactive move.
Yes.
Extra miracle dice. Melt-a-guns.
Yes.
Combat squatting.
Yep.
The cherubs for miracle dice cleaning.
And when you combat squad, by the way, both halves get a cherub.
You done with your game?
Oh, I'm the ringer, man. So I only play.
That's so good.
Yesterday they threw me into a game. I had to play Necrons. I never played Necrons.
True,
like,
actually.
I was playing Necrons. Yeah. I was like, I'm sorry, guys. Like, I'm gonna do my best.
That's hilarious.
It's okay though because the guard have OC2 and 5-up armor saves.
Oh, they coming.
I'm going to do kind of something similar to what you did, which is I'm going to check and see where they can actually go here.
So the game that I think is going to be very decisive in this round, this game I think is going to be quite decisive, but I also think that the World Leaders into Tyranids game is going to be a very interesting one, and that one is getting off to a slow start, so we're definitely going to get to see that one as the game develops. I anticipate that that'll be a game where both players use their whole time.
Yeah. Like over here?
Yeah. So I can see where the 12 inches is.
We predicted that really good for the World Eaters. Tyranids are not doing too bad. I mean, they're losing, but they're not losing by heaps right now. So it's not terrible.
And leader. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Oh, exorcists look great. Yeah, I agree.
Just here we are. No, on my side here.
Oh, he's committing the Seraphim in the center of the board. We're going to see if he can kill some Dorns. If he can kill 2 Dorns, then I feel like this board might start to shift pretty hard in his favor. If he only kills 1, he is in a position to get reprised.
I will tell you that Noah would be feeling a lot less puckery right now if that Cascader was dead.
Yes, for sure.
And you guys are, sorry.
Seraphim aren't at their best into the Dorns, but I'm never going to turn down an average of like 6 to 7 mortals if I'm on Matt's side.
Yeah, I was about to say that. You might be thinking, why are these Flamer Seraphim coming in to fight a Dorn? Well, they have dev wounds on their Flamers if you pop the strat forwards.
And
just make sure
the Canoness can make the strat free, I believe. I believe it's a 1 CP strat somehow. And then she'll make it free.
Is this girl?
I know what you're thinking, but the Firestorm's strat to get Dev Wounds on Flamers is 2 CP, and yes, you are correct. Sisters just are better than you.
No, that's not the one. What is it? Cleansing Flames?
Close as possible.
Yes.
That's the one.
Now.
God, it is 1 CP. I was not wrong.
Easy.
Good.
No problem. Do you want the rest of them, like,
wherever? Yeah, I can kind of shove them over.
Guys, don't take our, playful banter, trolling sisters as like
obviously they haven't come on.
Pants on fire.
Thinking about where I want.
Game sucks.
These guys are gonna go. They go 8 inches, which is right here.
It's just fun to complain about 40K on some level.
Ooh! Oh no!
I'm so sorry. She lives.
Sam Pope is running Nexus, Synaptic Nexus. It's also Sam Pope, Storm Daddy, so the man is a Tyranid wizard. Let me tell you how good Sam Pope is on mids. This team has Matt Evans and Sam Pope on it, and Matt Evans is one of the best Tyranids players I know in the country. And the team decided they'd rather have Sam on mids than Matt. And that means Sam is really good on mids.
Yes.
Hate to do that. It's a terrible waste. But I don't know if I have a better choice. I haven't advanced them yet. I gotta do some moves here. Okay. God damn, I hate doing this kind of waste, but you kind of need to kill you. It's a terrible waste.
He is terrible. Yeah, he is.
What's wrong with the Scions, man?
Just do it over here so that the edge of one of the guys can see you here. They have a 4-up?
The first time I met Sam was at LVO this year, and he seemed a little stressed and flustered because I met him when he had made it into top 8 with Swarm Tyranids. So he had played 7 games of Swarm Tyranids at LVO.
Diagonal is as long as you get there.
That's going to make anyone stressed and flustered.
Including the Shadow Round.
You see with the edge of
and he was in top 8, and I was like, okay.
Good.
I'm not surprised he's decided that monsters are the way for him at this event.
Yeah.
Actually.
What's up? Oh, I thought you said something.
No, I said sexy.
These guys are going to go there 8 here.
Yeah.
8 inch. Yep.
It's like anyone who could play 7 rounds of Swarm Tyranids and be playing at the highest level of competition,
I think,
is going to be exhausted.
I'm 2 inches, but I gotcha.
Thank you. This one over here is the Triumph is going to advance. Another 2, so it's going a total of, what is that, 9, 11 inches?
Yes, sir.
Got some pretty good firing lanes here.
Actually.
Yeah, I don't want to turn the chat into how do we balance 40K, the chat. That's Jack's show, not mine.
It's not my show, man. You think I make those decisions? No, sir.
Making sure I'm basically screening you out.
Yeah, no. Sam has had a great year. I agree.
Those guys too. So feel free to double check me.
We just help you do your best with the rules that are provided.
Yep.
Which currently pretty good rules.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. And then I have the Vanguard squad also, but I'll keep them off. Stand battle lines, no man's land. I control that one. I need to control that one, which I do. And engage on the fronts. I have one here. I have one there.
Full engage.
I have one here, and I have one over there. Okay. So.
Do you?
That is my movement.
I'm trying to see if there's no heroics set up here for Noah.
While I consider ingress.
Yes.
Rapid
Have at
ingress.
baby girl.
Oh, I'm gonna try. But it ain't gonna be pretty.
What's he thinking about bringing here? Scions, I guess. He's got a Tempestus Scion command squad and then 2 Scion units. I don't think any of those are on the table
I'm gonna roll
yet.
the Cascadator because he has nothing else he can shoot
You got
over
it.
there.
Just
I'm assuming you're not in a deep strike back
obliterate
there.
him.
So if that's okay, I'll just start
That is
rolling.
okay.
3s. This is big gun. 2s.
So he said this is his go turn, and this is the turn where he has to make things happen, but there's a Cascadator back there. Doesn't feel particularly go-y to me on that one.
He's really scared of the deep strike.
I mean,
that's
fair
the only
enough.
reason you put that there, right?
I think he's also trying to deal with the unit back there, just make sure it doesn't cause any problems. Now this Castigator, this Immolator, the units inside, the Seraphim, that can all be pretty nasty, and then he has indirect as well. But I think he's going to be gonna have to get a little lucky in order to bring both Dorns down, and I think that is what he needs right now.
On the flip side, the Guard are on 0 CP now, so he's not going to be able to do any
Wow,
more.
that's very unprofessional. I want you to know that.
Interesting to rapid ingress instead of popping smoke.
Yeah.
Smoke is really handy. Let me make sure Dorns have it. I know that. I'm pretty sure Dorns have it.
They must. I mean, I can't imagine they don't.
They do. They do. I was pretty confident, but now I'm 100% confident.
Yeah. Now, you know what? That's a good example. I've found so many times where I'm like, there's definitely no way that I have this rule wrong, and then I look it up and I have it wrong. So it's always good to check the rules.
I see a model on that squad. A model. Did I forget to move one? I haven't lost anybody from the squad. Where the fuck is the other guy?
What is the plan here?
He definitely has one.
There we go. I don't know.
I'm wondering if he's worried about Matt charging to deny him the ability to deep strike in that spot on his turn.
This is the Scion Command Squad, it looks like, with the banner.
Is this bottom of... This is bottom of 2, right?
Yeah. It's bottom of 2.
Yeah, it's bottom of 2. So he still has time to deep strike them normally.
Just tell me what you're trying to do.
So honestly, you double check. Yeah. I think that genuinely the height of this Dorn
for this guy
plus this
trying to see if I can see
might
it?
make it so that you can't see me. It's
what
it's
about
not guaranteed,
the hole,
but
what about the hole underneath your tank?
What is he trying to do here?
We're talking about the Dorn hole, but the other Dorn hole.
Okay, sure.
I think I can see it through there, can't I?
The hole between the treads.
Good. I'm going there. You're good to go.
Okay.
The forbidden Dorn hole.
Okay.
I'm trying to figure out what the plan is here.
I don't know. I can't figure it out.
These are all the AP1s. These are AP dash.
AP1? All of this AP1?
Yeah, all AP1. It's the bolters and the big gun.
5.
That one too.
They're dead.
Okay. Well, that makes it easy. For sure. Cool.
All right, so he killed
All
that
right,
Scion squad, and
guys,
again, he can't.
the two
He
that are-
cannot recycle them right
Dude
now.
squad.
Okay.
3 6
He's got
shots.
no command points, but he has another squad
2, 4,
in reserves.
8, strength 6 because +1, strength 5 base, so choose.
Strength 5 base on those flammers?
Yep.
Maybe he couldn't get another line to the Seraphim without them. Like maybe he couldn't deep strike to shoot and he needed a deep strike to walk up.
Let's go.
That's the only thing I can think of right now.
Here. All right. Let's see. Okay. We'll start with the Immolator. Is going to shoot that guy.
We'll find out.
His big missile there as well.
Dude,
And
these
then
chairs are so much better than the chairs we had
will
yesterday.
go-
For sure.
What a chair upgrade. Yeah, you have no idea. I stole some chairs from somewhere else in the room this
So
morning.
I'll put the heavy bolter
Maybe a screen
on.
from the Nundums next turn. I think that the Bulgren are still going to be alive next turn. Maybe not after being shot and fought. I don't know. We'll see.
They get to fight first.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Nothing better.
If Noah just rolls a couple 4-up invulns, they take very little damage here, and then
Heavy bolter
maybe
here.
punch out a suit and a half or
100
something
killer
like
here.
that.
Yep. Multi-melta here.
You got it.
Love it.
Okay. So, multi-melta hitting on 3s. Yeah! All right, and then hunt the killer. Watch it misses.
He missed both multi-multi shots.
Is there
Wounds?
AP2?
AP3. Roll it and I'll check. You can cover.
Money. Fails. Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Okay.
6 it?
Spend a 6 on it.
All right, we taking 7.
Okay.
So we are down to 11.
And then the bolter on the other guy needs 3s. 2, 1 sustains.
He's fucking doing it. He's switching to wounds left. He switched from up to down.
I think he just wanted to put 1 wound on, and then as soon as he took any more damage, he was going to switch to wounds down. Listen, does that give him absolution there? No. But
We're going to ignore cover on that guy.
Not cover from this guy?
Listen, the road to hell is paved with good intentions.
This guy.
Twisted Nerf, that's very kind of you, man. I appreciate it. I
think this guy totally does.
Yeah,
I think
it's not that I couldn't get a good chair, it's that I couldn't
So ignore cover here.
carry a good chair around with me in my RV and take it in and out of my RV every weekend.
It's the first time I ever used this strat.
So, but thank you.
what you save on your back
So you have one
by sitting in a good chair, you ruin by carrying a big chair in.
Exactly right.
Transport, and I shoot you, and you're on an objective, I get +1 to wound.
And I'm on the objective.
That is the criteria.
Cool.
So we'll do 3s to hit you. All hits. We're gonna roll 3 of them. So that's 2 plus.
Good wound rolls here from the Dominions, I believe.
we have 3?
Because they're Dominions, so I get another Fate Dice back, which is a 4. Cool.
Nice.
Yeah, I think Smoke would have really helped him here to try and pick the tank that is most likely to live and just make it live.
2 of them.
Yep. Blank one of them.
Or you're gonna blank one of them. Money, Emperor protects, baby.
Okay, so he was able to blank 1 with the Dorn.
4.
Not average, not average. Yes, not
I
average.
I don't have to speak, no one can talk. So that's going to be 5 plus.
He doesn't have any CP?
Yes, down to 2.
Down to 2, and then the
Lives
Meltagun
on
will
2.
kill if you blank it.
Here. Let's see here.
I don't think they know that interaction, though.
This guy.
What's that?
It looks like he blanked the 3rd one.
Yeah.
But he should still die to the +2 damage.
Oh. Because it changes the damage characteristic to 0.
That's
and
correct.
then you add the 2 after.
I guess we'll try this guy.
It looks like neither of them know that interaction, and the person with Melta is probably the person who should.
Yeah, and to be fair, that's pretty non-intuitive, right?
It is, yeah.
Oh, geez, you roll a 6er on me?
Because if you're
cool.
D6 +2 as your damage, that gets turned to 0, no questions asked. But if you're D6 with a rule that gives you +2, yeah, if you 0 that, you still take 2.
It's the inside, outside the parentheses thing. It's the same reason why Thunderwolf Cab don't have their damage reduced by Catans and stuff.
Yes.
Yep, so I'll use the 3rd one.
Okay, so 3?
Yep. No, 1. At strength 10, I need the 5.
Oh, you need 5s.
Yep.
Gotcha.
So 1 save.
Okay, and this is
AP3 ignores cover.
AP3 ignores cover. So looking for a 5 up, baby. Easy money.
Oh, what a bitch. This fucking guy. All right.
Emperor protects.
Okay, it looks like the indirect off the Exorcist does not kill the Dorn, whatever it was aiming at.
Excuse me, it could be wrong, but turn 1, Chimera here, Immolator, shot, got it low. I remember putting everything here,
I'll just say I
there.
don't. You're probably right. So I'll just
I think
put
it's just
everything.
those. Everyone else has their. He definitely had his.
I'm just going to try to kill that guy. I'll put everything into him.
You got it.
Waste my guns.
Chat,
I don't kill him.
get something to mark your hunter killer missiles, for the love of God.
Force because I'm tired.
True.
You know how the guy from The Price is Right had the whole have your pet spayed or neutered thing?
Yeah.
My
Mark
crusade
your
is going to
hunter
be
killers.
mark your fucking hunter killer missiles. That's I'm gonna say every broadcast at the end.
Every time people say, "Oh, I can remember," and then turn through, they're like, "Did I fire this to you?"
Yeah.
I don't think I did. And their opponent's like, "No, I think you did." And they're like, "I don't think I did."
Oh, we got the Dorn. Okay, that's
yeah. That Dorn at 2 wounds, he fired an entire castigator at it. That one was going down. Now, what Noah wants to make sure is that does not go away.
Yeah.
Number shots. On shots. So that's
Bob Barker.
10 plus 7, 5. It's going to be 12, so that's 20.
Just use like a little piece of paper or something. It doesn't have to be fancy.
44.
There you go, Jared. Perfect.
Yeah, what John does is he takes the hunter killer kit and magnetizes it to his tank. So when he fires, he just takes it off.
That's the cool hobby way to do it, 100%. But you don't have to be that fancy to just mark the fucking thing.
I'll shoot the little pistol.
He has like 12 sentinels that all have hunter killers magnetized on.
2, 3, 3, and cocked.
Ow.
4. And then
So only 4 mortals off of the flamers. Maybe there's a second batch coming.
If I get down to 8.
Yes, there is.
6 wins left.
Another 4.
So 8 total?
Yep.
It's a little on the high side for the mortals, but that is something you have to expect.
Okay. And then I'll do the plasma pistol.
Overcharging?
Fucking overcharge. Overcharge. Hits.
I think they sound fine, Conrad. I don't know if it's on your end, but I haven't heard anyone else complaining, and in my headset it sounds fine.
I'm going to do that here in a second. You know they're going behind the wall.
Is anyone else having audio problems?
I mean, the only...
As best they can behind the wall.
Yeah, as best they can. Because the
These
guys
are
that
gonna
had
shoot here.
within
We're
12.
going to do the storm bolters first.
Love it. How many storm bolters do they have?
Well, there's only 2, so 2. So 4 shots.
All right, let me go find out what happened over there.
Melt and missiles.
Vol has the missiles. The missiles are instead of the storm bolters, so I don't have the missiles.
Thanks for telling me though, Conrad. I appreciate that.
Hitting on 3 or 4s, I guess, actually, because I'm
I don't know what's going on. Maybe you might need to refresh your stream as well.
And your T5 or T6?
6, baby.
All right, so I need 5.
Thanks, guys.
Yes, sir.
5s. Reroll the wound. So you owe me 4 saves.
AP 0,
dash.
right? Okay, so I am in cover, obviously, in the building, so I'm saving on 3s. Oh, man.
1 damage each, of course.
Okay, well, kill the guy.
Okay.
And how many wounds do you have left? 1, so yep, so next guy.
Something crazy just happened over here.
We'll do the Meltas.
Ben Sherwin was gesticulating wildly.
3 hits.
Oh, that score got a lot closer.
3s. Roll!
3 fails, 3 fails.
3 saves, 3 invulns.
Hammer protects.
So yeah, you can't hear the players when we're talking, but you can't hear 2 people talking at the same time.
Probably enough. Kill him.
Next one does 4 damage.
Down to 3. Money, money, money. Yes.
Okay.
Down to 1.
And then we got Vol. How many's left in that squad?
1 guy.
All right, I'll spend the 3 for Vol to shoot.
2
bolter.
wounds.
So she's got 6 shots hitting on 3s. Reroll. All hits. Looking for strength 7 now, so it needs 3s actually. So you're gonna owe me 5 saves. AP 1. 2 damage if it matters.
AP 1, so those 2 fail. 2 damage down to 1.
Yep.
He dies.
I get a fate dice because I killed a unit.
Got the Bullgren.
Which is a 6.
Very nice.
All right. No consolidating.
Why isn't Jack
Obviously,
playing
that-
Mario?
I
don't know.
I gotta bounce them here in a minute.
That's
This
going to
is
give you
shot.
kill and kill more.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure you'd already decided not to
And then
play
you guys will shoot
before,
the bolters, the ones that can will shoot
before I
the
asked him
bolters
to
over
cast.
here.
Not sure.
So I think she switched up for a bolt pistol, so I think it's just the 2. So 5 shots total?
Wait, what's happening? Sorry?
Ben's having a lot of fun over there.
No, these guys flamed up. They have 2 flamers over there. These guys
a
don't.
lot of cheering going on
They're just
from the
Sounds good, man.
team
So,
captain.
So the great,
hit you.
yeah, the great unclean one lived through everything.
You're gonna owe
But
3 saves, AP dash.
Ben then hit a Keeper of Secrets with a big demon hammer or whatever, handed it 4 saves, and Mike asked me to roll the saves. So I, of course, rolled 0 4-ups
Oh my god.
out of 4,
Yeah.
and then Ben rolled good on the damage, and then
So let's see, they can't charge.
Mike started rolling the Feel No Pains, rolled a little on the good side, and then handed me the last batch of Feel No Pains to roll as redemption, and I, of course, rolled 1 of 9, 5 of Feel No Pains, and killed his keeper. He rolled the saves afterwards just to find out, like, ooh, if I'd rolled the saves, and he failed 3 of them, so it wouldn't have been great either way.
7.
Moist Cavity, yes. So remember, in GW terms, the objective is only the hockey puck in the middle. The big map thing is not the objective, as far as Games Workshop rules goes.
So
yeah, that's hilarious.
roll 1 more.
Yeah, most people don't know that the Paragon suits, because they're a vehicle and they have a bolt pistol, can fire their pistols in addition to everything else. And ordinarily that doesn't matter, but with reroll hits and wounds, +1 to hit, +1 to wound, those bolt pistols hit different, as the kids say.
Charge. I gotta move these guys.
So
Dude,
Morven Squad picked up the Bullgren while you were gone, by the way. But
that sounds
really
right.
want to, 'cause that
No, that is entirely consistent with how I roll my 4-up invulns, I promise.
Make sure. I mean, do you want to move these guys? These guys are
Yeah,
like right in the way of them.
They want them back here, basically.
oh, we have a game finished already. 15-5 for Sam Pope's Nids over the Necrons. Wow, Necrons
Damn,
pulled
that was
back
fast.
a lot, though.
It's a good because you're not charging. You don't
That was looking way more dire for the Crons. I think actually getting 5 there is good.
It's not bad. No,
for
that's
their
what
team.
that's what they're happy with.
That is not bad at all. So
that
15-5.
might be a little farther.
Is it much? Okay, I'm sorry, I'm trying to hurry.
It's all good.
So go ahead and do your thing.
Sorry. No,
Okay.
we're good. We're good.
So I'll just do the sergeant.
Like, Jack's gonna try to grab Sam for us here. Get a quick interview.
And then, like, there's like fucking 4 real ones, I guess. So that's gonna be 1, 2, so 3, 4 attacks. Real ones, because I'm cool. 6s. 1 save, AB dash. Oh, that would have been funny as shit.
All right, attacks back.
All right, and then I got bounce these guys.
4s. Okay, not bad.
I'll put
2s.
them on the top level, make it easy, but they're on the bottom.
Okay,
level.
sounds good.
shit, you motherfuckers.
Hey, Tolgash, what's up?
You want to punch me back?
I did. I got 4 saves on you.
Oh, damn, you hit 4 times?
Yeah, no, I had 4 fours. Two misses.
Looking for 4s.
They only 4 up saves?
Yeah, they're no shits, so I lose 3s.
The 6 attacks, man. I would have been a...
Rogaldorn was pissed there.
Could have got him.
All right, so man, this game looks real close still, Chad. I mean, he only lost the one Rogaldorn.
Okay, go.
So that feels pretty good.
All right.
Yeah. We're going to be like really tight on time, so for both of our sakes, let's work together. Extend for 5, whatever.
Apparently, James Kelling, quote, I fucked up a lot, and then I asked him what he did, and he said everything. So that's not a good sign. We'll see what he can do to dig himself out. If anyone can, it'll be him.
Think about your marked for death.
But I believe we're going to get Sam Pope on to talk about his game. Cool. That should be interesting.
Right now. Practically no way. I'm going to spend 1 CP on discarding behind.
Okay.
Think about what you're going to do for mark for death still. That's going to happen.
Sure, I got you.
Okay, cool.
All right, you know what? If that was the go turn for the Sisters, Chat, I'm feeling good for the guard.
I guess that's what we're going to do.
Honestly.
What are the mark for death targets?
We're going to do the cascade over there.
1.
The Exorcist.
2.
We're going to do the Triumph.
Triumph. You got it.
Okay, those are tough mark for death targets.
Oh, I got him.
Lost a Bulgrin squad there and lost 1 Rogaldorn on that turn, but nothing else, I don't think. I'm not sure if he lost the infantry squads, but not too bad. Sisters still rocking pretty solid here. What's up, Sam? How's it going, man?
Hey.
That was kind of a shellacking for you there.
Yeah, he played
you
very defensively.
Yeah.
I think on any other mission that is way better for me than I even realized. He just has no real ability to pick up any of my monsters. He killed 1 terrain effects after shooting it for 2 turns with all of his anti-tank, and then once he committed his monolith and I killed it, he didn't really have anything else.
Every time I panned over there, I just saw the Norn chilling in the middle of the that was her nest, I guess, right? Which makes her like impossible to kill.
His whole army is AP2 other than the monolith, and so I get 3 up saves against everything with Feel No Pains, and it's just a really hard matchup.
Nice.
I think he's teched himself into anti-infantry.
Yeah.
Solar.
Which is.
I don't remember. Was that a forced pairing for you guys at the end, or was it? Did you guys pick that pairing? I don't remember how
we
the
were.
pairings went.
I had good pairings into, or I wanted to see. I felt like I had a good matchup into the ACDC because it's a similar thing where they're AP1 at most, and so I have 2 up saves on my Norns and high OC, which means that they're going to struggle to kick me off objectives for the most part.
Yeah,
they're fine.
And I felt like in Black Templars, Exocrines are extremely powerful with, if I just sit there and blast away, I can pick up a lot of them. And a lot of my team was scared of those matchups, and so I was going to save my pairing for the scrum so I could see if I can pair myself into those, because I'm generally not going to get blown out in these. But they set it up so that we kind of wanted to save our Vanguard and our Hypercrypt for the scrum to play into their Accursed Cultist. And because of what we had left, we threw forward World Eaters, which was never going to get a good matchup in this team's pairing. And so we threw that out, and we threw out me as the second one. We were like, if they pick the World Eaters, it's cool. We don't want them in the scrum.
Gotcha.
If they pick me, then I'll not get blown out. It'll be fine. I'll probably do fairly well since they don't have that much anti-tank.
Sounds like your list is kind of positioned as sort of an anchor for your team. It doesn't sound like you got a lot of pretty good matchups, not a lot of really bad ones. That's pretty cool.
It's hard for Tyranids to get blown out in most games if you're playing fairly carefully. I think that the Thousand Suns matchup can be pretty difficult, but even then you're not getting more than 13-7'd, I would guess.
And if you have a good Shadows turn, you just crush them.
Yeah, that's the thing. I've been thinking about taking the Battle Shock stuff out of my list. But
it's so good into Thousand Suns.
It's not. It's just there's so many matchups where it's an alternate win condition, and I spend 105, 195 if it's just the Neuro Tyrant and the Neuro Lictor to essentially have another win condition into a lot of armies where if they want to go and I use Shadow in the Warp and they fail enough important things, they just lose the game kind of flat out, or at least lose their ability to score high into me on a go turn. And that's enough to me to keep it in my list, even if it sometimes does nothing, right?
Yeah,
like sometimes it just sits there and the Flamer's okay and the Neurolictor is a lone up that scores secondaries and it could be, another monster in my list, but
the threat of a nuke is sometimes better than actually dropping the nuke itself, right?
Right. When you're depending on it, it doesn't work, but your opponents have to depend on it working for you, which is it just makes things so much scarier for them. And like the guard matchup gets easier, the Tau matchup gets easier. All the factions that have army rules that are affected by it get extra upset. I'm a firm believer that Battleshock should turn off pretty much every army rule. Like Sisters shouldn't be able to miracle die when they're Battleshocked because they don't get miracles, they're scared. You don't. That's not how that.
But that's when you want a miracle the most. That's come on.
No, they gotta believe in the Emperor, and if they did, they wouldn't be scared. And like Eldari and stuff like that. It's just every time I'm like, yeah, your whole army field Battleshock, but you don't really care that much is kind of a bad feeling. But there's not that many of those armies. So
I've been really impressed with your brothers play this game. Did you guys grow up playing Warhammer together at the house, or is this kind of thing you picked up later in life?
Our cousin got us into the game when I was pretty young, and Noah and I kind of got the game. We got Assault on Black Reach, the starter set back in 5th edition.
Nice.
And then I built a Blood Angels army, and he built Eldari. And when I went off to high school, I stopped playing.
You were too cool for 40K.
I just didn't feel like I had time. I kept losing because I had, as a kid, when you get Warhammer, it's on like presents, and so it's like parents and relatives picking the cool models, and so you don't have a good list, and you'll go to tournaments, you'll be like, here's my Mephiston with maybe invisibility, he's just going to run around, and it doesn't work that well. But instead, Noah kept playing, and he's been playing pretty much this whole time. And I, like 2.5 years ago, was for my job in another city without really knowing anyone. I was like, I guess I'll get back into it. And I built up over the course of a summer 1,500 points of Tyranids.
That's a great thing because I noticed that too. Making friends as an adult can be tough, and Warhammer is one of the things that can really. It's easy. You talk to anyone that's a Warhammer guy. You can get in, make friends, play games with people.
The Denver community, especially, which is where I was at, is
great. It's
like great. They have just so many easy ways to get into the game and play.
Brandon has done a great job with the competitive scene.
And so I enjoyed that. I got back and I went back to finish my last year of college and basically started going to tournaments.
All right, we don't want your whole life story.
All right, okay, all right. Yes, Noah and I grew up playing together. Noah's been a strong player for a while, and I've really enjoyed
I did not know that.
playing with him, and this is a super exciting event to be able
to
really
go. Cool to see you guys playing together.
Yes, sir.
We're at the same level. It feels like he's I think he's inches away from getting a good result at a singles event, and I'm
sounds good.
Clear this.
It's super sweet. He's a good defensive player for teams too. Like he doesn't get blown out.
I've been very impressed with the cleanliness of his play this game, honestly. And
the Pope brothers will be a household name one day, maybe.
Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. Okay. I got one of your teammates to agree to have you guys wear Pope hats to Rise of the Empire in December.
Oh, you got one of our teammates to agree. We didn't get it. We don't get a say.
I think it's Timothy here in the chat. So anyway, all right, hey Sam. So thank you so much, man. That was great. I really appreciate it. Always a pleasure to have you, man.
A pleasure.
All right, good luck for the rest of the weekend.
4, 6.
Okay.
6. 4, 6. And you did explode get out rolls for them?
I'm about to.
Okay,
I have to place them first.
I'll do some stubbers on you first.
Really nice to have Sam on.
Nice.
Oh yeah, thank you so much.
Sweet.
Oh, I took some already. I'm good.
Strength 4, toughness 3
Thank you.
on your little girls, right?
Yeah.
He might. Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Well, that's not a bad roll. We're looking at. Do you want
community looking out for us here? Just bringing me Coke.
These are on these guys?
Yeah. All just
Coca-Cola, not Coke.
Dash.
So I'll save one just in case.
You got it.
Lose 2, and I'll roll the last.
Beautiful.
I lose 3. Well, I don't think this is going to matter anymore, so we'll do that.
Sounds good.
And this goes away, and then I have to roll dangerous strength.
Yeah, no worries.
Good.
Ones, I lose nobody. Cool.
Can you measure that to there? See what we're looking at?
For the Seraphim?
Yep. If I just, got a lucky charge.
Hey, Mike, thanks for the 9 months of membership, brother.
Charge will do it.
Sounds good, man. Okay, so that's him. Now we got this guy here. Let's do the, I have only 1 CP. Okay, we're gonna save it, it's fine. we're gonna do mortar. No, sorry. We'll do this guy, everything over there.
Okay.
Including
AP on your guns is like.
Say again.
AP on your guns is what again?
3 on plasmas, and then 1 up top, but you have cover. So
it doesn't matter. For
I
these
would not
ones.
armor contempt here. It will not change.
Yeah, won't change
roll.
Okay, let me get rid of the dice so I can help.
Yeah, thank you.
A lot of these games look like they're tilting Yall Hammers or
and I'm not gonna
Yall Trollin's way.
Yeah. And
they seem a little sketchy.
So.
For advanced warfare, so we've got, if we want to do around the table at some point. Yeah.
Well, let's stick with this game for just a little while because we just talked to Sam for a bit.
Fair
enough.
Get
back into this one, then we'll
let's do it.
Involves 4 up. Good.
That's awesome. Overcharge check. Good. Last cannon. Good. 4 on you.
Shooting phase might be important here.
D6 plus 1.
Yeah, for sure. This would be the turn to do it.
I'll spend the 4 on that one.
You got it. Okay, and then the main gun on him. All the 4 shots. 2.
If you're looking at the topological definition, they don't have a hole at all.
Yeah. Something. Either way, go through.
3 damage each.
So
the what doesn't?
A straw.
And then
doesn't have a hole.
So 6 Philippines.
I'll keep going.
Well, then everything's a straw, right?
So I'm down to.
You punch a hole in a piece of paper, just a really wide straw.
Nothing. Yeah. All right, that's him. Now I have that, juicy extra AP. Goody. Okay. Now Dorn here, so he's hitting on 4s because he's in combat, but he'll go ahead and do.
Celestine Kathy is marked for death here, so
honestly,
if he can somehow get her down.
But I don't think she's that valuable here, right? There's units in his face. I don't think he needs to let the cards bully him into going after a target that isn't trying to shoot him to death.
What else is this Castigator shooting at?
He'll put the Meltas into those guys there.
Everything is
the Dorn.
Out of range over here. He'll put.
the Dorn.
That. So it should be.
I mean, you definitely want to kill this Cassie, which probably is going to happen. Then at that point, yeah, he might have killed everything in line of sight and then go after that. I could see
but maybe he should have moved. But this was tied up in combat too.
Yeah, combat's rough, man. What was he in combat with?
I don't think it'd be one.
Novitiates.
Are all your guns AP?
Rough. You hate to see that.
This one right here.
He did kill 3 of them on the crackback with the tank treads.
Brutal.
Base level on this gun is AP.
I mean, how many holes does a Dorn have?
Is the big gun?
Is it a straw?
Is AP2 now 3.
Okay, so it doesn't matter. So it's just the stubber or whatever the fuck it is.
It all depends on your frame of
AP1,
reference.
but you have cover.
I see.
You'll save on 3s.
Okay.
Right now, the autocannon is just 2 shots. That one's AP1 down to 2.
I won't use it.
That's the only one
I
that
will
would
not
matter
use
on.
it.
Okay,
Scott Ketchum.
Boy,
thanks for the $10.
I know what you're doing.
Scott.
Rolled.
Tried to get memberships, but it wasn't working. Yeah, apparently people have been having problems with that.
I don't think I rolled anything, right? That we were just declaring. You were thinking.
Thank you so much.
So main gun, how many shots? 7.
Thoughts on double EXO list for LGT?
4, 7.
Exorcists? I mean, I think Exorcists are really good. I would look at Typhus's list from the last round. That list is a scary shooting list. It's triple Exorcist, triple Castigator, double Immolator.
Yes, sir.
My God, is that a lot of guns. Take a look at that. He paired into a Tau list and just shot out of line of sight into them until they decided they wanted to come in line of sight, and then he shot his whole army.
Doesn't seem as good in singles, but
nice.
For sure.
Right, and then the autocannon. 1.
4 up, I'm assuming.
Yep, good. And then the stubbers, just 9 shots.
Scott, you can't be. Remember,
3, 6, 9.
The UK sucks at sisters. We are the sisters country. We know how to play sisters in the US.
T3.
Yep.
If anything, they should be looking at what we're playing.
Take
3 more.
3 Philippines.
I'm no comment on that.
Double 6s on the
Listen, I'm just on this show, okay?
1 lives.
1 baby.
Sergeant.
Okay, now we're going to do these guys here on those girls there.
Yes, sir.
The only ones that are going to be able to shoot fully are going to be the plasmas. Everything else is either outside of 12 or just shooting at their 24-inch range here.
Okay. Plasma's AP 2.
3 if I overcharge.
If you overcharge.
You always overcharge.
Okay, so let's see. And
which I will be doing. What?
Yeah, I'm over. Yeah, 100%.
Correct. 10.
Oh no, I lost a guardsman anyway.
And how many plasma shots do you have there?
It's going to be 2, 4, 6, 8. 8 total.
And the sustained?
These are sustained, lethal, rerolling hit rolls of 1.
Into the Seraphim here.
Yeah, I think he got a line of sight. He very well might not have had. He might very well not have gotten line of sight to them with anything else.
No.
Yeah.
If he didn't rapid ingress.
That's
so
exactly
that
why
would,
he brought him in.
So
that would explain it.
He knew that they were going to jump behind the wall after shooting, and he's like, I need something to deal with them. That you said that earlier, by the way. But yeah, very nice.
Correct. These guys hit on 3s base. They didn't get an order, but they hit on 3s. Reroll those 1s, baby.
Ash, I'm a streamer. My job is to start shit, not to finish
Okay, so add 2 sustains, and these just are going to be These 2 are lethals right here.
Okay. And then the 2 misses though?
Correct. Thank you. I took it out.
2s, baby.
And then 2s. Just drop 1 in there. 2s. Alrighty.
6, so
2,
8 total?
4, 6. 8 total on you. And you said you did not our AOC, right?
Nope. So this is 5 ups.
Yes, sir. Money, money, money.
I'll roll all but 1. Jesus.
That was pretty cool. Did you say you did hold 1 back, or you did not hold 1 back?
I rolled it afterwards. And
Okay,
I passed.
cool.
Ouch.
That's a lot of pass saves. It's not what you want.
No.
Okay.
And the downside of this unit, to shooting this unit, is realistically the only people who do damage in the unit are the last 4.
Yeah.
So if you shoot 6 of them to death, you haven't really impacted the damage output of the unit at all.
Just the normal last. So 1, 2.
Don't worry, the last
4,
guns will
5,
clean up here.
6, 7 shots.
What's the AP on these?
Only 1.
1.
So with cover, you're saving on your reroll 1s. Miss with those. Just 4 saves or 4 need.
Ooh, you want me on 4s?
On strike 3.
Hell yeah, dude. All right, so
3s. Hey, we got
lose
1.
That was almost as good as the plasma.
Living their best life, of course. Okay, cool.
So he didn't have line from this Cascader into those Seraphim, I guess.
So now we got
the Dorn. No, looks like he
Dorn.
did
Keep
not.
calling it
now we got
Cascader.
charges.
Yes, sir.
Because I got defense, strong arm, mark for death. So that's where we're at. Okay. Let's start with this guy charging here.
Go for it.
So he didn't.
Money, money, money.
Did not kill the Cascader.
He
You got
didn't
12
grenade
inch
it.
charge.
I thought he was going to grenade it, but
so
He might be using it as a springboard.
he's going to affix your bayonets. We're going in.
Beep, beep, stab.
Yeah.
At this point, 2. Marvel's not, but these guys are OC 2 each.
I believe so, yes.
Double check. These guys, each one of my guys.
Yeah, I think you're right. He's using it to springboard this unit back up into that objective behind the wall. Maybe even like tar pit Morven Ball for another turn.
Yeah, because she has a lot of attacks, but she probably doesn't have enough to kill literally the whole unit.
Yeah.
Although he's pretty close to real hits and wounds. I don't love how this board position has developed for Noah. No, this has gone not great. Matt's push has just kind of limped through.
You know, I'm just trying to space out where I can't. I'm going to be able to base you as many guys.
It's going to look a little bit better in a second when he kills this Cascader.
If he kills this Cascader. This is a bunch of funny guardsmen. What he might do is that Dorn free of combat? Because he might be able to charge and tank shock.
Okay, so now you're surrounded. You are surrounded. Come out.
So like, how many dudes are in that spell? Like 14 or something?
15 base.
It's like he's still got one.
Now I just killed a guy with overcharge, so a little bit more.
Oh yeah, that long roll.
Yeah, he rolled a 12, so he gets to go yard. Because what he did was use the first batch of guys to wrap the tank, so now he can't get in base, and so he gets to just put a bunch out on the side.
I'm going to countercharge.
Oh yeah.
Roll intervene, whatever.
Oh no, that's his Tempestus Prime there. Oh no, that's inhibition. That's his sister.
Make the charge.
Down to 0.
How did I confuse that model for a guardsman?
So 3 plus a 4.
So Vol heroic intervenes in, and I believe they are walkers, so this is legal.
Yeah, they are walkers.
They walk.
No, they are. It came up last week because we had Admech versus Sisters, and the anti-walker 2-up actually mattered on the...
There's a lot of walkers out there.
On the Dragoons.
So, no, I'm going to charge here. Whee!
Are these guys?
Yep, okay, they make it. Now these guys are going to... Say again?
But it is Games Workshop, so you should never just think logically it has legs and is a vehicle, therefore is walker, right? That doesn't always work.
Yeah. Actually, they've been doing a pretty good job about that. So things like crisis suits that have legs, they're walkers too. Things like Mauler Fiend, that's a walker, even though it crawls kind of, has legs, it's a walker.
Okay.
Riptide, walker.
I'm just saying, don't trust it. Just don't trust
Riptide's a walker.
Full health squad, 6 guys. Yeah. I will dual charge, both of them. 7, we made it.
Nice.
You are wrong. You're thinking about pylons and consolidates. Charge move, you just have to end in base if you can.
Yeah.
And now that he blocked himself out, he can kind of go wherever the heck he feels like.
Yeah, there's no have to get closer constraint. No, sorry. You do have to get closer to the unit that you charge, right?
I don't think so.
I thought you did.
I think it's only pylons and consolidates, but I'll double check.
Okay, I'm probably wrong.
I believe that's it.
Ben, we are in Dallas this weekend.
Start combats. You don't have heroic.
I'm not a CP.
All right, so I'm going to put. Obviously,
Dallas,
these guys
Texas.
here that are here are going to attack you there.
Okay.
And then everyone else is going to go into this thing here.
Sure.
So Let's do more involved first.
Sure.
The only really relevant one is the power fist attack.
Yeah.
So I'll do that one. I still
strength
have,
is it?
guess what? It's going to be a strength 6, I think. So whatever. But
Does he reroll or something like that?
I have reroll to hit because you're on an objective. So
that's pretty funny.
See what happens. And sustained hits too, but no.
Yeah, the hall's open to the public. 164. You can walk in.
2 of them. Strength 6. Take 1.
Okay. AP 2. Okay, so
Damage
that's
2.
gonna be a 4-up. Shit, let's try that on there.
Mr. Fister.
2 damage. Yep.
So,
And then this is the normal guys into them. Rerolling. 2 explodes. These are strength 3. 6s. 1 save.
He didn't put the power fist
All right, and then the attacks
into the
everyone else.
castigator.
It's going to be 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. 20 attacks.
Okay.
2, 4, 6, 8, 10.
This is all in the vehicle. Kill it!
15.
Are you strength? Well, it doesn't matter if strength or 4. Never mind. Look, it made me feel better, okay?
I believe it.
Hitting on 4s, I'm guessing?
These guys hit on, I think you're right, actually.
I can check if you
Can
want.
check?
Just put the 3 aside.
Put the 3s aside.
It's a Tempestus squad, right?
Yes, sir. They're 3s to hit on, I'm like 90% sure now.
Just put aside, and I'm
I'll
give
reroll
me
these ones
10
that we know for
seconds.
sure. Okay, I missed. Got 1 of them. And then 2 sustained, I'll add those
They
in.
hit on 4s.
Okay, so I got to
All
reroll
4s
these.
for all their weapons.
Yes, sir. Oh, man. Reroll it. Miss, and then 1 more sustained. Okay, so this many.
That hit or wounded?
This many that hit. No.
Oh, this is a hit.
I
Got it.
wish.
I was like, what the fuck?
I wish. All right, we got 4 on you, though. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay, so I'll roll 3, and we'll see if it matters after that. It does not. Does he explode? Nope.
So the
Never
castigator
doubted it. for a
Did
second.
get dropped.
Never doubted it, guys.
I doubted it
Emperor's
for
bayonets.
a little bit.
Fate dice is a...
The Emperor's bayonets are too strong.
Make sure.
We'll see whose faith in the Emperor carries the day here.
Going quick. Bolgan over here.
Yep.
We're gonna
Jack's
put
over here
2 of them into
just
the
ogling
small
his
squad,
new Thousand
and the
Sons
rest of the
army
other
that
one.
Kazra
You want to
painted
pile
for
in
him.
like this, so this
Oh,
guy
yes.
gets...
Yeah, that was
Look at that. Look at that OSL.
Yeah, you're good.
That's
All right, here we go. 8
gorgeous.
attacks. Woo, 3s.
Yeah, he did a really nice job. Very nice.
I'll just roll these.
I'll have to show you guys.
3.
During lunch
It's
or
on the
something.
2-man.
Yeah.
Another die, though.
Woo. Don't scare me like that. Talking to my dice, not you.
Fate
All right.
dice.
John Warhammer. 50 gifted memberships.
4.
So that is the, let's see, 1
Damn.
or 2 units you've...
What a coincidence the guy with the last name Warhammer would end up being a Warhammer fan. That's
He's
pretty
the
sick.
inventor. They named it after him,
Oh,
actually.
that makes sense. Okay.
That explains why he has the ability to give memberships like
Really
this.
fucking mad.
Thanks. Thank you, John Warhammer.
Pissed him off good now.
Appreciate that.
You just want to roll that many?
It's like how the Land Raider and the Land Speeder are named after,
Yes,
you know,
sir.
Jeff Land.
No.
Yes.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
They're
It's like
dead.
Warhammer.
Super fucking dead.
Think they're goners.
Hey, Bulgrin killed sisters.
All right, another fate dice for me, which is a...
Seriously though, thank you, John. I assume it's probably the same John.
This way.
He just killed a unit of half a unit of
you attack me back
Dominions.
Okay. So
And
I'll spend
the
the 2
novitiates
extra
are dead.
attacks. Can you grab these dice out of there?
Having to put a bunch of shots into the Triumph of St. Catherine when it's literally doing nothing.
So rolling all these
With
together.
your Rogaldorn. Basically, that Rogaldorn got killed by the Novitiates charge.
You got it.
Right? Because it was taken out of the game, basically. So the Novitiates charging this and preventing it from, like, moving to shoot and stuff,
They all hit.
So the
in effect, killed the Castigator. Because
It's
it's
a
going to
real
die
problem.
this next turn.
And the Heroic here, you can notice the 2 multi-melts can see the Dorn.
Yeah.
So that's going to be pretty nasty, even if he doesn't get his way out of that combat, which he likely won't.
So that's going to be
What's the AP on these
7
bad
plus
boys?
5. It's
No
15.
devs, huh?
AP2.
15
No
AP2? All right, so we're looking.
Okay, so that's
but we do
the-
feel no pains on these guys too. 6s and 6s.
What? Okay.
Are they damage? Different damage?
It's 2 damage each.
Okay.
The Vol is 3.
Yeah, I'm gonna re-roll any successes.
Oh, you're keeping it separate. Yeah, you got this.
Yeah. Okay, so 3 pass, and then now I need 6s
They're
on these.
mixing the
I'm just
dice.
Keep rolling successes into successes.
Sounds
and
great.
I need.
Let me get a quick.
Okay,
finish
so
rolling dice. Just look at the
damage 2, damage
scores.
3.
Yes, sir.
No other finished games yet. Thousand Suns and
2,
CSM
4, 6, 8,
still pretty
10,
tight there in the
12.
middle.
That one is turning not great for the Chaos Cult. It looks like the Thousand Suns are starting to
Commanders
push through.
Survive, and then we have.
The Necrons versus Black Templars
So we're gonna
is
take
also
one guy
looking
from
fairly
the
even. The
squad,
Templars have had an
and
extra
one-
turn of scoring.
The commander left.
So this one looks
All
pretty
of the
even.
command squad
This
guys
one
left.
is starting to tilt
Company commander
in the
and
Thousand
the
Suns'
left.
favor. The Demons versus Grey Knights also looking fairly even, although the Demons have bottom a turn, so can score a little bit extra there. We've got the World Eaters and the Tyranids that are in like turn 2 or something, turn 3, so that game is still ongoing.
I think they're further than that. They've just been being bad about keeping the scoreboard up to date.
Yeah, they're also, that game is they're going to use all their time, basically.
And then
This one I think is going to end up being fairly even, but this one is definitely skating pretty hard in the favor of Ben Neal. So a lot of these games are tilting in the favor of Yall Trollin, and that could mean some bad things unless Advanced Warfare can pull some of these games back.
Bring it down in area denial.
No, we go set. They don't think he used the negate damage on the Dorn that's still alive. He used it on the one that died last
Start of your turn?
Yes, sir.
Oh boy, he drew bring it down.
Right here. The Immolator and the unit inside die. Oh, I have to attack here real quick. On me. 6.
Yeah, each of those Dorns are worth 4 points on Bring It Down.
2s. 3 saves on you.
So I think this is right for the guard.
That's the Dorn fighting there.
Didn't you punch them?
No, I did
That's
not.
why I lost 2 guys.
No. You lost 2 to the multi-multis.
Oh, shooting. Okay, so we're looking for 3s then?
Oh, sorry, the Novitiates are still alive. That's right.
Good. And I didn't have...
Unless the Dorn kills him.
I don't have it, so... Oh, guys.
Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Believe that's everybody.
Okay.
Count should be 5. Okay, over to you.
Did you say he got 5 kills?
All right.
That's several.
2.
I think he killed a bunch of like 1 wound things and a couple of small sisters units.
Yeah, Castigator.
Put a 5 here.
3 inches.
Dominion,
half a Dominion,
Immolator.
2 halves of a Dominion squad, I think, and an Immolator on that turn.
1 Immolator, and then whatever the Bulgrin punched to death.
Kill the unit.
Yeah, well, I think that was the other half of the Dominion. He probably killed like 3 halves of a Dominion squad or something. I don't know exactly. Or maybe he battle squatted the Novitiates as well. Had 2 halves on.
No, that got bumped. I'm sorry.
Combat squad. Ben Routier, thank you so much, man. 20 memberships. I would say that the reason we're here is for the the money you guys are giving. That's actually not the truth. I don't do this for the money. I get the money from it so that I can keep doing it, if that makes sense. So I really appreciate the financial support because it lets me keep making the stream. And traveling to events like this is a big financial risk for me. And I appreciate that you're rewarding that by supporting the stream. So thank you very much.
So they're going a lot.
Love it.
Bottom of turn 3 coming up here.
These are the melters, right?
What's that?
These are the melters?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Should be easily in 6 here.
Easy.
This might be rough for the guard. Having Bring It Down on a turn when he's in striking distance of several tanks is not good. Hey, Ryan, what's up?
9 wounds left. Okay. Let's see here. OC on this is like 2.
Gator, we're in Dallas.
Only 1 right now, but I can give him an order to make it potentially 4 best case scenario.
Looks like the Demons Grey Knights game is just about wrapped up here. They're in the bottom of 5.
I need area.
And that one is very close.
Bring it down, which is problematic. Okay, that guy over there. Castigator, he needs a 10. So 11, I think.
So you probably have to rotate to get around, or just go straight that way.
Let's see, 11.
Either way, measure.
I'll do 11.
Sorry, I'm good to see you, man. How was your round?
Over here.
Beautiful.
Oh, wow, nice.
Potential advance.
Oh, yeah, we got a Scary update.
At least advance.
Don't make me talk.
Okay, just gonna barely poke out.
Yeah, so I just have to poke.
What's up, Scary? Good to see you, man. Can you hear me?
I can hear you fine.
All right.
Hey, Joe. How's it going?
I'm really glad you guys made the trip down.
You're good.
Honestly,
Thank you.
like it makes the event feel a lot more cool when people from all over North America come down. And
We had to train the moose to come down to the heat.
yeah, that's a big sacrifice coming to Texas in September is not what you want to do.
It's
but
fun. I grew up in Mexico, so going outside is just like a nice warm hug every time you walk outside. It's delicious.
More like walking into a blast furnace for me. But, yeah, I mean, another thing too. I mean, honestly, I've already talked to some people who got to play against you personally, and it's just people are excited to have you here, man. So I appreciate it. That's always good to see you.
Well, you know how it is. It's really nice to the community is awesome, and it's literally what drives us, right?
Yeah,
it's what you do. Like, we wouldn't exist if it weren't for the entire community from around the world.
Okay. Literally.
Literally.
Yeah.
So make sure remember, Joe has a Patreon, so
Oh,
check him out.
stop.
Give
Stop.
some, you know, put some super chats in there, get
Okay.
some memberships, you know, that sort of stuff.
Scary does too, by the way, guys.
Well, you know.
He's the OG.
Yeah.
He deserves your support.
The OG. Everybody's so old. I had somebody come up to me. It's like, I've been watching you since I was a teenager. I'm like, oh my gosh. I'm like halfway through my 30s now. I'm like, oh dear.
Oh my god.
Anyway, enjoy the rest of the stream, everybody. I'm going to go get food.
Thanks so much, man. Yeah, I appreciate that.
I do want to second that. The Patreon, well worth it.
Yeah.
I myself am a Patreon member.
Yeah, you are. Yeah,
Make it
thanks,
easy.
man. I appreciate that.
Let's see here. So
And this guy does have his blank up, just as we go into the turn.
Okay, let's see here. So we'll do Vol going over here, shooting all that, and then the guns that can go over there, bolters and the melters that can't shoot over there. Can't see you, so that leaves. Actually, fuck. We'll do this guy here first. Okay.
Clown mode. Thanks for the $5 as Scary wills it. Thanks so much.
Blasting here to here, first thing.
Yes, the heavy
You got it.
bolters. You're -1 damage.
Yes, sir.
6.
Oh my god, this position looks so bad for the guard all of a sudden.
So we're just gonna put everything.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of armies throwing their last remains at each other. I don't think he's going to kill the Bulgrin. I think he is going to kill this Dorn. I don't think he's going to kill the one behind it. So it's going to be like Bulgrin, remains of a Bulgrin squad coming in. Dorn has to deal with these guys. It's looking rough for the guard, but maybe he can get a bunch of points this turn off the kill more, which will help even things out.
Thanks so much for the Patreon. I forgot he had another one, another Robodorn waiting in the wings back there.
And if Matt can't clip this Exterminator, I could see the two of them doing some good things together.
Yeah.
Oh, excuse me. Now the scary one. Now the scary one. Ah!
I need a 3.
Ah!
Thanks, Stacy B. Fish. I appreciate it.
Okay, so he's done +1 P there, obviously.
Yep.
These guys will take their shots there, I guess.
I think if you're going to smoke, I think you do it now.
We'll do them first. So that
the Scion Command Squad is the one that charged into the Castigator and Morbid Wall over here.
So the one guy.
that can is going to shoot
everything else there.
He may be saving his 2 CP in order to revive that Scion squad.
Okay.
But he really needs to.
That would be nice.
4s, because I need
+1
wound. Reroll.
Come on, baby. I got 1. Okay, so this is AP 5 now, but I do get covered?
Yes.
Okay, and this is not melter range,
no.
But these are melter range.
Correct.
Okay, so I might as well save the blank for that, and I'll roll it.
Yeah, it seems both players are under the misapprehension that the blank is better against the +2 damage weapons.
So
they are not. But both players do not know that.
I mean, to be
interaction.
fair, like intuitively, it seems like it should work that way.
Right.
But
you would think, right? Turns the damage to 0,
Yeah.
but unfortunately
Roll
not.
Fidelis and Storm Bolters.
No, we'll kill him. I mean, you have
turns the damage characteristic
Trust you.
to 0.
You have enough to kill.
And then
right?
+2.
I think so. I hope so.
They have.
I'll roll Fidelis just in case.
Sure.
I'm not going to do the extra.
But not a huge deal.
There's a definite argument, though, to using it later because that's when your opponent will just kill you. You have more information, right? If he just hits with one of the melt guns, because there's no rerolls, and then suddenly you go, nope, sorry, you don't kill me.
Okay. All right, so we got the melters over there now going to fire. So we got the 4s are going to be 3s here.
Melters are firing?
Yep.
And then
I will spend a 5. I'll roll one of them. It's a 5. Nope.
Looks like he did recycle that command squad.
So that's one.
Yes, because he's down to 0.
Yeah.
That command squad is, or probably the unit it's attached to, that unit's going to be quite helpful.
No, I'll roll the other one.
Actually, I think the military command squad does have the regiment keyword. It's kind of weird in that way.
Yeah, you can resurrect the command squad.
Oh, but you do the unit instead because it's got the guns. Yeah,
It's got the same amount of guns, it just has more bodies.
Yeah, okay.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 8 shots. 10. That was a 6. 20.
Sounds like we might be running low on time here.
4 is going to be 32, so 41.
Very well could be.
We're getting tight here, guys. It's squeaky bum time in the round.
Yeah.
A lot of
Look
games
at how
proceeding.
close all the games are.
Pulling this twice.
Yeah, the ones that are going to be throwing up some big problems for Advanced Warfare, definitely this game, which has gotten out of hand. James has told me he's made several mistakes during this game that have cost him.
Yeah.
Anyone can make a mistake, you just hate to have it happen right now.
If you're playing Eldar, though, you can get punished super hard for your mistakes.
It's a very low-scoring game, but it's currently going in the favor of the Templars, so those can kind of cancel out.
It is Hypercrypt Necrons, and they have bottom of turn, so that might be something. But again, this mission doesn't reward that much, so.
I'm going to go find out what turn this game is on, because it's definitely not top of 2 right now.
Actually, I take it back, though. On this Black Templars matchup, he's probably dominating on primary because he's got all the bodies.
Oh, my guess is this game is ending. That's bottom of turn kind of scores coming in. That score just jumped like 30 points.
These guys are fucking around.
That could be really bad. Apparently that game just got clean out of hand for the Chaos Cult player.
I have
the Thousand Suns just weren't that scared.
That guy,
pushed in with the Mutaliths, pushed in with a bunch of stuff, and managed to just carve right through the Chaos Cult.
That's a shot of that table real quick.
Yes, sir. That is it.
Okay. So let's do.
Interested to see what happened there. So that is that's the Necrons Templars.
This is a 10-man squad, I think, right?
There is. Yeah, no one's
this game here.
I'll help you here.
Yeah, if you notice, there is a Mutalith and Magnus way, way, way farther upfield than you would have wanted if you were the Chaos Cult player.
Is that a secret mission, maybe, by Magnus?
Well, the Thousand Suns just jumped to 100 points, so this feels like a 20-0.
4 to 3.
Wow.
Take
one guy, baby.
And a 20-0 would be catastrophic for Advanced Warfare right now.
That's enormous for Yall Trollin.
Yeah.
No. 1, 2. Vehicle.
They haven't pushed the button yet, so.
So, I guess we'll put this guy. Exorcist is going to go on
looks
there.
like they're talking about their scores, but.
What's where?
The Exorcist is going on the bullgrid.
You got it.
How many shots? So 6 shots. 2, 3, 4. Thank you. 5, 6 4s. 3 hits. That was not a hit. Yep. 3s. 2 saves. 2 moves. I'll roll the first one.
This Demons Grey Knights game is getting real close. Oh, we're getting a bunch of points scored by the World Eaters.
You kill a guy.
Okay.
World Eaters Tyranids game.
All right, I could definitely see that one spiraling out of hand for the Tyranids.
Makes me feel better. Your turn, I think.
Okay. Scoring points.
I did not get area denial. I will discard.
I will get kill more.
Area denial.
Yes.
Which gives me a point. I will bring it down. I got 6 points.
Yes, sir.
6 on Bring It Down.
2. More than 50. Oh, excuse me. 4 points.
4 points. Yeah.
4 points. Yeah, I was like, what?
I was like, wait a minute.
I will get 4 for kill more.
Yep. So I got a kill.
You got a kill.
And
so
I got a
8.
hold.
Okay. Great. Yes, sir. Great.
Next turn.
Over to me.
All right. Over you.
Thank you for that. Draw. Secure no man's land, no prisoners. Awesome. 2 CP for me. Over to you. Orders.
I'm up to
take aim.
Okay, he still has 2 tanks left, and he has a unit in reserves. And he has most of the Bulgrim, which is what we expected. If he can make this turn hurt, the Sisters might not be left with very many units going into the bottom of turn, or going into the end of the game.
Could you do me a favor, Jack, and ask the coach to, as we get to this game, like round wrapping up, just ask him to be on the ball with hitting the game finish button on the screens for us.
Yeah, I can go do that.
Yeah,
These 2?
Yeah. No, that's all right.
Oh shit!
Probably
not. I don't know if you can fit.
That's okay. Just leave them there.
Okay.
Can you move these guys so that we're 6 inches, and then can flame you, and leave like one or string out to the objective just a little bit.
So last gun, and then everyone else in here, they can see me easily.
Yes, sir.
This has been a hell of a round. Great choice by Jack, by the way. So many close games.
Yes.
Like
It could be like there.
It's looking good for Yall Trollin, but these games are all so close, it could really go either way. We just got to finish a 20-0.
Okay, so
for the Thousand Suns over the CSM Cultists. Wow.
Not Overwatch here. Get the same angle to this guy, except I'm gonna.
That's big.
18-inch range from Eltas. So something like.
Remember, guys, 86 is the magic number.
And visible. Is it visible on the same line?
Really big score there for Yall Trollin.
Like that. See what happens when I'm able to do that.
Just the one guy?
Yeah.
Trying to see if there's any games that are being played right now. That maybe the Templars Necrons game will be the swing back that they need, but right now he's only up by 20 points.
You got it.
Is they 4?
Right at me.
And yeah, guys, I know the dice box is like cluttered and they're rolling the wrong colors, but these guys are like in crunch time now. They're
Rude
running
as
low
hell,
on clock.
boy, rude as hell.
So I'm not going to go yell at them. They got to get the game done.
Okay.
Okay. Now, the Dornster, he's actually going to move this way, I believe. Because if I say an inch away,
thanks for the 10
I'm about to
still
butter
easily
your
within 18,
brain.
actually.
That's awesome, man. I'm glad to hear you're getting some hobbying in.
So I guess that does sound better.
Thanks for watching the
I will
stream.
get an inch away.
Patrick, thanks for the 20 memberships,
See if
man.
I can.
See the same one
line,
guy?
But
That's
now,
incredible. Thank you very much.
I think now, so the Dorn was here, you know, like there. I think that there's a little bit, that extra angle I think I can get, obviously
Well, you were
staying
the
outside
entire
edge
bridging
there.
the whole thing. So if I wasn't able to shoot you, you shouldn't be able to shoot me back.
So I was here, right? Touching. Correct me if I'm wrong here, but this homie was like this, right? Because I was talking about line of sight through here, and you charged him, so he hadn't moved since being there.
Oh, he was a little over. You're right. Go ahead. Yep, you're good. You're correct.
No problem. So I think theoretically 2 guys.
Okay. Yep, you are right.
Great
The one
resolution
guy
by
can
these
see
guys.
one, the other guy can see 2.
Although, I'm sorry, man.
It's one thing to be a good sport
from there
when you got plenty of time and the game's not close, but to be a good sport when
guys to be able to do some damage.
maybe your whole team's win is on the line that takes actual integrity. And
I don't know.
I have 3
you can't
CP.
do that. Oh, you have 3 CP. Okay, cool.
Matt's showing a lot of that this game, so big ups to him.
I can't do the dev wounds on your turn though.
That's what I'm thinking. Okay, something like that. These guys, again, move, and they're gonna run out. I gave myself the defense stronghold points, right? Yeah.
I appreciate that, Twist the Nerves.
Oh yeah, your turn. You got you hold one. Okay.
There's a lot of stuff going on. Oh, there's a lot of
Move out around there and string back.
Let's not do it right now. We can grab it for the post game. All right, guys, we got another score in, a 10-10 in the Grey Knights Demons game. Very close.
It's sloppy, but you know how it goes with time. As long as we're in intent. Okay, that checks out. Oh, Shiba.
Advanced Warfare needs now to get 1 or 2 big wins here.
Deep strikers.
Because eating a 20-0 and a 15-5 hurts a lot, and it looks like they're going to eat another big loss with that Space Marines Eldar game at the bottom.
Okay, we got 7 wounds there.
But yeah, really great job. Again, I think that's the power of the terrain pick for Mike and the Demons against the Grey Knights.
For the one,
I think he was probably able to leverage
all good.
The mobility through the center of the table to interact with the Grey Knights a little bit better.
We have these guys.
We'll find out though. I think we're going to get those guys to talk on the
this
post-game
side, right?
show.
So I should be able to get within.
That should be really cool.
Yeah, I don't want to do the interview right now because there's so much going on in the
1,
round.
2, 3, 4. Okay, so can you help me by setting up within 12 of just this guy?
Okay.
Of like, you know, whatever that ends up looking like over there.
Okay.
And then a couple guys within 9 of the Triumph.
Let's see here. Plasma in the front, I'm assuming?
Yep, there's a couple special weapons. And then that should be the movement. So.
Plasma.
Yep. Honestly, we don't have to be too
I guess, yeah, it
careful
doesn't
about
totally
it.
matter.
As long as I'm a 9 charge there and can shoot while not being overwatched.
Yeah, you're not
okay. So I'm going to start shooting. We're going to start with a mortar. I have 2 CP now.
Let's see.
Okay.
You have, I think they're T3.
Grenade. They're T3. Correct.
I would have 2d6 shots. How many dudes do I have to kill before I get? Yeah, switch over.
There are 4 special weapons and technically 5 because the guy has a pistol. 5 special weapons, 5 guys I don't care about.
Okay, so essentially you have 5 ablative wounds before he gets to weapons you care about. Well, they're going to die anyway, so I'll do my free strat.
Okay, sure. Because that's the new battle round. You got it?
Yep, so it's just 2d6 shots for the one guy, and
yes,
then that is it, actually. So just the one guy. So 2d6 plus 2. 11 shots, so 13, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10.
This is the Seraphim getting their last hurrah here before they get
3
annihilated.
Yeah, those Seraphim definitely knew what they were signing up for when they hopped into the center of the board.
You just do 13. The one guy just put 13 on me?
Yeah.
Because you rolled 6 and 5?
The one got lost, so 12.
6 and a 5 on the number shot?
6 and a 5.
Beautiful.
Plus
Love
2.
Love it.
It's okay to have an army that's vulnerable in your team, but you just have to protect it till the end. Right?
Yeah.
Well, I guess I high rolled your high roll, so.
Yeah, I mean, that's
4 guys.
fair.
You just want to pull the 4
boots in the back?
They should be pretty obvious. They're special weapon. I'm going to spend 1 CP and mortar, more and fall, and declare the rest of these guys' shots, some of the special weapons into this squad here. but the mortar's going to go into more invol, just to pop fields of fire. 4
dudes, right?
Yes, sir. Hit with all of them.
I think that leaves the sergeant dead.
Nothing.
Is that right? He has 6 weapons, right?
No, there should be. This is normal. This is alblative.
Oh, okay.
So.
All right, we'll fix it here. I get the idea.
This is the
You
sergeant.
did down 4 guys.
Let me. Here.
Thanks for the sub.
I know you're keeping all your special weapons alive.
Yeah. Okay. So the mortar did nothing into more invol.
But you all need to do is shoot me to get the strat.
Yeah, but I did the strat.
So I'm down to. I actually haven't spent any because the Overwatch.
That was free. Yep. Now I'm going to shoot their normal stuff here, which is going to be plasma gun. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Miss with both, and then but I'm down beneath my starting strength.
Templars are starting to pull ahead a little bit more in that game, but they need, in my opinion, they need a 20-0 out of that game.
Gun into you, miss it.
In order to make this round closer.
They will be happy for every point they can get. This game's certainly not heading in the direction that they would want.
And when we say they, it's Advanced Warfare.
Yeah, Advanced Warfare is the one fighting from behind right now. We're seeing that the amount of games that they can actually pull points from is actually fairly low. It is currently this one.
3 save.
It is currently this one, the Black Templars, and the Thousand Suns need to push, but as more of these games wrap, the amount of games that can actually get points is less. So this is the role of a coach, is to go to those games as early as possible and say, hey, we need a push out of you guys in order to get the points we need.
We are going to have an interview with Mike Pestlins and Ben Sherwin shortly after we wrap the round here about that last game they just had, so that's going to be cool.
Yeah, that's why that's
forward to that. Thanks again, Natalie,
I'll do
for hosting the
that one does
interview desk over there.
Okay, so we'll do the plasma guns first, since that's what's happening, and nothing else needs to happen. They're in charge there, charge there, charge there. Yep, cool. So the plasma guns overcharging, 5 shots. I know I'm denying chat. 3s, 1 save on you. AP 4 down to 3 down to 2.
So 2 up.
Good. By 2 up, you mean 4 up, right? Okay.
Yes.
All good.
My brain did the right thing. My mouth did not.
No, don't worry about it. Okay, we'll do the main gun.
This is that guy, right?
Yep, this is this guy. We'll do the main gun now. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8.
Oh, yes, some dice.
Appreciate it.
Putting on 4s, I'm guessing?
3s because I got an order. I'm non-combat.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks to us.
Keep rolling. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to get things
all
out of the
good.
way.
Glad you're enjoying it, man.
Yep. Strength 9, so 3s, front linked.
Thank God Mark cleared the dice box for us. Mark, you're a fucking legend.
Good. Love it. And then we have the stubber. Actually, I'm going to do the last cannon first, if you don't mind. Sure. It's lethal, because you're a vehicle.
What happened?
It's a lethal.
Oh, lethal.
I rolled the wound, but I didn't need to. Just one.
So 4 up. AP 3, yeah. Okay.
AP 4, down to 3, down to 2.
These are all 3 damage guns?
Correct.
Does he have a D6 damage gun or a 4 damage gun?
Multi-meltas I don't think are in range.
Okay. I'll just pass one.
Yep. Okay. And now that stubber, only 2 hits, and no wounds. Okay.
It's amazing how 4 hours can just go by in a blink in a game like this. It hasn't felt like either player's playing slow either. It's just a lot of decision making, a lot of dice to roll.
Special weapons.
40k games are a gas, man, in that they fill the space you give them.
So we got 2 plasma guns.
Oh, do you want to overcharge?
Chemistry, that's a physics joke, actually.
We love it.
Okay.
Nice.
Plasma here, so 2
physical
guns,
chemistry joke?
5 shots.
Yeah, of course.
You're on the objective, full heavy rolls, but no sustain, but it is lethal. 2s. Okay, so we got 4 of them on you. AP 2. No overcharge, 3 guys. Meltagons, 1 hit, reroll, 2 hits, and 2
This game is coming down to the wire here. Nobody has a ton of resources left. Both players are still very scary, so we'll see. Vault shrugged off the damage thrown into her, and that can be a huge deal here.
2 hits.
Yeah, great choice of game and round, Jack, I have to say. This round has been a nail-biter.
Now we'll do.
It's looking like it's getting away from Advanced Warfare a bit.
It's going to put multi-meltas into.
There's some hope here for him.
There still are. This game is still very much in the air. Charlie Andre might be able to come back here, and the Thousand Suns, like, they should be winning this game and this game. So they still have some points they can put on the board. Maybe they can recognize that they might not have a path to a win and try and tack for a draw.
Yeah.
That could be very possible.
That bottom game, though, is looks like the Eldar are done scoring points, and they're still behind.
Yeah, that's going to be a bad score, and I don't think they're going to be super happy about that.
The suits guy.
7 shots, so looking for 3s. 2 lethals. 3s. Because you're talking 7, right?
Yep.
Okay, so 3. These are now AP 3, down to 2, down to 1.
So 3 ups. Okay. So I've already used a thingy, so 3 damage?
Yep.
Okay.
So kill a guy, put him down to 1.
Yep, you got it.
And then you have one more save you're considering.
Oh, what was the other one?
There's
Same
just-
thing?
there's
Oh, there was
three.
3. So it's a 3 up. Good.
Love it. Okay.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's all good. We got a guy at 1 wound, so we'll do the stubbers now. Just 9 shots.
Okay, that 1 wound off the
2, 4,
Paragons is
8,
actually
9.
super important.
Yeah.
If Vol's by herself, she doesn't real hits and wounds. She
cool,
doesn't get
2
+1 to
equals.
hit and wound. But if she's still carting around the half-dead corpse of a Paragon, she'll hit both.
6,
It's also a kill, by the way, for the
Yes,
primary.
that too.
Doesn't matter at all.
Very important.
That might matter here.
Oh, no. All right, cool. And then I'll just do the other one you're saying on 2.
That sounds like an Overwatch for sure.
Same thing?
Yeah, 2s. Hey, we got a guy. 3 damage.
Okay.
And then the Demolisher Cannon.
Okay.
Woo!
All right.
1 shot.
The Nundums are dead.
1 lethal.
4 up.
Yes, sir.
Falls by herself.
Good. Love it. All right. That's everything.
Still a very potent unit, but not nearly as good.
No,
Shots.
no, that 1 wound was huge.
6, 8, 10. 3s. 4. Yep, sorry. That many.
The Paragons are a wildly outsized threat in that they can single-handedly dominate a section of the
Cool.
board. They can dominate entire
that should
matchups if
be
you let them, so you
everything
have to
except for
deal with them if
charges.
you see them.
So we're going to do Bulgrim charging here.
Chris' Vanguard, Ultramarines, and all the lists are in BCP, of course.
Then these guys charging here. 11.
Yep. The link's in the description. Check it out.
Top of 4. Not a lot of time left in the game. It'll probably be pretty close. I'm
Okay.
guessing.
That's that. She has a bunch of attacks in melee, right? Like
18.
enough where you'd easily kill them. Okay, that's fine. So we won't do that. And that is all of my charges.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
That's that.
look at this,
right there.
Ben
I
putting the screws to the Eldar in that game down there,
not gonna.
I can't armor contest.
widening the gap.
Yeah.
He won't get a 20-0, but the fact that he is 96 instead of 95 means he will be getting a 15, 16-4 out of that. It's super nasty.
That's what I just picked up.
T2, obviously, or T3.
You always want to get above those 5-point increments because that'll get you to the next team
Gretchen
point.
or T2, no?
They are.
So 96 is a big difference from 95.
Just give me
Advanced Warfare needs to clamp down on the remaining points that
no worries.
Yall Trollin can score. They need to do that immediately.
Over here.
She dies. Another fate dice, which is a
Cool.
5.
And a
Picked
big
up a lot
part
of
of
kills.
that, that's going to be this game here. This, I think, is the single best game for Yall Trollin that is left to go after that Eldar and Space Marines game is done.
Yeah.
So I think if they're going to get the points anywhere, they're going to get them here.
That is awesome. Strength 4, 2 saves on you, AP 2.
On the scissors?
Yep.
Right or left? 3?
Looks like they're counting up points in the Sisters in the Eldar versus Space Marines game.
And then we have
They're counting those up. I think we can expect to see a score soon.
3, 4. The guys that pile in. 5. Make it 6 guys. Move another one out there.
Yeah, I think they're done. I'll make sure their scores in.
Elite starting strength. This one is only 1 save on you.
Is that all you have left to attack?
Yeah, man.
I'll just pass it with a 5.
You got it. Okay. That is my turn. You fight me back.
Woo! Over there. 1 save. Or no, another save. Another
Okay,
save. You're
that's
right.
it.
That's it.
I'll score my points for secure.
All right, that one is done, guys. That's 16-4 for the Space Marines
Here.
I think you got the max.
in that game.
Yeah.
Because you killed
third.
those two and this.
More points rolling in now.
And more involves unit
Yeah,
there.
scissors max is out at 5.
Y'all Trollin already at 61. They need 86 to win the round.
8 points. Don't do that.
So we had.
So they need 25 more points across 4 games to win the round here.
There was a squad here.
Advanced Warfare is pretty much out of winning territory now. Their best hope is to get a draw.
It's just that. Was there another tank? An immolator? No. No.
I think was dead. Cascade was dead. There was the 2 squads in the middle.
Yep. 2.
There was this squad over here.
I think it's
3.
4. And then
4.
Okay, so I'll say 4 kills.
Okay. All right, switch over to me.
Yeah, I think it was right. I think it was 4. He killed a couple more combat squatted units.
I get 4 per
I got the Seraphim, I believe, and the Nundums there. So 4 kills for Kill More here is pretty good.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure those Novitiates are dead as well. Let me know if I missed anything there, guys, or got something wrong.
What do we got?
It's
Cleanse.
a little hard to keep up with all these small MSU armies. But.
So.
And then on the guard side, he has one Rugaldorn left. He still has his Exterminator as well. He recycled the Scions that were attached to the command squad, and he's got all of his characters still doing okay. I think maybe one of his infantry squads, the Catachans or the Death Corps, are dead.
But here that were not being used. I don't know. That's for them.
All right, bottom of 4, guys. Crunch time definitely in full effect here.
Whew.
Seth, thanks for the $5, dude.
I'm about to butter your brain.
Jack still owes you a coffee. Oh, thanks so much, man. Yeah.
See them?
Thank you for your support. Thanks for playing on the stream yesterday.
That's as hidden as possible.
Your army looked so good on the table, and I really appreciate it, man. Hope you had a good round.
This guy's gonna go here. Got the sabotage. I have to stay alive, don't I?
You do have to stay alive for sabotage.
Sisters got cleanse and sabotage.
At least.
So then let's do this back. Okay, so we'll do sabotage with more of involved.
Got another game in, guys.
Points. I could not.
This one finally in the favor of Advanced Warfare. They got a 13-7 over Matt Evans in his AdMech.
That could be the only thing.
But they needed more. They needed more than that.
So Morval is going to be.
So we're at 68-32 now.
With the sabotage and the deployment, or the thingy. And this guy will do the cleanse. Is there anything else?
85 or 86 is the magic number.
Let's see here. Sabotage. Okay, and that just leaves this one and her. She'll move advance. She's gonna go speedy. Let's see. So she's gonna go 6.
Overlapping is
plus 3 is 9. Plus 2 is gonna be 11.
Yes,
11
sir.
All right.
Actually, you know what? I take it back. Do you mind if I don't? I want to move over.
You can move in charge. That's what I was figuring. Not a problem.
Okay.
Owen, they were in a pretty good position. It's just the guard just kept having stuff to deal with.
So much. I have now,
maybe you want to
BCP. I think I'm going to, just for sake of time, 4 multi-meltas.
Rogaldorns.
Wound on you.
Can put out a lot of damage, and he had 3 of them. So it just he kept getting
the
guard kept getting chipped down and chipped down, but he just had too much stuff. It looks like to me. Sisters may still win this, though. We'll see.
2 saves on you. 4 ups.
How much damage?
3 each.
4 ups.
3 damage. Okay.
It takes 3.
Launcher cannon.
Hey, I have some updates from some other games, if you want.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Absolutely.
So
this is the Dorn.
Advanced Warfare is trying to strive for every point on the remaining tables that are available.
Yeah.
But the game between the World Eaters and the Tyranids, unfortunately, Charlie Andre left an Angron-sized hole in the middle of his army, and Angron hopped in that hole and started beating big monsters to death.
Oh, no.
Either way, that's the most damage. That's the.
So he moved his screens forward, but Angron jumped screens, and so he ran in and is in combat with like 4 Tyranid monsters right now, all of them with blast weapons.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, it's
down to 2 wounds.
That is not what you want.
Yeah, look at that.
This is
Angron right in the middle of the table, going full hero mode here.
Good. And then finally the stubborn.
Or full villain mode, depending on
Yep, and the points have shifted, so Brian is up by quite a bit right now, and he's not looking to slow down.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Crazy stuff.
3s. 3 saves on.
Yeah, this is starting to look pretty dire for Advanced Warfare. We got another game in.
The Thousand Sons were only able to drag 13 points out of that game, which is not what Advanced Warfare needs. They need to keep 18 points out of these last 2 games for Yall Trollin, and that seems tough. I don't think the World Eaters are going to get to 18 by themselves, but it's oh, hello.
Somewhere.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
the score just propagated. Yeah.
Shooting.
So they need 13 points out of the last 2 games.
Yeah.
And it looks like the World Eaters might get that single-handedly.
To me, guys, this round can be summed up pretty much, to me, as a tale of 2 games, which is really these 2 right here.
Yes.
Both these games were bad matchups for the losing army. But in one of them, the losing army was able to squeak out 5 points for their team, and then the other one, the losing army only got 0, right? And the thing that makes teams is that you gotta fight and scrape and claw for every point, even in a losing situation. And if a team can do that, then they win. It's not that simple, but that's a huge part of it. So
it's 4.
It also is the case of once you start losing against Thousand Suns, you can't get away from them.
Yeah.
And they get to just chase you down and shoot you to death. Whereas the Templars, if you recognize you're not going to win, you kind of back off. They can't pursue you that quickly.
I think we can
Also, apparently, the Chaos Cult player over there thought he had a positive matchup and he was planning to exploit it. And unfortunately, he was the one who ended up on the wrong side of that game.
I'll get this, you get that? Okay, you got it?
Okay, Cleanse, I got just the
2 points.
And Sabotage, we'll see if I stay alive.
What's up,
Which, who's doing? Yeah, they're doing it there. Okay, cool.
What's up, Cal?
Turn 5.
Vol's doing the Sabotage.
Okay, so next turn.
Turn 5. I think I spent 1 there.
I'll go up to.
Okay, so now
I'll go up to 3. I'll say because I think I spent 1. Cleanse, assassinate. So
My
I'm
character
on
is
hold more.
Vol.
On hold more.
Yep.
Basically, my entire turn. It doesn't even really matter.
Guard crushing on kill more this game.
Yeah, it's very helpful.
The goal because these guys.
I combat squatted a bunch of things, so yeah, that's gonna hurt you.
Not only does Matt have a lot of units natively, but he also split a lot of them up into individual units, which he can't not do. He has to put something in those immolators, and otherwise the immolators will die. So he was kind of priced into just having a lot of kill points in this mission, and that is not helpful.
Up here. Oh my god, I'm spazzing out. Okay, and then.
Yeah, I wonder if there's an argument to be made to not combat squad in this primary. I don't know.
Confident that.
Unfortunately, he can't really decide not to. He has to put something in those immolators, which means he has to split.
Well, yeah, because if you.
It's unfortunate, but it is what it is.
The action.
Also, the units are quite useful.
I'm not sure.
And they give him miracle dice and all that stuff, like lots
of
miracle dice.
I'm not sure it's gonna matter. I don't think you're gonna kill me. So even if it does work, that's fine.
I think this game's going to wind up being fairly close.
Kill you. Oh,
Sisters have bottom of turn, but I do think the Imperial Guard are going to get it in the end.
I'll string out Solar and a couple other guys, and then the mortar, and we'll see if that's enough.
I don't know, looks like the Sisters are getting in the end to me.
I don't know if you can do it or not. If I can.
Well, what's best case for you? We can just work with.
So you have to put something in your dedicated transports at the start of the game where they die.
Yeah, shoot the guy because that one will matter.
The pistols here. 2.
And the immolators don't hold the full squad. Right?
Yeah, they do not. They hold 6.
So 5 up. Good.
Love it.
Do you have any other good shooting on him?
I mean, it's the just.
I'll just roll it. Fuck it.
I don't know.
Good so far.
Love it. Nice. Okay, let's shoot the mortar at him. 5 shots.
Yeah, well, that's another way you can manage it is you intentionally sacrifice the units all in one turn.
One more.
So you're giving up kill more once, but you're not giving it up over and over and over again.
I ultimately think it's worth it just to split your units anyway. You don't want to make your army worse to try to avoid giving up maybe a kill more at some point during the game. I think you just make your army play the way it's supposed to. And
I'll say so.
Yeah, you have a lot of kill points, but you were going to anyway.
What's been the best game today? This has been the only game today. So this one's been pretty good.
Nope.
Okay, dead. We got it. Thank you, sir. I'm not gonna, even if I somehow high roll and kill.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not worried about it. Okay. Sorry. And then cleanse was the cleanse was an important thing too.
It doesn't actually do anything. I just give it to him to keep him busy. And
this guy alone will kill more involved. If he does, then this guy will be able to cleanse here. If
they're trying to go real fast here, Thought Fanny. I'm not gonna yell at them.
So I have cleanse as a secondary, right?
Okay.
They have like minutes to go in the
these guys are gonna
rounds.
shoot and kill that.
Okay.
That is assuming that both these are shooting and then this guy's not cleansing. So what I'm going to see is if this guy alone can pick off the 2 wounds there, this guy can cleanse there. You see that?
Gotcha.
Yeah, they're trying to get to an agreement on what the word state and the points look like and move on.
I have enough CP to pop for, actually, how about this? One of these guys gets move with the extra infantry order, pops out here, and then I grenade strat her. See if that alone will do it. Do you have Overwatch or something?
A lot of interest going around this World Eaters experience game because Charlie actually has closed that gap quite a bit.
I only got 2, so see if that's enough.
79-66 right
she's
now.
done one.
Okay, and then we'll do the...
I think to avoid the loss, he needs to. He would need to get something like an 18 in this matchup,
+1,
which does not look likely to happen. So all Brian needs to do is just hold, make sure things go all right.
Look at this fashion icon.
He's wearing a War Games Live shirt.
Mario
Impressive.
Capizzo. He's a Warhammer hero. Did you know that?
So now we are.
Oh, I did not.
And I'm done.
Okay.
He's
I
judging
actually
this weekend.
I brought my War Games Live shirt with me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
VP there.
Nice. Need something to wipe your ass with, right? You're not going to use the toilet paper.
So this is
Oh,
just
you
two
guys are
separate
cleansing.
squads.
Gotta get- okay.
Oh, that's awesome. What a big
How'd you get assassinate?
More ball. Or character.
Oh, yeah. Dumb, stupid. Fucking dumb.
All
Okay.
good.
My turn.
Checks out, kill, and then the total
92.
Two kills.
Yep, and now we're going to see what the sisters can get on their turn.
How does that work on the last turn?
Defense stronghold, you get it. I think it's just
Yeah, I think
In
you
a
just
battle.
get defend.
Oh, in a battle. Okay. Let's see here. Okay.
Yeah, he does not really have that many units left.
you got primary for 4.
And that should lock up the round as a win for Yall Trollin.
It's looking like it for sure.
Very powerful team. I'd be interested to
I'm
see how they
impressed.
do into other top armies like Stat Check or Tundra or things like that, because they put on a very good performance this round.
You know, I will say the Yall Trollin guys have been putting in work for teams. They actually came out to a tournament I did in Canada.
Anything else to affect this?
To play teams up there.
Entertainment over here.
And they got to play into some of the Canadian teams that are doing well this weekend, like the Quebec team and stuff.
And that would allow me to.
And honestly, their team play looked a little rough that weekend, but I think they've been really working at it.
Objective,
And working on like the pairings and the matchup
Oh,
matrix.
that doesn't because I don't hold more.
They're a very strong team,
You killed
and they know what they're doing.
Yeah.
So can I even kill that many different units?
I think
plans do that thing here.
I think Noah crushed through on turn 4, and that's paying off big in terms of points on turn 5.
That guy can't either.
Someone asked really like, how did this get out the score lead for the sisters? I feel like the overall analysis is
containment.
There are just too many Dorns to deal with.
I don't think
like the Dorns and the Bulgren together were just too.
And these guys
durable.
Oh, it's
and Noah also did such a great job of keeping his tanks back and out of the really threatening range of a lot of the sister stuff. Like this one, this Rogel Dorn spent half the game like here.
What's that?
You know, so it was waiting in the wings to jump in for when the front line started getting whittled down.
So Noah's target priority was very good this game. He always killed the things he needed to kill, and eventually that did drop map below critical mass on tanks, and all of a sudden he couldn't kill Dorns anymore.
Yeah.
And that one last Dorn gets to be immortal.
This is the World Eaters Tyranids game. You can always tell this game's interesting when all the guys are standing around watching what's going on.
Here's one thing I can see. You do not do the action, which is 3 points gone, to try and kill these guys, which is plus 4 points.
Yeah.
But it's a risk, not guaranteed.
Sisters couldn't find the Dorn hole. Well, that's why you plugged them up.
You got to plug your Dorn hole or someone will find it.
The only is, I guess I see.
Yeah, Willow, I think you're right about that. The sisters exposed some stuff early that they really didn't need
How
to.
likely am I to kill them with the? Probably pretty
I've
low.
never. 3 castigators will
Easy
pick
for
up
me to
6
say.
guys.
Okay.
I have never had
It's a tough board position, especially going second when he gets to grab a bunch of the board. Like you get more information, but you still have to kill things that are wildly tougher than the things you're giving up.
You're wounding.
And he lost 3 tanks early, and I think that whatever the opposite of paid off
These are
is.
5 up.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I think I just contain with the 1 to try to get the.
And really, the guard had a range advantage in this game.
Let's get over here so we can see you,
Direct
so we can
seat,
shoot
blast.
you.
It's also the case of if he wants to bring down a Dorn, as I said like at the start of the game, he needs to coordinate 3 tanks to shoot at it in order to bring it down. And then
I have
2 or 3 of those tanks are all going to die, and then he can't do it again.
Let's save some time.
You know, and that's a real issue.
I don't want to see that
I
craziness.
lose 3 points on this.
But you gain 4 points on primary.
But
I will get
you get
4 for kill more.
Yes.
Which I believe puts it to 96-73.
Noah.
Pleasure.
You're 2 over on primary.
What's up?
Puts 2 over on primary. Thank you.
Yep.
I can only do 50 primary max.
That'll do it.
Good call. All right.
I don't think that actually affected the differential, so that should be a 14-6, which will lock in the win for Yall Trollin.
Yeah, 94.
In the last game.
I have to do the math for the stream table ones because it's 21 divided by 5. Let's see if Jack is right. It is
because
up 14-6. Good job, Jack.
I would
Thank you.
discard and see if there's.
Never doubted it for a second.
I've done so many of these.
Yeah.
But yeah, that will lock the win, I believe, for Yall Trollin here.
That is an 87 with the last game still to
87,
go.
and they still have a game left. So yeah, wow, big grats.
Big congratulations.
Big grats to Yall Trollin
Bring it
for
down.
sure.
It's going to be a no-go. Sim Line's free.
Why is that still on there?
Actually, not free because I have
There we go.
more OC there.
Never didn't have it. So yeah, that's gonna wrap up our coverage of the round, guys. This one was great. What a game here to have on stream. Great pick, Jack, for the round end for the game there. That was a lot of fun. I hope you guys enjoyed that. I mean, it's honestly, it's a little bit nice seeing sisters get punched in the mouth sometimes. They're kind of running the table on a lot of people out here in tournaments lately. But, you know, the honest truth is the game is pretty balanced right now. And even the Boogeyman of Sisters is still like a 55-60% win rate most of the time. So there are answers to them out there. They can do stuff.
For example, you know, this game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that, and again, super well played by Noah, not just in his tactics and everything, but also both players. Like paragons of sportsmanship, communication was great that whole game. Really love to see it, guys. So we're going to take a lunch break, but before we go, we are going to send it over to our talk show panel here. They're going to be doing a quick interview between Sam Pope and Ben Sherwin, who had an awesome game this round, and then I believe they're going to be talking to the captains of the teams as the round finishes. So stick around for that, guys. We'll be back after lunch with round number 4 here from whatever this thing is called again. Champions Cup. That's right. Okay. See you guys soon.
Fair, that's right.
What's up?
Hey, we're back. Day 2.
You got me filling in.
You are, because I'm asking him questions.
Finishing, getting right close to the end of this round between Ben Sherwin's team, captain of Team Advanced Warfare.
Advanced Warfare.
And then we've got Sam here with Yall Hammer.
Well,
Yall Trollin.
Yall Trollin. I'm so
Yall
sorry.
Trollin.
Yall Trollin. Very cool. It's been close, right?
It was a close game. We knew going into this round that it would be close. We have good lists, good players on both sides. I think we just wanted to make sure that our pairings went okay, and then just trust in the players from there.
Very cool.
How did you guys feel going into those pairings? Were you happy with how the pairings turned out?
I'll defer to you.
Yeah.
I was pretty happy with the pairings with it. I would say if I would make a comment on it, I would say that our matrix would have needed a little bit of tweaking on certain individuals. But that's okay. That's part of the game, right? You know, if you don't know and you try to make an educated guess and you end up being wrong, that's okay. You know, the team lives and dies by the teammates, so that's okay.
Yeah.
I mean, Sam, what about you, Sam? Were you happy with what the results ended up? Like, what were the matches that you had?
I was pretty happy.
Yeah.
Going in, we knew that the tough matchups for us were going to be the Black Templar board and the Thousand Suns. Those are 2 tough matchups for our composition. We knew that going in. And so limiting those to not like stomp matchups and then getting our good matchups into their Tyranids and their the other one was the Eldari were the 2 that we were looking at where most of our team felt pretty strong into those, and so we wanted to
Why do you feel strong into those particularly? Is that because you have been practicing against those? Do you have lists designed to take those down?
We have a lot of people who are experienced in armies, but more than that, we have a lot of high mobility armies on our composition. And so being able to get, with some uppy, like some of the guys that, jump into deep strike and fall back down, the uppy downies. All right.
We're not formal here, uppy downies.
And that allows us to punish Eldari pretty hard. It doesn't, we have some durability that works into Eldari, and Eldari isn't durable to us. And so a lot of times we can push those matchups really, really well. And then Tyranids, we have, their list is not designed to kill durable targets. And we have Thousand Suns that have super durable targets. We have me with durable targets. It doesn't have the killing power to really do that. And so that's what we were looking at. The World Eaters was our, I think, week league when I was looking at pairings, and it felt like you knew it too based on your pairings.
Did you feel that? You're like,
it seemed like we were throwing them out into every single possible defender that we thought wouldn't get him 20-0'd and seeing like, please take it so we don't have it in the scrum. And you guys would keep like throwing it to the side because you wanted it in that scrum at the end with the last 4 pairings, and it ended up going to the Tyranids. We didn't really want that matchup. We know that it's hard for World Eaters. It ended up going okay as far as I'm aware, but that was more of a lucky thing for dice and stuff like that. But when we were looking at the goals that we wanted to achieve, I would say we got about 3 out of 4 of them of like good into the right matchups and avoiding the scary ones, and then just letting people kind of take their matches as they were and run with them worked pretty well.
That's awesome. And you were happy with yours. Were there any that you were thought were a lot more favorable matchup versus some that you thought were going to be a lot more risky?
I would say that me throwing me into the demons, I knew that they were going to pick me on that, because the other matchup I felt strongly was better into the demons than what I would be able to do. But I believe I handed them Eldar and demons. I think the Eldar have the chance where if you don't make 4-ups, they could just pop big stuff, and I don't think they were going to take that chance. So whereas I do not, because I have the the multiple attack, strength 10, uppy downy. I don't have much screening ability, so I figured they would do that. And the reason I did that is I was taking those demons away from some later pairings. I didn't want the demons into the NIDs. The NIDs will absolutely get murdered by the, and I didn't want the Thousand Suns either, because I didn't want that juju either. So I basically got pinned out trying to protect those two pairings. And the other guys just had to play some Warhammer, and dice have to be rolled, and some of them just didn't happen. Like the Thousand Suns into the AdMac, we had that drawish, could go to the Thousand Suns if they roll well on their Doom Bolts. We'll see how that one rolls out. I didn't actually see the scores.
I think it was Thousand Suns got 14-6 compared to the AdMac.
Oh, wow.
So Thousand Suns took that one. We knew that was going to, or maybe 13-7, but we wanted to keep that close. Like, again, that was our, it could 20-0 a lot of our lists. And so we were like, let's put AdMac into it. He played Thousand Suns in round 1 and got 20-0'd. And so he, I think, learned from that and learned how to play really careful games because he knew he could.
Not gonna lie, we saw that and we did that on purpose.
So that's a good strategy though, right? Like in this tournament, you can learn on the fly. This guy played Thousand Suns round 1 with his AdMac. He kind of learned, okay, I'm going against this. Now you're like, what, we're going in round 3. He's had a little experience, maybe he's learned. So if you have Thousand Suns again, you might want to throw your AdMac guy there. He might be even that much more experienced.
I think a different team might say, oh, our Thousand Sun or our AdMac player got 20-0'd. Let's avoid that matchup at all costs. But really, I mean, we listened to our AdMac player. He said, I still feel confident in that matchup. I got, pushed in hard by some hyper-aggressive plays and some, hot dice, and I wasn't prepared for that strategy. Now I will be, and I don't feel like I'll have that happen again.
This is like pro-level stuff, right? Like, learn from your mistakes. Don't necessarily run away from them. Or not your mistakes, but your failures or your losses.
Yeah.
That's really cool, really cool.
And it worked really well, I think, overall. I'm really proud of that matchup.
He was willing to, he learned and did pretty well with it. Yeah, that's awesome.
I want to ask Ben, man. Ben, is there something you're afraid of going against?
With my Grey Knights?
Yeah,
Nothing.
or your team in general, your roster of 8. Is there a particular build? You don't have to give me specifics because other people are watching here, but you can't prepare for everything. Is there something that you're like, maybe is it? You don't tell me specifically.
No, we were actually really afraid of if they had 3 to 4 hyper aggressive melee lists.
Okay, yeah.
Because that would be a lot of our lists don't deal well with high pressure in their face right away. So if they're able to do that twice in pairings with 2 attackers each, we have to really think about how we are going to put down defenders and who's doing what.
Totally.
So then why did we say that we thought the world leaders were going to be the weakest link? That's a hyper aggressive in your face.
Because we can pin that around with one of them, but if there's ACDC world eaters and 100 Black Templar Crusaders.
So as long as we have one, we can shove him where we need him. But having more than one, now we've got a huge problem.
Yeah.
So that's the weakest link. Do you guys have a weak link? Did you have something that would have been your weakest link or?
As far as an overall team comp, it's interesting. It's kind of what y'all have a little bit. We have a lot of armies that enjoy open terrain a little bit. Some shooting armies. We don't have a lot of the high pressure melee. And so just when you're thinking about terrain layouts and what those want, they want open boards. And so what gets to the end and into those last 4 pairings are a lot of the dense boards. The densest boards are left. And if someone's composition just has a bunch of melee pressure, you're gonna run into melee pressure on a dense board in the scrum, which is the worst. It's not a great scenario, and so that was a kind of intimidating part of that matchup. But overall, I think we have a pretty balanced composition that allows us to react, and I'm not too scared of everything,
So do we have a score? Do we know where we're at right now? Do we have a confirmed winner? Do we check? Can we track? Do we got?
Do we have a score yet?
No. We're trying to pull it up. We're just finishing up your last few.
I think they've talked out everything at this point, so we should have final scores.
But we know it was close.
We know it was pretty close. I think that the stream game was the guard versus the sisters, and I'm pretty sure that swung pretty hard in the guard's direction at the end, which I think would put us, in the lead there at the end of the round. But it was just a couple key victories where we would have, one side get 15-5 and then another get 15-5, where we're pushing scores in, and I think just one swung our way a little bit more than.
Very cool.
Now, I've got a weird question. I know that we've got 2 different sets of terrain. We've got the GW and we have the WTC.
3.
We have 3.
And then
Oh, we got that
FLG
one.
setups.
How big of a deal is which terrain layout you give the armies?
It depends on the list, at least for us. I find that people enjoy terrain, and the lists that really care about terrain, you can set as early defenders to make sure that they get the terrain they like. That's why you see high-powered shooting armies often as first defenders, because you'll see them be able to pick a really open board setup, put a lot of firepower, and say, there's not many lists in the game that I wouldn't win when I have open terrain that I can shoot you off objectives whenever I want. But there are some lists, I think the uppy-downy lists are pretty neutral about terrain. They like open, but they can work with whatever. And so we have a few of those, which lets us be a little bit more flexible. But that's it. I would say it's fairly relevant as far as these things go.
Same question to Ben.
The terrain. How much of a factor do you consider with the terrain?
It's a big factor for certain armies, but we didn't really take any of those because of the 3 different sets.
Yeah.
So like we didn't take the gunline towel with Monka so that we could go first defender. I'm taking this board that's wide open. I'm going to blow you off the table. So
cool.
So it looks like Yall 95 and Advance 65.
So yeah,
pretty
there we
close.
go. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Yes, thanks. Appreciate it. It was a great game.
And it was really great because we both had really good teams, really good versatile players on both teams. So this was a really fun. We were really interested to see how these paired end and how these matches went. And we had some really good games. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
We're back. We're back.
We're back again.
With Yall
Trolling.
This is a weird hybrid team. Give us a little overview. What happened
So
here?
the overview is we had Yall Hammer
Correct.
and the Denver Mountain Trolls.
Correct.
And 2 teams. You guys were planning on bringing 2 at each one. We're going to bring an 8-man team.
Well, actually, we originally were not even planning to come. We didn't have the roster to be able to go. Our team was not going to be at Champs Cup at all.
Oh, wow.
Oh no!
Like
You guys
2
wanted
months
to
ago.
be, but you didn't have
2
players.
months ago.
2
We
months
wanted
ago.
to be.
You wanted to be.
We didn't have the roster to make it happen. So we hadn't bought a ticket. Like,
But you guys
we're
got a
not
ticket.
coming.
You were ready to go.
So I bought the ticket the day it came out.
Yeah.
I was excited to go.
do it.
We had 11 mountain trolls that all wanted to go, so we were concerned about who were we going to have to cut.
Yeah,
Because
yeah,
we had 11 guys, only 8 could come. And then this year was just crazy.
Of course.
We had 4 guys move out of the state in this last year. And then a lot of guys unfortunately lost their jobs, so they just couldn't financially make it work.
Yeah.
And we started losing all these players, and we were kind of desperate for players. We're just reaching out to anyone we know. And Brian Schwinger on our team happened to know Sam and Noah
from a decade ago.
A decade ago.
Brian used to live in Austin, which is where we're from.
Yeah.
A decade ago, we played 2013, and then he moved to Colorado. Hadn't seen him in a few years. Met him at another random tournament. It was the first time I saw him, and he was like, "Hey, do you guys want to maybe play in Champions Cup?"
And I love that you guys didn't just, stay as the Denver Mountain Trolls with some other people. You guys decided to merge because correct us if it's wrong. It's 4 Mountain Trolls.
Yep.
And 4 guys from Yall Hammer. So it's this beautiful marriage here.
Yes.
Did you guys get any practice time before?
We did not.
None at all.
We wanted to.
I knew one person on their team. My brother knew another, and then I don't know if they knew.
Nope,
he knew Sam.
We literally didn't know anyone. Basically, we were taking Brian at his word that they were great. And then when we found out that it was the Popes, we're like, oh yeah, we've heard of those guys.
Yeah.
They're great.
And fun fact, originally it was just my brother and I. Sam and myself were going to join. So it was going to be 6 Trolls and then us 2. But then we had another person drop from Trolls, couldn't make it due to life.
Yep.
Open up spot. And we're like, well, I mean, we have another guy that would be a great fit for the team. Great sport, good player, all that. Got him in. Another couple weeks passed. Guess what? Another Mountain Trolls drops. Another spot opens. Hey, I mean, we got another guy.
and like this is why I love these community, like these team events. It's like the community comes together to make it happen. And you guys were not like, oh, this is the Mountain Trolls teams. We're staying the Mountain Trolls teams. At one point, you're like, I guess let's share the name. I guess.
As soon as we got to like a kind of the, we do have 3 of your guys and 5 of our guys. Maybe we should think about a team name change. And then we went to 4 and 4, and we're like, we're definitely changing the name.
Had a brainstorm session, and some genius. I don't remember who. Do you remember who it was?
I came up with
you.
the Yall Trollin.
It was all Matt.
So Natalie, have you seen their shirts? Because these guys created a team on the fly, basically. Have you seen their jerseys? I
got a good look at them yesterday. I was walking around checking everything out. I saw the hand-drawn shirts.
Can we show?
So there's actually a story. If you don't mind me sharing the story real quick.
Share the story.
We actually did not have a logo, right? Like we're kind of two different comps, and we wanted to create a logo for our team. And we didn't have a lot of time, couldn't hire an artist, all that. We had to create a logo on the fly. And my brother, Sam, was like, I got this. Let me take 10 minutes on MS Paint, and I'm going to create a logo. And I'll show it to you guys.
Oh, look at that. It's beautiful. It looks a little phallic there.
I don't know if the camera can see. Maybe not.
Slightly inappropriate.
Maybe not. But it's okay. But that was the source image. And then last week, we needed shirts. And so I just swung by Hobby Lobby, got 9 white shirts, 2 Sharpies, and after a few hours...
Look at this, guys. Look at this.
We got Yall Trolling.
Look at that. Boom.
They're all... I'm not doing it.
You got these guys in these really spiffy, bespoke, custom-made, dye-supplemented jerseys that are absolutely gorgeous. But this is the real stuff right here. This has got personality. This has got character. This is timeless.
They're all a little bit different, all based on a beautiful MS Paint image, and we love it. So.
But they've got an amazing story behind them. Yeah, we have a great. There we go.
That's the vectored art image that that's the official submitted one.
One of our guys that unfortunately couldn't make it for financial reasons, he is a graphic artist, so he did design that for our flag logo. But we wanted to use the MS Paint for the hand-drawn T-shirts, which is just great.
Which is amazing, because we've got our teams with our nice jerseys, but they don't have this amazing story, something you'll remember
treasure, right?
Of this great time. Hey, we made it. We didn't know these people. Now you've got lifelong friends. You're going to stay in contact.
Well, so before we cut out, you said lifelong friends. We got to ask them. Champions Cup 2025. Is Yall?
We're going to have Yall Trolling again.
Are we doing it again?
I'm all game.
I've had a blast. We've done pretty good, and we're just having fun. So
no,
see what happens.
The Airbnb together has been great. It's been a blast. We love it.
These are friends for life.
Yeah.
Friends.
Wow, you really
life.
threw in together with this.
With trust, man. Community built on trust.
Thank you guys.
It's great.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Sorry, guys. Anyway, we'll be back after lunch. 30 minutes. All right, guys. So listen up, Chad. Fate has been screwing us over here a little bit because there are 3 undefeated matchups left, and one of them is being pared down. So there's one team that's getting pared down. So there's really only 2 rounds that are undefeated. It's the team we just had on, Yall Trollin, is being played into XPZ Zookeepers, which should be a good game. But Tundra Tactics got paired into Stat Check this round, and to be 100% honest, Tundra Tactics is the team here that has the best chance of beating Stat Check. They have an amazing roster. Here's the Tundra Tactics roster, okay? Tundra Tactics roster, Andrew Gagno playing Tau. Holy shit. Brad Townsend playing Grey Knights. That's pretty much holy shit. Good stuff. Cameron Pinheiro on Drukari. Eric Forsman from Team USA playing Tyranids. Jake Montag on Templars. Kid Smith playing his Necrons. Matt Shuckman from Team USA 2 years ago, or last year, playing Eldar. And Oliver Smith playing Guard. This team is stacked. And they're probably the only team that has a realistic chance at beating Stat Check. Let's be real here. So, I'll be honest with you guys, I don't like having Stat Check on lots of times in a weekend, but it just kind of has worked out that way. I know that probably a lot of you guys don't mind, but I wanted to show more of the event as a whole, but I honestly believe this is by far the best match that we can show you guys this round. And if we didn't get this game on stream at some point this weekend, it would be a huge shame, right? It would be a shame. So we're going to do Tundra Tactics and Stat Check coming up next. It's going to be a great round, I think. I'm excited about it. Hope you guys are too. So we'll be back in about 20 minutes after lunch. All right, guys, we're about to get this one started. Really excited about this one. Tundra Tactics and Stat Check. If anyone out there was watching, like the pairings and the teams forming up for this event weeks out, this is the matchup that we wanted to see. This is the matchup I wanted to see. This is the matchup that you probably wanted to see. This is really let's be real, the one chance that we have to see Stat Check take an L this weekend, I think. So it's going to be exciting, guys, and to get us introduced into the game, we once again are going to send it to Natalie Hill and Steve Corrales with a little pre-game show. So let's take it away.
Stat Check again. So I know that you had a couple of things. You said that you had some interesting things to talk about these two teams.
Super nerding out about this matchup.
Okay.
This has been one of the biggest anticipated matchups that we have yet for a couple reasons. One reason is Team USA operates with essentially a pairings council, and they're 3 players to 4 players that work together to pair optimally and perfectly. That, if you chop that down to half and put each of them on each opposing team, that's what we have. So pairings here, expect them to be top notch on both ends, which means player skill might actually wind up to being what takes it. Also, there is a significant amount of team tenure here. All of these guys on both sides have played at some capacity of WTC, so they know a lot about the 8-man team tournaments. So there's going to be a lot of small variables that dictate the overall macro of this matchup, and I cannot wait to see what happens.
So are we expecting to have really close games, or are we expecting to have some really big skews?
So pairings are going to tell us a lot about that, because most of the time in a team event, especially at a matchup like this, you're typically pairing to go 7 draws and a loss, or and a big win, right? And you don't want any losses. So when that happens, you're trying to essentially pair for that one big win that'll tip you over the top.
Got it.
So whoever on the teeter-totter leverages that is going to be who wins. So I think we're going to have a lot of really tight matchups, but we're looking for and whoever gets that.
Is that going to be the coaches coming in to be able to dictate and kind of help out the teams know if they need to keep it close or if they need to be the ones to kind of push it over the edge?
Right. Now, I don't know, because of how difficult it is to get 8 people together here, I don't know which teams have a coach, but that's going to be, if they have any coach or not, then that's going to be a dictator.
All right. Well, here we go.
All
Good
right,
luck to both of them.
Thank you so much, Natalie. Thank you, Steven. Really appreciate that analysis. Great stuff. All right, pairings are underway.
Exactly my line. Did you not look?
These guys know each other really well.
Is that what you think that is?
They've played each other quite a bit, so there's been a lot of banter at the table already.
You think it is?
Yeah. Pretty excited about this one.
Okay, you need to call it down as soon as they put them down. I believe in you. I hope you also have some shit talking in you.
We're going here. We're going here.
Guys, it's first fucking defender.
Pumbaa's getting impatient.
Hey. All right, Eric. We have a barbecue. 2 Eldar armies did you send us?
The Eldarest of the Eldar.
2 Eldar armies? Oh my god. Jack.
Sisters and you fucking guy.
Okay.
Mr. Gagno. Hey!
Can I get in here?
All right. What's up, Jack?
Hey, bud.
Have a good break. Welcome back.
Thank you.
I know you're over there basking in the glow of the banter between all these guys. You're very familiar with just about everyone sitting over there at that table.
Yes. I think I know every single one of those 16 people very well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's great to see the camaraderie that the trials and tribulations of team play has created amongst all these guys. Yeah.
I'm absolutely fine with it.
Yeah.
I fully agree with it.
Yeah.
All right, so first defenders, we got Tyranids and Tau.
Yeah, both sides basically knew this was what the other side was going to throw out. I was basically lurking during the Tundra Tactics pairing meeting where they discussed what they were going to do here. They acknowledge StatCheck knows they're going to throw out Tau, and they just need to make them deal with it, right? Tau on an open board, kind of tough. This is going to be StatCheck's toughest test yet. This is an incredible team across the table from them, multiple Team USA alums, and they're coming knowing exactly what they need to do here.
Yeah, this is not just Tau, Chad. This is Andrew Gagnon Tau, okay?
One of the best Tau players ever.
I mean, I don't know who else is in the running for that, but I guess you can say
it's like Andrew, Richard.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
Yeah, that's
Sorry,
that's basically.
yeah.
Did we come to tie or did we come to win?
Yes, we had a little hiccup there, but everything else is good today.
Okay.
And on tier nids over on StatCheck's side, remind me who's playing their nids again. I don't remember off the top of my head. But
There it is. He's got the ball.
Sisters and Necrons.
How much do you explode though?
So this is the same matchup that Typhus took in the round that we showed yesterday. He took the Tau, and it was a grindy game, but he was able to win it. Now, I wonder how that's going to be changed by Andrew having table choice.
That's a
probably significant.
Really good point. Do you know what Andrew's playing? Is he playing Red Cadre?
No, he's playing Kauyon. So he shoots really hard.
Okay.
And the delay of game that Typhus is looking to force with the indirect.
I love this. Puma gave him both guns there. I don't know what precipitated that, but
probably winning the roll-off to take table.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm not sure which one.
Right, because there's two defenders out at the same time, so one of them has priority on picking the table.
Yep.
Right?
And as you can see, the Tau will get to pick second. So whatever the best table for the Tau would be, the Tyranids have the opportunity to take it off the table first.
Man, there's so many layers to this picking process. Yep. So many different things. So we have Tyranids playing against Necrons. That's probably Hypercrypt Crons, I would imagine.
I believe so, yes.
Ganyo's Tau versus the Sisters being played by Typhus.
Interesting start.
Poland.
Is it finally
from Team Poland, I should say.
So both teams knew that first pick of table is going to be pretty large for how that game goes from the Sisters into the Tau. Now something that's going to be pretty big here is how does StatCheck play around Jake Montag's Black Tide, Black Templars, right? 100 Crusaders. How do they play around that? Because that could be really bad for several members of their team comp. So how they get that out, where they get that out is going to be pretty large in this round.
I thought you were going to say.
Same thing with Liam VSL and his Thousand Sons. Both sides are attempting to navigate that big gun into a weak target, and the other side is attempting to stop that. So that's something to keep in mind as we get later on in the round.
Yeah, Ennis is playing for StatCheck. So if you guys are just trickling in, by the way, you should spread the word, okay? If you like Warhammer, you should be watching this right now. I don't give a shit what you're doing. Stop doing it and tune in and watch this. I know you guys I'm preaching to the choir, you're here already, but tell other people to come in here. So for Tundra Tactics, we've got Andrew Gagnon on Tau. One of the best to ever do it. Brad Townsend on Grey Knights, excellent player. Really knows his Grey Knights super well. He plays them all the time. It's not just a flavor of the month pick for Brad. Cameron Pinheiro playing Drukhari. Not as familiar with Cameron, but I'm sure he's great.
I've known Cameron for like 12 years at this point.
Eric Forsman, and Jack does not know people who are not great at Warhammer chat. That is a solid endorsement. Eric Forsman from Team USA playing Tyranids, and he played Tyranids at WTC this year. Jake Montag on Templars, that is Olivier Weiss's Black Tide list.
Yep.
Great list there. Kit
and
Smith.
He just 20-0'd Brad Chester the last round.
Yeah. Kit Smith playing Necrons. Kit, excellent player as well, really knows his stuff. Matt Schuckman from Team USA again 2 years ago or year before last on Eldar from Art of War, and Oliver Smith on Guard.
Would also be there.
A very solid team.
Yeah, a lot of really, really good names. They're really, really solid players. Some of them you may not recognize, but trust me, they're good. Okay.
They're also a crew that's been together for a long time, so they know each other very well. And they work as a team. They have given Art of War several incredibly tough rounds. I think we've drawn them multiple times. So if anyone can bring down StatCheck, it is definitely going to be Tundra Tactics.
That is true. And StatCheck now is, I mean, let's be frank, full of players that are really good as well. Anthony Vanilla on World Eaters, Francois Lalonde on Tyranids. Francois is a Team Canada player for WTC again. Innes Wilson from Team Team Scotland, and stat check, of course, on Gene Stealer Colt, which he's done excellent with. He won a big tournament in England not too long ago on Gene Stealer Colt. Jeremy Atkinson, also from Team Canada, stat check, he's on Votan. John Lennon, who has recently been announced as the captain of Team USA for WTC this coming year. On his Dark Angels, we saw him play yesterday, round 2. Liam VSL, on 1,000 Suns from Belgium, in my opinion, one of the best players in the world. I put him on the short list, top 5, top 10. Excellent, excellent player. We got Pumbaa on CSM from Team Poland, previous world champion Team Poland from again a year and a half ago, and we also have Typhus playing his sisters, who was a coach for Team Poland this year. I don't remember if he played for Poland the previous year or not. No, he did. He was doing commentary, but he played for them years ago as well.
Yes. I've played on a team with Typhus twice. It was a really good time. This is the matchup. This is the round that I wanted to see going into this weekend. This is going to be one of the best rounds of Teams 40K that's ever happened.
Yes.
It's two powerhouses going at it.
It is Eldar.
All right, defender number 2 for each player here. Drukari and CSM.
So that CSM is Pumbaa, and he is playing triple Accursed Cultist Brick in Renegade Raiders. The Drukari is Cameron, who is an Eldar specialist from forever. I don't know if he's ever not played Eldar. So very excited to see both of those, see what their defending strategy is, and see what people put into them.
Does this hit that hard?
You know, I gotta say, one of the things I love about watching the Team Poland guys is like they bring this energy
sideways, right?
All the time. Like even at WTC when they're in like a super high pressure game, they're still having fun with it. Not to say that other teams aren't, but there's just something about the energy that Team Poland guys bring. And I think it's because they are used to the pressure at this point in a team's environment. Like this is where they're comfortable, right? With the spotlight on them, doing the picks during a team format. It's one of the reasons why they're. I mean, as a country, they have the best record of all time in Team 40K. You can't take that away from them.
They're incredible, yeah.
Incredible players there. And specifically these guys, right? They're young guys. They may not be familiar to you guys if you're not watching a lot of WTC, but Typhus and Pumbaa,
that can go.
2 of the best Team 40K players to ever do it, as far as I'm concerned.
Yep.
So.
Yeah.
Ba-boom.
All right, let's see what they put in. This is going to be big. Oh.
So we got Templars and Tyranids attacking the CSM.
So they're trying to engineer a big score here between the Templars into the CSM, and they're saying, hey, do you want to take the Tyranids, who you will,
let me flip this around, by the way, because the colors are on the wrong side. So,
do you want to take the Tyranids, or do you want to try your luck? Do you want to try your luck with the Black Templars and see what you can get?
You saw it?
Yeah. You see your plan? World Eaters going into Drukari.
I think what has likely happened here is that Tundra Tactics...
Worst army in the game. No problem.
I think that they don't love their Drukari in this matchup, right?
Matrix,
In the Matrix. Both teams were talking about maybe the choice to have that army in this matchup. So they take World Eaters off the table, and potentially a weaker army that was not going to do as well in this particular pairing cycle gets to take an army they're concerned about out of action and just take it out of there. Same thing for the Chaos Space Marines. They're going to try their luck on the Templars, and we're going to see how that round goes. It's going to be buck wild. I kind of want to see that game, to be honest with you.
So guys, that's 100 Black Templar Crusaders against basically 100 CSM cultists punching each other.
That game sounds awesome.
I think we take...
Pius, I love Anthony. Actually, I talked to him yesterday. I was like, Anthony, we never talk about these things, and I feel like we don't show you on stream enough, and it's just because everyone's so afraid of playing Anthony Vanilla's World Eaters that they kind of throw pairings at him that they're kind of sacrifice pairings a lot. So that's what happened here, basically, right? They took a pairing and they basically threw it away to jump on the Anthony Vanilla hand grenade.
I think Cameron feels pretty solid that he can score points there. We'll see what he can engineer, because the onus is definitely on Anthony to make things happen, which gives Cameron like an in there, right? Like if Anthony has to wildly overextend to try to get that 18 or whatever he's aiming for, then maybe Cameron can catch him as he's overextending and punish, and he's definitely good enough to do so.
I mean, the downside of this round, guys, is that like we're going to want to see every single one of these games in complete detail, and we only have the technology to cover one of them in depth. We will be getting updates from all the games as we always have. have all weekend. But
well,
yeah,
it's
going to be hard to pick.
It is the last game of the day, so what if we just play 8 games sequentially on that camera?
There you go.
You know, we wrap up at 5 in the morning and we're good.
You don't get a choice.
All right, now we're getting into scrum mode here, guys. This is the last of the regular picks. Once these picks are done, they're going to have a forced final pairing that's going to go in this last slot because all of the other cards will have been played at that point. So when you do this pick, you're not just picking your 2 attackers, you're also picking which army's left over that's going to be forced to play into the other forced pairing. So there's a lot of thinking going into this set of selections, even though there's fewer cards or fewer armies.
So this is Eric. He's team captain. He put himself out as defender. I'd be willing to bet that if Liam VSL went out there, he would just take him off the field and say, listen, I'm going to slow you down, but you're not going to slow my Black Templars down. And I just need to be faster than the other guy, right? I don't need to beat you. I just need to stop you. Which would be the first time Liam has been stopped at this event.
You knew what it was?
I did. Paya says that StatCheck favors Dark Eldar. Anthony said they smacked Dark Eldar around in WC prep. Please show us how the man works his magic. We'll see.
There is. Okay, so he took the Thousand Suns. He took the Thousand Suns. Now, there was the chance that he could take the GSC and just Tyranids into GSC do some nasty things, but that would have led, the only way to avoid Eldar falling into Thousand Suns was for Tyranids to guarantee take it. If he had taken the GSC, Thousand Suns would have hit Eldar, which is one of their nastiest matchups, and would have just cruised to a victory there, no matter how good, no matter how good Matt is. Grey Knights just need to hold, Tyranids just need to hold, Eldar wants to push, and then this game also, Oliver's looking to do really well into Jeremy. So all in all, pairings looked like they went pretty good for both sides, honestly.
Well, guys, we have the difficult choice now, our difficult job of figuring out which of these games we want to watch. I'm going to let Jack go confer with the teams and decide what we think is going to be the best round for you guys. Whatever we get, I'm sure it's going to be a great game, and it's going to be a great round.
Absolutely.
Yeah, the fact that the pairings are so close, so even, is a great indication that this is going to be a really good game. So.
All right, here we go, boys.
Yep. I'm excited, man. Thanks.
I mean, dude, we've got some games we should win, we've got some games we should lose.
Eric just letting us know that he thinks that it's got a pretty even on the pairings, pretty close.
Templar versus Pumbaa is also it will be a lot of fun just for the stream because everything will be fighting and dying. And
you want to put Black Tide CSM on?
That's what I'm leaning towards. But do you guys feel like that's a good game?
This is very unique because those are 2 armies that are not so popular.
Yeah.
Actually, honestly.
And honestly, too, I want to show off Pumbaa to people who don't tune into WTC because people should be able to watch him play.
This is his
very new to he's like young kid, so now he's finally coming out of the cocoons.
This is Pumbaa's 5th game with that army, so
yeah. I'm sorry.
I don't know.
Oh yeah.
I think Gonya, you guys decided that no one wants to play indirect.
So here's the thing. We took the blue band. We're preparing to draw.
We're not 100% locked in, guys. We're leaning definitely towards the Templar CSM.
Decided we'd rather lose than tie. If this goes well, then the rest of the why be scared?
Listen, guys, we're going to disappoint somebody no matter what game we pick. Okay, I just hope that you trust us enough to know that between Jack Harpster and the team captains, that we're going to do our best to get you guys what we think is the best game.
Okay. And they are the same.
I think they're the same.
Let's go further from the string.
Oh, hold on.
Because
they turn them down. Let's see. Where is? I turned you off already, but yeah, thank you. Yep, thanks, man. All right. Me too, Armando. You know what? My opinion is you bring in the best guys here and you trust their opinion because it's certainly better than mine. So, and Jack's been really knocking it out with his choices lately. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I know GSC would be a lot of fun. Trust me. Every day, I 100% agree with you. I think the realistic situation is we're going to see whichever team wins this round. We'll probably see again last round on Sunday. Is what's most likely. Yeah. And keep in mind, guys, they're all the games are going to be on, but of course we just can't cover them all in as much detail. We'll try to get you guys as many updates and score updates and stories and stuff from the other games as we can as the round goes on. So trust in snacks. That's right. Oh shit! I didn't give him the whole speech about the computers. I gotta hold on, guys. I gotta go do that real quick. I apologize. All right. Yeah, Alex, I'm hyped for this one. It's going to be a lot of fun. Ooh, we got a Tundra Tactics chant here. Very nice. A battle cry from Tundra Tactics. I don't know if you guys heard that. You hear those a lot at WTC. I haven't heard a lot of them here this weekend, so they are hyped, guys. They are definitely hyped. Oh, now StatCheck's like, oh, we got to do a cheer as well. StatCheck doesn't roll off the tongue as well in a battle cry as Tundra, though, I have to say. If you pick the worst matchup, means you can spend more time looking at other tables. Jimbo, that is, that's good shit. So if you guys are wondering what's going on right now, they're trying to pick the terrain. There's still a lot of decisions to be made here after all the pairings are done. The defenders of each one of these games gets to decide which table they're playing on. So that's what they're doing right now. And the terrain choice is just as important as army choice in a lot of these games. So when will a team do a full-on haka? They were talking about that with Team New Zealand this year, but I think it would be cool as hell. And I also told the Scotland guys that if they don't bring bagpipes next year to WTC, I'm going to be pissed. Because can you imagine Team Scotland walking into that hall at WTC with bagpipes and kilts? I mean, that would be intimidating as fuck. Like, come on. Any particularly innovative lists surfaced in this tournament? Has it been fairly standard? I think there's been some really cool stuff every day, Eldrad. It's a little bit early to tell yet exactly what the fallout from this is going to be, but there's been some interesting tech here. And a 2-liter bottle of whiskey, yeah. The ones I can think of right now is Tyranids have risen in popularity, I would say, at the top tables here. A lot of teams are picking them with big bug lists, which is cool to see. That's kind of a new-ish thing. CSM Cultists have been popular for a while, but they're definitely kind of risen to the top as well. So, all right, what game are we getting, Jack? What
I think we give the people what they want, and we give them that Black Templars versus the Accursed Cultists.
Okay.
And get a big brawl going between two very good well, not really up-and-coming players, but players people may not have seen that much.
Nobody in the chat asked for that game. That was us talking about it.
So. Oh, well, I wanted that game.
That's the one I think we should do. All right, so that's what we're going to get, guys.
That's the one I wanted to see.
Yeah, me too. Templars and Cultists. Hey, if you don't like it, then you can just watch the other stream. Oh, wait, there isn't one. So you can just sit here and watch it anywhere, do something else. I don't know, whatever you guys want to do. All right, so we'll be back. I got to go get the guys set up at the table, and I guess Jack can maybe walk us through, I don't know, just talk, fill the air, whatever you got to do. Hang on. No. You don't have to. We can just chill for a minute. I do want to say thank you guys so much for, not just for being here this weekend, but for getting me here, right? Like, your support is the reason I'm here this weekend. It means a lot to me. I really appreciate it. Why is this thing in the wrong place?
So, interesting thing about this pairing that we're going to see is Tundra Tactics have put a lot of faith on Jake to come through in this pairing. They went out of their way to get it, and he's going to have to go up against an incredible player on his way to the score they're looking for, right? They're not going to be happy with just a 10-10. They're going to want something more out of Jake, and he's going to be set to deliver, and we'll see what he can do out of that. I don't know how many times Jake has played with Tundra on the big stage. I've seen him several times, but I don't think he's been on stream that much. So he, he's a great player. He's fantastic. He's equipped for this matchup. He knows what he needs to do. His team is counting on him, and we'll get to see if he can pull through against Pumbaa, who is one of the best players he will play. Then one of the best players anyone can play, really. So, going around the matchups, we've got Andrew Gagnon into Typhus. That's a really gunline-heavy army playing against another gunline-heavy army. Two heavy shooting armies. Andrew got to pick his table, which is going to be a big help for him. I don't think he wants to be on a super heavy board against the massed indirect fire out of the Exorcist. He wants to have an honorable shooting game where both players get to shoot. So that's going to help him a lot more than it did the player Typhus played last time into Vanguard Tactics, last time they were on stream. We've got Brad Townsend versus John Lennon. It's going to be a very interesting game. Brad on the Grey Knights just knows he needs to hold and make sure to keep the game close. He knows how to do it. The mission also helps him do that. And the table that he got will also be good at helping him keep that game close into all the Deathwing Knights. He has a 10-man brick of Paladins that ignore modifiers, so if it gets into combat with a bunch of Deathwing Knights, those Deathwing Knights are going to sleep. No Armor of Contempt, no -1 damage, nothing. Just fail 10 saves and you're dead. So if he can use that to stall out John and waste time, then he can really drag one of their big scorers, drag one of StatCheck's big scorers down into the mud and give him a 10. Same thing, something we need to keep an eye on, Cameron Pinero into Anthony Vanella. Cameron just needs to hold here as well. It's one of StatCheck's big hitters on World Eaters. Just needs to hold on, just needs to make it as close as possible to set up Jake to do his job on stream. Another person who has teed themselves up for a very tough matchup for the good of their team is the captain, Eric Forsman, playing into Liam VSL. If anyone's equipped to do it, it's Eric. He knows exactly what was going on in this match when he put himself out as a defender and when he picked Thousand Sons. So he knows what he needs to do. He needs to go out there and he needs to, if he can beat Liam, that's going to be a huge coup for this round. And again, if there's anyone equipped to do it, it would be him. So the Grey Knight player, I believe, also has like a 5-man unit Terminators and 3 Dread Knights and like 3 units of Strike Marines, if I've got his list correct. Let me pull it up. I think the reason that the count is low on Death Guard is they're just not that great in teams right now. There are other armies that teams might look to, and if you have a Death Guard specialist, you certainly can still use them, but you have to know that they're a little bit weaker going into a lot of other armies right now, and it's a liability a lot of teams don't want to afford. Yeah, he is using a Paladin unit with Sigil of Exigence and Ignore modifiers, which is an insane unit into Deathwing Knights. It's one of the reasons why you would take that unit. It's one of the reasons why I take it. Let me see what the rest of his list is. We saw John's list on stream end of day yesterday doing quite good work into Hypercrypt, and they did not give him that matchup this round. So Brad has 3 Brotherhood Librarians, a Grandmaster with Sigil of Exigence, 5 Terminators, 2 5-man strike squads, 3 Dread Knights, and a 10-man Paladin squad with Psy Cannons. So that should do some good work in that matchup. All he needs to do is stall John out, and he knows that they've teed the rest of his team up to compensate for that. Not everyone on a team needs to win. Sometimes drawing is winning, and that, I think, is what Brad knows he needs to do. Same thing with Cameron. If he can pull points out of that game, then he has done his job and then some.
Maybe we finish this game on time. Maybe.
Yeah. Not counting on that part.
Thank you. Thanks, Hicker. No, I'm on. We had chicken. We had turkey sandwiches. Okay.
Somebody said popcorn.
Oh, Tindy's is Anthony and.
Do we have any? Do we have the maps anywhere?
Thanks, brother.
So we can set up the board? 45 lights WTC. Thank you.
That's insane. What does $1,000 worth of popcorn even look like? All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course, man. Come on, of course. Are you kidding? I'm hyped, dude. This is gonna be sick.
Yeah, if you want to pull him out.
All right. Do I put Pumbaa's real name on here or just Pumbaa?
Yeah, put him by color. He doesn't need his arm.
That is his real name, Chad.
There it is.
His other name was his not 40K god name.
go over
Now he's ascended to demonhood, princehood, and he has his chosen name now.
I asked Typhus how he says his last name, and his response was, "I don't." That's fair. You're Typhus.
That's good. All right, let's see. Tundra.
And 18?
Tundra Tactics. Let's see. This is Jake Montag playing the Black Templars. So I'm really happy we got Pumbaa on, by the way. A little bit of Pumbaa story time for me. First met him at WTC year before last. He was playing 1,000 Suns for the eventual World Championship Team Poland. So Pumbaa is a world champion of Team 40K. So you got to get him respect for that. And he's just absolute joy to have on the stream. And then later that year, he was my table judge for my pod at London GT. So they brought him over to London GT to do judging, and he was phenomenal. He was such a great judge. His calls were great, and he also did a great job like explaining stuff and interacting with the players and all that. So absolute joy of a human being.
Always
great to have him on stream. This is my first time watching Jake play, so I'm excited to get to know him a bit here.
So we are.
I actually played Jake not that long ago at the Gateway Open.
Okay.
Very good game. Very good game. Played Eldar and his sisters. So I believe after WTC he picked up this list. He's been putting in the reps. And his team have set him up to get them what they need. They're holding elsewhere. They need to get a breakthrough here.
Yeah.
18 here.
And it's Pumbaa's job here to hold the line, basically.
Yes.
All right, let's see. This is stat check. Yeah, so when I told Pumbaa he was going to be on stream, he's like, "Oh, you're going to put me on stream to watch me get fucked again, Joe?" And I was like, I mean, I hope that's not what happens.
Yes.
Yes. And I was like, yeah, well, you beat us at WTC, so get fucked, Pumbaa. That's basically what I told him. But I love the guy. He's great.
It is on mine.
Yep.
Then it just
he is running as Renegade Raiders. Yep. Let me do a poll.
Yep. And the
winners.
We look different. How did I mess up?
Boy, I'm
this
about
is like
to
half over
butter
the
your
puck. This one's not
brain.
even,
And by the way,
double check.
So fluffy this game,
so
right?
15,
I mean, come on,
14,
it's so cool.
Here.
Yeah, I'm good on 14.
18, slightly lower.
I think I missed the super chats there, guys. Sorry, the beginning of the round is my busiest time.
3.
Getting all the stuff in for us.
Yeah, mine looks pretty good.
Double check that though.
Kevin, thanks for the $20, man. Oh, my pleasure, dude. You know what? We're all lucky to be able to experience this and have this on stream this round. So.
Yep, and now this moves over slightly.
All right.
Looks good now.
Yeah, looks good.
And that one?
Yep.
Let the galaxy dorm. What is their
from you?
Terrain layout?
6 up to what edge? This
So,
back edge?
Exactly.
I mean, terrain doesn't really matter. Oh no, he's got Vindicators.
He does have Vindicators, and he can advance and shoot. So what he wants to do is he knows if I get in a straight up fight, right, all of my cultists on all of the Templars, I will lose that fight every time.
Yeah.
So what he needs to do is he needs to set up a round so that he can use combined arms to whittle down the Templars, pick his fights, and hold ground where he can. Pumbaa knows.
Boy, I'm about to butter your brain.
I think that's a super chat I can't see right now, but thank you so much.
Ones are here, yeah.
Pumbaa knows all he needs to do is keep the game close.
Yeah.
Jake is the one with the onus on him, and his team is counting on him to push through a big score. So Pumba just needs to dissuade Jake, try and give him, reasons to hang back, reasons to take his time.
I will say something else too. Pumbaa is, if I need to pick one person for my team who I'm like sending into a terrible matchup and like I need you to get us a couple points here, Pumbaa's that guy for me.
Exactly.
Like he's great at that. He's great at scrapping and fighting and clawing for those points in teams. 100%. All right, let's see. Cultist mob. So many bodies here for the CSM.
I'm honestly hard-pressed to figure out who did a better job in pairing. I think Tundra might, and this is the reason I wanted to put this game on stream, is I think this game will determine a lot of the round.
Yeah.
I think a lot of the other games are close in that Tundra is intentionally trying to blunt a lot of the attackers out of stat check, and this is their big payoff. And if they can keep those games close, then Jake driving home a big victory will seal the round for them. And it's a strategy that I think has a good chance of succeeding. So I actually really like the position that Tundra is in this round into the favorites of the event, which is stat check.
It's exciting to hear, man. Here is Pumbaa's list. So he is running as Renegade Raiders, which is maybe a little surprising considering it's all cultists, but the advance and shoot and the +1 AP on objectives is super strong.
The +1 AP is going to be big for him in this game.
Oh yeah, huge. Triple ACDC, so that's Dark Commune, a Cursed Cultist Blobs. He's got a Master of Executions Cypher for the Vect Aura. 2 regular Cultist mobs, a whole bunch of 5-man Legionnaire squads. 3 Predator Destructors. Those are the ones with las cannons? Is that right?
No, that's the ones with they have
Auto
side
cannons.
las cannons and a top auto cannon.
Okay, thank you. And
The
then 2
Annihilator,
rhinos.
I think, is the other one.
Yeah, okay. And then 2 rhinos. Bear with me, I got to put the other list in. It's going to take a minute. But nothing crazy jumps out at me from Pumbaa's list, honestly, other than the fact that it exists at all. But I don't know. Pretty standard ACDC stuff, I think. Not going as hard into the cultist stuff as like Mr. 40K Dirtbag, who won Nova with the ACDC stuff. But I always forget his name off the top of my head. I'm sorry. All right, let's see.
It's like Derek. I don't know how to pronounce his last
Apshe.
name.
That's
Apshe?
Derek Apshe. That's right. He always wears an ape shit jersey on his back.
I see.
All good? Any questions about this list?
Yeah, tell me what it does.
Well, let's go with Renegade Raiders.
Yep.
So assault and everything. -1 AP if you're on an objective. Additional -1. 3 squads of accursed curses with the communes.
Okay.
The purple squad will have the enhancement to be able to scout.
Okay.
The rest is not able to scout because they have the commune attached.
Scout 6.
Scout 6. Once per game, I can activate each one of the communes. Okay. If I have the character still in the unit, they can then advance and charge and get +1 to hit and wound.
Once per game, anyone can advance and charge, and they also get +1 hit and wound.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Jake actually knows
squads of normal
how
cultists,
Pumbaa's army works, but I always like to hear my opponent describe it just in case there's something I missed or you get a lot of information from
One
that.
of the legionnaire squads will have the Master of Executions attached, no enhancements.
This is the Black Templars list, by the way.
The Cypher.
Nothing fancy going on here. Just as many, well, not actually as many, but a ton
3 times
of Primaris
per
Crusader
Destructors.
squads.
2 last cannon sponsors are each.
Okay.
That's basically the list.
All right, who did I miss super chat from?
Renegade.
Jason, thanks for the 20 bucks.
Important stuff. Advanced. I can.
If you enjoy 40K like this and you want to keep it going, please consider subscribing to the channel, hitting up the Patreon,
I have
stuff
1
like that.
CP to reroll everything into hit and wound.
If I'm on an
It'd be a real shame for these kinds of games to get lost into the
If you
ether.
get out.
Exactly. If I disembark. And the most important one probably is the opportunistic raiders, which lets me.
Yeah, there's no Vindicators. I was mistaken. I thought they were Vindicators. They were
if I was eligible to fight in the fight phase. So
Something funny here is if somebody knows the name of their stratagem, it's probably pretty pivotal. Otherwise, they just refer to it as fallback and charge. But he knows opportunistic raiders, which means it does something great. And in this case, what it does is it lets him move at the end of the fight phase if he's fought. It's like it's like fallback and charge, but wildly better. In that it gives him a bunch of extra movement. It lets him hit combat and leave combat. It's not immediate. It's at the end of the fight phase, so he still gets hit back. But it is quite solid.
It's going to have Grimaldus in it.
Sure thing.
Red and green are the scouting units, and then 2x5 scouts.
Cool.
And combi weapon.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's going to be 63 Accursed Cultists up against 100 Primaris Crusaders. It's, yeah, it's going to be a bloodbath in the middle of the board. It's going to be two dudes stabbing each other in the rain. You know how this goes. Jake needs to be very careful of standing on when to stand on objectives and with what. Pumbaa has an AP issue. His AP largely caps out at AP 1. But if Jake stands on objectives, all of a sudden his whole army gets +1 AP against Jake, and then Pumbaa might start to crack through units even if they use Armor of Contempt. So it's something he has to be very careful about.
I will also be on tactical.
Small stuff. We will track the CPs there, but I do really prefer to have it somewhere on me, so that's my CP. And we roll everything there.
Yep.
So that's fine. Roll off for...
So in terms of Oath, there's no way he's not going to pick Uphold the Honor of the Emperor. It is Leadership 5 on his big units, but more importantly, it's a 6-up Feel No Pain on every single one of those 100 dudes. And the enhancement he took gives him a 5-up Feel No Pain on the unit. The whatchamacallit, the Tannhauser's Bones. That enhancement does straight nothing if you do not take Uphold the Honor of the Emperor. It gives like half damage to the attached character. I'm just doing due diligence to make sure he has it, but I'd be shocked if he didn't.
All right, I went around and scolded all the players. Asked them to make sure they keep the thing up to date, so hopefully they will.
Double check that.
I do love these guys, though. I know there's a lot going on, and it's very grateful to them to invite us in to watch this game and to help us follow along by having their scores here. It's not a requirement of the tournament or anything, and they're just doing it because they love Warhammer and want to share it with us. So, big thanks to the players. I kind of clown around a lot and talk shit sometimes, but
19 remain.
I wouldn't have a job without people like this wanting to play on stream. So very much appreciated.
It's an hour and 40 each.
So Jake has Tannhauser's Bones, so there is no way he doesnst take Uphold the Honor of the Emperor. It also gives him Fight on Death on a 3-up for 1 CP, which is a pretty nasty strat. If Pumbaa does manage to put together a bunch of damage and charge Jake in a way where Jake loses a unit, he can activate the stratagem and stab most of the Accursed Cultist unit to death. So Pumbaa's got to be very careful about which units he goes into and where, and attempt to game his charges so he doesn't get hit back by too much. Or he can hope that Jake rolls bad on the 3-ups. After all, there's no rerolls there. So we'll see what he can do in that sphere. Pumbaa picked this terrain. He selected this board, so you know that he's got some plan here where he's going to try to light Jake up early. Both sides can scout, so Pumbaa does have to watch out that Jake can, largely deploy on the line if he's willing to risk the going second, losing some amount of his fellas. So we're going to see how this goes.
This is, what's the mission, by the way? I should probably put that in there.
It is split center objectives, take and hold, and table quarters. Whatever the heck that's called.
Search and destroy.
Hidden supplies.
Warhammer,
so take and hold,
Warhammer
hidden supplies.
With an extra objective. Gotcha.
And
search and destroy.
Search and destroy.
All right. Here's the mission, guys. Just hold 3 for 15. That's going to be interesting in this game. The fact that there's so much primary up for grabs from holding the objectives during the course of the game is interesting.
Is definitely a very nice thing for Pumbaa here, because it's very easy for him to get a very good primary score by not doing anything, really. So Jake has to put the pressure on early, knock him off that split center objective, and then pursue him back to his home objective and to the flank objective, and take him off of those as well. He has the OC to do it, he has the bodies to do it, but he does have to cross the gap while getting shot and charged on Pumbaa's timetable. Because Pumbaa is perfectly happy if both players sit back, so he won't be pushing the pace. It's up to Jake to do that.
Jim Boyd, the math actually come with this terrain set from Frontline Gaming. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't get a chance to eat my lunch, so I'm kind of stuffing my
0%
face
chance
right
I don't
now.
knock one of these cameras off.
That is probably the case.
Moving 120 models, all game long.
That's one of the scouting squads?
Yes.
Got it.
So I wonder if Jake's looking to deploy an entire 20-man to where he can scout up behind the ruin up here and just keep his units safe from any shots coming downtown. You know, anything like that. If he can get the whole unit into this space turn 1, he kind of owns this entire section of the board, and Pumbaa has to like get over to the side before he can start interacting with it. Now, to be fair, I think Pumbaa says, hey, this is the line. Anything on this half is Jake's. I don't really care. You know, he's not, I don't think he's going to plan to fight over it unless Jake makes him. And if Jake starts maneuvering this way, taking this side of the board, then Pumbaa might be forced to go this way. So it's still something he has to keep in mind.
Yeah, the fact that there are 6 objectives here, it's really going to put the onus on the Templars to push into the CSM deployment zone. I mean, that's, if it wasn't hidden supplies, they would have to fight over that center objective.
Yeah,
right?
the one right in
That's
the middle
supposed to be right
of everything.
there, yeah. But instead,
48 inches range.
Pumbaa can castle up here.
Yeah, Pumbaa's also the only one with guns. So this objective full in the open, that doesn't matter. Who cares? This objective completely in the open. This objective is completely in the open if you get this line of sight. So Pumbaa selected a board that gives him as big a chance as possible here.
Really big brain stuff. Like, this is something that you'll notice that separates the good teams from the, just starting out teams is like this. There's so many variables during the pairing picks process, but being able to juggle all the stuff and then, having a game plan that's not just built around what army you're playing, but your opponent's entire team, the tables that are available, where in the pick order you are, all that stuff. It's super fascinating. It's a little bit nerdy for a lot of more casual 40K players, but man, it is. I think that this is why Teams is so enticing to a lot of more veteran players, is because it's like another really deep puzzle to solve.
It is, yeah, it is a puzzle that will eat all of the energy you want to put into it, which is great, because there are a lot of things where once you put in, I want to really invest myself in this because I love it, and maybe a lot of things just aren't that deep, right? You get to the end of the rewards for putting in thought, but Team 40K, man, there is no bottom to that hole. You can put, if you are a true obsessive, like everyone in this room basically is, certainly everyone in this in this Teams pairing, people who've been doing this I've been doing this for 12 years, almost 13.
Yeah.
A lot of these people have been doing it for that long, if not longer. And Teams 40K is a bottomless hole that you can have fun trying to solve forever. And it rewards that too. If you put in better, if you come up with better ideas than your opponent, it will reward you. It will reward you immediately.
Yeah.
Right. So that I think is awesome. I love
Next
this.
time, maybe we can explain Team 40K in a way that doesn't make it sound like heroin, Jack. That would be nice.
That would be hard.
Let's go bottomless holes. Hey. No, but seriously, it's a lot of fun. Basically, is what we're trying to say.
I mean, I haven't been playing the same game for the last 12 years because I don't love it.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's take a look at Pumbaa's list for a second. What kind of fire support is he carting around?
Well, he's got those 3 Predators, and he has a unit of Nurglings too, by the way, guys.
And he also has Rhinos with Legionaries in it.
Yeah.
And those Legionaries do have a ranged weapon. Let me see what the heavy weapon is. Las Cannon looks like. Not exactly what you want, but not nothing.
Do you have any precision?
And they do reroll wounds against objectives, and are extra points of AP. And can I believe get reroll hits and wounds? I could be wrong. Against objectives. So Pumbaa has a lot of ability to crack back into Jake if Jake just mindlessly shoves his army forward.
Yeah. Jake's not going to do that, though, right?
I don't think so, no.
So don't stand on points, is what you're telling me.
Yeah, no, that would be accurate.
Good summary, Jake.
I'm fine with it.
Every single thing in Pumbaa's list turns Super Saiyan if you stand on an objective. They're not a big fan of that.
Yes, sir.
Those Predators, while they do have las cannons instead of the heavy bolters that might be better into this particular matchup, those Predator autocannons are
And
vicious.
The squad here, the guy with no arm is
Damage 3,
Sure.
wound on 2s, sustained hits, and then they'll get all the way from AP1 to AP3 against objectives. Because against infantry, they're AP2, and against objectives, they're AP3. So those main guns, if they're allowed to just fire for the whole game, will actually start to break these squads down.
So Fred asks, is Vanguard out of the game since yesterday's loss? No. So in teams, the way it works is, I don't know a good analogy for sports, but basically a loss is, a win is worth 2 points, a draw is worth 1 point, and a loss is worth 0 points. So if you have 2 draws, it's basically the same as a loss because you lost out on 2 points, which is the same as a 0. And at the end of the tournament, you just add up the total points from the wins, losses, and draws that your team accrued during the game, and whoever gets the most of those wins, right? If you need a tiebreaker, then you go into other things like who had the most individual game wins during the event and who had the most total team points during the event and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, you can still win the tournament with a loss on your record. It just gets harder because you're 2 points behind the guys who don't have a loss on their record. So you got to hope for them to get a loss or 2 draws, and you have to go undefeated, basically.
Not impossible, for sure.
Yeah, it's definitely not impossible. So if you're rooting for Vanguard Tactics, you're rooting for Tundra in this match, because if Tundra beats StatCheck, then Vanguard Tactics is in the same bracket as StatCheck, and they can't play each other again. You can only play each team once in this format. So in a way, it's kind of nice for them to get them out of the way earlier on. Yeah, no worries, Fred. Hope that makes sense to everybody. I have to get up to reconnect my camera things.
And move 6.
Move 6, guys.
Once per game advance and charge for their thing, and then a strat for advance and charge.
Correct.
No, Tundra does not have a loss, but it would make life easier for Vanguard if StatCheck were to drop, because then StatCheck is bumming around, knocking out people that are potentially in Vanguard Tactics' way, and loosening them up to keep going. Because if Tundra loses, Tundra could play Vanguard, and that will likely result in a lower score for Vanguard than if they were to play someone else.
Always counting down.
Not like they're going to lose necessarily, but it's definitely easier to play a replacement team over Vanguard.
Yeah, but
or over StatCheck or Tundra.
Oh, that's cool. That's awesome.
Why would I come across the ocean to not sightsee the US?
Is this your first time here?
Nah, second.
Okay.
I've been around.
Prettier than fucking Dallas, please. All right, you got.
I mean,
Go to like the south. Go to the Grand Canyon. Go to the Southwest.
I've been to Colorado. I've been on a road trip across Colorado Rockies.
Okay.
So
That's
it was decent.
Joe talking some smack about Dallas, apparently. Stream, I'm sure, is shocked. Shocked.
Shocked about what?
About your Dallas smack talk.
Hey, I'm from Texas, okay? I can talk shit about Dallas all I want.
That's fair. That's fair.
The Texas Hill Country is one of the most beautiful places in the country, but Dallas, I mean, we're really close to Oklahoma. Need I say more? Sorry, Dallas, but you know it's true.
Texas infighting is surpassed only by Texas outfighting.
That's cool. I don't know if you guys heard, but Puma's spending an extra week with Anthony Vanella after the weekend here. So he's unfortunately going to miss London GT, but I'm glad he's getting to spend some quality time here.
Sweet. That sounds awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, no worries, Honda Bagel. Take care, man. I would rather my trip take twice as long and drive around.
So that's
yeah, if you're ever gonna visit Texas, like, and you want to pick a city, pick San Antonio. Like, I used to talk a lot of shit about San Antonio when I grew up, right outside there, because I was like, oh, nothing goes on here. It's a boring town. It's actually a really cool city. It's a cool place to visit. The Riverwalk is beautiful. There's lots of cool like missions and parks and stuff around town.
Excuse me?
Move 6?
Move 3 or 4.
Oh, okay.
They are also swarms, so they cannot come through walls.
A lot of people forget that. Swarms not go through walls, even though it looks like they should.
Movement 5, sorry.
anyways, Jack's going to do a quick walk around, get some updates from the games.
Okay. Let's go.
See how things are starting out here.
Sure thing.
I'm going to finish eating my sandwich. I am going to be there Friday, Aiden, but I'm going to be streaming the Invitational.
One of the Rhinos with 2 Legionnaire squads and the Master of Executions.
Scrubs here, and I'm finished.
Scouts.
Yep.
Yep, this is the Black Templars list. Thanks, Olivier. Thank you, Olivier Weiss, for foisting this upon the world. Although I have to say, honestly, deep in my heart, I love this list. And it's so fluffy on the table, like looks-wise, to see a horde of Black Templars on foot walking across the table. I mean, it is cool. Like visually, it's so good.
Double check something with me.
Yeah.
Advance and charge options.
White.
Only white, right?
Only white. Yep. White and blue both fall back in charge.
Cool.
Irfan, you can use movement trays, but in my experience, movement trays are great for deployment. But anything after deployment, if you still have your stuff on movement trays, it can really hinder your gameplay quite a bit.
Double check.
It is at another table somewhere.
All good.
Also, like a pretty nicely painted Black Templars from Jake. He didn't just spray these guys black, you know what I mean? They look nice. It's hard work painting this many of the same model over and over and over again. I painted 30 guardsmen arson once back in 8th, and I'll never paint another guardsman in my entire life. I'm over it. I love the guard. I wanted to start a guard army. I was like, but I really don't want to paint guardsmen anymore. They do love this shit. Well, to be fair, Kim, okay, I painted them in a color scheme to match my Space Wolves. So they had white fatigues and Space Wolf blue armor. The white actually wasn't that bad, but it was a pain in the ass. What's up, Siege? Yep, I was a loyal 32 meta chaser. I was. Once upon a time. All right, are we ready for our around the world here, Mr.
I think
Herbster?
we are.
All right,
So
we got Guard and Votan here.
This is a matchup. I don't think Jeremy's feeling super excited about this one. Jeremy is that one, and Oliver is that one. I don't think Jeremy's feeling super excited about this one. He's going into guard on a pretty open table, and he is getting outshot here. So he knows he needs to hold, but he will see what he can do. I don't believe we know who's going first. Psych, I believe that looks like Oliver's going first right there.
Yeah.
That's definitely what this team wanted. That's definitely what Tundra wanted.
Could be a scout move.
Could be a scout move, for sure. Be a bit odd for him to scout into the open if he were going second. So
Jeremy did promise me that he would keep that scoreboard up to date.
all right. Well, he's pretty good about that. I asked Typhus how he's feeling about this game, and he said tired. So, you know, that's a good sign.
By the way, if you haven't seen Typhus's sisters, I want to show you guys some shots of his sisters. His sisters might be the prettiest sisters I've ever seen in my life. They have this amazing, like, cyberpunk synthwave thing going on, and it is literally cyberpunk, like because CD Projekt Red is a Polish company, and he's got like cyberpunk graffiti and stuff on the sides of the tanks and things. I mean, it's a gorgeous, gorgeous army. Super pretty. I'm kind of shocked he was brave enough to bring it on a plane. I would be scared to bring an army that pretty on a plane.
Unfortunately, he says that his painter got to him or missed a train to catch up with him or whatever just a little bit too late. So the turrets on these tanks are borrowed.
Okay.
Because apparently his painter guy missed a train by 1 minute, and that meant that couldn't get to him before his flight and couldn't get the right model, so they had to borrow those. But the rest of the army looks gorgeous.
Does Typhus work for CD Projekt Red? Do you know?
I don't.
Maybe he doesn't want people to know. I don't know.
So I don't think so.
He's just
Maybe.
a fan.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's good. So bad. Hey, thanks, brother. I really appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you. People walking up and put in $20 on the table. It's, you guys are amazing.
In-person super chat.
Necrons and Tyranids here. Francois playing the Nids for stat check.
So I think Francois is feeling a little edgy about this one. The Tyranid or the Necrons teleport and shoot. Let's find out who's going first in this game. This is gonna be a big deal.
Okay.
Oh.
Tied?
Tied.
Same? What the fuck?
They tied again.
They tied again.
That's always a good sign, Jack.
Okay.
They tied again.
No. I think.
I don't know. I couldn't see.
Who went first?
Oh, Pumbaa's first.
Pumbaa went first.
Chad, I've done this a long time. Anytime they tie on the roll-off to go first twice like that, it's a fucking great game. I don't know why. There's something weird about the voodoo of the universe. But strap in. We're in for a good one here. That's really bad for the Templars, I think.
That is going to give a lot of breathing room to Pumbaa. Now, he won't be able to do any kind of secret mission or bottom-of-turn scoring that might get him back into it, but he does get the first turn, and that is massive for pressure. So Jake's going to have to battle his way through unfavorable turn order.
All right, so while they're doing this, again, we had the wrong table camera. Necrons, Tyranids, again.
So I believe Francois is feeling a little nervous here. The Necrons shoot really hard and they teleport. He cannot get away from them. So he just needs to take the hits and try and roll with the punches, use his primary scoring and battle shocking and all of that to try to compensate for
Necrons went first, by the way, which is actually good for Francois, potentially, because Hypercrypt going second can be a pain at the end of the game. And then we got Drukhari and World Leaders. I love seeing Anthony playing against Drukhari. I streamed so much Anthony Vanilla playing Drukhari at the beginning of 9th edition. Like, I don't know, like maybe 5 tournaments in a row or something where he won with Drukhari. It was crazy stuff. But I don't know who's favored in this matchup. I feel like it's World Leaders, right? We said that during the pairings.
It's definitely World Leaders.
Yeah.
It's absolutely World Leaders here. Cameron knows he needs to hold on by his fingernails, and any points he can get his team are good points.
Yeah. All right, and then swinging around this way, we got the Grey Knights of Brad Townsend versus the Dark Angels of John Lennon. That's going to be an interesting game, too. I mean,
it is.
In charge.
I think it's going to be a lot of Brad not engaging and trying to avoid the baits of trying to engage.
Yeah.
If he doesn't try to win the game, then John is fairly slow and can't really do too much about it.
Yeah.
Now, John did go first, which allowed him to stage really well up in mid-board and start trying to force the issue. But we'll see what he can do.
All right, then we got the Yanari from Shukman versus the GSC of Innis. That's going to be a great game, too.
So he's actually playing pure Eldari. He's not Yanari because Cameron is taking the Drukhari.
Okay, that makes sense. I don't know why I put Yanari in there.
Who knows? But he's going first.
He's Yanari in spirit.
I believe he got line of sight to a couple of vehicles that are currently not there right now. So he's starting off very strong, and God, I love seeing Matt on the table. He's just a class act.
Yeah, you guys played together on the team.
We did. We've played several times. We played together several times, and what a gent.
He's a great guy.
Just love that dude.
He was playing the OP Eldar at the start of 10th, so.
Yeah, Innis is fine too, I suppose.
All right, then we got Tyranids and Thousand Suns. Eric, this is going to be a fun game. Eric is a good shit talker, and Liam's going to be in the tank on this one. But that's a tough matchup. I mean,
it is. Liam is going first here, which Eric did not want. So this could be the opening that Liam needed, or Liam was looking for, in order to make this game,
No vehicles.
start spiraling out of control. Eric knows he needs just to hold on. He doesn't need to win. He just needs to hold.
I think you just discard.
There was some shit talk going on in Team Stat Check where John was telling Liam that if John were playing the Tyranids, he'd beat Liam, and Liam told John that he'd beat John. And they can't play that game. They're on the same team, but I mean, it's the same list, and Eric is going to play his heart out, and he is an incredible player, and he just played Tyranids to WTC. So if there's anyone who can, prove John right, it would be Eric.
So if you guys are new to this scoring interface here for teams, the little triangles in the middle tell us who went first and second by who's on top and bottom here. So you can see the blue triangle on top means that Kit went first in that matchup, and that he has finished the top of battle round 1. So the next one down here, Cameron went first, Anthony went second, and they've apparently finished the entire first battle round, which is probably wrong, but that's okay. And then we got Brad and John. Looks like John went first in that matchup. So as we go through and come back to this, it'll make more sense.
Yes. John going first does mean that Brad has a really easy line on a secret mission later in the game, as long as he doesn't throw his battle line units away. And Brad knows what he needs to do here. He's not going to do that. John's going to have to hunt them down, and they teleport, and 5 of them are Terminators. That's realistically not going to happen.
So Pumbaa got extend and recover assets.
First one over there.
Those are pretty good, actually.
Second one.
And as we saw, even though Jake's army is friggin-gantic, he still gets a unit out of line of sight, gets another unit out of line of sight. Very careful measurement out of Jake.
Yeah. That is Innis, yeah. Someone asked me what is Liam doing in America? He is clapping nerds' cheeks in America. That's what he's doing. No, he's here having a good time, I hope. I mean, I talked to him. He sounds like he's having fun. It's great to see him over here, though. I think it's cool that if you come to this event, Champions Cup, you get the opportunity to play against these guys from all over the world, or at least meet them, or, I mean, I don't know. If I was here, I'd be fangirling. I guess I am here, but I am fangirling.
And you are fangirling, yeah.
It's
Me
okay.
too, though, to be honest. And I'm close friends with the vast majority of the people playing right now. So these rounds, every single one is very interesting. Every single one, if people see an opening, they will dive headlong into it. And so everybody needs to be on their best behavior, because their opponents, if they spot an opening, will jump on it.
Stefano says Cameron's wearing our captain's t-shirt from Greece. That is cool, Stefanos. That's cool. Thanks for playing on the stream, by the way, at WTC. It was great having you guys on there. All right. Pumbaa's getting his Predator in position.
I believe Cameron's wearing a Tundra Tactics jersey, so I'm not 100% sure about that.
In the middle.
Okay. Maybe it wasn't Cameron. Maybe it was somebody else. Dusty
Boy,
D with
I'm
the
about to
$10.
butter your brain.
Thanks so much, man. Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, London's going to be expensive. I'm going to lose money on that trip, but I don't care because I get to come and see my buddies in England, so I'm excited about it. But thanks for helping it hurt a little bit less, Dusty. I appreciate that.
So Pumbaa has to be very careful he doesn't accidentally give a bunch of charges here, because if he moves up and immediately gets charged bottom of 1, things can spiral very quickly.
London is next weekend, Kim. I'm flying straight over there from Dallas. So don't get to see my dogs for a couple weeks. Yeah, I'm going to be at London GT for Dr. Ian. I'm excited about it.
Advanced Discord. One.
This is a cool shot right down the barrel of that Predator. Except now we just have arm in the way. But it was cool until the players started playing the game.
Streaming would be so easy if not for these damn players.
We just need to figure out how to make them invisible. So what's the once per game thing on that Curse Cultist again? It's advance and charge and
+1 to hit and +1 to wound.
Yeah.
It's one of the nastiest single-use buffs in the game. Advance and charge, +1 to hit, +1 to wound. Brutal.
Arson, actually my dogs are staying in Seattle with one of the 40K guys out there, so yeah. He's doing a great job, though. He's been sending me pictures and stuff. Very much appreciated.
I can assure you, by the way, that Jake is not the kind of guy to get intimidated by a good player. The person he played last round was Brad Chester on Brad's one of his signature armies, Eldar, and Jake did not let him get an inch. He got a 20-0 in that matchup, so he's ready to come in and dish the big beats. He knows how to do it. He's done it before, and he's ready to do it again, even into players as good as Brad.
Yeah. Thanks, Swiss Nerves. Yeah, it's a sacrifice, but it's all good. Staging up here. Going to be annoying. The one silver lining for this right now in the sports state to me is definitely the scout move giant squad of Crusader Bros up here. That's a great position for the Templars.
If
he's
Pumba
relatively
wants to
protected.
go anywhere here, he's going to get charged.
Yeah.
And then the rest of the army is going to follow alongside.
Yeah, when are people going to learn to stop giving this game to Eldar? Black Templar's Eldar matchup is just terrible.
Probably the next one. I don't know. Every Eldar player, it's one of the downsides of Eldar, as or as life reflects art, is that every Eldar player just goes, "Nah, I'm built different, though."
Yeah, exactly.
Not in the.
He got clapped, but I am better. I will learn.
I don't believe this one.
I'll be the one. I got this.
As you can tell, I've played many games. No, he doesn't.
Yeah, okay.
He gives me rerolling everything to hit roll and rerolling everything to wound roll if you are either at below starting or at below half.
Okay. 5 max units of
He has,
Crusaders.
of course, precision innately, stuff like that. Nice. Look.
By the way, Willow and Haunted Bagel, thanks so much for helping out with the list thing this weekend. 8-man teams just got so much crap going on. I really appreciate it.
No advance in charge on them.
Nope. Jellied eels aren't cheap.
But remember the push.
Yup, which is how does.
So yeah, the trolls won last round in pretty convincing fashion.
Model and shooting. Once you're done activating, I move D6 inches. I can't get into combat with it, but it's a little less restrictive how I move. My unit has to end closer to the thing that shot me.
So it's basically a blood surge.
Basically blood surge. I can't get into combat, except the whole unit doesn't have to end. The whole
good old devout push.
Makes perfect
One
sense.
guy goes a little bit closer. Everyone else goes where they want.
One of the best strats.
Boy, I'm about to butter your
Hey Tom,
brain.
thanks for the 10 euro or 10 pounds. Sorry, real money. Thanks so much.
I wonder
Tom.
what side of this game you're on.
Appreciate that. Devout push. So good. You're probably thinking to yourself, it's 1 CP. It's only in the shooting phase. It's D6 inches, whatever. But let me tell you guys, that adds up over the course of a game.
Yeah, and as Jake pointed out, it's less restrictive than Blood Surges. Doesn't get him into combat, so it's not as good as a Blood Surge, but it's less restrictive. He just has to end closer, not as close as possible, which lets him do things like go sideways and end 0.1 inches closer, but behind a wall now, and now the other things that were set up to shoot him don't get to. And that's pretty huge.
I'm gonna make sure that
Guaranteed one on Devout, Hey, classic, good to see you.
on
man.
this side of the thing,
Yeah,
so I
looks
can
good.
get the recover assets started. Recover assets over here, over here.
Closest to closer
That's it.
psyker. Closest to
Extend for
closer to closest psyker unit is also kind of funny in ACDC builds.
And recover, I've started.
Yep.
Your turn.
Cool. Good turn for Pumbaa.
We
got his position, got really good secondaries for turn
down
1.
and cleanse.
And Jake got terrible ones. For
Yeah,
turn
that's not what you
If
want.
there was ever an army I didn't want to touch objectives with.
Yeah, 'cause remember, if he touches an objective,
say that.
he gets annihilated.
Such a fun stream match,
Cleanse is a card.
How the fuck did we get roped into this?
Oh, what, Pumbaa, you're not having fun?
2 CP.
You're not having fun? What's going on?
Okay. Grimaldus is in the Feel No Pain.
I think he knows exactly why he's here.
Doesn't matter a whole ton, but probably.
What's the boy doing?
Not Vow. Grimaldus has a pick 3 ability. Yep. He's in the Feel No Pain. 5 of Feel No Pain.
And the vow is?
The vow is Feel No Pain. So army-wide,
Exactly.
6 up Feel No Pain.
Exactly.
And 5 up leadership.
Yep.
And Hellbreak Squad has 5 up Feel No Pain from Tannhauser's Bones.
Exactly what I was trying to ask. Yeah. All
and then it
Francis.
boosts my strat, so I fight on death, 1 CP on a 3-up.
These Templars are hitting the stims hard this game. They're feeling no pain, Jed.
And Pumbaa's clarifying things here. I guarantee you he knows how Jake's army
yes.
works.
He knows all that stuff.
He had to prep for Olivier, right? Like he knows what this army does.
Yeah. He's also just making sure that his opponent knows what his own army does.
Yes.
I mean, that's important sometimes. So.
Just clear on. I didn't call the feel no pain. I actually called the sustained hits. No, everyone's on the same stage.
And he's doing it in like a polite way, right? Like he's not saying, "Hey, dumbass, remember your army does this and this, not that and that," or whatever.
Yeah.
Right?
No, these guys are great, and they're going to have just one of the best games.
Yeah.
Great.
Have we seen any same armies versus, or the brackets made to avoid that? They're not made to avoid that on. So each team is allowed to have one of each codex, basically. So you can have mirror matches between the teams, but one team can't have 2 Templars, and one team can't have 2 CSM.
Occasionally you do get mirror matches. We've had Tau mirror match several times.
Yeah.
And
I
things
believe
like
you,
that.
sir.
Yeah, so Jake's got a couple interesting pieces of tech here. He's got Chaplain, regular Chaplain. He's got Grimaldus. The Chaplain's got the 10 Hauser's bones.
so
You can't give an upgrade to a named character, of course. Helbrecht is a great beat stick.
I'm about to
a
butter
lieutenant
your
for
grave.
lethal hits, which is huge when you have that weight of attacks. And then the Rambo unit, the lieutenant with combi weapon, is the lone op guy who makes one objective, reroll 1s to wound. You probably already said all this stuff a few minutes ago. Hell, thanks for the 5 pounds, man. He is. I agree.
Not doing
Thanks for the support.
Thank you. We got Richard in the chat.
Yep.
Richard pointing out that when asked about his army rule, Jake supplied plenty of supplemental information that he didn't have to supply, but he did. Like, for example, the vow he took also improves one of his stratagems. A lot of people wouldn't think to mention that, but Jake was like, here's everything I can do.
Yeah, that's great stuff. Scout Squad's Unsung Heroes of Tabletop. They've been sung for a pretty long time, Productor. I don't know, ever since I've been playing 40K.
They're real good.
They've been good. I've never used them because I used to hate the models, but the new models actually look pretty good. So I'm excited. I bought a couple boxes of them not too long ago. They're going to be my first ever Scouts. That's not true. I bought a squad of the Recon Marines from 30K, which are fucking awesome looking, and I use those as my Scouts. But, they're a little bit misleading because they have power armor, so you should, like, Scout shouldn't have power armor. But.
So it is one. If I take Brigands, you cannot take Chaos Knights. If you take an ally, it uses up that slot. So no, if you take Canis Rex as an ally in your army, you cannot take Imperial Knights as an army.
Yeah, correct.
If you take Yannari, you can't take Drukhari, for example, which is how we know that Matt is playing pure Eldar.
Oh, sorry guys, we're already in the bottom of 1. Made it to London, Iceman. Nice, dude. I'm looking forward to it. I'm really looking forward to it, man.
All right, the Crusaders are pushing forward. I think we're about to see some of them hit an objective. Looks like some wild stuff is happening in Matt Shuckman's game against Innes Wilson. One's going pretty interesting.
Whoa! Okay. I mean, it's early yet, but
my guess is he has scored his top of 2 primary.
Top of 2, right. I did ask the players to only hit the "I'm done with my turn" button when they were done with their turn. So, Inception, thanks for the $10. I played pure melee Lag Angels into 2 Rust 2 Rules.
That's very good.
Blah blah blah.
That's very.
You know what? Inception, again, thank you so much for the support. That's a pretty off-topic question for what we're doing here. I know Jack's here, and he normally does coach people. That's like his day job. But this weekend he's here to be a commentator for the event we have on hand. So I'm sure he'd be happy to answer that question.
Yeah, of course.
Most times, but I just want to make sure we don't get too far off topic. If you want to just give him a quick answer.
Yeah,
he did give us $10, but
yeah.
Just for everyone else, please try to keep your super chats and stuff on topic. Thanks. I hope you understand why, man.
So the goal here generally is to try and control the center first, not go to your opponent. Wait for them to come to you, and then you can jump them on favorable terms. Try and pick up their damage, and then they might not be able to pull you out on the time that before you can hit them.
Yeah.
So that's generally what you want to do. If you want to see games like that, you can go over to the warroom.vhx.tv. Red Rum has already hit the command. Thank you so much. And you can see us breaking down matchups like that, breaking down armies, We have an army series on Liberator Assault Group. We have ones on Guard, teaching you how to play into them. And you'll see games with and against those armies many, many times. So if you want to check that out, that's the warroom.vhx.tv. There's a 3-day free trial. You can check that out.
This has to be the Tannhauser's Bones unit, right? You don't put any other unit right there in the middle.
Not deliberately not touching objectives.
Yeah. Yeah. How many bodies in the Templars list? 100 Crusaders. You got 5 max squads of Primaris Crusaders, and then some scouts and stuff.
Yeah, I think it's going to end up being about 115 models.
Yeah,
it's a lot.
Touching the objectives?
Still not touching objectives.
Unfortunate, really.
Funneling in between
Good
them.
thing there's something called secret missions. Maybe it's a secret. I don't know. I think we're fine with something like this.
I don't think Jake's really in a position to want to take a secret mission. Holding his home objective 4 times is going to give him a 20, and then since he has bottom of turn, if he just holds some objectives in midboard, he'll get a 30 off of just that. And that's if he never holds anything other than his home field objective, which seems unlikely.
Yeah, that's true.
So I think he's at a point where he will get a 30 literally for just doing nothing until the end of the game, and any point past that is an advantage, and I think he can quite easily get to 45 or 50 by just playing the game.
Sounds like that's not what he's planning for, though. I don't know if that's mind
might
games
be
or
messing
just
around. I'm not
or
sure.
Just memeing or whatever, but
let me see if I can flag down Tundra's coach and see if we can get an update on how they're feeling.
Yeah, sure. That sounds good. Yeah, the issue here that I'm worried about for the Templars is he charges in and kills these cultists. I guess he has some guns that might be able to be effective against cultists. Kills the cultists and then gets demolished by ACDC next turn. That's looking pretty sketch on that flank. I don't know. The other thing is he may be relying on the devout push to get him onto the objectives in Pumbaa's turn, so that when his turn rolls around, he's standing on the objective.
For me, it's playable.
So he can score some primary. That's a possibility. I don't know if that's what he's planning, but like if you devout push with the last thing to get shot at, you end up on an objective.
Okay, I get
you score
it.
some
I get
points
it.
on primary. That's a possibility.
I got you.
I'm gonna play this. And then you're standing across the table from another person.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Very competitive player. Where like other guys may or may not get scared.
Got it.
Yeah, he's the feel no pain and leadership buff Crusaders. Yeah, you pretty much have to run that if you have the Tannhauser's Bones.
Okay.
Movement's done. Does he go for some charges here?
Yeah, we're just gonna go to some shooting.
Sure thing.
Shooting,
Green squad's gonna shoot everything at your cultists.
There is a shooting phase in this game. I forgot for a second. Double O.
You're gonna get cover here, so my AP1 doesn't matter.
Sure.
So I'm gonna roll all the dice together. 19. So this is all their pistols minus the flamer.
Yep.
On threes. And threes again.
Sure.
What a pretty table, guys. Man, I love filming games like this. This is going to have a lot of cool shots. All right, we got our field reporter, Jack, is back.
So it doesn't matter.
So
Right.
Tundra's feeling fairly drawish. They feel like they got a good side of the pairings. They're pretty happy with how the pairings went. They got several games that they feel like are good for them because they got bottom of turn. They were kind of hoping for bottom of turn on most of these.
Yeah.
And they're feeling like they can hit their numbers. And if they hit their numbers, it's going to be a very tight game.
Pistol for 2 hits.
Very tight round. Matt is just attempting to.
No AP.
I mean, in his Matrix, he put down a 5 early game. He was feeling very bad about that. But he is cracking through a lot of GSC units, a lot of models, and we'll see if he can continue to score the points he's been scoring so far. If he can, then that would be some significant upside on that game.
It does look like Tundra Tactics went first in 5 of the rounds so far.
We're going
that
to
have been
charge.
reported in.
Yes, sir.
Red onto your Nurgle, or Nurgle.
Sorry, 4 of the rounds.
They went second, I believe, in 4 of them.
Yeah.
But the Tyranids into Thousand Sons, they apparently very much wanted to go second to get that scoring at the end of the game.
Yeah.
I always like having first turn, but sometimes the mission and different ways players are approaching the game make them want to take second.
In my
Not that
personal
you have an
opinion,
option.
going first puts more of the onus on you to know what you're doing. So if you have confidence in your ability in a matchup and stuff, going first can give you some advantages. For me personally, like going second lets me play more reactive, and that way I can just kind of, I don't have to have as much of a game plan. I can just react to what you're doing, right, on some level.
Yeah, absolutely. You get a board influx. You don't have to try and like create a plan.
Exactly.
You just have to react.
Exactly right. My plan is to react to your plan, right? And you can't do that if you go first. You'll lose.
No, it will not end well.
When White Dwarf sponsorship.
Oh, looks like Mark Wad.
That's Jake again.
That's Jake again?
Yeah, Jake Gonzalez. If it sounds like he's being murdered, that's Jake Gonzalez as well. Thank God he's not playing Bully Boys. That guy would be rip in pepperonis by the end of the week.
Yes, sir. -1 to hit, remember, from Nerdings. Yep. How many are fighting, by the way? Some are not. Basically, without.
It should be. He should be in.
He's in. He's for sure.
Some very high scores on that wall.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6 gentlemen. These
Yep,
Sarks are not fighting.
Yep. So 6 out.
Yep. Including, I think, a character.
Including the sergeant. Yep. Here's the fists. Fucked.
So this Templar unit might have a bad time, but if Pumbaa commits to it, there is a unit in reserves that can rapid ingress right next to that objective and charge. And just start to clean up that side of the board, and then one unit can really anchor down both objectives while the rest of the army gets to work.
You know, Jeff, in teams, I've thought about that before, like to avoid like variance in first and second in teams. Maybe that's part of the picks and pairing process. Is like you do your army, you do your terrain, then you just decide who goes first and second. And you have a limited pool of first and seconds. You know, instead of rolling.
That's an interesting idea.
Yeah.
Never.
One issue with that is sometimes some person wants to go first and some person wants to go second.
Yeah, so it'd be the same as like picking your terrain. So like your team has 3 go firsts and 3 go seconds, or 4 of each, right?
Right.
And then you pick it along with your other side. I don't know. It's a possibility. I'm not good enough at 40K or teams to have an opinion, honestly.
Surprisingly, we're not going to consolidate to the point or into combat with you.
Literally none of his units are touching an objective right now.
So, you're going first. I'm going to pitch both.
Cool.
Yep.
He very well might be going for a secret mission here. Just, hey, I don't need objectives.
Well, I was saying when you were gone that maybe his plan too is to devout push onto an objective with the last unit that gets shot at.
CP is correct.
So that he's on the objective at the start of his following turn.
That would be a very good idea.
Yeah.
Especially because he could then get a 15 because he just spreads out.
Exactly.
Because only the unit needs to end closer, but that doesn't mean every model in the unit needs to end closer. So if the unit is 12 inches away to the closest model, a model in the unit needs to be at least 11.9 inches or closer, and the rest of the unit gets to do whatever the heck it feels like.
Stratagem options. You've got the devolt push.
He had a unit of Nurglings that died, but I knew they were going to die right away, so I didn't even put them in the list.
Fight on death on a 3-up.
AOC, of course.
AOC. I have a strat to prevent you from falling back from me.
Yes.
So on a 4-up, you can't fall back. If I fail the roll, every model in the unit has to take a desperate escape to leave.
It's a great strat, by the way.
It's insane.
My character unit.
You get to flip a coin to find out if the game keeps happening.
My command phase, and it persists till my next command phase.
Defensive prof. Who's got the better?
I think we saw it a lot on display in the finals of the War Master with Olivier.
Yep.
6. Got like 4 of those to just keep units locked down with him in combat in the game, it was just game over, right? Just,
Yeah.
you can't. Super, super good.
It's very restricted. You can't do it to vehicles and monsters, but when it hits, it hits.
And your primary is 10?
That's correct.
Yeah. 10 on primary here for Pumbaa. Nothing too dramatic going on. He got area denial and behind enemy lines. That's not looking great.
Area denial here? Yeah, that's...
With what, 40 Templars standing in the middle of the table?
Easy.
Yeah. 40 Tannhauser's Bones Templars standing in the middle of the table.
It's a lot of dudes, a lot of fellas. Pumbaa has to do something here, and Jake, on the turn, Pumbaa has to do something. Jake has wisely kept his units completely clear of objectives.
Takes some confidence to make that play. It's so like against everything you learn in basic 40K 101. Like, just I'm not going to stand on any of the objectives.
Yeah, I think it's just a sign of how dialed in he is. He knows I don't need to hold objectives turn 2 for this game to win. I need to have my units crash through. We'll get the points later.
Yeah.
And that's a really, really cool play there.
I misspoke earlier, Melody. He doesn't have Vindicators. He's got 3 Predator Destructors.
I will activate this unit's ability.
Okay. Vindicators would be great here. Like the
Oh,
blast.
yeah. D6 plus 7.
Yeah.
Advance and charge.
Exactly. +1 to hit then once.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Casting this game with Pumbaa is, I'm sorry, I'm getting a little nostalgic, but maybe one of my favorite moments of my entire streaming career was streaming the finals of WTC year before last. We had Pumbaa on the stream, and he ended up, he got his butt kicked in the game, but scored enough points in the loss to clinch the win for Poland. And immediately, just the celebration from the whole team was just an awesome moment to get on camera. And having him here on the stream reminds me of that. It's cool stuff.
Meet me in the middle.
I mean, you push the button, I need to respond.
Yeah.
We roll dice, we see what happens.
Right. We didn't come here to look at each other.
I mean,
I am pretty, but I'm not that pretty.
I disagree, actually.
I'm wondering if I'm activating them as well.
Was it Green Tide? No, that you're thinking about WTC this year, Frankie. That was Green Tide, yeah. WTC year before last was, it was like the final round we had was
this unit as well.
England versus Poland. And Pumbaa was playing against, I think, Nassim, maybe, if I remember correctly. Oh, that's awesome, Zozo. That's awesome, man. Good to have you here, by the way.
Let's find them a nice spot.
So that's Cypher. Cypher's going to be a pretty big thing during this game for Pumbaa. Just keeping defensive stratagems not operational here.
Yeah.
Jake has gone to 4 CP. Ordinarily, that would be 2 Armor of Contempts and an Interrupt, but unfortunately for Jake, 4 CP is not going to do that. It's going to be just an Interrupt or just 2 Armors of Contempts. He's not going to get to do all 3.
Yeah. Vect is at its strongest in a melee mirror match.
For sure. Especially where the 12-inch bubble gets to just touch a variety of units. And I guarantee you Pumbaa's not putting this dude out here because, oh, that's where he's going to stay. No, it's going to be, he's going to put a wall of dudes in between him and, in between the Crusaders and, what's his face? Gunman, the Vect boy. He's going to put a Cypher. He's going to put a ton of bodies in between Cypher and the Black Templars.
Yeah.
Because the Black Templars can't just shoot him to death.
Yeah.
And if he can have that aura up again, that's another tool in his kit.
So Class says fight on death on 1 CP on a 3-up is true unless Cypher's standing there, and then it's 2 CP.
And it's still a 3-up.
It's still a 3-up, and then you also then can't interrupt for examples.
Yes.
So Cypher is within 12 inches of every single unit that is here, by the way.
That's huge.
That is not what Jake would have wanted.
Vect. Oh, okay.
Oh, he didn't know that Cypher's Vect?
I think he did. I think it's just clicking now that his defensive strats are going to not be ideal. It looks like he's probably got a fight on death and an armor of contempt, or 2 armors of contempt.
Yeah, new Vect is pretty nuts, man. I agree.
Pretty good.
It probably shouldn't be 12 inches. It probably should be like 8. But you know what? Make hay while the sun shines, Bjorn fans. Get out there and kick some ass.
Yeah, Bjorn slaps.
Oh, he's so good.
He's insane.
So good with Vect. Which I love because he's my favorite thing to put. I had him on my list from the beginning of the edition. I've always loved having him.
All right, the cultists are coming in, and this series of combats could decide the entire round. It's possible. It might not, but it could be the key to either stat check locking in good scores across the board, or Tundra blowing it wide open.
You know what? I think what triggered this play from Pumbaa is the fact that Cypher is touching every unit. It's really a good recognition that he's going to get super value here because Jake is going to be super CP limited here.
Yeah, I don't know if he's in range here because what Pumbaa said was he's in range of every unit on this side of the board,
okay.
Right?
Well, that's a big difference. If he's not in range of that unit, then that changes things a lot. Because you can do a 2 CP fight on death and a 2 CP interrupt with the guys who are not. Although what you do then is just fight the guys who are outside the Vectora first.
Exactly.
But that gives them a 1 CP fight on death, so then you still have the interrupt.
He still has 2 strats, so it could be an interrupt and a 1 CP
Yeah,
fight
yeah,
on
yeah.
death. So Pumbaa still has to approach this very carefully because if Jake can layer the correct strats even through Vect, it's going to be, or Lord of Deceit, which is the terminology for it, then life can get really tough for Pumbaa. If he gets a unit blasted into oblivion, then that's bad. I mean, I don't need to say it, but that's bad.
Clownmouth, thanks for the $5.
Very few models in Jake's army actually fall back and charge.
Yeah.
It's just Helbrecht's unit with the lieutenant, and Grimaldus can. So he has to be very careful there and not get his stuff tied up.
Thanks for helping out in the chat, by the way, with people's questions. We're kind of trying to, this is a very high-level match, so our commentary and terminology and stuff might be a little bit less new player friendly, but that's why I really appreciate you guys in chat helping each other out with stuff like what is Vect.
No one told me he had Vect, John.
It means a lot. See, he didn't know about Vect?
He did not know he had Vect.
Oh, that's huge. That's huge.
That is huge. We'll see if he can navigate this.
You're not coming.
He's definitely feeling a little uneasy about that position with Vect in play.
When the Vect kicks in.
When the Vect kicks in.
Poor guy. He looks nervous.
Well, I mean, he would be nervous no matter how this game's going, and I don't think the game's gone bad for him, not even close. I just think this is an added complication that can make his life tough if Pumbaa calls this right and Jake, doesn't have the correct stratagems at his call. This can make life hard.
Yeah, we don't want to get too hyperbolic here, Ben. There's a whole game to play still, but you're right. I mean, there's a chance of it. There's a chance of it.
Would you like to rapid ingress?
If he rapid ingresses, that's going to hurt his CP economy something fierce.
Yeah, he can't afford it here, right?
I assume they don't fit.
He's got to hold on to 4 CP.
You made him not fit there.
But he also, can he afford to lose an entire stratagem? Or can he afford to give up a unit in reserves on the most critical turn of the game? I think he has to rapid ingress here, and then it's just Armor of Contempt versus Interrupt at that point.
Guys, so the stuff is starting to happen at these tables. We have, nothing too crazy going on so far. We'll do another around the world here a little bit later in our game, but just to keep you guys up to date, Dark Angels, John's jumping up to a pretty good lead against Grey Knights, but of course he already scored his top of turn stuff, and Grey Knights are great at coming from behind. And Liam and Eric are being assholes and not updating the scoreboard. So I'm going to go yell at them.
Do you want me to go yell at them?
No, I'll go do it.
Cool. Go ahead.
Be right back.
Let's do some shooting. Start here with the pred over there.
You got it.
Sustained. He's not fine. He takes 2. I will mark them in a sec.
Okay, starting out with some damage on himself.
Last cannons. With sustained, so 2 hits. 1 wound.
5
AP is 4.
Oh, 4, so.
Just deals 7 damage.
Oh, look, you killed one.
Out of cannon.
Yep.
Ooh.
Additional.
Ooh. 7 hits.
AP 2, because it's Predator.
Okay. So these will go on them 3-up save guys, so
Yes,
4 ups
sir.
in cover. How many was it?
6 times.
Well, that's not how you roll
3
dice.
each.
Jake took some real hefty damage off the first activation of a Predator here.
2. 3. 3.5.
They finished turn 1.
4.
Liam's ahead in that game.
Yep.
5.
5.
Eric has bottom of turn. He's going to use that to his advantage.
Yeah.
4 plus 2. Plus how many shots for blast? For
1,000 Suns secret missioning gets a lot worse when they don't have bottom of turn.
All right, he's losing a lot of Crusaders here.
1 sustained. 3. AP 1, so AP dash and cover. 2 wounds.
Wow.
Oh, sorry.
Kill one more.
Guy.
6 go down to the first Predator activation.
You know what this is starting to feel like to me, Jack? This is starting to feel like a table flip.
Very well
Templars
could
coming
be.
this way, CSM coming this way.
Did he rapid? He did not rapid ingress. Oh, that could cost him very badly. I was thinking, like, if he rapid ingresses here, he could have a solid counterpunch there.
Yeah.
If he rapid ingresses here, he could have a solid counterpunch here. But he's going to have neither of those. And I think that's in reaction to the Vect. Honestly, is he doesn't want to spend his CP, but
no save.
the problem being here, I think you need a unit of 20 dudes on the board fighting and charging more than you need your CP.
Predators, Destructors get +1 AP against infantry models.
There should be 4, right?
It is 4, sorry.
Okay,
I'm
so
trolling.
I would have 6 ups here.
Yes, of course.
And there was 4 of them, right?
4 of them.
So we do
2
save
of
2 of
them.
them.
So first one deals 7 and 2.
Okay, 7 he kills them. The 2 kills 2.
Them. Kill 2. Out of cannon.
Whoop.
Another important thing here is, guess what? He's not devout pushing this turn. If he's not spinning a command point on rapid ingress, he sure as hell's not spinning a command point on
No,
push.
sir. Absolutely
He's
no way.
saving those for the combats to come.
Man, I feel like I think he does want to rapid ingress a unit like here, just to counterpunch in and start, hitting this unit, starting to threaten these objectives, these Predators here.
Counterpoint is, the idea of rapid ingressing here is to replace this unit that's going to die. But you basically do the same thing by letting that unit fight on death or interrupt, right?
That is true.
So it's basically the same thing in theory, and then you also do damage to the CSM on their turn.
The place I think he actually wants it more is if we hit the top down.
Yeah.
Field 1 takes it.
I think he wants them here.
Yeah.
That would have been, maybe he gets charged away from, so he didn't want that, right? Because then this unit that is here would end the turn like this, and potentially that would be too long.
Takes 3. I will mark that in a second.
But I think you need to start threatening to punch back into some of these problems here, right?
Yep.
To start threatening to start crunching through. Because if all of the Accursed Cultists die, it doesn't really matter what these Predators do.
That's true.
They're going to have a bad time.
Wow, that's a big F, though.
Killed the wounded guy.
Yep.
Killing those units is tough.
Out of cannon. No sustained. 5 save, sorry, -2.
Force. Failed 2. First
Reach.
1. Kill 1. Kill 2.
Yep. Havoc. 1 plus 3 probably. With the sustained. 2 saves please, 3 ups. Take the combi. No hits.
Man, he's getting punched in the mouth right now a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, what's going to be most important is what happens with these accursed cultists.
Yeah.
I think that is going to be the defining thing. Because in shooting, he's going to lose models. We all knew that. But we're going to see what happens when combat happens. Because if the accursed cultists go in and just get demolished, totally possible, like totally could happen, then it doesn't matter, right? Jake can continue to push through, and we find out, you know, hey, guess what? The combat was just too much for Pumbaa, even if he set himself up for the best possible position to encounter it. And we'll find out. And Jake is very squirrely. He recognizes that he got put in a position he wasn't a fan of, but he's, you know, if anything, he's going to get madder about it and just try and get his way out of it harder.
Here's something else that sucks for the Templars in this matchup, which is the best way to deal with these accursed cultists is to precision out their character that gives them the feel no pain, or the invuln, right?
Right.
And then you activate another unit and wipe the unit out after their invuln's gone. But the problem for the Templars is all of their units are just one big unit, right? So there's never going to be a situation in this game where he's got 2 units activating into a unit of accursed cultists, and that 5-up invuln persists throughout the combat activation because it was up when the unit was engaged, right?
Yeah. On the plus side, the unit is like 100 attacks.
Yeah.
And so they'll carve through accursed cultists at pretty quick speed.
That's fair.
Okay. Looking for sustained. They make it. Last cannon hits. Wounds.
Do a 5-up back and cover.
Sure thing.
Good.
Yep. Pistols.
Every slain
chat,
model.
thanks for helping each other out.
Yeah.
And not overcharged plasma.
Every slain model is going to matter here.
Yeah.
Eventually.
That's what, it's like 5 less attacks or something crazy
exactly.
like that?
It's also another model you don't have to kill next turn.
Yeah.
And if you chip like 4 or 5 extra models over the course of 3 turns, it's a quarter of a unit, right? That's a sizable thing.
Charge coming up here. See how much is left in that squad. Oh, it's pretty low.
Yeah, I think it lost 6 to the Predator, so there's 14 left.
Only 14 Marines, Chad. What will he do?
I'll probably pop Armor of Contempt. I assume that if Vect was in range, these models would be dead right now.
Yeah, he would have pulled them out of range.
I have to assume that's the case.
Yeah, yeah.
I think Pumbaa's also ignoring the units that have the 5-up feel no pain, going after the ones that are more vulnerable, looking to cut Jake down to size.
They are 4-hour rounds, guys, so they have a chance to get the game done. I think they will.
I mean, after shooting, you can see that the Black Templars' position does not look much changed from where it was before.
Once we resolve these combats, guys, then we'll do a little around the world trip again for Jack to go get us updates from the tables. But this might be the whole game. It actually might be the whole round going on right here. So it's very important combats coming up.
That's just for the wounded guy.
I will make sure that.
I mean, Jake's very thankful right now. He did not stand on objectives.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he would have been up shit creek big time if he was standing on those objectives.
Yeah, he took the right call. He took the right play, and he still could very well just brute force 100, attacks a unit right through Pumbaa's army. And when you have a brute force answer, you need to know to take it.
So here's a question: do you think that because he's going to get 2 strats, we don't know what they're going to be, but 2 is the most he's going to get, right?
Right.
Do you spend 1 on a heroic intervention here if you're given the opportunity?
I can't imagine. So the problem is a 2 CP heroic here that precludes you from either interrupting or fighting on death or armor contempting. I have to imagine that's not worth it.
Yeah. I mean, the upside is it might give him the movement he needs to get on the objectives in the middle there to score primary. But again, maybe he's not really concerned about scoring primary the old-fashioned way this game, it seems like.
No, he's definitely fighting first and letting points sort themselves out later. If he took a more, points-minded approach, he might be just dead right now.
I just moved this direction.
I wonder if that was his original plan before he realized Vect was there.
Range of them.
Because he clearly did not know about this Vect.
No, he could not have made that clearer. My guess is armor contempting shooting, armor contempting combat, interrupt. Or armor contempting combat, fight on death in combat, interrupt. Or rapid ingress. What's going on?
That's a good point, 00. Heroic might be able to allow him to get out of Vector.
Maybe I'm trolling.
That is true. That's true.
That's a good point.
over there.
So that would give him a
So
2
I
CP
cannot bring
interrupt.
those models
Yeah, you
because
And then maybe a 1 CP fight on death on the unit that's not in Vectora.
Love it. Perfect.
That's a
units-
risky thing, though, because
If you don't get out of Vector,
Yeah.
then suddenly none of your stuff works.
yeah, the whole turn falls apart.
This unit being strung out quite this much is definitely an issue for him right now. That interrupt and that fight on death, not tasty. So I think what he wants to do here is he wants to use an Armor of Contempt. And then this might have been where you want to have a second unit come in and just crash in, delete the unit, and move on with your life.
would you like to use any?
Cypher will be chopped up next turn, but Pumbaa's gotten max value out of Cypher here already, I think.
We're gonna use Armor of Contempt.
Sure thing.
There it is.
4-2.
Armor of
Not what
Contempt
you want.
on that squad in the north.
Start with 6 horrors or mutants or whatever they're called.
All right, here's where we see what the
10.
what the Chaos Cult can do, or not Cult, Renegade Raiders, but the
12 is
ACDC bricks.
is
They're
30.
nasty, they're scary, they hit incredibly hard, so we'll find out.
Did Pumbaa pop there once per game, do you know? I don't
Almost
think so.
certainly. There's
Okay.
no way he went in without it.
Okay. So that's +1 to wield, right?
+1 to hit and +1 to wound.
Yeah, that's pretty much.
And advance in charge.
Roll me the sustain, please. Thank you so much.
Yep.
Hitting on 3s.
He did not declare fight on death.
No, he did Armor of Contempt. The fight on death would not have been that helpful for him here.
Yeah, because
Only-
he's so strung out that, remember, you can only fight on death with models that can actually make it into engagement with a pile-in from where they're standing, right? You don't just get to fight with some guy in the back because he fought on death.
Yeah. My assumption is he's either going to fight on death in a different place, or he's going to interrupt on the other side of the field.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, my assumption is the very next combat activation is going to take
Yeah.
place here for the Templars.
There you go.
Okay.
AP dash right now, 2 damage each.
3 ups. Let's see what he can do.
AP1 normally.
Exactly.
So
The problem is once you break through about like 6 or so models in the unit, you get real close to the scouts in the unit. Because 8 of the models have a 4-up armor save.
how much damage? 2 each?
He just rolled 2 4-ups there, so that was the scout damage, I think, is what he
We're
said.
just gonna do it like this. Here is the fists and the sergeant. So here's my 3 ups. Look.
Not very good.
Jesus.
Oh, he fought on death.
Long time, apparently. First one, kill 1,
So I think he spent 4 CP here?
kill 3. Look at that.
Beautiful.
The rest of these are 4s.
Oh,
I mean,
No, these are saves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those are Filmo
not
paints.
what I wanted it to be. So we only failed 3 of those.
What?
First one, got 1 more. Another one. Cool. So all the power armor's gone, and you got 3 more of the scouts.
Damn.
Got it.
Okay, so that's 5 dudes left in the unit. Not awesome. Still has a resource, but it's not one that's a great here.
And then the rest.
And that was with Armor of Contempt. You
Yeah.
can see how nasty these things are.
By then, by the
It's just the volume of attacks.
do that.
Now, he won't have +1 to hit and +1 to wound going forward, but he very well might not need it.
He didn't roll
Two of the
that
small guys
bad
are
on his
fighting.
armor saves, but the Feel No Pains didn't help him out there.
No.
Yeah.
2 of the small guys aren't fighting. The rest is.
Now,
Alright.
Jake does have units that can go
Guts.
hit, and just carry on the attack and try and bust through. And he needs to do that, like, right now.
Small guys.
Yeah.
Like, he needs to hit him right now in the mouth, and he cannot allow this to continue happening.
Yeah, Thunderwick, those are my dice.
Sustained.
Yep.
And 3s.
Wait a minute. Oh, this is the rest of the squad.
Yeah, this is
This
the,
is the books.
little morons in there.
These are on
Damn
4-up
each.
armor
Correct.
saves.
Yeah. Armor Contempt with on the scouts.
2 more.
2 more, so he's down to 3 models. That's basically a unit completely gone.
Then we had 2 blasted blades.
Oh my god, nickel and diming him down.
One sustained.
Get him with the rusty shiv.
3s again. These are AP2 normally, so AP1.
Okay, 5s.
1 damage. A close combat weapon.
Has he made any Feel No Pains?
Like 1.
Saves. AP dash.
Jesus.
Yep, and a stave. It's nano.
One
it's
guy left.
Just +1 and doesn't work. Okay, that's them.
Yeah, that is them.
And here comes the question, of course. Would you
Yeah.
like to interrupt?
Nope.
No.
No?
No?
That is true. Them.
Yep. Fight on
I
Okay,
don't
that
understand. Oh, he's fighting on death, but why wouldn't you rapid ingress then?
Start with 6 million.
Wait, why does it cost 2?
He might have been in range.
Not a very good roll.
Why didn't he pull?
14, 18 plus 12.
Why didn't he pull casualties out of vect range?
I'm unclear what's going on here.
5.
I don't think he's in vect range. I don't know why he spent 2 on it, but he very well could be.
25.
Hey, what's up, Nate? Good to see you, man.
30.
He very well might be in vect range, to be honest with you.
We're good again.
Not sure why Pumba asked me one to interrupt that.
Thank you. Please.
Yeah, without armor contempt, this unit's going to disappear.
Yeah. I mean, he does have fight on death, but it's only on a 3-up. It's not a guaranteed fight on death.
No, it is not. But luckily, most of his unit is going to be in combat here, so he'll get to swing with everyone who passes.
Yeah, that's true. Just a reminder, guys, that in the pairings process, we thought that this was a Black Templar's favorite matchup in the extreme, and it was Pumba's job to just not lose by much. But the way things are looking right now, he might flip this one.
Very well could. And then this would be the single most important game, maybe of the entire weekend.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Not to put too fine a point on it, Jack.
Yeah.
This might be the most important game in the history of Warhammer 40,000.
Well, I'm glad you put it like that, because I would agree.
Okay, so 5 have gone through.
Correct.
Damage 2.
Damage 2.
First one, wounds him. Second one, killed 1. Third one.
With Vect Interrupt
killed
is 3
2.
CP, yep. That's right.
Fourth one.
Only if that unit was in range of it. We're not sure if it is or not. I assume
it must
he
have
would
been
have
because he spent 2 CP on fight on death.
I would assume so, yeah.
He must
First one,
think
killed
it's in
4. All the power armor's gone. The
Oh.
4s. Or 5, sorry.
5, right?
Yeah, I think he's going to lose an entire another brick here.
Dead. 1.5.
Well, it's gonna rely. He's gonna have to rely on the 60 other Crusaders to pick up the burden here.
Yeah, which, to be fair, those 60 other Crusaders do include all of his nastiest units and 5 of Feel No Pains. And if he can just clear the board of accursed cultists on this turn, it doesn't matter. Right? Doesn't matter if he lost, 40 dudes this turn. If he opens Pumba up to a Kraken, then that's all that matters. Rapid ingress another 20 dudes in and try and power through.
Tap says maybe Cypher's within 12 like a character, so he couldn't pull it out. You
That
might
would
be right,
nasty.
Tap.
Let me see if I can flag down the coach.
Because it was very clear that he did not know about the Vect in his movement phase. Very clear.
Yes, very clear about that.
Yeah. That's a good point, Tap. Thanks for pointing that out, man.
They are trying their best to die today. 1 damage?
1 damage each.
1, 2, 3. I don't know how many are left in there. Probably not a lot. I see 1, 2, 3.
Fred, because they're fighting on death.
Cool. That's the squad.
Okay.
Killed the squad.
Yes,
but
sir.
They're fighting on death.
So.
People play the fight on death wrong a lot. You're not allowed to just automatically fight when you die if you fight on death. You have to be within range of a pile in and then fight. So if your guy is too far away, if you pull a model that's all the way in the back,
3 of are gonna have
and he
to go
can't
here,
make
1,
it to within engagement range with a 3-inch pile in, he doesn't get to fight, even if he has a fight on death.
Sure. Call this the other 3 at your.
They do resolve one model at a time, though. So like you can have one guy fight on death, clear a hole, have another guy pile into that hole, have him fight on death. Pick him up, clear a hole, have another guy pile into that same hole, fight on death.
And 2s. 5 AP 2.
That's on the Legionnaires?
Yes.
5s. They died.
Okay. And then the one guy in your cultist, can he fight? Nope. And then all the chain swords are going to go at your cultists.
Yep. Have you rolled for the Power Fist if they can fight?
Yes.
Cool.
Yep.
No problem.
So the one going into your cultist can't fight.
Okay, so got a pretty big update from Tundra Tactics. Coach, game here on stream not going how they wanted it. Obviously, we can see that, but he still has faith that Jake can turn the corner in this game and start putting the damage in. A lot of the other games going according to their plan. He feels like Kit is doing well into Francois. He thinks Kit can start doing well there, and Matt on the Eldar, Matt Schuckman into Innes Wilson. Matt is doing better than they were hoping for, so they're still heading for a close round, even with this one going, you know, bumpy.
Yeah, good to know. Thanks for the update.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we'll get more details on the other games here in just a second, guys. Once we get into the next turn.
I'll go around and get a detailed assessment of each game.
And we'll do our little around the world tour during the Black Templars next movement phase.
The normal guys are 4 as well?
Why would you fight on death rather than interrupt? He didn't have enough command points to interrupt because of the Vect aura.
Yeah, I think
that's.
that's.
Cost him 3.
I think that's what happened.
They look squishy.
He must have had a character there, like Tanner said.
I guarantee you what Jake wanted to do was armor contempt,
AP1, please.
fight on death, interrupt, and just shut down a lot of what happened that turn.
Do the small
But
guys first.
only having access to 2 of those stratagems and not having access to, you know, interrupt at all, that's a real issue, right? Interrupt, but precludes any other stratagem. But I guarantee you, he was looking to go like armor contempt or rapid ingress, and then if he gets hit in 2 places, he fight on deaths in one, interrupts in the other, and you know, cleans up. But unfortunately, that's not how that went.
I will tell you one thing.
all the time.
Jake is never going to forget about Cypher again in a game of 40K that he plays in his life.
So what I'm betting happened is that he didn't actually look at Pumbaa's list.
Yeah.
What I'm guessing happened is that he looked at the version of Pumbaa's list that someone typed into an Excel doc, and that person, I'm guessing, because this has happened before, like not exactly to him or to Tundra or whatever, but I know how they write their Excel sheets. I've been on teams with a lot of these people.
They probably just wrote ACDC list or something.
Yeah,
like that.
like 3 units of accursed cultists, 2 rhinos full of legionaries, and 3 predators. And he looked at that and he was like, cool. And then, oh, look, there's Cypher in there too. Well, oops.
With that unit?
Oh, he's got another charge in that building. I didn't realize. When will it end here for the Templars?
When morale improves, that much is for sure.
Oh, this is Consolidate, I guess.
Yeah, this is the pile and consolidate, I think, off a unit that charged in and is now done.
All right.
Oh, no, this is the end of the fight phase move. This is the their stratagem.
Oh, right. This is the Warp Talon stratagem.
Yeah, the one that used to, I think, work with Warp Talons and now doesn't.
I thought you had to kill a unit. No, you don't.
You just have to fight.
Yeah.
Warp Talons need to kill a unit to go back into reserves.
Oh, okay, that's what it is.
Yeah.
I'll pull it up.
It's good. I will be discarding both of the cards.
Yep.
And passing the turn 2. I'm back on.
Well, at least Pumbaa had no secondary score that turn.
Back on the in 4.
That's something.
Redraws and draws.
Yep. Call I can do and do, right?
Absolutely.
Yep. And no prisoners.
All right, here we go, guys. Bottom of 2. He's got, let me pull up the dead stuff, a whole unit of Crusaders dead and one of them down to a single model left alive. Nothing, he might have killed that unit of the 5 Legionnaires in the middle, maybe. I don't know if anyone caught that. And some of the regular cultists might have died on the first turn. In fact, I think one of those cultist mobs died to the shooting of the
He's keeping the 5
Crusaders.
pain.
Surfing?
And we are going to oath your green squad. Green squad oath. Yeah. And
Final Death Guts Legionnaires. Thank you, Frank. I thought they might have.
He said with confidence.
All right.
So use their ability.
Correct.
Pull the Horde and no prisoners. Ooh.
Empty Rhino?
Still 5 guys inside.
Those are some pretty good draws in this situation.
Any reactive moves or anything?
Excuse me?
Any reactive moves?
No.
They both basically are telling you to do the same thing, which is to kill your opponent. It's nice that he didn't draw a bunch of, I have to go and try to score, action-based secondaries right now. They're both just giving him points for what he wanted to do anyway, right? So that's actually pretty nice for the Templars.
I honestly don't fucking know. Killed 2 of the blobs, but they were the easier blobs to kill. Now the smack bag is coming. I don't know, man.
I don't know really, but we'll see. Okay.
Both players telling their coaches they don't know what the hell is happening in the game. That's awesome. Good choice, Jack. Again, Jack's been killing it this weekend with the matchup and table picks for us. So.
I'll get 5 primary.
Really glad he could make it out. Yes, this is going to be a mosh pit here for a while.
Done.
The thing that's hard about games like this is that
How are you doing on the rest of the tables?
there's a lot of skill expression in the combat phase movement, like exactly where you place models, exactly how you pile in and consolidate and stuff.
This is going.
And it's mentally taxing to do that with an army with this many models on both sides of the table.
This is going very well.
Pumbaa does not have that much experience playing this army, from what I heard.
Chilling.
I don't know about Jake's experience with the
That
Templars.
would be difficult, but we'll try.
Not fair, he's playing against a referee. Yeah, I'm not sure either, Reborn. We're all a little bit confused by that, I think. Templars should be up to 1 CP now. Jake's played Black Templars for a long time. Okay, thank you, Matt, for the insight. Again, really excited to get a player that I haven't seen play before on stream here in this situation. Makes me want to field max blood class. You know, Taranga, there's some people out there trying that out, and it's pretty good apparently. It's not as quote unquote good as, you know, this list, but I think it's good enough to play and compete in games and have a great time. You know, there's some armies that just don't play Warhammer that they're fun, but they can't score points, they can't do missions. But I think that list could play Warhammer. Yeah. Thanks for the sub. Appreciate that very much.
Here's one of the red guys that didn't make it with his friends, but I'm going to say he was dead.
Chord players. I know something about that, yes. I have not counted my ACDCs since yesterday, and
I said, you know, if I make it home with all 120,
it's gonna
or
be a
like
miracle,
119,
yes.
whatever it is, it'll be impressive.
Random missing models.
10 of them are jacks, but don't tell him.
If I make it home with all my rubber bands, that's going to be even more impressive.
Oh my god, that's never happening.
Not counting on that.
That's cool,
I'm
Crafty.
supposed to be the one that cuts everything up. What are you doing?
You know,
You're
responding.
You're making this awkward.
Weird, I don't know.
I also asked my team, like, so what is this listing? No one thought to mention Vect.
I mean, it's pretty good.
They read the list off to
It's
me
pretty
twice,
good.
and no one said,
pretty
yeah,
good.
by the way.
It's okay.
That's rough, man.
We don't want to mess with that. I think we're just going to advance these scouts here. Well, they're excited for the party.
God, what the feeling he must have felt the moment that Pumbaa was like, and my Vect goes right here, and it's touching all these units. Yikes. Best part about teams is throwing your team under the bus. 100% Melody. 100%.
So they're just gonna hug the wall and stay out of a 6-inch advance from him. Can't shoot.
Got it. I don't fucking know. Do you know?
No.
I've killed 2 of the blobs. Is that enough? Is that enough? No, it's my 4th game with this army. How do I know?
God. I guess we'll know when you're dead or he's dead.
Basically.
Yeah.
I've killed 2 of the blobs. The easier ones to kill.
Yeah.
I've got CPs to interrupt? Is it enough?
Is Cypher gone from this world?
I mean, he might be, but he did his job.
No, the strat says you can be in engagement range and you can make a fallback move. So you can do it either if you're in engagement or you're not.
I don't think so. Maybe a 4-up. Double check.
Yeah, we got to read the whole thing there, Luna.
4-up invuln.
Cool.
5 wounds. 5 wounds. 4-up invuln, 3-up save.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. That's the normal moving.
All right, what's going on out there, Jack? We got updates.
So every game is basically pretty interesting if we want to do the around the world. This one's looking grindy, and both teams are hoping for a good win here, or at least to get an edge, right? Both teams kind of want a 12 out of this game, and both sides are grinding to try to get it.
They're particularly.
This is a place where I said both teams several times, but it's because they're all interested in it. This is a good battleground.
Look, we're going to do around the world exactly when the coach is doing the same thing, and he's going to be standing in front of every table. So I'm going to swing around to the other side, and we'll do it the opposite direction. Hopefully we won't run into him coming the other way. Sorry, I didn't mean to make you sick, guys.
We're going to start with this combi weapon.
All right.
Back here.
Sure thing.
At the green.
And I was all excited about hearing about the grinding that was going on.
Oh, the grinding it never stops. You got one more? Yeah, there we go.
There we
okay.
go. Okay.
So you will be
Period
shocked that
1000.
Liam VSL has killed a lot of stuff.
+4.
Eric still has resources left. He's still scamming points, still doing the Tyranid stuff. But he's definitely losing on the board, a thing that was always going to happen, really.
Yeah.
T-Suns don't lose the fight on the board. They might lose the fight for the points, and he's trying to keep the game close, which he currently is. So he still feels like he can hold some points, but he's lost a lot of material so far.
Yeah, I mean, the one shining light there is Tyranid did go second, like you said.
Yes.
They can screw around with that at the end.
He needs to live till the end, but I think he can do it.
All right, so this game apparently is developing nicely for Tundra Tactics.
Yes, much closer than they were expecting going in. Matt projected. Matt's usually, I mean, I know him quite well. He's usually pretty pessimistic about his matchups.
Yeah.
Some people are optimistic about their matchups. Some people are pessimistic, and as a coach, you need to know your players.
Yeah.
And he projected a 5, but currently the game's going pretty good for him. Honestly,
He projected a 5. Really?
Projected a 5.
Wow.
GSC can be rust for Eldar.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, Eldar hate the big, like, tons of bodies thing.
These are lethal.
But he had top of turn, and he picked away some resources, and he's doing his best job to start swinging around this side of the board and forcing the game this way.
You know, Eric is.
Target that way?
Yep. He's sorry, Matt. Matt Schuckman is one of those guys who can
Two
just.
small guys die? Okay.
He's great with Eldar. I mean, he's played them forever. He knows how to use their strengths and play around their weaknesses. So, interested to see. And Ennis, of course, great with the. That's a great game. I wish we could have all these on stream in our focus game, but we can't.
All 8 of these would be very interesting. This one looks like it's getting out of hand a little bit for the Grey Knights, unfortunately. I walked up just as John put a Calidus within 12 inches of the Paladin unit. Wow, Brad was at 1 CP and thus could not Mists of Deimos away anymore.
Jeez, that is brutal, man.
Yeah, and now John turned to me and said, "You're going to want to be here for this." Moved the Calidus within range, said, "Now you can't miss. I'm going to run at you with my whole army." So that's
you know, under
bad.
John's like nice guy, good sportsman facade, he's got the heart of a stone cold killer in these events, man. That guy, he will put your ass in the ground. You know, you gotta respect that. It's great. You gotta play that way in teams, by the way.
Yeah.
Like, you have to. If you don't, you're not giving your team what they need, because you have to get every point that you can. You cannot lay back. So
this game, as we can see, the coach decided to show up to the table right as we did.
God damn it.
But let me give you a brief breakdown. Most of the armies are here. Okay, most of both armies are there.
Yeah.
That is Cameron's deployment zone. There is Angron and a ton of World Eaters right here, and a bunch of Dark Eldar right there. So the rest of the board, kind of a wasteland.
Oh my
there is, you know, well, not 4,000 points, I'll tell you, in that quarter. It looks like the Dark Eldar are getting folded.
Well, that's what the both teams thought that would happen here, right?
Okay.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, that is
That
Cameron's home
is
objective that Angron is currently
so
on.
bad. Holy crap.
Yeah, and Tundra likely knew that that was going to happen in this game. I expect.
Yeah.
My two
All right.
left alive.
So good stuff for the world leaders there. But again, that's an expected result.
Both hits.
Okay.
Wait, this is the wrong table.
No, this is Kit Smith-Hanna versus Francois.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay. Kit is, I don't know how to put this politely,
That's on to
dumpstering Francois right now. It's,
Oh, no.
It's not good for the stat check player over here. Now, he can still make plays happen just like Eric is, and Francois is good enough to make them.
Okay.
For sure. But from what I understand,
gonna go.
Kit's shooting phase was
And
bad. Very bad for Francois.
Yeah.
From what I understand,
we are just
a Tyrannofex exploded and did 16 mortals to
Oh
Francois'
my
army.
God.
Yeah, it gets worse. And then yep, and then a Doomsday Arc did 20 damage to the next one.
Oh my God.
So both Tyrannofex is down, and Kit hasn't even really been grazed
can
yet.
you pop their ability?
And I don't know if you know about Hypercrypt. You can't really get away from them.
Yeah. Those Tyranids are going to struggle to do anything meaningful there. But Francois, again, he's great at scrapping for those points, too.
Yeah.
This is the Sisters and Tau game, Ganyo and Typhus.
This one's going to be a grindy one. I cannot expect that anybody's going to leap out to an early advantage.
That's what you're saying?
I walked by just as Andrew went 3 for 3 on saves against the indirect of the Castigator to save Riptide, but he did have to use the CP reroll on it and kept him at full health, or at full health going into that activation. And he's just looking to save up units for a turn 3, 4, 5 shellacking.
Keep in mind, Andrew is playing Kalyan, so he's waiting for that turn 3 for his army to turn on. He's not quite there yet, but if he can conserve resources and have enough stuff left alive there at the end. It's actually an interesting match against Sisters, because Sisters are typically an army that gets stronger as the game goes on, too, with their Miracle Dice pool and stuff, but if you can burst the Sisters down, where you killed like a critical mass of stuff in a single turn, having a bunch of Miracle Dice doesn't really do anything for him at that point, right?
Exactly.
We'll see if Andrew can do that there. And then we already talked about the beautiful grinding going on here.
Both sides trying to get like a 12 out of this game.
Yeah.
And that can be a source of points going on later. But looks like Oliver is up currently, but he has top return, so he scored more primary. Jeremy probably knows he just needs to not lose here. I don't think he can crush through, but he needs to try to not get, shellacked.
So let's do a quick summary here, just so people can know like where we are in the round. It seems like, again, we don't know what's happening in this game, but neither player does either. So actually, I think this might have gone kind of drawish here for the Templars CSM on our feature table.
I talked to their coach about how Pumbaa feels about this game.
Yeah.
Pumbaa still feels like he's going to lose from this position.
Yeah.
Because he's about to get hit pretty hard.
Yeah.
And he popped a lot of his +1 to hit and wound.
Okay, so we'll give a plus to the Templars. This one we think is maybe drawish right now. Just to go through quickly. Maybe drawish here. Big plus for the Necrons here. Big plus for the World Eaters here. So these two games kind of cancel each other out.
Yep.
Pretty big plus going on here for the Dark Angels.
Pretty big plus for the Dark Angels, for sure.
Pretty big plus, probably, at least in the pairings for the Gene Stealer cult there.
I would say that game's probably even right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then this one probably, we don't know yet, but Thousand Suns look good early, right?
So it looks pretty even still.
Yeah. And Derpa, this is the game. We're watching one table, but this is teams. This is the game. So I know we're focusing on one table, but this other stuff going on is extremely important, because what happens at this table doesn't mean anything unless we know what's happening in all the other tables too. I hope you understand that. All right, back to the table. Templars crashing in here. Not a big surprise. They are pissed off at Cypher. That whole squad has charged his face. Maybe a little overkill there.
The block came off. And come here.
Like maybe he multi-charged. Yeah, he multi-charged. Okay, that makes more sense. So he's into Cypher and into that back cultist squad. Yeah. What's up, Jonathan? Good to see you.
We'll see. It looks like it looks like John might be a case of a game spiraling out of control for Tundra, whereas Kit into Francois looks like a game spiraling out of control for Tundra.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
we'll see what they can do.
Yeah, this round is going to be tight. Very cool to see. Man, he is deep into the CSM side of the table here.
Yeah, he needs to hit back like right now.
Yeah.
And if he doesn't, Pumbaa can just do that again.
I don't know if you noticed his secondaries, by the way, but look at the synergy there. On a go turn for him, he got Cull and Prisoners.
Oof.
Which, like,
oofta.
that's so nice, right? Because, like, you want to do that stuff anyway.
Absolutely.
So,
Yeah, I like to not let the cards bully me, tell me to do things I don't want to do.
Yeah.
I love it when the cards are just like, you be you, man.
Yeah,
Go
exactly.
get them.
Right.
I'm going to reroll their
When the cards are an enabler, it helps a
These guys here.
For 2 CPs?
All the squads reroll advance and charge.
Got
Gain
it.
speed ability.
Got it.
Yep.
You can blame Olivier Weiss for your Templars getting point nerfs. Okay? It's not Jake's fault. Don't hate the player, hate the game. Yeah, crumping has begun.
Yeah, I think Jake is going to do some pretty tremendous damage to these Accursed Cultist bricks, but not having a unit here to come in is going to cost him a lot.
I still want to ask him why no Rapid Ingress there. It doesn't make any sense to
Well,
me.
he went to 0 CP. I think he didn't want that, right? I think he did not want to not be able to use one of those strats.
Yeah.
And the
What's
fight
up,
on death helped. I mean, this unit's smaller, right? Like, I suppose.
Yeah.
But I think what he wanted to have here is just another unit to come in, clean that up so that, this unit, gone, this unit, gone, this unit, gone. And now all the Accursed Cultists are dead, and he can shoot him as much as he wants, and it's still fine, right?
Yeah.
But this unit busting through and being really unanswered until possibly next round is going to be a source of points for Pumbaa and also a source of initiative.
Okay.
Yeah, in hindsight, Armor of Contempt didn't work out that well for him.
No, I think he lost the whole unit anyway.
Yeah, he did.
Sure.
I mean, there's one guy left, but
Yeah.
Okay.
Touching both the Predators is kind of annoying.
Yeah, I mean, that was the Armor Contempt. That was the unit that used Armor Contempt. Those things don't have rerolls, so it's definitely possible that they just don't do anything next turn. They just hit on 4s with sustained, and oops, you rolled a bunch of 1s, 2s, and 3s. Didn't do anything.
Sorry, that's updated to you. I wasn't too updated on the thing.
Start of the fight phase, Halbert does mortals.
Alan says, I mean, it's a team's list. It usually doesn't withstand the singles gauntlet, except the War Master, where it's...
You take 1 mortal on the green squad.
6 up.
They turned off their screen.
Cool. Okay. We're going to start with white.
We'll see how much damage he can do. He's not necessarily fighting with a ton of models here. But they do have a near infinite amount of attacks, so we'll see. Those cultists don't have +1 to hit and wound as far as I can tell, so they're going to be in a position where they're not going to do a ton of damage on the crackback.
I said earlier while you were gone too that this match is very mentally taxing because the advantages each player's trying to eke out here are going to be based on these micro movements in the fight phase, right? Pile ins, consolidates, charge move placement, all that stuff is going to give one player an advantage if they're not careful. And doing that with this many models can be just mentally exhausting, right?
Yeah. What I will say also is that Jake is going for a very... The strategy of not standing on objectives is very risky.
Yeah.
Right? If he's on objectives and he carries the attack through, or if he's off objectives and carries the attack through, everything's fine. But if he's off of objectives and he loses the fight, he's going to get 20-0'd. He's not going to be on primary.
Let's do Grimaldus quick because he likes to smite heretics. 2's rerolling. All hits. 6 for 3s.
Sorry, we're getting a Ben McJurek update here. He's playing 1,000 Suns. He got paired into World Leaders and said Thanos snapped them out of existence.
And then we're gonna do all of our chain swords first here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. 3s re-rolling.
I'm pretty sure this white unit is the Tannhauser's bone units.
And AP never matters in these squads.
I mean, if I'm playing this army, that's the unit I put in the middle of the table, so. Hold on, no, because isn't that Grimaldus back there? Okay, wait, that's Grimaldus, isn't it? So it can't be the Tannhauser's bone unit. Yeah, you're right, Michael. My bad.
Well, I'll talk to you later.
Yeah. The white unit's Grimaldus unit, it's not the Tannhausers.
Well, Grimaldus gives them the 5-up Feel No Pain,
Oh.
as well as full rerolls to hit natively.
And Tannhauser's is -1 damage, right?
Tannhauser's a 5-up Feel No Pain to his unit and half damage for him personally.
Half damage, that's what it is.
So Grimaldus' unit gets full rerolls to hit all the time, so he doesn't need Oath there, and he called Oath there. I'm willing to bet $1 billion.
Yeah.
He called Oath there, so now he gets rerolls to hit against this entire area of the board.
Is Helbrecht's squad the one that's not on the table?
No, Helbrecht was in combat because he rolled his mortal wounds at the start of the fight phase. So I'm willing to bet this is Helbrecht's unit, this is Grimaldus' unit. Those are his two nastiest units. He's about to put them directly in front of Pumbaa, and Pumbaa doesn't really have a great way to answer if he can cut both of those units in half.
So they're dead.
Take them on the Blessed Blaze, actually. It's cocked. Both good. One died. So
yeah, there's Helbrecht.
Die.
Okay. Helbeezy standing in the back there.
Helbeezy?
Yeah. My boy.
I love Helbrecht, man.
He's awesome.
I wish they didn't raise his points. I get why they did it, but I think 120 was a little much.
My favorite thing about Helbrecht is he's got a big old booty, and that actually makes him so good as a melee character, because you just get him stuck in, and then like 20 guys can touch his base and be in combat with the... That's why I love Logan, too, honestly. As an infantry model, it's just even better. What does Pumbaa do here, Jack? It's starting to look like he puts his head between his knees and he kisses his ass goodbye. I don't know.
Well, he has several things he can leverage. One, Jake's not really willing to touch objectives right now, so he can score a lot of primary. And two, if we hit the top down, he has completely broken through on this half of the board. Jake has no relevant resources in that area, and he probably will rapid ingress 20 dudes there in a second, but he currently doesn't have anything. So he can really leverage scoring a bunch of points off this objective, and potentially, you know, if Jake continues to cycle this way, he can cycle with very few resources and punch through, really using his resources to punch above his weight.
Yeah, because Templars have no ranged threat, right? So he only needs like one cultist standing back here to hold that for the whole game, basically.
Exactly.
Right?
Let's go.
You are going to interrupt?
Yes.
So...
Yeah, Alex, that's Jack. Carpenter's here.
What are you down to in terms of attacks? You still have the...
6, all the 5, 1, 2 attacks are still in, so that's 6 plus 12 attacks on 5. This guy's also here.
Yep.
Yeah, the interrupt is looking like it's going to be pretty nasty.
Still.
I don't think Jake has updated his CP total. No, he has not. He still has. He has one right there. So he can use this for Armor Contempt because,
quick thing,
you know, Cypher do be dead. I think he wants to pop Armor Contempt here. He can't afford to lose most of this unit and, you know, get pincered on by, you know, 2 Accursed Cultist units punching through. He cannot afford to let that happen. So I think he has to Armor Contempt and ensure that this unit goes to sleep, and then this unit is taking as much damage as possible, and he can start, you know, forcing his way this way. I don't think it's going to be a huge, high-scoring game.
What's for me?
Oh,
What's
man.
it for me for?
Why are you mad at Pumbaa? What's going on?
He turned off the screen.
Oh, son of a gun. Again?
Accidentally. No, I was just telling Jake, please keep your CP up to date, because CP is so important in this game, right? It's like, CP is more important than the scorer in this game, right?
Don't do that.
So.
Big numbers, 10.
Oh, that is so many attacks. This is D6 plus 2, and he just rolled, what? 32 out on 66?
What the hell?
This is 32.
18, 22, 32.
32 plus 12? That's so many?
44.
He rolled 44 attacks on 66 plus 12? Are you kidding?
44 attacks,
But
right?
they're now hitting on
46 attacks. 34.
44. It was
plus-
32 and 12. It's 44.
Check these fucking dice.
So that's half of them hitting on 4. Roll me the fucking.
Sorry, whose dice are we checking right now? Are they,
Reroll them?
they're the red dice for the record, just so you know.
Hitting on 4 now,
That's
right?
half of them? Correct.
Okay, now that was a horrible hit roll.
Much less scary.
That was a horrible hit roll. So, you know what? Okay, maybe he secretly had the
All of them is
30 attacks or whatever he should have.
The dice gods giveth, the dice gods taketh.
Okay, 2 wounds out of 22 attacks. Pretty solid start.
Effectively 3-ups now. Failed 1. Takes a wound.
Yeah.
Okay,
One
never.
wound, 22 attacks,
With
1 wound.
hitting on 4s with sustained hits, should have been more than that. Yeah, that's a much better roll.
Okay.
But so while he did roll an insane bananas number of hits, he did not roll a lot of hits and wounds, or the same number of attacks.
It was funny at WTC this year. We had the USA and France in the finals, and France and USA, we were both streaming a game, and I was like, guys,
Killed the wounded one.
I can't be biased for you, but
One more.
I'll give you one concession. I said, I'll let you guys pick which color of dice you want in the game.
Okay.
And Lucas instantly said red dice. I'm like, okay.
So that entire fight killed a guy and a half.
Yeah.
Banner.
This is part of the reason why the matchup was not considered to be great going in for Pumbaa.
Blade.
That could have gone so much worse. So much worse.
Nothing. Close combat. Nothing. And then the thing. One more.
Good.
That's everything.
Okay.
Wow, that was basically nothing.
Yeah.
That's
and
crazy.
keep in mind, these guys have lethal 5s
Yeah.
right now from Helbrecht, and in the future can be sustained 5s as well for a strat. Now, those strats are very precious to Jake, so he's not going to spend them here, but I think he would have if he had the full amount of CP. Go lethal sustained 5s and just blast this unit into another dimension.
Okay. So let's do our chain swords first.
2 CP for 1.5.
Got 1 CP.
Yeah, I
know
don't
what?
think that was that wild,
Yeah.
considering Armor of Contempt, and it was a net 1 CP because he spent 2 and Jake spent 1, and that 1 CP is more vital to Jake than the 2 was to Pumbaa, I think. But still, yeah, that was not great.
Hey, Pumbaa was looking like a damn genius when he rolled 46 attacks with those guys.
Yeah, 44 attacks, 1.5 dead dudes.
Yeah.
Not the end of the world.
We are wounding you on 3s though, so I'm not going to fish.
These Templars look good, man.
Lethal.
Love that purple accent color.
These wound you on 3s.
I mean, the rubber bands are great for gameplay. They're kind of throwing me off with the immersion factor, but that's okay. I forgive them.
Think of them as just an aura of faith around the
Yeah,
halos.
there we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did tell Helbrecht's tank shock already. So.
One guy was wounded, so 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay. Here's the fists.
So 4 of the big dudes drop. And the fist coming in. Oh.
Okay. These are lethals. These wound you on 2s. Those AP2 for 2.
This combat's going wild, but I still expect that Pumbaa will be dead when this is done. Or close, not completely dead, but close enough to it.
You lost 4, right?
Yeah.
So there's 1 guy in your 2 blades and your banner.
I know I'm a melee army player, and I love playing melee armies, so I'm biased, but
Yeah, there's Helbrecht and the lieutenant left.
Okay, yeah, he wiped the unit.
Yeah.
He also, as he said, had 2 characters left to go. One of them being Helbrecht.
So
not a fun time.
that is a Cull the Horde and 2 kills for no Priz.
Yes, yes. And also one of 3 of Pumbaa's big units, and Pumbaa's another one is getting wrecked over here. So, and another one took some damage over on this side. So Jake might be in a position where he can still grind through these bricks, score a decent score at the end of the game.
That's end of my turn. I'm gonna, I got to swing here.
Swing there.
So yeah, I was saying
I'm going to
I'm
back.
probably biased. I know I'm biased. I love playing melee armies, but there's something about these melee scrums where you have like 3 different weapon profiles and you have just a pile of dice for each one. It's just fun. I don't know. I enjoy.
Chopped you in the track.
I enjoy all the
other predator.
All the rolling.
Can we ban Ben here, Staffordson? Can we get him out of here?
Yeah.
Back to me, right?
Down to 7, yeah.
I mean, to be fair, like he picked up the mantle from Sigismund, didn't he? It went like Sigismund straight to Helbrecht, I think.
I'm not 100% sure, but what I do know.
Fail it. Take 2. So
I hope you didn't actually ban him, Melody. We were just joking. Okay, there we go.
Takes wound.
No, I support it. I support it. I don't make decisions here, but you know, if someone who does wants to get that kind of talk out of here, I think that would be good.
Melody actually banned you, but I unbanned you already. You're okay.
I need to kill one of them.
Exterminatus.
Mine's fun.
Takes it.
You can say all kinds of things about my mom. You can say all kinds of things about my family, about my friends. You cannot say anything about Helbrecht. I will not take it.
Sorry, man.
So what Pumba might try to do to avoid the being stuck in combat strat, which would be really bad for him right here.
Oh, that would be so bad.
It would be so bad. What he could try to do is, at the end of the fight phase, just fall back then. Right? Use the Renegade Raiders strat and just get out of there.
Can you use the no fallback then?
No, you cannot.
Wow.
So if he uses the strat to run away right now, he can't get trapped in combat, and he gets a full round of shooting and charging into him again. And it won't be fun, but I do think if he concentrates his whole army on Grimaldus' unit, he can get it down.
37.
And then just one unit here, a second one showing up from reserves, that's no fun.
Shane says you don't even have a BT tattoo though.
16.
Shane,
Yeah,
you
that's
know,
for the
BT
best.
tattoos are sus as fuck.
Yeah, that one is for the best, man. I love my Templars, but
yeah,
there's a reason I have a Blood Angels tattoo, not a Black Templar one.
30.
Usually doesn't say anything great about.
Yeah.
7. And you know what to do.
I'll do it for you.
Thank you.
What I will say is that I don't think Jake can afford to not rapid ingress his last squad. I think he has to spend the CP on it.
Yeah.
And he's scoring both of his cards, so I don't think he's getting a free CP here. He needs to have that unit come in, connect, do damage, and like just wipe a side of the board. Because he's running low on real units that can do real things.
It looks like there is a cipher-sized crater in the ground between all these guys.
Dude, they were so mad.
They were so mad at
The Black
Cypher.
Templars were not having any of that. Make my strats cost one more. I say. Now this is the reason why I haven't actually played.
We're gonna do this.
Other than not owning the army, but this is the reason I haven't tried to play this army to a tournament, is because I'm always worried about this scenario. What if I do get reduced to just 1 or 2 blobs? Can I still play the game from there?
I rolled that wrong, but it worked out in the end.
Only playing in one phase is pretty stressful too, although you've been doing that for a long time, so I don't think it really worries you that much.
But I like to have speed on my side when I do that, so
yeah,
units can like overlap and cover each other. Here, if this section of the board disappears, it just disappears, you know?
He's good. 5th one. Killed 3. 6th one. Killed 4. 7th is good.
Hey, what's up, Richard? Welcome back.
Wounded. So 4.5.
Yes.
And then we
It's
got
Mosh
6
Pit.
left. So I've got
This is the least Richard Siegler game I've ever seen.
This is so unga bunga for Richard. His IQ is lowering just watching this game on the stream right now.
No, I mean, see, that's the thing people miss a lot.
I know.
Is that just because a game is bloody and, you know, grindy, and there's still a lot of nuance and a lot of micro decisions to be made. You know, everyone enjoys their own style. Richard enjoys the, you know, pistols at dawn sort of thing, where you both take steps back and fire shots at each other.
Yeah.
Very controlled. I like a knockdown, drag-out slugfest,
Yeah, me
you
too.
know.
I think that there's a lot of skill expression in the whole combat fight phase movement part of the game.
Correct.
That went poorly.
That is true.
Ooh, I think he might have lost quite a few guys.
So we're like this.
Close combat weapons. Nothing, and then the banner, or rather, the thing.
Jesus, how many guys did he just kill?
Several, it looks like.
This is the 5. This is Grimaldus' units.
Yeah, it is. And I think Jake could be in some serious trouble right here. Remember, he hasn't been touching objectives. He's been putting faith, which, you know,
for 5.
that makes sense given his army, but he's been putting faith in his ability to win the game by the end, and if he doesn't, he will not have any points to show for it.
And the Cypher, I believe, right?
Yep, and the Dark Commune is a character, right? So
correct.
So 5 max.
So one Crusader squad's dead. The other one's still got those guys left touching the Predators. Kill the Dark Commune and a Cursed Cultist unit, Cypher, and nothing else that turn, I don't think.
No.
Good. But still good kills for the Templars. To go. All right, top of 3. Defend Stronghold and Containment. Defend Stronghold's not a guarantee in this board state. Top of 3. Containment is do an action on each table edge or on 2 table edges to max for 6.
Yeah, and in this deployment, it's actually super easy to do that. He can just go back, have the Rhino do it. He can get a unit out, have them do it. It's not hard. He can also have this unit here that's broken through, just stand within 9 inches of the board edge and do it there. A lot of options.
Containment is like the best secondary, like as far as
it
probably has the highest average expected value of any secondary in the game, I would imagine, right now, because it's like so easy to get 6 on it.
They're fine.
Cool. Yeah, there's plenty of times where you draw it and you're just like, that's 6.
They're okay.
Yeah.
I've had times where I don't want to step out into the open to score it, but those are few and far between, for sure.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, Nick, so what Ben said is correct. CSM get a bunch of bonuses for things standing on objectives, so Jake was just like, I'm just not going to give you that. I'm just not going to stand on the objectives. I'll score primary later. It's been a pretty smart play. It's worked out well for him. I'm sure he and his team discussed this.
Oh, yeah, for sure. No doubt.
Not that Jake's not a great player, but they, as a team, probably decided on this strategy.
I'd be surprised if he had fewer than 3 people in the conversation with him when he went over the plan for this game.
Yeah.
Tundra's a very tight-knit team, and they routinely bring new people into their club, but then they become part of their club, part of the friend group.
Yeah. I do see like a lot of these guys playing together at team events pretty frequently. That's kind of an advantage here versus the stat check guys. I mean, the stat check team, they're a lot of really great players, but they're not really a team, right? They're kind of a bunch of individual guys who are great and they play on other teams, but
they are great.
Yeah.
But yeah, absolutely.
When is Jack getting his Grey Knights tattoo? Yeah, hell yeah, dude. I'm glad you were finally vindicated on Grey Knights. I thought they were so good from the beginning of the edition, and like no one else believed in them.
they just have a hell of a good suite of rules. I think the 30 Terminator variant that I played a year ago is really good right now, but it requires a lot of work to learn.
Yeah.
And so you don't see people playing it. The Dread Knights are significantly easier, but I think if people get that down, it'll do great work in teams. And singles, too. It's a really good singles list.
StatCheck played as a team in 2 other events, Willow? Oh, is this team the one that went over to Poland and kicked a bunch of ass over there? Or is
Eurotrash? I was a member of that team.
Oh, you were? Okay.
Yes.
Who else was on that team?
At Eurotrash Cup, it was me, John, Anthony, Typhus, Myson from Team Poland. We actually played Pumba. I believe he was on Team Poland. We played them, and we got a pretty resounding win. We're very proud of that.
Yeah, nice.
So it was me, John, Anthony, Typhus, Innes, David Gaylord.
God, that's a fucking beastie.
That's
team.
only 6, and I'm being very dim here right now.
Yeah, that's all right. It's been a long weekend already.
I guarantee you I'm forgetting close friends on this team. That's going to be very embarrassing. Let me look up the remainder of the team, because they did not get worse from there, I promise.
Yeah.
Advance those guys.
It was a hell of a time.
Sorry, not advancing. They will contain.
Sounds like a lot of fun. Brian Sipe.
Brian Sipe.
Yep.
Thank you.
Should be containing.
I can't believe I forgot Brian. I mean,
for that,
you're all right.
I told you I forget close friends.
To do anything fancy.
My memory's just trash, man.
Because he lives all the way over there, Jack.
I don't see him enough.
Yeah.
We were Team Belgium United. United Belgium Emirates. Oh, this is a problem. We all named ourselves after Liam VSL. So we have Liam SSL, Liam USB, Liam GSC, Liam ASL, Liam DTF.
Liam DTF.
Yes.
Liam Al-Ghaib.
Yeah, that was our chant before every round. We said Liam Al-Ghaib. He wasn't even on our team.
Yeah,
you know.
How hard are Legionnaires jumping out of Rhinos hitting this detachment, Pius? You know, if you're not standing on objective, not that hard, to be honest. This army's punch is in the ACDC and the Predators.
So we had Typhus, me, we had David Gaylord, we had Brian Sipe, we had John Lennon, we had Innes Wilson, we had Anthony Vanella, and we had Meissen from Team Poland.
Nice.
So that was our 8.
Nice. Damn, that's a fucking stout 8. He's got 1 unit of Crusaders still off the table right now, there, but he's almost certainly going to rapid ingress on here.
And the fact that this section of the board has gone for Pumba right now is actually a testament to the Vect play over here.
Yeah.
It compounded.
Yeah.
Him not being, Jake not being able to rapid ingress a squad was because he was, completely out on CP. And he could have rapid ingressed them for 1, but then he's giving up a bunch of stuff. Now, if he could go back, I'm sure he wouldn't use the, the Armor of Contempt, but he can't. And he can't see that he would lose the unit anyway, and he was trying to save resources.
Sustained.
We'll do another walk around here after this battle round, or after at some point here soon, but here's an update on the scores, guys.
Yeah, this seems like it has spiraled as hard as it was looking like it was going to. Kit is starting to put in work there on the Necrons. He's got plenty of time left to get that score up. Oliver is starting to pull away here as well, and he's got plenty of time too. This game's looking pretty even. Typhus is up, but has already scored an extra round of primary. This one we're seeing on screen could go either way and is very, very volatile. This one's looking pretty even. I mean, Innes is starting to pull away, and he's had an extra turn. There hasn't been an extra turn of primary, so that one's starting to pull away a little bit. And then this one's looking pretty even. So right now,
really tight round.
Really tight round. Yeah. As tight as you're going to see.
Yeah. I would say based on this board that the Templars in this game seem to be +3 slightly favored here, but scoreboard is looking good for the CSM. I don't know. We'll see.
This is a byproduct of not standing on objectives.
Yeah.
Right? If you're not going to stand on objectives and then you don't win the material war at the end, you're going to get a horrible score.
Oh, he didn't ingress again. You're right, Ashley. What the hell?
In combat. Yep.
So he has another unit, right?
He does. Yeah. Unless he came to this game with 80 Black Templars, which he didn't.
This unit's here. This unit's here.
Yep, and then the unit died and went over here. So that's 4. There's
4. Yeah, there's another.
There's 1 in
unit.
reserves. Is he just going to try and make a 9 out of reserves?
Why would you though?
I don't know. Maybe he's saving the CP to
fight on death.
To fight on death, maybe.
Fight.
Armor of Contempt. I really don't know.
Kill one. Sir, out again.
You know who really doesn't want StatCheck to lose this round, Zesness? Everybody in the 1-loss bracket.
Yes. But to be fair, look at how hard Tundra is making them, work and possibly carrying them to the line.
Yeah, no, it's
everyone else is rooting for them to draw, I think.
Yes.
First one.
But given how hard Tundra's making them work, I can't imagine any of the other teams looking at this round being like, hey, I want a piece of Tundra.
Last one.
Kills 3. Havoc. For 3 plus.
A little bit bummed that we didn't get as much variety on having StatCheck on twice already in 4 games, but what a round this has been. I'm super glad we got this one on stream, guys.
Red Rum defending double Caladius honor. Thank you, Red Rum.
And then Combi doesn't. Shoot this guy, everything into the scouts. Sustained. It's fine. Last cannons. Both hit.
Yeah, I believe there were some model issues, coming over the Atlantic.
Damage. Yeah.
Where models did not make it to their destination or things like that.
Out again.
I do like the muzzle, the flash hider or muzzle brake he's got on the.
Yeah, it looks sick.
The Predators, those are cool.
That an AP2, which is 8.
They're dead.
Scoot's dead.
This one is very much coming down to the wire. I cannot I don't see the idea behind not rapid ingressing his unit. I think he's starved for units on the table at this point.
Master of Executions first.
He's also running out of time.
He's running out of time to change the board.
It takes a long time to move from here to here 6 inches at a time.
Yeah, for sure. But what we were saying at the start of the game is, you know, it's still true. Pumbaa is the guy to do it if he's going to flip the script.
Or at least fight for every point that's available.
Would you mind if I roll 2 last cannon shots onto them from the legendaries? Thank you. Forgot
Looks like we got a probably draw-ish signal from Jeremy Atkinson.
Yep, one.
In his Votan guard game.
For 2 damage. Good. Second one hits.
Either that or he was doing the most awkward dab I've ever seen in my life.
Saves.
So it could be that. It is Jeremy.
It could be. It's really hard to read the signal.
Great squad.
He's from Canada. They don't have the same, you know, thumbs up, thumbs down, hand sideways is like super American.
Tough to say. He could be dabbing on the haters right now.
That squad over there.
Yep.
3 is enough.
Yeah, and when Innis gets some momentum, you don't want to be standing in the way of that. Trust me, Connor.
Yeah. I don't think Matt was expecting too much out of the game, so I think any amount of points he gets is going to be considered good. I mean, Cameron is still playing, which is solid considering the board position we left him in last we checked.
Sure thing. Looking for sustained. They're fine. Are you below? You're definitely below starting. Are you
not below half.
I'm not below. I'm not below half. Cool.
We're into combat.
You cannot interrupt, right? You couldn't.
Nope. I'm just fighting on death.
Okay.
Fighting on death. Okay, that's why he didn't.
I will start with this squad then.
Wanted to fight on death.
Yeah. Changes anything?
Yeah. No.
Cool.
I suppose.
Well, we're here
I think he's just running out of like units. Just, you know,
Or, like,
if
heavy
he could
weapons
break
with,
that,
uh,
if he could break Helbrecht's squad up into 4 squads right now, he you know, could help solve. He needs to charge in one direction, needs to charge in another direction, needs to do an action, needs to hold an objective. But because he's one unit that just can't do all of those things, he's going to need to start holding on to objectives and, you know, giving up on trying to push Pumbaa.
4 of these on 5 ups.
Yes, sir.
Connor, that game is Omega over. That's the most overest game that has ever overed in the history of over.
Second one.
The Drukhari World Leaders game.
Third one.
We'll see.
He ain't getting out of that, man.
It looked really bad. Now, maybe his turn cracked and all of Anthony's stuff is dead. You know, World Eaters do have a problem where they can die fairly fast.
These are chain swords?
So, maybe? Probably not.
2. -1.
I really hope that game's over now because I'm going to look like a total ass if that's not true.
Good.
And then the normal attack. Or rather, the last cannon.
Here, let's do a quick shot. Yeah, no.
It's not great. You can see Cameron's escaped the net with some amount of his stuff, which is what you need. You can't just get bottled in behind the World Eater's line, stuck in a corner and killed there. You can't let that happen. So he's escaped the net with some amount of his stuff, and he's jumped over Anthony with a decent amount of his stuff as well. That's how you get points out of this, right? You can see him scattering to the winds, and I guarantee he's going to start shooting backwards, fire and fading, shooting backwards, you know, shooting backwards, and forcing Anthony to scatter in a million directions.
So that's
we'll see.
Good that I remember.
That score right now, 28-12 in favor of the World Leaders. He did seem to, he committed pretty hard here, though. You're right. I mean,
8 total.
Getting jumped over.
And starting with
this is going to suck.
Yeah, having to turn around, definitely not what you want. Cameron absolutely has to ignore this unit here. They blood surge. They're not currently on an objective. I can't imagine they're super relevant right now.
He's failed 1. He takes 2.
But it looks like there's an absolute ton of incubi in combat with just 2
I think he's only 4.
exalted. Listen, man, if those 8-bound go down and then that unit gets back in the transport, okay, that could be a potential in right there.
Anthony almost certainly has fight on death active for blood dice, though, right? Wouldn't you think in this situation?
Yep, he's gone.
It gets tough sometimes, right? Because you want to have extra movement, you want to have advanced charge, you want to have feel no pain, you want to have sustained, and it can get a little hard.
Drukhari went first?
It looks like Drukhari went first.
So he would be able to tailor his blood dice based on the upcoming Drukhari turn, right? Because you'd roll at the start of the battle round?
Yeah, he definitely can, but then Drukhari knows, hey, you don't don't have advanced in charge anymore.
Yeah. I mean,
Or you don't have feel no pain. And not having
They just
either
run
of
away.
those,
Yeah.
you can just run away.
Do the power fists. Nice. 2 sustained.
Yeah, this is going pretty bad for Jake at the moment. Ooh.
Double check. I think we are legionaries, so we are reloading once.
What is that roll?
Yeah, that is
6 1s out of 8
Yes.
dice.
Thankfully, we
He is still he is rerolling 1s to wound because he's legionary, so it ended up not being the biggest deal.
So we
but
got 7.
definitely a little disrespectful way to start it.
I cheated you on that. I had to start on him next, so we'll just say he healed 3. You want to just say we'll tip him over and 1 servitor back up?
Sure
Because
thing.
he would have had to
Sure
take
thing.
it first. Yeah, sorry.
Sure thing, all good.
Sounds like
Sorry,
Grimalda's.
6 total?
7.
7? So now we're going to
Was
go
that
on
7?
that last servitor.
Was that 7? I think that was 7.
Yeah, Grimaldus is dead.
No,
I
it
thought it
shouldn't be
was 6.
6.
I think it was 6.
5. I think it's 5.
All right.
I think it's 5. I might be trolling. I legit don't remember.
All right. We'll meet in the middle at 5.
Sure.
The servitor's being a hero, though. 5 ups. Nope. So last servitor.
Thank God it's only 2 rounds a day. Can you imagine 3 rounds a day?
5 ups.
I think I just
Teams.
disintegrate.
Oh my
Goes
God.
through. So 1 more power fist than the last servitor.
Yes, sir.
He's lost a lot of
This
his
is the
unit.
Master of Execution squad.
Correct.
Yep.
Chasers. We are rerolling because of Master of Executions. The sustained. Of course. Rerolling once. 4 times.
Okay. Force.
Are they having 3 rounds a day at SoCal?
Wound 1.
Gross.
Yep.
Yikes. 3 4-hour rounds is, and you need the time in teams to do the whole pairing thing, setting up
One
tables,
make
all that
fight.
stuff.
Yep.
If you don't mind.
Yeah.
Take
He's
this over.
when they activate, they can only fight this way. So
Yep.
if they stand up, they're gonna fight here.
Yep. Sustained. Good. Only 1 power fist. With sustained. 2s. 3 times.
We've got 2 5-ups left. Made 1, so the last save. Cool. So the first one is good. Second one kills the wounded power fist.
Yes.
I really wish I could fix that dice cam so it doesn't keep cutting off the top of the. I'll have to work on that for tomorrow.
And now
Sorry about that, guys.
we are fighting in.
So now I would resolve my fight on death, and then I activate next.
That is correct.
Yep. So here's Grimaldus.
You know what, Evil Granny? Sometimes
Nope.
the people don't actually know what they want.
One of them's excited to punch you. He hits you. He wounds you. No AP on your legionnaires in the back. Give him to me. Give him to me. Give him to
How
me.
many?
1. All right. Sorry. So we have 1. This is the Brit Legionnaires here, and then Master of Executions here.
Yes, Master of Execution over here.
Okay.
Legionaries over here.
Cool. So we're just going to do the 3 power fists that died are all going to try and attack your ACDC.
Okay.
Do they fight? 2 of them do. Sorry, Joe, I'm not rolling.
I almost yelled at him.
3s reroll.
I almost yelled at him. Thanks, Jake.
And 2s. Those AP2, or yeah, involve on ACDC.
Yep, I'm going to take it on those 2 first.
Yep.
5 up. They both die.
Okay.
Then on the horrors, or rather mutants, 2 damage each, so
Yep.
I can roll it all together. So 1 dice.
So 1 mutant, 2 little guys?
Correct.
Well, all he has to do.
You just played this list, right? You just played against
No, these guys
against Jake's Templars last round.
They're dead. Oh my god, I'm knocking everything over. And then we will activate.
That's exactly what we said at the start.
Brad's like, no, I'm going different. Yeah.
Did you pull them already from here?
Excuse me?
Did you pull the dead guys from here? There
yes,
should be
yes,
one.
yes,
There's
yes.
6 big guys total?
Exactly.
Yeah, gotcha. Cool. So it looks like we just get. So this guy for sure can fight your ACDC.
Yeah, Brad Chester's here. He just played against this list last round
and
got annihilated, unfortunately. But
These have to come this way, and these have
with the Eldar.
So we got 2 going backwards at your Legionnaires, Power Fist and 2 swords at AC/DC, and then these 3 swords at Master of Execution Squad.
Cool.
We're not rerolling hits anymore because at this act.
Connor, playing the Black Templars Horde for one game would be exhausting. Playing it for 3 days is a fucking marathon, dude.
Force. 3 AP1.
That's at the Legionnaires back, right?
Yep, back Legionnaires.
So 1.5.
Yep. And then how many? You're out of little guys here. It has to go on the big guys next.
That is correct.
Okay. So we'll do the fist first. All hits. All wounds. AP2. Or 2 each.
You're having little problems inside your team. Make the guy you don't like play the Black Templars army for a week.
Yeah, Brad did that for his team, except he was in control of pairings, and he ended up playing the Black Templars.
Yeah.
2 swords into them.
Hey, JT, what's up, man? It's worse than Greenside, yeah. It does look cool on the table, though. I mean, I gotta say.
3 AP1s on the AC/DC. For 1 damage. Cool. So got through the big guy. And then the 3 swords at Master of Execution.
JT helped us raise over $40,000 for charity at Charity Hammer 2 weeks ago.
15?
Real nice.
Pretty nuts.
Popped.
Pretty nuts. 3 days of gaming, 40 grand for Child's Play was pretty good stuff.
AP1.
That's
again,
Master
guys,
of
for your
Execution.
contributions.
Yep. Nice roll.
1 wound.
Okay.
Punch you with AC/DCs?
Yep.
Looking for sustained. Good. I've got 3 big guys. Wrong dice. Ugh.
We did get to cross the streams, yeah. That was a really fun game.
12 plus 6, 18. Good roll.
It was for a while, hang but we had a lot of you guys came in clutch towards the end. It was a pretty cool finish. Bjorn versus Lilith. Yeah, don't remind me, JT. That was some bullshit.
It's a good roll for sure.
So he had Lilith's squad charged by Bjorn in the middle of the table in our game, and Bjorn was on full health, and he popped Lilith's Super Saiyan mode, and he got like, how many was it, JT? Like 35 hits or something?
Yep.
What? What?
Because it's sustained 2, right? And he
12 attacks?
12 attacks, sustained. It was insane.
And the rest of these are 5s.
27. Yeah, 27 hits.
So 3 go through. First one.
Oh, 27 wounds,
Second
not
one,
hits.
kills him. Third one, wounded. So
And he lived through that, and then he died to the witches.
Not what you want.
Actual character.
And he only died because I was in Vect range for Armor of Contempt, so I couldn't Armor of Contempt Bjorn. It was really funny.
Strength on that is something.
All right, Jack, why don't you give us a walk around?
Yeah, that's
give us
probably a
another
good idea.
tour of what's going on out there at the other games.
I was just starting to think if I start now, I might get back before things really cook off on Jake's turn.
Yeah. Go for it, man.
Anything else to do? I don't think so. I'm going to continue.
It was so funny, actually.
Yep. I punch your wounded tank. I actually will because
Yes, sure
there's
thing.
a world where I might get him
Yes, of
eventually.
course.
1 wound, AP1.
It's going to
And
happen.
so it begins.
Punch you back. Nothing?
Yep.
Cool. Scoring that for 6. That's everything for me to defend strongholds. Your turn, sir.
Cool.
All right.
So this is now going into.
Not a huge turn for Pumbaa there.
All good. Framework for 5. Yep.
Framework for 5.
Draw.
Draw.
Secure elements engage all in front.
I'm right here.
It's not the worst
fully.
part.
He did lose Grimaldus there.
Sorry. These scouts are going to go up at the end of your turn if you don't mind.
Sure, bro.
Yeah.
Sure.
From the Master of Execution getting in there with the precision. I don't know if he lost another Legionnaire square there or not, guys. He might have, but The stuff that matters is correct here. Let me know if I messed up.
I should be on.
Have you used anything?
I should be on 1.
One,
I use
'cause-
Fight on Death.
Exactly.
Yep. And you're up to 3 because you didn't spend any, right?
Bottom of 3 coming up. Secure no man's land and engage. All right. You know what? The good secondary draws continue for the Templars.
It's such a fucking scrap, man.
It is.
Given his board state, those are pretty good draws.
Game, bro.
I've handed you a lot of Marines to like Predators when I shouldn't necessarily, and that's what's hurting. Like Red lost 6 to the autocannons. I just failed all 6 4-ups. It happens. What a conundrum.
Kifley, Jack is doing a walk around right now. We're going to give you guys another around the world update in just a minute here.
They are not forgotten.
Dan?
Did I hear done from somebody? Almost. Ooh, there's some spicy stuff brewing, guys. I'm not going to spoil it right now, but this round is heating up.
So we're engaging right now. Scouts can come in and give me big engage.
Do you remember about battle shocks, please?
Yep. That's what I am debating. So our lone guy in the points, he doesn't matter. He's battle shocked, but that's fine.
Sure.
The white squad, we're just gonna roll it. They're good.
So he's got to bring in his last squad here. Any table edge, though. It is turn 3. He can bring him in all the way down here if he wants to. Maybe that's why he's been saving him this whole time. He was planning on bringing him into the deployment zone of the CSM. That's a possibility. I don't think you can fit 20 Templars in here, though, and be outside of 9 of these cultists.
We just have to do this.
What's up, D-Love? They're putting up a great fight here, man. This has been a great round. Hey, Frames, what's up? It's been great, man. We've had some awesome 40K today. This round has been the highlight of the event for me, personally. From the pairings all the way through to how all the games have been developing and stuff, this is going to be a nail biter. Hell yeah, man. It's good to see you, brother. Any Imperial Agents players, Moist Cavity? No, in teams you get less of the memery because if you're bringing a really bad list, you're not just letting yourself down, you're letting down 7 other guys. So yeah, people tend to be a little bit more try-hard at the team events. I did not catch his oath target. I imagine it's the AC/DC squad. Probably this one is my guess.
Can you fall back and charge?
Yes. Fall back, shoot, and charge with blue.
Unideal. I will overwatch them.
Okay.
With the Predator, of course, that's over there.
Yep.
Sustained. He's good. Anybody wounded on that squad?
Yeah, 1 wound.
Havoc. 2 plus
3.
Still 3.
RoboCop, these terrain mats come with the Frontline Gaming pre-painted terrain set that you see on stream, I believe. They're really nice, actually. They're really thin neoprene, which I like a lot for those kinds of mats.
Nope. Nope. And then 3s again in cover. Good.
Last cannons. 2 hits. Tunes. Minus is 4.
So 6 up and cover. Damage.
2.
Takes 1. Next one fails it. Damage.
7.
Cool. Kill the 1.
Yep. Autocannon. So, 2 more, please. AP2.
We'll put these on scout guys, so a 4 up or a 5 up and cover.
3 damage each.
Yep. Kill 1.
Yes. Combi. All you?
Cool. Oh, okay. That's all the moving we're really doing. We got stuff to bring in. Scouts are probably going to come here.
Where does he bring in the Crusaders? Maybe he brings them in up here to kind of be a counterpunch to this. Yeah. No, Scouts are going in there. Might bring him in up here to kind of be a counterplay to this big unit that's still kicking around this part of the table. I don't know. I'm not. It's been hard to predict what he's doing with this unit the whole game, so we'll find out in a second, though.
We'll come all the way down this way. I guess we'll get a few shots at you.
What's up, Jack?
Okay, so a lot of the games are getting tight going down the wire, except for, well, a couple, right? Kit Smith Hanna is shooting for a 20 into Francois, and he thinks he's going to hit it.
Just in case.
So that game is going horribly for stat check.
It's fine for you.
Cameron has escaped the net and is on every single objective, but it's Anthony's turn, and he's spinning around and going for charges in every direction. So that'll be telling right there, see what happens. If Cameron can split Anthony up and then defeat him piecemeal, maybe he can score some points in that game, like potentially. We'll see. Brad getting some points there, getting some more points than perhaps we might have expected that he would, but he thinks he's going to try and shoot for a 7. Not ideal in that match. Matt Schuckman on the Eldar into Innis. Innis has apparently failed every single resurrection roll of the entire game. So that has kept Matt in a matchup he thought he was not going to be in.
I want to do the around the world here in a second, but I just wanted to see where he was going to bring in this last squad before we zipped around to the off the table. So just hold that thought for a second, Jack. I know you're excited. I am too. I want to hear what you have to say, but I want to do it with the visuals.
How are we looking?
Okay, so he's going to bring him in right there. All right, cool. All right, where were we? We were talking about. You mind if we start here with the Votan and Guard game, just because that's where my camera's.
Absolutely. So Oliver was feeling really good about this. He thought he was going to get a really big score, but now he thinks that Jeremy is going to get a secret mission here, keep the score very close, which could be really, really bad for Tundra, because this is a game that they were hoping to get a big advantage on. Now he still has time to stop the secret mission, but he does have to stop it if he wants to get a big points lead.
Okay.
He told his coach he does not think that he can.
I think it's doable.
Wow, okay. That's spicy because they need a couple big wins here. All right, this was the Tau Sisters game.
The area that the Tau are in is about that much, and the area that the Sisters are in is about that much. So one is much larger than the other, and Andrew's kind of boxed into a corner and not feeling too great about how this game is going. Now, there's still time, and when there's Callion, there's a way. But
yeah, I was going to say, if they have the turn tracking right, they're just now starting Andrew's Callion turn.
This squad here.
Right? They're doing top of 3 right now.
But he can only kill the things he can shoot at, and there's so many Sisters units that even if he kills every target he shoots at, that's still going to leave several that can fire back.
If it's not the white die, it's
This was the one you were just talking about, the Necrons just crushing the Tyranids this game.
Yeah, it's real rough right now. Tyranid just getting shot left, right, and center, and Kit feels fairly confident he'll get a 20. If not, he'll get close. So that is a ray of sunshine for Tundra right now.
Because this one's looking a little darker for him, but it's not over. This is not lights out, like you were saying.
There's actually units like here and Drukhari here and Drukhari here and Drukhari there. They're kind of all over the place, right? Here.
It's like cockroaches when you turn the lights on over there with the Drukhari.
Yeah, they're just all over the board. And Anthony certainly can kill all of them, but he has to go, in every direction to do so. And if that doesn't work out, then he might have a bad time.
All right. Well, regardless, I think they were hoping for a pretty big score out of the world leaders there. So even if the Drukhari could manage like
I think we're gonna oath this
6 or 7 points, that might be all they need out of him in that
Yeah,
game.
it would certainly be a coup if they could get those 6 or 7 points. I'm not 100% sure about that.
Oh, now this one. This one has gone off the rails for Brad.
Yeah, he's still hoping to, at the end of the game, get like a 7 out of this. He's bottom of turn scoring. He's going second. He is Grey Knight, so that gives him a lot of leeway here. We'll see what he can do.
He's already not getting 20 owed. He's over 67. Now he's over 51 points. So
He cannot get less than a 4.
Yeah, so that's
and
good.
that's solid. And if he gets any amount more points, he might get a 6 or a 7 or whatever it is that he's aiming for, which can keep that loss reasonable.
Matters that much.
All right, this is that game you were talking about with the Eldar and GSC.
Does wound you, but
looks like they're pretty close to done here.
I imagine that is the last. I think that is it. I think it's going to lock in as a 14-6.
I guess we'll do the Volkite. Hits you. That does wound you. Just dev wounds for 2.
And then last but not least, we have.
Well, I'll tell you how this game is going. Eric drew Secure No Man's Land and recycled it for a CP.
Oh, that's not good.
Charge.
No, that's bad. Hopefully, he's trying to hope that Old One Eye's unit can drive through this way and start causing some serious problems. But yeah, it is not looking great. But he knows the job isn't to win; it's to hold it close.
That's on you,
Can this unit of Carnifexes kill Magnus here?
Aye.
I mean, on paper, I think they can.
Theoretically, yeah, it would be tough.
We'll stop that.
We'll see.
Let's bring in a couple guys in the back.
All right, so real quick before we get back to our feature game here, games are starting to wrap a little bit. Just to summarize, this is probably looking drawish still, honestly. Sisters looking like they have much better board control in this game. This is looking good for the guard, but maybe it'll end up closer than it is right now because that secret mission we heard about. Kit is way up here in this game, just hasn't scored the points yet. We're not sure about this one, but it's definitely leaning World Eaters, although not as much as it might have.
Oh, Grey Knights just scored a whole bunch of points.
Boxcar
Keeping it down to a 12-8, super reasonable there.
Damn, that is a huge swing there. Never count the Grey Knights out, 60. Especially with bottom of game.
GK with bottom of turn, that is exactly what he was aiming for, and he hit it.
So
even after a series of bad turns, he still got what he wanted there.
Small plus on this side. So then we have, this game is looking like it's going to be a medium plus for the GSC, and then in this game down here, the Tyranids and Thousand Suns is going to be another plus for the
Bugs have bottom a game, which means they can score some points to even it up. All they need to do, all Tundra needs to do, is allow this game to speak for itself. Right? If they can keep this close, and this close, and this close, and this, and this, and this, and this, then this game in the center, the Necrons versus Tyranids, will be enough to cause at least a draw. Right? What StatCheck needs to do is say, all right, that game went horribly. That game went really badly. But we need to punch through where we can. Now, starting out at 12-8 here in the Grey Knights Dark Angels, not what they were hoping for given how disparate it got early on. And then Yunari Najinsa Cult, 14-6, that's still perfectly within band. So we'll need to see how the rest of the games settle. Do you want me to go?
And if you could grab one of the coaches too and just ask them to help you with that as the game's wrapped up.
I will surge them.
And to hit the game finish button, right? Yeah, thank you.
Continue.
Yep.
All right.
So Helbricht is going to charge ACDC, these cultists in the middle.
Bottom of 3.
And also the other cultist squad. Or I'm sorry, not cultists. Legionnaires. Basically everyone with Master of Execution.
Sure.
They need a 6. Reroll. Oh my god.
Oh no.
Well, look. Well. The dice giveth, the dice taketh.
Helbricht.
I don't think a 4 would have even gotten us there, so it is what it is.
He got a little greedy there.
Hey. That's unfortunate.
That's a big whiff.
Well, let's kill some predators and feel better about our day.
Helbricht, what have you done? He did make this charge out of reserves, actually. That is a good point. That's a silver lining, but I mean, he really, these Master of Executions are going to put up so much damage now. Yikes. That is a huge swing, honestly.
That would be lovely.
Honestly, if you asked me, like I bet Jake would have rather made that short charge into all those Legionnaire squads than to make that 12-inch out of reserves.
Okay. So it's all 3 of the fists, the chaplain, and however many swords are here into this one. Everything else is to go here. We'll start over here on the one that's not oathed. Here's the one power fisted him.
Which one is oath?
The more healthy one. Yep.
Yes, he's on 8. Double. Before you do, sorry. I'm thinking about AOC.
Okay.
How many are attacking him?
Oh, we got 2 scores in, guys.
The chaplain, and then
Thank you,
1,
Jack.
2, 3, 4, 5 swords.
I think we're trying.
Not right now because this game is
So
still
right now you
pretty
have 1
spicy.
wound on your wounded predator at AP2.
Basically, we'll pull interviews over if our feature game is done.
No,
but
there's
if
2,
stuff's still
I
happening in
think
the
it's
round,
almost
we'll
dead.
let them do it afterwards.
Absolutely.
Let's not waste time.
Okay, well,
There's all the chains.
2 small to medium wins for stat check.
Yeah, they were definitely hoping for more out of this game right here.
Other fists at your
They were hoping for more, and
I
they
really want to
did
talk
not.
about Brad about that game, but we'll save it for afterwards if he's willing to stick around.
What I understand, John failed a 4-inch charge.
Wow.
And that gave him some amount of points.
AP2.
Well, guess what? That exact same thing just happened here. Helbrecht went for a charge into all of the Legionnaires units with Master of Executions. It was like a 6 he needed, and he failed it with a reroll.
Ooh, that is.
Yeah.
That's bad.
So he
That's
did
not
make
good.
the 12-inch charge out of reserves with these Crusaders, but I really do think that he would have rather had the charge into the Master of Executions Legionnaire squads than to these 2 Predators.
Yeah, if he could roll this and this up in the same turn, that would really crush the rest of the resistance on this side of the board.
Yeah, and Gene Steel Colts again take the dub. I mean, you got to be. Ennis has been kicking ass with that army this weekend. He really has been doing well with the GSC.
Yeah.
I hope we can get him on. Maybe tomorrow we'll get him on stream finally and see how he's running it because it'd be cool. I wonder if he's taking that to London GT.
He very well might be. I think he's a big fan of the list. Not a big fan of not getting any units back, and he did take a second to complain about the mechanic being a little too swingy, a thing I agree with.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But yeah, no, I think he likes the army generally.
That's cool.
Just in case. Nah, never fucking mind. 6-up explosion? No. Cool.
One Predator down.
Well, you can see that Jake is done not being on objectives.
Yeah. It's like, fuck that noise. Time to get some points.
I think, do want to come touch you over here. Because
It's so funny to think it back to a time at the start of 10th when, like, it felt like tanks were impossible to kill in melee.
Not a lot's impossible to kill for 20, 20
Yeah.
fellows with, I believe, a chaplain.
Yep.
+1 to wound, really goes pretty hard.
The lieutenant might be in that squad too with the lethal hits. I'm not sure.
it's going to be hard. Well, no, you definitely break out. And then you're free, so probably.
Touch me?
Yep.
Sure.
Strap in, guys. We're about to get to the real exciting part at the finish of this round. All the scores are going to start rolling in.
Yep.
We're going to be getting rapid fire
start
updates from these games,
with
and
Master of Execution squad.
I think we're in for a photo finish here.
Over here. Sustained. Good. Master of Execution first. I will be rolling everything to hit and wound because you're below half.
Yep.
For 3 more.
No, this is the last round today.
3
Thank God, because this round sucked all the hype right out of me. I'm going to have nothing left after this one.
Not many.
Yeah, we're going to have to hype back up and get back in for next round.
I know. Well,
Let
tomorrow.
me see how on BCP, if we can see how the other teams are doing.
Yeah, that'd be nice to know.
Kill 1, second, wounded, third, kill 2, fourth, 2.5, fifth, kill 3, last one, kill 4. There are 2 left. Yep.
So far, not a ton from XPC Zookeepers and Yall Trollin. Yall Trollin has some very light wins going on. I saw Mike Pestilence. You mind if I go just check with Mike to see how his round's going?
No, yeah, go ahead.
Yep.
-2 to damage.
First one, kills 1, second one, kills 2, you got it.
Cool.
Killed another squad there. Grimaldus's Primera squad down. So I think he's just down to Helbrecht's squad and the one big squad that just came in for
I will swing
reserves.
with that guy. With those guys.
Yep. We're gonna armor a contempt.
Sure thing.
Do we? You just got your 3. You're not boosted by anything, but you are an extra AP because I'm on the point. So yeah, we'll armor contempt.
Sure thing. Looking for sustained. Got him. 3 left. 10 plus 16 total. 10, 15, 16. Oops. Not many AP1 now.
Yep. Force. We failed 2, damage 2, yeah?
Correct.
First one, kills 1, kill 1.5.
Yes, and then I've got the actual character, which is sustained. 1 dev wounds and double check something.
This is all the damage that should have not happened if Helbrecht's squad had made their charge,
What
by the way.
weapons in this fucking squad?
It's been pretty crazy. Very bloody game, Ben. Yeah, very bloody game. This Primaris Crusader squad that came in from reserves this turn finally made a 12-inch charge out of reserves and killed 2 predators.
As devils.
And then Helbrecht failed a rerollable 6-inch charge.
And 1 save at 0, basically.
Okay. So we failed to save. What's
First
the damage?
one, death D3, so 3.
Okay.
Kills that one
kill
guy,
one.
and then D3, for 3 again, kill another.
Yep.
That is everything, right?
Yeah.
End of the fight phase, I'm gonna spend a CP.
So Mike expects that their round looks a little drawish right now. They got some wins, but some of them are looking a little closer than they would have liked.
Who are they playing?
They're playing XPZ Zookeepers.
Oh, right.
So they had some of their games that they expected to be larger wins turn out to be closer than they wanted.
That's Yall Trollin, guys. The guys we had on last round who won their round. They're playing against XPZ Zookeepers.
Can you imagine if all of the top games just draw?
That would be awesome.
It's like there's a path to this round being a draw.
Yeah.
They feel like they're drawing their round. This kind of happens a lot when a lot of the top teams hit each other.
And then
I want to check in on my dark horse team, the Quebec team. How are they doing today? So they have 2 wins and a draw. Who are they playing this round?
Secure for
Rose City Ruffians. That's going to be a good
Secure
round.
is 2 of
Yeah, for sure.
But if Quebec wins that one,
double check
Oh,
it.
I thought that.
they're going to be in the running.
I was thinking extend.
And they specifically did not
They did
go
not
into
go on
that.
the point.
Well, I happen to have the phone number of the coach of XPZ Purple Cobras.
Yep.
So let me see how he's feeling about their round.
Okay.
For 2.
You are correct.
That's good. Round
Jack with the inside info hookup here.
primary for 15.
Yep.
Draw. Some hostile again. Engage. I mean, we'll try.
Storm, hostile, and engage.
Oh.
CSM.
Ooh, this amount of primary is not looking good for Jake. I think he has. Did he take a secret mission? He has to have.
Did you secret? Did anyone secret?
Nah, would you like to secret? Nope. No, I don't think so, right?
No secret.
I don't think he sees the secret he can get, honestly, is the problem
They
here.
haven't activated yet. We just fucking send it as much as we can, basically.
Helbrecht not making that charge.
That is huge.
Yeah, it was insanely huge.
Absolutely.
Yeah, not what you want if you're on Jake's side.
This Rhino advances.
I'm pretty sure that I think the other scouts are dead too.
Because Jake needed that squad to be in position to A, kill the reprisal unit, B, score primary in the following turn, C, be in position to take Pumbaa's home objective and start putting in, the Emperor's work.
Yeah.
But it looks like he might be fine if the game goes 8 turns, but it just won't. It'll go 5.
Yeah.
These guys
Actually, the
advance.
scouts aren't dead. They dropped in for his engage on all fronts. Oh man, he's gonna take so much damage from these Masters of Execution or the Masters of Execution and the Legionnaires. Like, just unforced damage being taken. And Pupa still has 2 of his ACDCs left, right? He's got this one back here, and he's got the remnants of one here. Or did that unit die? I can't tell if that's Legionnaires.
I think it's still around. I think this is it right
Parts
there.
and pieces of it. Yeah, that's definitely ACDC. So, just a few left, but still kicking.
Yeah. It's just, this feels like playing 40K in a dream, right? Things are just moving too slowly. You can't you can't quite catch up to what needs to happen.
Yeah. Ooh, look at that guard Votan, but again, worried about a secret mission here.
But if Ollie can pull it out and stop the secret mission, that is a gigantic breath of fresh air for Tundra.
Yes. That would give them some breathing room, right?
For sure.
That might be shifting their thoughts from draw to win territory, possibly.
It could. Because if they lose like 4 games close, which is what it looks like they could be in a position to do, and then win 2 games big, they might even win the round.
Yeah. Man, Brad pulling that back. That's Grey Knights. Grey Knights bottom of turn for you, but
yeah,
that's so sick. Because that was looking so dire for them for so long.
While Nick has not responded to my text, he is right over there.
Okay, yeah, if you want to go.
Yeah.
Shooting. Predator over here.
Yep.
Sustained.
There you go.
Now takes 1.
Oh, he actually failed a Dark Pact.
1.
Wheels are coming off for Pumbaa.
3 damage.
Yep. Yep.
Out cannon.
Yeah, Stefanos, Pumbaa's only played this army like 4 or 5 times at this point, apparently. So you're right, though. He's definitely played those empty rhinos very passively. I agree with you there.
Yes. Havoc. There's just 2. 1 AP 1. And then the Stone Bolter or the combi doesn't.
Cool. These things are dead, by the way. They're not actually on the table.
It's 1 guy on 1. That's Rhino shooting at this 1 green guy.
Yep.
Sustained. Get him. Havoc. 4. 3. 1 AP 1. Objective. Takes it. Combi. Now Storm Bolter. 1 AP 1.
Good.
Charge in with. The Rhino will go. You don't need the charge there, please. So.
5.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, let me roll all your charges. I'm real spiky. I'll go both ways.
After seeing him re-roll that or fail that re-rollable Hellbreak charge, I'm not letting him touch my charge dice.
Thank you.
All right, we're hitting the average. The next one's going higher.
Ben going hard into Hellbreak there.
Yep, next one.
2 or a 12. Ooh, a 10. I got close.
Next one will be the ACDCs.
Okay. Into yellow?
Yeah,
Yes.
You know what, Ben? Hellbrecht failing that charge may end up costing the Templars this game. I don't think that's an exaggeration to say that.
And that's fine. Let's roll them up. I will start with, you have no interruptions?
No, I have Fight on Death and I have AOC.
Yes, sir.
You're
Would you
going to be
like-
up to AP3 or AP2?
AP2 with the ACDCs, AP3 on the Power Fist and Master of
Yeah.
Executions.
We're gonna fight on death. I think I just need to try and tear you down with me and see what
Sure
we're
thing.
left with.
So, let's go with the Master Execution Squad.
Yep.
Looking for sustained. Get him.
He could heroic, Kevin, but he wants
Actually,
to save
are
his
you
CP, I
below
think, for fight on
starting
death.
right now?
Yes.
I imagine that's what he's going to use it on.
That's
here.
fine.
Okay, so XPC Purple Cobras feels pretty good about their round. They have several rounds that are coming through for them big. They had one game get flipped on them, and it went really badly for them, but they feel like they're compensating for that with the rounds that are going well.
Okay.
No,
thanks for the
Devils.
update. Oh,
We've got 6 seconds.
There's your 20-0.
Yep.
Kid got the 20 against Francois.
Yep. Unfortunately for Tundra, as I was walking past Eric and Liam's table, Liam said the phrase, "It is not a 20-0 if you draw a 5 on a secondary card." And that's not what you want to hear as a Tundra fan.
Last one is.
Yeah, but look at the totals right now, though, guys. Like 2 losses, but 1 big win, and all of a sudden Tundra's looking pretty healthy.
Chaplin and 1.
But the problem is they're about to give up a pretty big loss on the other side. I think a lot of this round might come down to this game and how many points Cameron can squeeze out of that World Eaters Drukari match.
Absolutely. And also, can Ollie stop the secret mission?
Yeah. So many storylines going on right now.
Absolutely. Because, like, if Ollie can get a big blowout, Kid can get a big blowout, Liam gets a big blowout, and they can kind of keep it holding up there. Maybe Anthony gets a big blowout. Those all cancel out. They draw?
Yes, sir.
It's definitely a line that Tundra's looking for.
3. 3.5.
I think every accent has a word or a phrase in 40K that sounds the best from them. Like, French accent is definitely Evi Bolter.
Evi Bolter.
Chain swords.
German accent is Multimelta. It's my favorite one from them. American accent, laser cannon. Probably that one. I don't know what's good for the British accent. It all sounds bad for Brits. Let's be real.
That's fair. It's 100% fair. Oi, mate.
Okay,
Oi. What you doing?
You find the Evi Bolter?
These go through.
Those are the worst British accents I've ever heard in my life from both.
That was perfect. That was exact. Honestly, I sound like I'm from Great Britain.
Rolling, sustained, 4.
Yeah, so he is fighting on death here. That's laying them down their sides.
Rolling. 3 more, AP1.
Kill the wounded guy.
Onwards.
Is that the end of that unit?
Yes.
Gotta be Lieutenant British. God, that triggers me so hard.
Yes, sir.
Where the fuck is the F?
We've got 3 chain swords.
Armour of Contempt.
And a chaplain that can fight your.
Alma.
Sure.
And then 1 chain sword has to go here.
Yep.
And this fist can pick.
Yes, sir.
So
I think if we see one more big flop past the games that we know are going, well for stat check, we see one more big flop, it's going to be very hard for Tundra to come back.
Yeah.
But if Cameron can keep that game close, then that is really, really, really good for Tundra's chances.
This works always, right?
Yeah.
With the shovel.
So the guy's down to 1. Correct. The chaplain fight. He does. He hits you 4 times.
Oh yeah, I guess you're right, Verlac. It would be the British one is Evi Choppa. Evi Choppa.
Evi Choppa.
That's so
One dice.
Yep.
1 takes 1.
Okay. That's them. The 1
I just saw. It's like Liam's game has wrapped.
Yeah, I guarantee you neither of them have pressed the button.
He doesn't swing very.
They're not very good at pushing buttons.
He does wound you twice though. AP1.
I'll make sure that they press it.
Okay, thanks.
I'll be right back.
And the power fist does he fights. Nope. Cool.
It's them. Swing with ACDCs.
Yep.
Sustained? Nope. I mean, takes 1. So down to 1. For 9 plus 4, 13.
Yep, that is a 20-0 there. Ouch.
3 sustained.
That hurts for Tundra.
2s.
That one hurts.
That many AP2.
It could get balanced out here by the guard Votan game.
We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that can take 5 ups.
Love the post-game chit-chats here between all these players. A lot of camaraderie between these guys.
4 went through.
A lot of mutual respect.
Damage 2.
Damage to each.
Kill 1. 1.5. 2. 3.
The other weapon doesn't impact.
Okay.
That game doesn't look close, guys, but remember, Votan may be snatching a secret mission there, which would close that gap up a lot.
Yes. They're going to fight the Legionnaires that haven't fought yet. Sure. Just 2, AP2.
2 dead.
Yep.
Yep. Shut them over.
Man, this could have looked so different if Helbrecht had made that charge.
Looking for sustained.
This hurts so much to watch. Fucking Helbrecht.
That round, the Thousand Suns into Tyranids wrapped as a 20-0 for stat check. Liam VSL's assault continues.
Yeah. We're still waiting to see if Jeremy pulled off the secret over there.
Yeah.
All the time.
I imagine if he's going to do it, he's going to do it right now.
AP3.
And this is from?
This is from the Power Fist over there. Power Fist heavy weapons. What up?
How many attacks does he get?
The thing that really hurts about this is that he charged those predators,
So AP3
got on an objective, and was assuming that all this other stuff was going to be dead, right? Like, because Helbrecht would have wiped it out, and now he's taking it on the chin with an extra AP
the first one.
from all of this, guys, all this stuff.
This looks really bad. Because the problem is there's still another turn left for Pumbaa to score, and he's up by a bunch, and Jake is not going to be scoring points this game.
And I'm not sure, but I think he might have already used his auto pass morale this game.
He has leadership 5, which helps, but yeah, no, this is going poorly. Because as I said, remember I said earlier, this is risky, because if you're not staying on objectives, you're not scoring points. Yeah, it's just what's happening.
The thing, too, about these lists with the big horde units is that in a lot of units, you can rely on your opponent overkilling stuff to give you value in trades.
Squad activated. You just have your
The problem with these big Black Templar units is like all of your damage is efficient into
your
them. So.
Whoa.
Yeah.
2 fight.
Yeah. Glad you're enjoying it, so thanks for being here, man.
I'm not sure who we're going to be seeing on stream next round. We'll have to find out.
ACDC.
Yeah, it's tomorrow. We got a whole night to figure it out. But,
we got a lot of very interesting options.
These are 1 damage each. These are chain swords.
So just one.
So the wounded guy and then a wound. And then does the power sword fight them? He doesn't. And then we have 1 chain sword into your 3-man legionnaires. He does fight.
John, I hate you for this. I'm tired.
All 4 AP1s.
I think John probably made Pumbaa play this army, is what I'm guessing.
Yep. John and Typhus little cabal got together and said, hey, Pumbaa, have fun. Yep. And Pumbaa is, currently doing really well, as one would expect from him.
Which teams are left undefeated, Jack? It's these 2 guys, of course. Then there is XPZ Zookeepers and Yall Trollin.
Yall Trollin, which talked to Mike Pestilence, and he said that round feels pretty close, pretty tight. He thinks they're going to draw.
And the Team Zero Comp guys, I think, are undefeated coming into this round.
Yes, they are. And they're...
You activate?
I talked to Nick, coach of XPZ Purple Cobras, who they're playing, and again, they feel like they're doing pretty good there. So we might end up with, a bunch of teams that have draws. A bunch of teams that have draws. We'll see if Ollie can keep Jeremy off the secret mission and score a big win here. That would be very much needed for Tundra.
Nothing on the tank.
Cool.
Okay.
Is that everything? Jesus Christ?
I don't know.
I think it is.
I think it is.
How would Jake's first turn looked if he knew about the Vect?
So
he
you're
wouldn't
scoring?
have put his whole army in the
scoring,
Vect
I'm
bubble.
doing small engage.
Yeah, I don't know. He's kind of priced into it given the board state. I think he might have swung more around this way
4, 5, 6,
because
7,
this is a very protected position from where you can at least hold 10s every turn.
Okay.
But
Barely.
we'll see. I mean,
It's the little things.
Pumbaa's jumping out to a pretty big lead right now. If the game ended right now, it'd be a 15-5.
Yeah, it's. And I'm pretty sure they had it in their matrix on both teams the other way in 15-5 probably. So that's definitely a flip.
I am running level.
Hence the term.
Yeah.
And it's your turn for.
Yep.
Low on time as well. That we need to.
Yep.
Quick. Cool. Let's make this quick so we can finish the game.
Yeah. Mark for death, overwhelming force. Who are you marking?
These guys, this guy, this guy.
Don't worry about it. Cool.
Guy.
Oh man, we probably have to just
Redraw Mark for death.
pay our CP. I don't know how much we can even
I think
hold
that
that
Scout Squad
matters.
actually is probably dead.
Yeah, we'll spend our CP.
Yep.
Yeah, the Scouts are dead. Unless that's is that one Scout?
Okay,
Storm
I
instead,
need a
that's good.
specific call because we have a time issue.
Or did I ditch
I
the
don't
wrong
want to
one.
use the clock.
Joe, what do I do?
But this is true. Okay, so in the 18 minutes should be flat. We're good.
I messed up.
What up?
I threw away the wrong one.
Did you redraw it already?
Yeah, because I'm an idiot.
Okay, so just put your points for the one that you wanted to keep in this one, and just leave it low. 'cause you're-
Oh,
you
I
wanted
had
to
Storm
ditch this.
overwhelming force. I wanted to ditch marked, not
Exactly.
overwhelming
So
force.
storm hostile objective overrunning
Yeah.
first.
So
Got it.
This is overwhelming force.
Yep. Sounds
Cool.
good. Thank you. Cool. We're gonna go quick here. Hubbards.
Storm Overwhelming Force is incredible for him right now. That is a massive amount of points that are going to come in right at the end of the game.
I don't think it's gonna.
Yeah. So he's got to take an objective away from his opponent and kill stuff off objectives. And
back your
those two
18.
things synergize really well.
The guys in the point.
I gotta say, the secondaries draws have been very synergistic and good for the Templars this game.
On your ACDC
And yet he still is only got 14 on secondaries.
He's
so
scored an extra turn less of secondaries.
Yeah, that's
So 2
true.
more fields.
There is still that one scout alive. Okay, I thought he might have been dead. but-
Oh, what's the score for the World Eaters into Drakari right now?
The other shots.
62-24.
Jeepers, Batman.
Yeah.
That's not what one would like
3 wounds.
on the side of
AP1 on-
Drakari, especially with the World Eaters going second.
How many?
3.
So Drakari had bottom of turn, potentially could score some points here, but that is looking to also, I would bet a decent amount of money. That's going to wrap up as like another 20-0 there.
Okay, so
because once World Eaters get ahead, they don't take their foot off the gas, especially when they're going first or going second.
Wounds you. No AP, but damage 2.
Down to 1.
And then little bow pistols. We've got
Just
1,
take a look at
2,
that
3,
table again.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
There's always a coach in the way. That's what I've found. There are still Drakari on. No, there's no Drakari on objectives. I was lying to you.
4 no.
My suspicion is that these are not currently alive.
Yeah.
Nice.
Cool. Okay. None of the rest matters.
Are these
Other
Drakari
spots
up
gonna
here?
charge these legionnaires.
Yeah, those are scourges. I believe those are his converted scourges. But yeah, it's looking a little rough.
Are you happy enough to say they're dead?
Yes.
It's hard to tell sometimes too because we can only really see one half of the table
Not bother.
from the short edge.
Cool. So this is supposed to be over to me. So that's going to be the end of my turn. I would have gotten 5 primary at the start. I'm going to get Storm for 5 or for 4, and Mark for that or
Overwhelming for 5.
for 5. Yep, and then 5 primary.
Ugh. It's all nice.
Yeah.
On
Keep
my
do
turn.
your turn. I'll figure this
Exactly.
out. Cool. I would be up to 1 now in your turn. You're going to go up to 3.
That is correct.
Yep.
I switch up the round, right? We are on third.
We now go to top of 5. Yeah.
Correct. I get 15.
Cull the Horde.
And
Oh,
assassination.
No, that is so good for the CSM.
Only if he can put a unit down. If he can't put a unit down, then that is going to cost him a lot.
Yep.
Actually, if I kill that guy, that's call.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah, I was gonna say you got a unit way down.
That is probably what I'm gonna do.
My opinion on Drukhari has not changed since that tier list. I think they belong a spot or two higher on it, but no, it has not. I think in the hands of some
Hold on. Secret mission happened for Jeremy. 87-81.
That feels like a nail directly in a
To
coffin.
position my master of execution with precision, so I get.
Tundra really needed to get a big score there, and
will go here.
they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to stop a secret at the end, and that's the only. I think the only way he could have made that many points in that
just in
short amount of time.
Has to have been. Once that game is over, I can get the 2-minute summary from Jeremy, but I imagine it had to have been a secret mission there.
Yeah, that's heading to a 10-10.
Distance will
It's currently an 11. Now they just handshook.
You have a 9 here. You're looking at a 7.
We will take that. 7 to charge. Yep. We know that.
Push button. Thank you. 11-9 for the guard.
Rhino will do the.
That's a great example of a game win in singles. That is honestly a loss in teams. Because the guard needed a big win there, not a small win.
It's blast. Combi into.
Are we still maybe heading drawish here? No, well, I think once Anthony gets his points in.
Anthony's points takes him to a 75. They then need 11 points off of 2 remaining games, one of which could be an 11 by itself. So this is not ideal.
Hey Troy, what's up?
Yes, he died.
That's clutch for Jeremy. That is clutch.
Can we agree the Predator kills that good?
Yep.
Thank you. So, charges. That's 7 over there.
Yep.
Make it.
On the nose.
It's a case of every point matters, right? If Jake had pushed through and Eric had held, they'd be in position to draw or win. But
those guys.
Without that, they're not. But also, you can say, you know, Ollie needed to prevent the secret mission, which he might not have been physically able to do. Or Matt needed to push through some more points. At the end, everyone's responsible.
Yeah, we're not
basically.
pointing fingers at anybody here.
It's the only person who couldn't get more points, Kit.
Yes, definitely. So one guy more.
Cool. Okay.
No interruptions.
No interruptions. Cool. I have 1 CP.
Yeah, yo, boy, the Tyranids also were thrown into some horrendous matchups.
So let's start here.
Yep.
Basically, Eric jumped on the grenade of the BSL Thousand Suns. That's a terrible game.
Yeah, he thought he could contain some points, but Liam is one of the best players in the world and very hard to hold points against.
And then the other one was also, I think, a pretty bad matchup for the Nids. We saw last round Sam Pope's Nids
-3
pulled a ton of points out, so it's just matchup dependent.
So
absolutely.
First one. Last one. Yeah, you got him.
Yep. Master Execution Squad.
Jesus,
sustained.
Yep, we're gonna.
I get him.
That's going to be his colon assassinate, I think.
Armor
content time. Sure.
Yeah.
What incredible draws for
that is good stuff.
What incredible draws for the CSM for secondaries on turn 5. Man.
Assassinate Call, man. That's
when he had
so
a
many
unit on
points.
like 1 guy left. I mean,
I have full rerolls.
Yeah, I guarantee you that was not what Jake wanted to see. I mean, that's going to lead to this game being.
We are looking for free zero.
There's no way Jake wins, right? Like he can bring it closer. He is bottom of turn. He's going to score a amount of points. He can score some secondaries, but I would be shocked if he won here.
-3.
In fact, I would be like actively questioning if there.
Yes,
you know.
Lieutenant.
Yeah.
He's the shield guy. Yeah.
So damage 2, and it's half damage. So with he's got 1 dev.
Yes.
Right. So these are 3 feel no pains. He makes 1, takes 2.
Anthony.
He's half damage.
He's half damage at all times. If you don't mind, I will spend the CP to give all of my guys precision to be able to
go for it. So he's taken 1.
Yep. Then we've got 2 power fists.
When this game's over, is there anyone you want to talk to?
To rerolling. All with precision.
Yep. 4 ups. So 2 go through, which will go down to damage 1. So I have 1 more I can roll here. Okay, 5 ups. He takes 1, he's down to 2.
Not killing him then, unfortunate. Chainsaw. With reels. Of course.
Oh, maybe he didn't get assassinated.
With reels. Just one.
Good. Cool. Okay.
They will die in their turn.
Yeah, I was gonna say. You happy to say the dead?
Yes.
Yep.
Warfare. Try to kill that guy for assassination.
Yep.
This probably should just be dead.
He's trying to go to the combi lieutenant
5
now
guys
to
for
get
attack.
Ooh, taking the home objective is rough.
What's up, Eric?
It's 5 more points that Jake would have really liked. And again, the thing that's killing him here, not being on objectives, means that
10.
While he died slower, he still died, and he didn't hold any primary.
Yeah.
I think it might have been the correct call. I don't know enough to analyze this matchup to that level, but he might have wanted to try and push a second unit in here, collapse this flank that just gave Pumbaa so many points, collapse that flank with a second unit, and just camp on objectives to score those points and really rack in the points that his army is so good at scoring, right? Yeah. On a mission that is take and hold with 6 objectives, only getting a 15 going into turn 5 with 100 Primaris Crusaders is... It's bad. It's really bad.
You're out. I'm on 32, but there's 8 minutes left in the round. Let's
Yeah,
just play out the last. Let's play out the last tournament.
Exactly.
Yeah. Sounds good.
We've been playing on my time for quite some time.
Yeah,
but
yeah. No.
I think we are.
I think we'll have plenty of time to get there.
We will manage.
I would not stop you. That's for sure.
10, please.
Cool.
Great sportsmanship.
-2.
I don't think he has invuln, so these are just 5s. And damage 2?
Damage to each.
3, 4, 5. 3, 4, 5. He has a 5 of feel no pain.
This is that combi lieutenant to give up
yeah,
assassinate.
This is,
you got it.
That is assassinate right there.
Yeah, 5 points. Rambo down.
Okay.
Assassination for 5.
Yep. Call for 5.
Jesus, what a turn for the CSM.
Not good. I'll tell you that.
Your turn, sir.
Yep, over to me. Gonna go up to 1 CP, draw some cards.
Well, guys,
I get defend stronghold, area denial. We're gonna spend our 1 CP.
That is horrible. Oh, defend stronghold is...
the blood of your character that gave up assassinate is still soaking into the ground of your home objectives, and you draw defend strongholds.
So none of this matters.
And extend? He drew extend?
Oh no! And it's...
You get 5 primary.
Well, I score at the
actually,
end.
yes,
so I'm
yeah,
going to
yeah.
advance.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
rolled
yeah.
enough to get here. I'll get 10 primary.
Correct.
It'll score me area denial and 2 on...
Correct.
So we go up to 10 here. 2, 5. I think that's
that's
the
it.
Yeah?
Okay. Well, that is a 14-6, and not in the direction that Tundra was hoping for.
Yeah, 14-6 there.
We're done.
I think they would have been happy with a 14-6 if they had been the ones getting the 14.
Lock it in.
14-6.
Well, we got you on that one.
We're good. We're good. You guys are done.
Oh my God, I'm so fucking tired. It was a pleasure, though.
Yeah.
You have to remember that this is like, I don't know, what time is it for them right now? Like 1 in the morning?
Yeah.
Yeah, I wish I would have seen how it ended if Helbrick makes that charge.
Yeah.
I think it's closer to a 10.
It's a huge difference.
That's a huge difference with Helbrick there.
He does enough that means White's still alive.
Yes, bro.
You know what, guys? Helbrick may be the GOAT.
Playing in here.
But in this case, he's the fucking scapegoat. He fucked that up so bad. Not the player, Helbrick, not making that charge.
Yeah. But honestly, I'm going to say the rest of the squad let him down.
Yeah.
Am I allowed to?
Yeah, you're done, man. Thank you.
All right. And...
So many guys.
Well, hey, you got your redemption playing on stream, so there you go. Yeah, good job. Good job, man.
Liam got the 20.
Oh, yeah.
Always does. I don't know how to...
Always gets the
I'll go
20.
different. I'll stop him.
Yeah. So, guys, yeah, it's looking pretty much over here for Tundra Tactics, but really well fought, honestly. They've put up the best fight, I think, of anyone this weekend into Stat Check. But, man, it's tough. It's tough, man.
Yeah, a lot of those rounds flopping poorly, unfortunately, and
100 models is beatable by 200 models, yeah. Yep. So, yeah, Anthony's still trucking. I mean, this game is looking, this round, it's not over, but it's it's over-ish.
Yeah.
So
Whenever anyone tells me Drakari are like super good, I think about games that look like this.
Yeah.
Also, I do think about StatCheck making fun of Tundra for taking 2 Eldar lists during pairings.
Yeah.
Like 1 wasn't enough, you wanted 2, and Tundra's like, I don't know what to tell you. Yeah.
What a great round, though, guys. I really hope you enjoyed that. I mean, this round to me felt like a WTC match, right? Whereas, like, the teams both felt really prepared. The pairing process was sweet. Neither team felt like they got just whumped in pairing, which is awesome to see. There was a lot of high drama moments here. I hope this kind of 40K, this level of Team 40K, continues to grow here in the U.S. And I know that having events like this, like Champions Cup, is going to go a long way to that. I think a lot of guys who are here this weekend are going to get the bug from this, from being in this environment.
Sure.
Yeah, being in this room with all these great players and feeling that feeling you only really get from playing for a team is just, I don't know. It's hard to explain. You can't get it anywhere else. So
no, absolutely not.
Yeah, great stuff. Great stuff. That's the last round for today, Bird. But we're not done with our broadcast because we do have an awesome panel show to talk about what happened during that round. They've been doing a great job this weekend. Natalie's doing a great job hosting it. We also have, a bunch of other people who have contributed this weekend. And I believe they're going to be grabbing some interviews from some of the team captains and stuff from this round, talking about matches and stuff coming up for you guys. So as soon as they're ready, we're going to send it over to them. It looks like they are getting prepared right now, but man, great rounds.
Great round.
Can anyone stop this juggernaut that is StatCheck?
I mean, Tundra was real close.
They were.
And there are other teams just as good as them who are gearing up, taking aim square at StatCheck, and are looking to bring the beast down.
Yeah. I mean, they're at the top of the totem pole right now, so they're everyone's aiming for them. Yeah, good job, Jeremy, getting that secret mission.
Yeah.
All right, looks like we're getting our show ready. Hi, guys. Oh, it's up there. I should know that one. We do have it a whole nother day. 2 more rounds coming up of awesome Team 40K. If you're interested in getting into teams and you don't have a team, a great way to do it is to volunteer as a mercenary for team events. We're done. So whenever you guys want to start, we're good. Volunteer as a mercenary for teams. You can also, reach out to the team TOs and see if they need anyone to fill in on spots for teams. But yeah, it's good stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. I don't know what we're waiting for them to get our interviews lined up. Here, I'll put up the scoreboard a little bit so we can see the official end. Yep, so it's official now. Taif is putting up a 16-4 on Andrew's sisters.
Oh, yeah, no, that is pretty bad. It spiraled out of control pretty hard at the end, but there was definitely about 2 hours where it could have gone either way.
Is StatCheck going to put up 100 points on Tundra Tactics?
I would be shocked if they didn't. I think they're going to drop a 105.
Jeez.
It's not so bad.
Yeah, go for it.
But it's definitely not what they wanted.
When do we start again tomorrow? Actually, I think it starts a little earlier tomorrow. I think it's 8:30, I believe, tomorrow morning. What I do every night, guys, I make a new stream as soon as this one's over where I put the start time in there so you guys can just look on YouTube. Being subscribed to the channel is the best way to get notified of this stuff. And there's some kind of bell thingy you're supposed to hit. I don't know how this stuff works, but that helps as well. All right. Let's see. Yeah, big win for StatCheck. Big win. This is just seeing that there's a copy channel of yours called Tabletop Live on YouTube, man. Yeah. I figured if people like the stream, other people were going to try to do it too, so that happens. All right. I feel like I've verbally wrapped this up like 5 times. We're just waiting for them to get ready. Okay. Give me the hand signal. Give me the bat signal. All right. And guys, we will see you tomorrow bright and early. Stick around, though, for the talk show hosted again by Natalie. It's going to be great stuff. Appreciate all you guys. See you in the morning, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Never stop.
All right, and this is it. We're back, day 2. This is game 4. This is it.
Game
we had
4.
an absolutely amazing game. We had stat check again against Tundra Tactics. A lot of shit talking going on beginning of the game here. A lot. I was kind of surprised. Like, this is really good, friendly hostility.
Maybe a little.
Going into this game, it was kind of fun listening to that. So, how did you guys feel? You guys were on stream earlier. We had you on yesterday with Vanguard Tactics.
Yep.
Now we had you guys on stream. How did you guys feel going into this wonderful matchup?
I mean, this was the one that we were all looking forward to, right? This was the big one. All the pressure's on these boys, right? Like, clearly the best team in the room, but we felt we had a good chance to stop them. We got a lot of strong players, and we all know each other really well, right? That goes a long way in teams. Felt okay in pairings. We had some losses, some wins. It was a kind of a mixed bag, and then a few player games. So
wild round.
Yeah.
Did they go as expected, your pairings?
The pairings were somewhat
Did
as
your
expected.
outcome go?
I think they had a few surprises for us, and we had a few for them. I think a couple things.
Yeah, the pairings went roughly how we expected. It never
Yeah.
goes 100%.
Yeah.
And I think that we came out of it figuring that it was going to be a draw or maybe the high end of it. I don't think we came out of that with a solid idea of a win. And so we needed to make something happen on a few games, which...
And one thing we talked about was that how much skill in pairings both teams had, because it was like we took a lot of the best elements of Team USA and a lot of the pairings practice and training and just tons of hours of practice, and then added a lot of other nations really top as well. Teams had a massive amount of knowledge in pairings, so we were like, this is going to be a really, really tough round to out-pair, right?
Yeah, I mean, you don't expect to beat another team in pairings. You expect to give your boys a chance to play a game.
Right.
And like when you're playing someone, you just have enough respect. Like, I know everyone across the table.
Yeah.
They're all intelligent. They're all skilled. You don't think, So you go in and you try to give your boys games they can play. And 8 people are going to play 8 games of 40K.
Yeah. See where it lands.
Yeah.
What did you think?
I would say about the same. Like the outcome between our two teams in terms of pairing and the skill that's present at the table, neither of us was going to win in pairings. It was going to come down to execution, and even then it was probably going to be pretty close to a draw because we are, you guys are an exceptionally talented team. And you guys have that prep from working with Team USA, from the years of WTC experience that are on your team, that it's just going to be it's going to be a challenge.
Yeah.
Now, were there any games that were a bit of a surprise? What score they came out a little bit different than expected?
How about we talk about that Tyranid 1,000 Suns matchup?
Yeah, one thing that we heard a lot about through the hall was was that matchup, and we were curious, Eric, what you thought about the Nids into the T-Suns matchup.
Liam's one of their best players. We had several people that could not play that game at all.
Right.
So if we were going to give someone a uphill fight, I'd want it to be me. Not that I don't trust everyone else.
It's the classic bussing yourself.
To an extent, but yeah, I mean, if someone's going to have to go up there, I want it to be me. In this case, we also started with one too. Andrew into Typhus is not a matchup that he wanted or we necessarily wanted or thought was positive. But we said, look, if we're going to play this, we're not going to be scared and play for a draw, which was accepting you. We need to take a few chances because you guys are a little bit more experienced and a little bit you guys are favored going into it. So we pair safely for a draw. We take a few risks and we talked beforehand and everyone was on the same side where we said, look, we're good enough to play to win. We're not scared. We're not going to pair to draw. We're going for a win. If the risks pay off, it's green. Yep. If not, we see where it falls. And everyone was great with that, right?
I love it.
So we're all having tacos and fun tonight, right?
Yeah,
you know what I mean? We're here to play and win. And if we end up off a podium for it, I think all of us understood that going in and said, hell yeah. Because the glory, right? The glory of taking you boys down was what we wanted most of all. So,
yeah.
Yeah.
You would have had that over us for a whole year.
Are you saying the same 8 are coming back next year?
I don't see why not. This has been a fantastic event.
Sorry, Brian. Sorry, Brian.
No, maybe Art of War will actually show up with the
Brian
team.
can come play with Tundra then next year.
You can get John. We'll take
so
Brian.
We're gonna have friendly rivalries next year.
I love Brian.
Yeah, I love it. One of the cool things that develops in team tournaments is, and you see it at WTC, we're seeing it at the Champions Cup, is excellent friendly rivalries. We'll talk a bunch of friendly smack leading up, and we love pairing into each other. At the end, it culminates in hugs and gifts, and no matter how it falls, right?
Oh, yeah.
What are some thoughts on, and what are some of the players you guys have played that you've had the most, or teams that you've had the most fun into? Describe your experience. Start with you, Jeremy.
I'm going to be quite honest. I have had 3 fantastic games this weekend. Like, I was talking about this, or 4 fantastic games. Wow, it's round 4. But like, my first round opponent felt outmatched, but played his heart out and was just friendly and jovial the entire time that we were just pounding the shit out of each other's armies. Yeah. Yesterday, when our team was on stream against Vanguard Tactics, it was a similar thing. I played against Ben Jones from the UK. We had never really met or had the opportunity to play before, so it was just a fantastic game. And it was, again, like one of these things where we were both very talented players, but we also were like, our team's games are on the line here, so we've just got to put in the work. This morning we played into Big D Energy. It was the same thing. Like, the one difference that I've seen so far is for both Vanguard Tactics and Tundra Tactics, neither of those teams came into it with the concession of, we're going to lose this round. They came into it with the, no, we can beat you, we're going to give it our all, whereas the other ones are, we're going to give it our all, but we're just going to try to get as many points while we lose. And so, kudos to you guys, because you recognized it, as you even said, you guys have the capacity to beat us.
Yeah. Appreciate that, man.
You do.
Eric, your thoughts on the weekend, your favorite matchups and team pairings, and how's it been?
It's phenomenal to have an event like this and 8-player teams take off domestically in America because they've been big internationally for so long. And I think everyone's fortunate that you guys all came together and put it all together. We have great people from the top down running it, and we have ambassadors for the sport that are able to teach. Our first round opponents, I taught how to pair as we paired, right? And
love that.
That's what you want, is people to walk away being like, yeah, we played them, they taught us a ton, we had a wonderful time. All 3 of my opponents, Colton, Jackson, and Austin, are great guys. I had a wonderful game with them. Everyone we've played, it's handshakes and hugs. Teams brings more of a friendly competition to 40K than singles feels like. Teams is what teams makes families and communities, it feels, and singles, sometimes you go to alone, right? But teams is, and walking around the hall, I haven't heard any stories except for wonderful companionship that's been made, wonderful friends. So yeah, and everyone here is great. I love it, man. It's perfect.
Good stories about a lot of the good sportsmanship. I know that I've talked to a lot of the teams, like you were saying with your first round opponents, they came in thinking, we're going to get our face stomped in. They had a good attitude. You had a good attitude. You gave them a good game. They walked away knowing, yeah, I may lose, but I'm going to have a really fun time, even though I'm going to lose. And that's all, sometimes kind of hard to do when you know you're going to get your face stomped in, to keep that good attitude. So that says a lot about the kind of game you guys are going to put on. That it's just fun. We're here to have fun, have a game, do a few things and learn.
Yep.
And it's really nice from you. I know I've talked to a couple of teams where they have never played at a team's event. They threw together a team. They came out here, no clue what they're doing. But they played into a couple of the big names. They played into Quebec, who, after they were done pairing, let them know that they did not do a great job. And then they kind of helped and taught them what to look for and how to do better in their next round. And I think they did a little bit better and went in with a lot more confidence into their next games because they had a team who has a lot more experience and maybe has more experienced players who are willing to take a newer team, newer players under their wing to give them that coaching and a little bit of that mentorship. And that's, I know, meant a lot to a lot of the newer teams and the newer players here.
I'm really proud that every team we played so far has won the match after we played them and found one of us and said, thank you.
Yes.
You helped us win our next round.
Yeah. I mean,
that's beautiful, right?
You want those that you beat to go on to win.
Yeah, I mean, I want everyone to improve. As long everyone I come in contact with, and this is our culture of our team, is that if everyone is helping everyone, it's the rising tide, right?
Love that.
All boats rise. Everywhere you go, you are representing the sport, you're representing your team, and you're trying to help everyone along the way. The better everyone gets, the more competition we all have, and that's what I want. I want that competition.
I want it to be harder every time I come back.
Absolutely.
That's a good idea for all of us to have the attitude you have of let's go in and let's give it our all. Whether we win or lose, we're going to try to do this win. We're going to try to do the best we can.
Yeah.
Sometimes all we need is just having a good attitude, knowing we may take that loss, but we're still having a great time.
Yeah.
So that's been awesome. So thank you for great sportsmanship, putting on some good attitudes, teaching.
One other cool thing to point out is we have communities that are already close together, like Tundra or XPZ, teams that are teams. And then you also get these bands of merry gentlemen that hail from everywhere that are a quilt of Warhammer skill, and that's awesome too, right? And then we have all of these things happen, and it's just rad, and everyone has a lot of fun, right?
Yeah.
All right, guys, in closing, we're about to wrap it up and send it back and call it for the evening. But once again, Jeremy Atkinson with StatCheck, awesome dude. Check them out at StatCheck 40K.
Thank you.
Eric with Tundra Tactics, Team USA Pairings coach, the man himself. They had an excellent round. You can check it out on the round before us and watch on War Games Live. Thank you, and we'll tune back in tomorrow.
My boy Bjorn. Man, these shots are awesome. Great job, Anthony. Seriously. Cinematic. So Anthony, by the way, Anthony Cohen is running around, and sorry about the audio glitching. It's my fault, I think. Look at that knight. That's sick. He's running around during the rounds and getting all these shots and then editing this together like during the round. It's fucking great. I really, really enjoy it. So great job. Great job, Anthony. Okay, we'll be back tomorrow, guys. I think at like 8:30. Let me see. 8 a.m., not 8:30. An hour earlier than today. All right. We'll see you guys tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock. Be here, be there, or be square, or something. But yeah, love you guys. See you in the morning.